Chapter 1. The Fu Clan of the Floating World Continent. Distant shadows cascade down a thousand-layered waterfall, encircled by mountains shrouded in mist. From the base of the Zhongwu mountain range, one can behold a magnificent sight, tier upon tier of majestic eaves stretching towards the summit, an awe-inspiring spectacle indeed. Within a palace adorned with crimson columns and intricately carved beams at the mountain's peak, a petite girl scampered in, her short legs carrying her with determination. "Father! Mother! Oh, liar! Come here quickly!" Fu Li struggled to cross a threshold nearly as high as her own legs, and with a series of light thuds, she approached a man whose face resembled jade, appearing to be in the bloom of youth. The man adeptly bent down, lifting Fu Li by her armpits and playfully tossing her into the air, eliciting a fit of delightful giggles from the girl. "Liar!" A woman, garbed in a smoke-hued silk gown and her hair elegantly styled in a lingshu bun, entered with a grace that seemed to defy the very ground she tread upon. Her brows and eyes radiated a gentle warmth, a smile illuminating her face as she gazed at the girl nestled in the man's arms. With a graceful flick, she removed a delicate hairpin resembling drifting clouds from her hair, allowing a gentle breeze to weave Fu Li's unruly locks into an elegant bun. Zhao Wanyan then secured the now slightly diminished hairpin into place. Today marks the day for testing the spiritual affinities of the clan's younglings. Once the tests are complete, our lyre can officially embark on her journey of cultivation. Such an important day calls for our dear lyre to be adorned beautifully. Fu Li beamed at the enchanting beauty before her, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Mother is even more beautiful. Ah, has lyre applied some spirit honey on her lips today?" Zhao Wanyan feigned surprise, playfully tapping Fu Li's cherubic face with her finger. "Lyre loves mother is the most beautiful." Fu Li unabashedly showered her mother with compliments, her childish voice unabashedly expressing her affection. Though such flattery may be deemed shameless, she was, after all, just a child and relished the opportunity to be endearing to her beloved parents. In the 5 years since her arrival in this world, she had adopted this approach without a hint of shame. Yet her praise was not merely superficial. Her mother was undeniably stunning. Her father had confided that her mother, Wanyan Yuanzuan, was one of the 4 beauties of Zhongzhou. For practitioners of cultivation, barring those who tread the treacherous path that leads to ruin, one's appearance seldom falters, especially for those of their lineage, who begin purging impurities from within even before embarking on their path, gradually transforming their forms into perfection. Those like her, nurtured with various elixirs and spiritual herbs from a young age, aspired for every strand of hair to radiate brilliance, free from the mundane skin concerns that plague ordinary mortals, leading to a visage that is a feast for the eyes. However, while outer beauty may be easily attained, true elegance is rare. Few could rival her mother's exquisite grace. Zhongzhou, being the largest continent of the floating world, boasts only 3 individuals who could match her mother's beauty. Thus, a trend of admiring beauty swept across the floating world, giving rise to a beauty ranking alongside the various power and strength rankings in the Wansheng Tower. Even her father, a once carefree formation master with a pen that danced across the sky, found himself enchanted by the allure of her mother. With such genes as her mother's, Fu Li held immense confidence in her future beauty, despite still being a sweet, innocent child. Over these 5 years, she had come to understand this world quite well. Its ecological environment bore resemblance to the prehistoric world of her past life, where species thrived in extraordinary sizes, as those who cultivate placed great importance on their surroundings, resulting in a remarkably preserved natural environment. Culturally, it mirrored ancient feudal dynasties, featuring mortal kingdoms, sects, and powerful clans. What distinguished this realm from her previous life was the abundance of a mystical essence known as spiritual energy. Thanks to this spiritual energy, the inhabitants of this world were not compelled to develop technology. Instead, they harnessed this energy to cultivate themselves and transcend their limits, achieving feats such as walking upon air and commanding the elements through sheer will. Moreover, spiritual plants and herbs flourished here, allowing not just humans, but also animals and plants to engage in cultivation. Everything here shattered her previous worldview and understanding of the cosmos. Though not a staunch materialist, she recognized that her former world, a place where even tales of transformation were mere legends, was nothing compared to this realm, teeming with cultivators and magical beings. In her original world, even the storytellers dared not weave such extravagant tales. Each day, as she witnessed her clan's folk manifest powers beyond her wildest imagination, soaring through the skies, burrowing through the earth, and grasping objects from afar, Lee felt as though she had stepped into an extraordinary narrative. At times, after witnessing these marvels, she pondered whether her own transmigration, accompanied by memories from her past, was truly such a remarkable occurrence. Last year, she had secretly ventured to the library, where she uncovered records detailing this wondrous world. From what Lee gathered, this realm was known as the floating world, one of the myriad realms within the vast cosmos, where immortals and mortals coexisted, and it was commonly referred to as the floating world continent. In contrast, her previous world was likely a diminutive realm devoid of spiritual energy, long since entered the age of decline, destined to merge back into the vast universe within a mere million years. However, the notion of coexistence between immortals and mortals was merely a term. Those who could not cultivate were simply referred to as mortals. Her father explained that they were cultivators, not true immortals. True immortals were those who cultivated to the stage of transcending tribulations and successfully ascended to the higher realms after overcoming the 9 heavens tribulations. Even after ascending, the path of cultivation continued, for those who neglected their practice would eventually meet their demise. Only the ancient gods and demons, existing since the dawn of time, possessed lifespans nearing eternity. Yet, such matters were distant. Her father mentioned that some cultivators might never ascend, and even reaching the tribulation stage could be a distant dream. Some individuals may find themselves on the path of cultivation, yet lack the fortune to advance far along the great way. Regrettably, her father was reluctant to divulge more details, citing her young age and the potential for her to become overly ambitious. If she were ever to cultivate to such heights, she would naturally come to understand these matters. He shared this knowledge only because she possessed the rare 5 elements heavenly spirit root, indicating her exceptional aptitude for cultivation, with promising prospects ahead. Chapter 2. The Spirit Testing Ceremony of the Fu Clan. Through the fortuitous encounter with the Destiny Tri-Being Stone, she has the opportunity to be reborn in the floating world continent and pursue the path of immortality, which naturally brings her immense joy. The Fu clan is one of the 8 great clans of the floating world continent and a leading power within it. Moreover, her innate talent is exceptional. Possessing the 5 elements heavenly spiritual root, contrary to the chaotic tales she learned in her previous life, this world does not categorize spiritual roots as single, mutated, or 5-rooted being better. The floating world continent assesses one's potential not by the quantity of spiritual roots, but by their quality. It is not the case that having more roots equates to greater power, nor does having fewer roots guarantee focused cultivation. Her father has said that for cultivators, being distracted is not a challenge. Having multiple roots allows one to learn various spells without issue. However, if the quality of the roots is low, the absorption of spiritual energy will be slow, making the path of cultivation considerably tougher than for other practitioners. Many cultivators with multiple roots can simultaneously practice various techniques and professions. Conversely, single-rooted cultivators often face crises of heart and mind, losing their resolve and becoming indistinguishable from the masses. The path is boundless. And what matters most is one's disposition. Do not fear. Your talent is truly remarkable. During the upcoming spirit testing ceremony, many clan members will be present to witness. Just heed the words of Elder Fu Ming and follow the instructions. Fu Yu, cradling Fu Li in one arm and holding his wife's hand with the other, soared into the air, stepping onto an array pin that had mysteriously appeared, heading towards the spirit testing platform outside the ancestral hall on the back mountain. Fu Li, however, felt no trepidation. After all, her father is the younger brother of the clan leader and the foremost array master of the central continent, possessing countless treasures, including a simple spirit testing stone. Thus, he had tested her when she was born, and she was aware of her spiritual roots. Today's visit to the testing platform was merely to participate in the clan's ceremony once more. Knowing one's roots is one thing, but having them measured publicly at the spirit testing platform is essential for the clan to allocate resources according to talent. Furthermore, the clan's spirit testing ceremony is not merely a simple assessment of spiritual roots, but can also reveal unique constitutions. There are many individuals in this world with innate special physiques that require corresponding cultivation methods for optimal results. Otherwise, discovering this after reaching the foundation establishment stage could waste considerable time. Especially since the Fu clan is affluent and well-established. As Fu Yu and his family arrived, several clan members cast curious glances their way, nodding in acknowledgement to Fu Yu and Wan Yun. Fu Li glanced at the familiar faces among the clan members and, recognizing many, responded with an endearing smile. The offspring of cultivators are often raised in a more free-spirited manner, and over the past few years, Fu Li had roamed the clan extensively to better understand this world. Fu Yu and Zhao Wanyuan casually landed on a stone platform at the back mountain, holding Fu Li as they settled down. Because they belonged to the direct line, and Fu Yu's elder brother Fu Deng is the clan leader, Fu Li's spirit testing ceremony would undoubtedly take place ahead of others, so they did not seek a secluded spot like other clan members. Sensing that enough people had gathered, clan leader Fu Deng and elder Fu Ming emerged from the ancestral hall, placing a spherical object radiating multicolored light into the spirit testing platform, within a stone disc shaped like a large millstone. Fu Xiaoming. Familiar with the process, elder Fu Ming was too lazy to deliver an opening speech and directly called for the clan leader's second son, Fu Xiaoming, to step forward. Golden and fire dual spiritual roots. Both of superior quality, that a golden and a red beam of light ascended simultaneously, clearly visible from afar, with the golden and red lights shining brilliantly, indeed indicating superior roots. Superior spiritual roots are already considered excellent in quality. And beyond that, only those like her possess the rarest heavenly spiritual roots. However, she had inquired with her father and learned that heavenly spiritual roots are not common. In their clan's recent few centuries, only her elder brother Fu Qing has a gold attribute heavenly spiritual root and is a rare innate sword body. Cultivators with an innate sword body progress rapidly on the sword path, and most sword cultivators are singularly focused on the sword, eschewing diverse studies, so having a single root is also beneficial for them. Fu Li. Upon hearing elder Fu Ming's call, Fu Yu set Fu Li down, allowing her to walk onto the spirit testing platform herself. So, you are the little fairy of the Fu family? Come now, extend your hand and let a drop of your heart's blood flow from your fingertip onto the platform. Hearing elder Fu Ming's playful remark, Fu Li's cheeks flushed. In her early years upon arriving in this world, she had been overly excited and, during her wanderings introducing herself within the clan, had indeed referred to herself as a little fairy. At that time, she felt no embarrassment, but now, being brought up in such a manner made her quite flustered. Elder Fu Ming found her awkwardness amusing. This little girl from Fu Yu's family was rather entertaining. Fu Li forcefully suppressed her sense of embarrassment and tentatively extended her small hand. Had elder Fu Ming not explained, and had she not seen her second brother Fu Xiaoming use a drop of fingertip blood, she would have thought that heart's blood required a heart-wrenching puncture. A drop of fingertip blood fell, and the wound began to heal gradually. Cultivators possess self-healing abilities far superior to those of mortals. And although she had yet to begin formal cultivation, she had been nurtured with heavenly materials and earthly treasures since her conception, making the healing of such a minuscule wound effortless. Oh, what is this? As Fu Li gazed at the healing wound on her fingertip, 5 dazzling beams of gold, green, white, red, and earth colors erupted from the spirit testing platform. The 5 elements' heavenly spiritual roots, although rare, should not have surprised elder Fu Ming to such an extent. As he had already known this, confused, Fu Li looked up, only to see a black hole-like object suspended above the 8-trigram stone platform. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to contain 5 different lights. Yet upon further scrutiny, it appeared to be empty. Fu Deng, Fu Yu, Zhao Wanyun, and several other elders from the clan all wore solemn expressions as they gazed at the black hole on the stone platform. Just as Fu Li could not contain her curiosity and was about to ask what it was, a figure suddenly flew out from the valley of the back mountain. A middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe stood on the spirit testing platform. Fixated on the black hole that had suddenly appeared on the 8-trigram stone platform, capable of absorbing all surrounding energies. Chapter 3. The innate chaotic body. The chaotic body. The middle-aged man in the dark blue robe sighed softly as he regarded the black hole before him. Unlike other special constitutions, there has always been only one chaotic body in the same era and realm, though the reason remains unknown. This has been the case for millions of years. The birth of a chaotic body signifies that the previous one has returned to the void or ascended. Thus, many individuals may go their entire lives without encountering a cultivator with a chaotic body. However, the rarity of the chaotic body as an exceptional physique is to be expected. Fu Ding and Elder Fu Ming exchanged glances. Although their expressions were serious, there was a hint of joy in their eyes. The Fu clan, being one of the 8 great clans and ranked third, recognizes the rarity of a chaotic body, which is indeed precious and uncommon, yet they do not feel overly anxious. The chaotic body possesses an exceptional capacity for assimilation, showing little to no rejection of any energy or laws, be it cultivation of immortality, demonic arts, demonology, or Buddhism, all can be achieved with a mere thought. Therefore, how best to educate a child with a chaotic body becomes a matter requiring careful consideration. It seems this little one needs to find a suitable sect. Remaining in the clan's academy for cultivation would be a waste, remarked the middle-aged man in the dark blue robe, addressing Fu Ding, clasping his hands in respect towards the man. Inquired, does the ancestor mean to send her to one of the 3 sects? Indeed, the man affirmed. Qing'er has an innate sword body, and our Fu clan lacks major talents in the sword path. So it is only fitting to send her to the sword sect. As for this little girl, the chaotic body is rare. Although our clan possesses considerable resources, they cannot compare to the 3 sects. Particularly, the Taishan sect, once the foremost sect of the floating world continent, boasts a library that attracts cultivators from all over and contains the heavenly level technique, the chaotic formula. If the chaotic body were to remain within the clan, it would indeed be a loss. The middle-aged man, referred to as the ancestor by Fu Ding, took a deep breath. The birth of a chaotic body within their Fu clan is indeed a fortunate event. However, clan records indicate that the emergence of a chaotic body occurs only in times of prosperity or chaos, or both. Furthermore, when a chaotic body is born, other rare physiques tend to appear in succession. The reason for this pattern is unclear, but records from their ancient clan and family texts have documented such occurrences multiple times. Aside from the uncontentious and non-hierarchical Jiuxiao Tower and Linglong Pavilion, the ranking of the top powers in the floating world continent is as follows: 3 sects, 2 halls, southern and northern factions, 4 pavilions, 5 valleys, and 8 clans. While the 8 clans hold a place among the top powers, they are family-oriented and do not recruit disciples like sects, creating a significant disparity. The cultivation of descendants by cultivators is not as easy as it is for mortals. The next generation within the clan is limited, making it impossible to compete with sects that recruit disciples. Thus, when a descendant with exceptional talent emerges from the 8 clans, they are invariably sent to well-regarded sects, ensuring better opportunities for the progeny while also deepening the ties between the sects and the 8 clans. The Fu clan excels in this regard, allowing their younger generation to grow freely from birth, never hoarding even the most gifted among them. Even Fu Qing, the son of the clan leader, who possesses an extraordinary golden spiritual root and a natural sword body, was sent to the sword sect for a more conducive training environment. Fu Ding glanced at Fu Li, who was still holding her finger that had just been pricked and seemed rather bewildered by the events unfolding, and smiled gently. As a being of chaos, a favored child of the heavenly Tao, she ought to be allowed to flourish freely in a better place. Fu Li blinked, remaining silent and merely listening attentively. This was her first encounter with the ancestor of the Fu clan, who, surprisingly, did not appear particularly aged. "Child, are you not the least bit concerned?" the ancestor teased, observing Fu Li's round, sparkling eyes as she listened intently without interjecting. Fu Li blinked again. "Are you the ancestor? Are you sending me away to study? I won't be able to learn alongside my friends in the clan school, will I?" She understood well that in addition to her 5 elements heavenly spiritual root, she also possessed a body of chaos, which sounded rather impressive. The ancestor and her clan leader uncle were clearly devising a plan to arrange a good opportunity for her, so of course, she had no worries. "Indeed, you are correct. I am considering sending you away for your studies." The ancestor, Fu Jia, extended a finger and lightly tapped Fu Li's head. "This little one must be the child of Fu Yu. Given how eagerly she is gazing," he continued, "you should inform him that it would be best for this child to be sent to the Tai Xian sect. Such a rare constitution will surely be welcomed by them." There is no need to wait for the Taishan sect's disciple selection ceremony. Simply choose a day and send the child over to Fujia, then turn to Fudang, and after issuing his instructions, he did not wait for a response but utilized a technique to shrink the distance, taking swift steps towards the back mountain, vanishing in just a couple of strides. Fu Deng signaled Elder Fu Ming to continue the spiritual testing ceremony and beckoned Fu Yu to assist Fu Li down from the testing platform. Elder Fu Ming cleared his throat and resumed calling the clan's children one by one for their spiritual testing. Fu Ying, dual water and with spiritual roots, water grade, with grade. Fu Yang, dual fire and with spiritual roots, both grade. Fu Yu, single water spiritual root, medium grade. Fu Shuang, single ice spiritual root, upper medium. Fu Lu, triple gold, fire, and earth spiritual roots, gold upper grade, fire medium grade, earth upper medium. Fu Ming, with spiritual root, lower medium. Fu Ping, water and earth spiritual roots, lower medium. As they were all children of their own clan, everyone waited together for the completion of the spiritual testing ceremony before returning to their respective residences. Chapter 4. The configuration of the wealthy second generation. After all, she was still a child and had yet to begin her cultivation. Upon returning home, Fu Li felt somewhat fatigued and collapsed onto her pillow, falling into a deep slumber. Fu Yu and Wan Yuan watched the little one, noting her carefree demeanor upon hearing that she would be leaving the clan to pursue her studies, and they couldn't help but sigh. Today, the ancestor mentioned that it would be best for Lear to study at the Taishan sect. You seemed quite composed at the time. Why the sigh now? Fu Yu chuckled at his wife's expression as she gazed at their daughter with concern, sitting down to offer her a cup of tea. While it is true that once one enters the Tao, they must rely on themselves, our Fu clan has always allowed their children to grow freely. However, I used to think that as long as they remained within the clan, it was inconsequential whether we saw them or not. Now, however, they must leave, and it is only natural for me to have some worries. Wan Yuan rested her chin on her hand at the table. Her words laced with melancholy. Fu Yu pushed the teacup closer to her, his tones soothing. Oh, not fret. Our Lear possesses great fortune and must be allowed to spread her wings and soar. How can she grow if she remains by our side? The ancestor's decision is indeed correct. With her 5 elements, heavenly spiritual root and body of chaos, such a blessed constitution should not be wasted within the clan. Wan Yuan contemplated and agreed, recognizing that cultivators often secluded themselves for decades on end, and that going out to experience the world could mean years away, whether within the clan or at a sect. There truly was little difference. Should they have the opportunity, they could visit the Taishan sect to see how she was faring. Fu Li was oblivious to her parents' thoughts and awoke the next day with the sun already high in the sky. After getting ready, she tied her hair into a small bun, adorned with the Feiyun hairpin gifted by her mother, and accompanied her parents to the residence of her clan leader, uncle, big brother. Clan leader uncle, we have arrived. Please, take a seat. Fu Dang greeted his brother's family with a warm tone, clearly in good spirits. The ancestor informed me this morning that you should send Lear to the Taishan sect tomorrow. The master of the 9 peaks happens to be within the sect, providing Lear with the opportunity to choose a master she prefers. Fu Yu thought to himself, so that was the case. They had just completed the spiritual testing yesterday, and today his elder brother summoned them. He surmised that the Taishan sect must have responded. Such swiftness suggested that the ancestor had not yet visited the Taishan sect, but had learned that the master of the 9 peaks was present through a communication talisman. That works well, although it is a bit rushed, whether early or late, it matters not. The most important thing is that Lear can select a master she likes. Very well, we shall heed the ancestor's wishes and send Lear to the Taishan sect tomorrow. Fu Li observed the rapid decisions made regarding her future without interjecting with questions. Once it was confirmed that she would be leaving the following day, her first course of action was to return home and gather all the delicious treats she had not had time to eat that morning into her storage bag. She possessed several storage bags, gifted by her parents and also from clan elders who would indulge her with snacks when they found her entertaining. Additionally, she had obtained a larger storage bag from her clan leader uncle, specifically crafted for the clan's provisions. Inside her storage bags, there was a jumble of various items, most of which were snacks. There were dried meats made from spiritual beast flesh by her mother and various pastries made from spiritual plants and rice, which kept multiplying as she stuffed them in. Her mother had given her a storage bag early on, intending for her to store snacks within it. However, Fu Li's penchant for collecting everything in her storage bags had resulted in her now sporting an entire string of talisman-like storage bags hanging from her waist. Oh dear, what can I say? She's just too young and hasn't officially started cultivating yet, so she can only rely on these storage treasures, which may not be spacious, but can be bound to her with a drop of blood. Li do you have enough to eat? Wan Yun entered the room, seeing Fu Li organizing her belongings. Thinking of her little one, small in stature yet quite the eater, she immediately turned to prepare more food. Fu Yu, recognizing Fu Li's nature, shook his head helplessly and joined in preparing food for her. Fu Li blinked, feeling somewhat labeled as a glutton by their words. It wasn't that she was particularly greedy. Rather, having been a mere mortal in a time devoid of spiritual energy, she had never tasted food imbued with spiritual essence. Thus, when she first experienced the flavors of this world, she was utterly captivated. The taste of spiritual food was simply extraordinary, and with her memories from her previous life, she found it impossible to regard these delicacies with indifference. From the moment she could eat, she had been incessantly indulging in food and drink. Fortunately, these rare ingredients eventually transformed into spiritual energy to nourish her body, and her parents were cautious to avoid giving her overly potent spiritual food, opting instead for those that were particularly flavorful, which prevented her from gaining excessive weight, leaving her with a notably cute baby face. Fu Li thought to herself, thankfully, she would soon begin cultivating. Otherwise, would she not end up resembling a little pig? Determined not to become a foodie, she set aside the food and began to pack other items in addition to her personal stash of snacks. There were various small items she intended to take with her. For instance, her storybooks. While the cultivation world offered plenty of intriguing content, much of it was inaccessible to a 5-year-old like her. Aside from occasionally sneaking into the clan's library to find tales of this world that she could peruse on the accessible floor, she would also seek out older siblings to procure storybooks they had bought from outside, spending her time immersed in their stories for amusement. The descendants of cultivators were nurtured with spiritual energy and various rare materials from the womb, endowing them with clarity of mind, keen senses, and quick wits from a young age. Thus, no one found it unusual that she could read storybooks at the age of 5. After packing her little bundle, Fu Li scampered to the small kitchen in the backyard, hugging her mother's leg as she prepared food. Mother, father, tomorrow I will be leaving. I will miss you both. Lear, my dear. Your talent surpasses both your father and me. In the future, you will surely achieve greatness beyond us. The outside world offers vast horizons. Have you not always wished to see what it is like? In secret, she would sneak away to the library to peruse the history of the mainland. For Lear, this journey to the Taishan sect was merely an excursion, an opportunity to broaden her horizons. There was no longer a need to constantly dwell on her father and mother, for the path of cultivation ultimately depended on oneself. Chapter 5. The Celestial Ladder of Taishan Sect. Fu Li's cheeks flushed. Ever since she had come to understand the hierarchy of cultivation in this world, and the various abilities possessed by cultivators, she felt it was unreasonable for her, a mere child yet to embark on her training, to escape into the library without being noticed. It now seemed evident that she had been discovered long ago. The elders guarding the library must have merely thought her overly curious, and perhaps due to her parents' status in the clan, they chose not to reprimand her for sneaking in, simply informing her father and mother instead. Alas, this was indeed a moment of utter embarrassment. Father, Lear is about to leave. Won't you grant me some protective talismans? After visiting the library, she was aware of her family's formidable reputation. Her father was the foremost formation master in the central continent. Father, with your great prowess, we must surely be wealthy, right? According to the tales, I am a quintessential second-generation rich kid. How can a rich kid venture out without a grand display? Fu Li hastily shifted the conversation. Darting to embrace Fu Yu's legs as he sipped his tea, her eyes wide with anticipation, Fu Yu found her assertions somewhat amusing. He was well aware of her strong curiosity, often having older children from the clan bring her various tales to read. He had perused her collection of stories, finding them innocuous and not likely to disrupt her understanding of cultivation. Thus he paid little heed. It appeared that the little girl had been secretly indulging in some rather peculiar tales. Oh, a second-generation rich kid? That seemed somewhat accurate. What kind of display do you desire? Fu Li pondered for a moment, her round eyes glimmering. I haven't quite decided on the specifics, but it should be akin to the tales, surrounded by spirit beasts. Mountains of spirit stones and pills as plentiful as candies, heavenly materials and treasures, talismans and artifacts in abundance. Should anyone dare to bully me, I would unleash a flurry of talismans and artifacts to vanquish them. Fuyu nearly sputtered his tea. Although he did not maintain a particularly austere demeanor, it had been quite some time since he had lost his composure. Where, he wondered, had this little girl encountered such extravagant tales? Were the expectations of second-generation rich kids truly this lofty? He had been unaware. Surely, this must be the work of that group from Linglong Pavilion. Swallowing his tea, he cleared his throat. Ahem, Lear, our family is not quite that affluent. After a moment's contemplation, Fuyu continued, as for spirit beasts, you have not yet formally entered the path, and contracting a spirit beast requires considerable effort. You wish for a retinue of spirit beasts. But do you realize that to contract so many, one must possess a vast amount of spiritual consciousness? Achieving that would necessitate cultivation akin to mine. However, if you truly desire it, you may consider studying beast taming once you arrive at the Taishan sect. Regarding heavenly materials and pills, your innate talent is exceptional. Your parents have already provided you with some mild, non-harmful materials and pills. Beyond that, you would have no use for more, though cultivate the great Tao. One must not overly rely on pills. I do have some healing and detoxifying pills available for emergencies. As for spirit stones and artifacts, I have prepared some for you, albeit perhaps not as many as you envision. As he spoke, Fuyu, who had initially felt a twinge of guilt, straightened his posture. However, when it comes to talismans and formation plates, I have plenty to spare and can provide you with all you desire. If you wish to experience the sensation of overwhelming abundance, I shall prepare extra talismans and formation plates for you tonight. He was, after all, the foremost formation master in the central continent, and fulfilling such a request for his daughter was not beyond his capabilities. Fuyu was uncertain if the demands for second-generation rich kids were genuinely this extravagant, but after centuries of cultivation, he had only this one daughter, as she was about to leave home to join a sect. Indulging her a bit in these material desires was not a significant issue. Thus, on the eve of her departure, her father dutifully crafted numerous talismans and formation plates for his little princess, all for her whimsical notion of being a second-generation rich kid and desiring a theatrical display akin to that in the stories. Meanwhile, her mother, Wan Yuan-Jun, leisurely sat by the window, sipping tea and enjoying the spectacle of her husband's antics throughout the evening. The following day, Fu Li, invigorated and equipped with the second-generation rich kid provisions prepared by her parents, set forth on her journey to the Taishan sect. Lear, this is the entrance to the Taishan sect. Your father and I shall accompany you here. You will ascend on your own shortly, and someone will greet you at the top. The couple transported Fu Li from their clan's territory via the teleportation array directly to the vicinity of the Tianyu mountain range, and then proceeded to navigate the depths of the mountains to the exterior of the Taishan sect. Before Fu Li could fully appreciate the breathtaking scenery of the Tianyu mountain range, Fuyu retracted the formation brush from beneath his feet, gently placing Fu Li on the ground, and nonchalantly waved goodbye. Adopting an attitude of carefree detachment, Fu Li gazed up at the towering stone steps before her, then turned back to her father, who wore a look that seemed to say, "Off you go, Pikachu." Her mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Is this it? You just leave me here?" Fuyu nodded, his expression unmistakably conveying, "Indeed, this is the place. These steps lead to the upper realm, right? Is there an end to them? I have yet to begin my training. Will I even live long enough to climb to the summit?" Unperturbed by Fu Li's barrage of questions, it was her mother who kindly interjected with an explanation. "You are now in the depths of the Tianyu mountain range, where the outer sect of the Taishan sect resides. Before you is the celestial ladder of the Taishan sect. Ascending this ladder will lead you to the sect's entrance. The celestial ladder is a rite of passage for every disciple entering the Taishan sect. It is a customary requirement that it serves as an initiation test, present in all three sects, where perseverance will see you through." However, Zhao Wanyuan did not inform Fu Li that the celestial ladder was not merely a test. The true trial lay beyond it, on the path of heart. The celestial ladder stretched high into the clouds, culminating at the mountain peak, where one would encounter dual pressures of gravity and strain, varying in intensity according to one's abilities. Those with superior physical constitutions would find the challenge incrementally intensified, while those lacking would not be overwhelmed but rather subjected to a rigorous trial of their physicality. It was also a lesson for those yet to embark upon the path to understand that the journey of cultivation is never overly simplistic. The celestial ladder tests the limits of the physical form, leaving one fatigued. Upon reaching the summit, at the moment when one's spirit and mind relax, one would be ensnared within the illusion of the path of heart. There, the true challenge awaits. Chapter 6. The Gathering of the Nine Peak Masters. The path of heart serves to assess one's character. Those with wavering resolve are barred from entering the sect. After all, one's character is of utmost importance on the path of cultivation. The three sects have thrived for countless millennia, nurturing innumerable formidable beings, thanks in part to the existence of the path of heart. Yet none of this mattered to Fu Li. Upon hearing her mother's words, she felt utterly disheartened. Previously, the ancestor had mentioned visiting an old friend. Could it not be a meeting with the sect's leader or elders to forge connections and take her as a disciple? When the ancestor suggested not waiting for the sect's formal acceptance ceremony, did that not imply she was taking the backdoor route? Was there truly an examination even for those entering through the backdoor? Fu Li sighed, relinquishing her resistance. All right then, it seems I misunderstood. The tales were but fabrications. Clearly, this is a sect governed by strict rules. How fortuitous, for I am a child who understands propriety. The notion of backdoor dealings never crossed my mind. However, these steps seemed far too numerous. To allow Fu Li to focus on ascending the celestial ladder, her parents, having imparted all necessary guidance, departed. Fu Li gazed at her parents as they vanished in an instant, sighed, and resignedly began her ascent. Wan Yun, how long do you think it will take for Lier to traverse the path of heart? In the distance, Fu Yu and Wan Yun did not depart. Rather, they concealed themselves in the shadows. Watching as Fu Li ascended the heavenly ladder, Wan Yun cast a glance at the individual who had just moments ago displayed an air of indifference, now donning a completely different expression, and shook his head with exasperation. He was not concerned about his daughter's ability to traverse the path of inquiry. Indeed, their daughter Lier was exceptionally intelligent and precocious, and she would undoubtedly succeed. In truth, Fu Li's initial thoughts were not misguided. Given her innate talents, she could have been directly accepted into the Taishan sect. The 8 clans and the 3 sects have historically maintained cordial relations. And when a child with exceptional gifts emerges, they are typically sent directly to the elders of the 3 sects to be nurtured as personal disciples. After all, she was merely a 5-year-old child. Any issues in her thinking could be addressed through guidance. It was not a matter of great concern. However, Lier possessed a chaos body, which was remarkably unique. The chaos body is naturally attuned to all forms of energy, unlike other cultivators who, despite having myriad paths, find it difficult to change once they have chosen a particular way. The chaos body can select any path at will. One moment it may descend into darkness, and the next, it could embrace the teachings of Buddhism. Due to this unusual constitution, the elders of the Taishan sect believed it prudent for her to traverse the path of inquiry according to the established protocols. The 3 sects share a similar heavenly ladder, but the path of inquiry varies among them. The Buddhist path emphasizes the avoidance of all evils and the practice of all virtues. Thus, the Zen sect's path of inquiry requires one to confront the demons of the heart, denying entry to those with malicious intent. The Taishan sect, on the other hand, advocates for a natural approach to the Tao, emphasizing clarity of mind and the ability to let go. Their path of inquiry assesses the steadfastness of one's Tao heart. Those burdened by deep obsessions and unable to release their attachments are barred from entry. The Sword sect's path of inquiry is far simpler, merely testing courage and patience, as the rigors of sword cultivation require unwavering willpower. As Wan Yun observed Fu Li laboriously climbing the mountain, he sighed softly. Though Fu Li appeared no different from the other children in the clan, he, having raised her, was acutely aware of her exceptional nature. This child was born with wisdom beyond her years and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. While she often engaged in childlike antics, she displayed an extraordinary composure in times of challenge. The elder had remarked that the Taishan sect suited Lier best, primarily because it aligned with the nature of the chaos body. The Buddhist path is more inclusive, focusing on character. Consequently, there are relatively few who stray from the righteous path. However, when he inquired about Lier, it seemed she held little interest in Buddhist cultivation. Fu Li was oblivious to this. Upon her mother explaining the Zen sect's teachings, she had promptly shaken her head, expressing disinterest. She had no desire to become a nun. For nuns shaved their heads, and she aspired to be a beautiful little fairy. Moreover, having observed monks in her past life, she noted their numerous prohibitions, which she found unacceptable. She still wished to indulge in hearty meals and drink freely. Unbeknownst to Fu Li, the realm of cultivation's Buddhist practitioners differ significantly from the disciples of Buddhism in the mortal world. The observance of precepts is entirely a matter of personal choice. Exhausted from climbing several steps, Fu Li finally reached one, resting her head on the edge of the step and sprawling out, indulging in a moment of leisure. After regaining her energy, she did not hasten to continue but instead retrieved a piece of cake from her storage pouch and began to nibble on it. One leg was bent, resting upon the knee of the other, while her dangling foot swayed gently, and one hand supported her head as she gazed up at the sky, appearing utterly carefree. Children's bodies consume energy rapidly. Having ascended only a few steps, she was already famished. Within the grand hall of the Tai Xian sect, several cultivators, each exuding an ethereal and transcendent quality, sat on either side of the chamber. Some were meditating with closed eyes, others leisurely sipping tea, while two were engaged in a game of chess. Occasionally, they cast glances at the oval, mirror-like screen suspended in the center of the hall, which displayed the scene of Fu Li sprawled out on the heavenly ladder, gazing skyward while munching on her cake. The chaos body. Who would have thought it belonged to such an amusing little girl? At the head of the hall sat a man who appeared to be in his 40s, lifting his teacup with one hand while gently brushing away the tea leaves with the lid using the other. Savoring a sip before smiling at the floating screen in the center. "Tell me, which peak do you think this little girl will choose?" inquired a man clad in a stone-blue long robe. Holding a white piece in his hand, casting a playful glance at the Taoist Yunzhang across from him. "Which peak could it possibly be? The most favored peaks among the young ladies of our sect are undoubtedly the Star Sea Peak of the esteemed Miao Yu Yuanjun and the fragrant Snow Peak of the esteemed Yao Ji Yuanjun. Being a descendant of the Fu clan, she likely possesses some prior knowledge of our sect," replied Yunzhang, his eyes drifting to the chessboard, where he was on the verge of losing. "Naturally, young girls are drawn to stars and flowers," he continued, his gaze shifting back to the man opposite him, who was still contemplating his next move. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Yunzhang added, "Of course, Yuan Yun, your cloud-dwelling peak is equally enchanting, akin to a realm of immortals. Perhaps this little girl possesses an extraordinary disposition and will be captivated by the ethereal mists enveloping your cloud-dwelling peak." "Thank you for your kind words," Yuan Yun replied humbly. "The sunset peak under my care is also beloved by our disciples, especially when bathed in the hues of twilight." Upon hearing this, Yunzhang exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew! Fortunately, there is still time for this game to continue. However, just as he released his breath, his heart was lifted by a crisp and melodious tingling sound. Yao Ji Yuanjun lightly shook the flower bell on her wrist, lazily glancing at the two men engrossed in their game, her lips curling slightly. "Are you suggesting that my fragrant snow peak is banal?" Chapter 7. The path of inquiry into the Tao. Although she too found the name Fragrant Snow Peak rather commonplace, it was indeed quite fitting, having been passed down by all the sect's disciples. Until she could think of a more fitting name, she felt it was unwise to alter it whimsically. She consoled herself, after all, profound simplicity can be quite elegant. Yet, she remained quite sensitive to others deeming her peak's name as pedestrian. Upon hearing the bells chime, Yunzhang's heart jolted. He had inadvertently touched upon Yao Ji Yuanjun's sensitive point and hurriedly sought to amend his words. How could that be? The name Fragrant Snow Peak is truly fitting, and there could be no better name. Yunzhang maintained a cheerful facade, all the while internally grumbling. This Yao Ji Yuanjun always wears her life weapon like a bracelet, taking it out to rattle it every day just to startle others. The head of the sect, Ming Rian, observed their subtle contest with a knowing smile, but chose to remain silent. With the 5 elements celestial root and the chaos body, it was indeed a matter worth contention. Otherwise, what were they all gathered here for? Typically, everyone would only convene during the sect's initiation ceremony, yet today, with only one disciple, they all arrived in full attendance, clearly drawn by the rare talent before them. However, today he merely served as a companion, not intending to accept the little girl into the Tianqing Peak. Although her aptitude was indeed extraordinary, it also implied that she would have a lifetime of diverse and extensive learning. If she did not falter, ascending to the upper realm would be virtually assured. Yet, Becoming his personal disciple would inevitably entangle her in the sect's mundane affairs, hindering her progress. Would that not be a disservice? While he felt a twinge of regret, Mingren ultimately understood. After all, she would remain a disciple of the Taishan sect, unable to escape the confines of the 9 peaks. What difference did it make which peak she cultivated upon? Unaware that her prospective masters awaited her in the grand hall, Fu Li continued her ascent up the heavenly ladder, pausing intermittently, losing track of time. After all, intentionally ignoring the passage of time allowed her to persist a little longer. Thanks to her commendable willpower, she managed to take breaks to recover before continuing her climb, and fortunately, the days in the realm of cultivation were relatively long. Ultimately, just before nightfall, she made it to the top of the heavenly ladder. Thus avoiding the prospect of spending the night on the steps, as Fu Li approached the mountain gate, she exhaled in relief, preparing to rest for a moment, but unexpectedly, just as her final foot stepped onto the last step, the world spun violently, plunging her into an illusion. In a tempestuous storm, the sky appeared as murky and dark as a churned-up muddy pool. On a porcelain-white stone pillar hung 2 rusted iron gates. Creaking ominously in the wind, an elderly man, his hair turned white by the passage of time, knelt before a little girl with 2 horned braids. "Xiao Li, do not cry. Your mommy and daddy have gone to the heavens. From now on, you will live with Granny the director. All right? Granny will bake delicious cookies and fold little bunnies. Heavens? Will Xiaoli go to the heavens too? Then can I find mommy and daddy?" Of course. Xiaoli will also go to the heavens. Every good person eventually goes to the heavens, and then you will be able to find your mommy and daddy. Xiaoli, Xiaoli. Memories of her past life flashed through her mind, from the moment of her birth to the moment of her death. The memories, once obscured by her mortal existence, gradually emerged as if cleansed by pure water, becoming clear in her consciousness. Having lived another life, she now reincarnated in the realm of cultivation, understanding the principle that after mortals pass away, their souls return to the cosmos. She had perused the family library's texts on the soul, learning that the power of a mortal soul is fragile. Unless one possesses extraordinary fortune, like herself, all memories dissipate at the end of a lifetime, severing all ties with the world. Some souls vanish completely, while others seek the chance for reincarnation through the river of time. Fu Li gazed tenderly at her parents from her past life within the illusion. In her previous existence, as a mortal, her memories from before the age of 5 had long faded. Now, awakened by the power of the illusion, she finally beheld the familiar faces of her long-forgotten parents, filling the void of regret from her past. Our bond was fleeting, a sorrow of my former life. Yet now I have embraced a new existence, and you have long forgotten me. The realms between us are now divided, and our fates are severed, leaving no connection. I am grateful to both of you for granting me a lifetime of blood ties. And I wish you peace and freedom through the cycles of rebirth. Fu Li's eyelashes trembled, and a tear, already brimming in her eyes, rolled down her cheek, falling onto the white jade stone floor. A gentle breeze swept by, scattering the tear that held her sorrow. Fu Li lifted her gaze as the illusion shattered. She was not truly a child and would not linger in such an illusion for too long. Exhaling a breath of murky air, she felt the energy within her surge and promptly began to absorb and expel the spiritual energy as she had done in her daily practice. However, this time, the influx of energy was overwhelming. Yet, she had not yet begun her cultivation. She could only sift through her memories, following the guidance her father had instilled in her consciousness regarding the Fu clan's inner cultivation technique. The mixed yuan skill, to convert the spiritual energy into circulating power within her body. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, seeing Fu Li ascend the celestial stairs, Yuan Yunzhenren decisively concluded his game with Yunzhang Zhenren. Observing that there was no room for a turnaround, a resigned Yunzhang Zhenren continued to rotate the pieces in his hand, idly watching the scene relayed back from the artifact in the center of the hall. Another soul has entered the Tao on the path of heart, truly a chaotic body, exclaimed Yunzhang Zhenren, noting the swirling spiritual energy around Fu Li with a hint of admiration. Yuan Yunzhenren observed as Fu Li quickly regained control over her innate ability to absorb spiritual energy and began to operate the technique. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Tio emerged from the path of heart with such clarity of mind and quick reflexes. This child seems to possess a rather rational disposition. It appears Fu Yu has proven reliable in educating her. He imparted the foundational techniques of energy circulation immediately after assessing her spiritual aptitude. Mingren Junren regarded Fu Li, who had commenced her cultivation with the heart method, with a sense of satisfaction. Fu Yu, known for his carefree and unreliable reputation, had once gained renown alongside the title of the foremost array master in the central continent, as the sect leader of Tai Xian sect. Mingren Jinren naturally had interactions with the Fu clan, one of the 8 major families closest to him. Regarding the rumors about Fu Yu, Mingren Jinren could only say that sometimes, though exaggerated, rumors do not arise from nothing. Chapter 8. First steps into Tai Xian sect. Had Fu Li known Mingren Jinren's thoughts, she would have assured him that he was indeed correct. Her father had no intention of imparting any teachings. It was only at the last moment that he recalled she could not be entirely ignorant of the Fu clan's techniques, thus directly instilling the knowledge of their cultivation methods into her consciousness. There was no systematic instruction. It was akin to placing a few books within Fu Li's mind for her to peruse and learn at her own pace. Since her father learned of sending her to Tai Xian sect, he had no plans to oversee her cultivation. However, this girl's path of heart was somewhat peculiar. For a mere child, the illusion she encountered was one of sorrow. Miao Yu Yuan Jun gazed at Fu Li, who had just emerged from the illusion, wearing an expression of confusion. The path of heart evokes deep-seated memories. Weaving an illusion for examination, the tests set forth are not particularly difficult. Most individuals are able to pass. The fact that Fu Li exited the illusion relatively quickly did not surprise the onlookers, as her experiences were simple, and her thoughts were mostly innocent, resulting in a shorter duration for her path of heart. Generally, children under 10 encounter illusions that are either joyful or frightening. However, Fu Li's expression bore a trace of sorrow, clearly indicative of the grief she had experienced. As a young princess of the Fu clan, possessing a 5-element spiritual root of such caliber, she ought to be cherished within her clan. That the path of heart revealed sorrow was indeed quite strange. Fu Li lingered on the final stone step for quite some time. And only when her spiritual energy gradually stabilized did she exhale, opening her eyes with a glimmer of joy. She had not anticipated such ease in stepping into the qi refining stage, becoming a novice cultivator at the threshold of her journey. Are you the Fu Li, a junior from the Fu clan, here to seek guidance? As Fu Li opened her eyes, she found herself before a young man clad in a smoky blue robe. Standing straight with a warm and dignified demeanor, it seemed he had been waiting for her for quite a while, and upon seeing her conclude her cultivation, he spoke gently. I am Su Youhui, the eldest disciple of Yuan Yun Junren, the peak master of Yunqi Peak. Regardless of which peak you join in the future, you may refer to me as your senior brother. The peak masters are currently awaiting you in the sect's grand hall. Please follow me. Su Youhui slightly inclined his body, extending a hand in an inviting gesture, appearing remarkably courteous and respectful. Upon hearing that the visitor was the eldest disciple of the Yunqi Peak Master, Fu Li was momentarily taken aback. The personal disciple of a 9 Peaks elder was here to receive her. Quickly recalling her own aptitude, she realized she would undoubtedly also be the personal disciple of a 9 Peaks master. Making this less surprising, "Thank you, senior brother," Fu Li replied with a smile, bowing slightly, and proceeded to follow him. Yu Youhui led Fu Li through the sect, pausing momentarily at the mountain gate, as if anticipating something. Indeed, Fu Li, following closely behind, halted in her tracks upon seeing the 3 large characters Tai Xian sect inscribed at the entrance, as if entranced, remaining still for about the duration of an incense stick before coming to her senses. Noticing Fu Li awaken, Su Youhui resumed his pace. The 3 characters at the mountain gate, said to have been pinned by the sect's founding ancestor, now ascended to the upper realm eons ago, were shrouded in mystery, containing a trace of the sage's Tao intent. It was said that newcomers with a modicum of enlightenment could glean some of the sage's wisdom from them. Su Youhui explained gently to Fu Li, "Master instructed me to personally receive this little sister who has come from afar, indicating great importance. Your innate talent must be exceptional, as evidenced by your ability to enter the Tao immediately upon exiting the path of heart. Such occurrences are rare. It requires not only extraordinary talent, but also the backing of a prestigious family that has devoted resources to nurture their offspring since birth. Those from lesser clans often find themselves struggling to even rid themselves of impurities at this stage. Moreover, ordinary talent cannot support an individual entering the Tao merely through foundational techniques. This was the outer sect of Tai Xian sect, situated within the Tianyu mountain range, with the mountain gate established at the outer door. Initially, this was the entirety of Taishian's sect, but as the number of disciples and elders grew, the inner sect was eventually formed. The mountain gate was crafted entirely from the dark crystal of the East Sea, radiating brilliance under the sunlight, dazzling and impossible for mortals to gaze upon directly at the night. It exuded a gentle, lustrous glow reminiscent of moonlight, shimmering like ancient ice, yet warm as refined jade. Su Youhuai walked ahead. Slightly ahead of Fu Li to guide her, he described the entire Tai Xian sect to her. Beyond the mountain gate lay the outer sect's training grounds, frequently occupied by disciples practicing their techniques. Occasionally, inner sect senior brothers and sisters or elders would pass through, inspired, and sit on the ground to impart teachings to the disciples. Behind the square was the outer sect's hall of teachings, where the elders regularly imparted their wisdom. As you senior brother, Su senior brother. As Su Youhuai escorted Fu Li across the outer sect square, his reputation as the eldest disciple of Yun Chi Peak and his amiable demeanor had made him well known among the disciples, who frequently sought his guidance. The disciples in the square greeted him warmly, and he returned their salutes with kindness. Fu Li, under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, remained unfazed. It was only natural to be observed when accompanied by the eldest disciple of a peak master. Yuan Yun, how cunning of you to send Youhuai to fetch the little girl. Yaoji Yuan Jun let out a cold snort, her beautiful eyes glaring at the seemingly indifferent Yuan Yun Jinran, who does not know that Su Youhuai is the most favored disciple of the Tai Xian sect, a gentleman of impeccable character, humble and kind. Even though there are occasional petty squabbles among the disciples, few would dare to target him. The young girl who has just entered the sect might very well develop a greater fondness for Su Youhuai, potentially leading her to choose Yuan Yun Zhanren's Yunqi Peak. After all, Su Youhuai has an uncanny ability to befriend anyone he wishes. When Su Youhuai first rose to prominence within the sect, Mingren Zhenren even attempted to persuade him to switch to Tianqing Peak. Unfortunately, Su Youhuai chose the path of a gentleman, unwilling to abandon his master for another. Mingren Zhenren once felt a sense of regret over this, for Su Youhuai's character seemed perfectly suited for Tianqing Peak. Thankfully, his eldest disciple, Qin Feng, is also a rare prodigy, progressing rapidly in his cultivation, unmatched by anyone within the sect. Though his personality lacks the warmth of Su Youhuai, he is destined to uphold the prestige of the Tai Xian sect in the future. Chapter 9. The 9 Peaks of Tai Xian sect. Meanwhile, Su Youhuai led Fu Li past the martial arts arena, arriving beneath a migu tree on the opposite side of the square. The outer and inner sects are structured similarly, featuring spiritual herb gardens, spiritual beast enclosures, and more, yet the spiritual plants, herbs, and beasts in the inner sect are notably rarer. Additionally, there are the Artifact Refining Hall, Alchemy Hall, Disciplinary Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, Mission Hall, Library Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, and Disciples' Residences, among others. As Su Youhuai pointed out each respective area while introducing them to Fu Li, he remarked, "You only need a brief overview of the outer sect. I shan't take you on a tour, for your talent surely warrants your immediate entry into the inner sect, where you will study under the elders of the 9 Peaks." Su Youhuai placed a low-grade spirit stone within a miniature teleportation array etched upon the migu tree. Considering that Fu Li had just entered the sect at the mountain gate, he was concerned that such spatial teleportation might affect her. Thus he gently grasped her wrist. "I apologize, dear junior sister. Should you feel uncomfortable during the teleportation, holding your hand will make it easier." Su Youhuai expressed his apologies, mindful of etiquette despite Fu Li's tender age. Fu Li, having prepared herself as she observed Su Youhuai placing the spirit stone, remembered how her parents had brought her through a teleportation array when they first arrived. She had felt a bit dizzy while nestled in her father's embrace. As she contemplated not embarrassing herself upon exiting the teleportation array, she was unexpectedly pulled by her wrist by Su Shixiang, who spoke to her in a gentle tone. She glanced down at his polite hand, lightly holding her wrist. "I in the realm of cultivation. Such formalities are rarely observed, especially since she is but a child." Yet, this Su Shixiang's kindness and courtesy made him appear to be a true gentleman. Just as she was lost in thought, the teleportation array activated, and in an instant, they found themselves in a new location. This time, Fu Li did not experience much dizziness, likely due to her prior experience and the relatively short distance of the teleportation. They had arrived at the inner sect's mountain gate, where a single low-grade spirit stone could sufficiently sustain the teleportation array from the outer to the inner sect. Since Fu Li was with him, Su Yohuai had opted to use the spirit stone for added safety. In truth, if one's internal spiritual energy is ample, there would be no need for a spirit stone. One could simply continuously channel spiritual energy into the array to activate it. The inner sect is essentially a floating range of peaks above the outer sect, surrounded by a separate array barrier, invisible from the outside. Only those bearing the inner sect disciple token may enter. Once you have cultivated the art of sword flight, you will not be limited to entering the inner sect through the teleportation array, Su Yohuai explained. Fu Li listened intently to Su Yohuai's detailed explanations. Smiling and nodding in acknowledgement, "Thank you, Shixiang. I understand now," she replied. Su Yohuai smiled gently, hoping to truly become the elder brother to this charming and adorable child. "Let us proceed. The rest will unfold in due time. I shall first take you to the main hall of the sect, where the sect master and the elders are awaiting your arrival." Summoning a cloud crane, he led Fu Li onto its back as they departed from the mountain gate towards Tianqing Peak. The cloud crane flew at a leisurely pace, allowing Fu Li to gaze upon the 9 peaks suspended in the sky, towering into the clouds. Among them, the nearest and largest peak bore numerous jade palaces and celestial towers. Faintly visible, the ability to suspend a mountain in the air and conceal it with barriers is a technique possessed solely by the 3 great sections within the barrier. The aura of spiritual energy is abundant, and each peak is inscribed with gathering arrays, shrouding the uppermost pearl palaces and shell pavilions in a mist of spiritual energy, appearing ethereal and elusive. Such feats of grandeur are beyond the reach of any sect but the affluent and powerful 3. The cloud crane let out a soft cry, landing them before a grand and imposing hall. The hall bore no hanging plaque, yet its distinction was apparent at a glance. Upon hearing the cry of the cloud crane, the elders within the main hall turned their attention toward the entrance, and Ming Ren waved his hand to dismiss the all-seeing eye at the center of the hall. "Sect Master, esteemed elders, Yohuai has brought the little junior sister," Su Yohuai announced as he led Fu Li into the hall, offering a slight bow while reassuringly smiling at Fu Li before stepping aside to present her. Fu Li surveyed her surroundings, astonished by the number of gazes fixed upon her. Oh dear, so many people. Although her uncle, the clan leader, had mentioned that all the elders of the 9 peaks were present in the sect, prompting her to hasten her arrival to choose a master, she had expected only a few willing elders to be present, not the sight of all the elders gathered to await her selection. It seemed her talent exceeded her own expectations. Otherwise, it would not be the case that all 9 elders were assembled to receive her. "Little one from the Fu family, I am Ming Ren, the sect master of the Tai Xian sect. These are the elders of the 9 peaks of the inner sect. Regardless of which elder you choose to follow, you will be a cherished disciple of the Tai Xian sect." Ming Ren spoke kindly, providing Fu Li with reassurance. The sect master's lineage resides on Tianqing Peak, the very mountain where the main hall is situated. The other peaks you must have seen while accompanying your Shixiang are Qiyu Peak, Zikan Peak, Yunqi Peak, Ling Beast Peak, Shuiwe Peak, Xinghai Peak, Xiangshue Peak, and Luoриbai Peak. The peak master of Qiyu Peak is the stern and upright elder Zhongzheng, the highest-ranking elder among the 9 peaks. Zikan Peak is presided over by the librarian elder Yudian, where our sect's library is located. This is Yuan Yunjinren, the master of Yunqi Peak, as well as your Shixiang's own teacher. The masters of Luoриbai Peak, Shuiwe Peak, Xinghai Peak, Ling Beast Peak, and Xiangshue Peak are respectively Yun Zhangzhenren, Xianji Zhenren, Miaoyu Yuan Jun, Gaohong Zhenren, and Yaoji Yuan Jun. Ming Ren Zhenren introduced each elder to Fu Li, allowing her to familiarize herself with their faces. "You may choose any elder as your master. I trust your family has thoroughly discussed this with you, so it is up to your own heart's desire. What I can assure you is that regardless of which peak you choose, I shall teach you the chaotic art." The final statement was conveyed directly to Fu Li's mind through Ming Ren's spiritual sense. Though he trusted those around him, it was prudent to keep the rare chaotic physique under wraps. Fu Li blinked, realizing that Ming Ren's words indicated that he truly did not mind whether she chose Tianqing Peak or not. This was indeed a favorable situation. Chapter 10. The distinct splendor of the 9 peaks. Fu Li pondered deeply over the tales her mother had shared about the illustrious 9 peaks of the Tai Xian sect. With a legacy spanning countless millennia, each peak within the sect, from its master to the disciples, and even the scenic beauty of the peaks themselves, possesses its own unique character. The foremost among the 9 peaks, Tianqing Peak, is also the largest, adorned with jade palaces and intricately carved structures, embodying opulence and grandeur. It serves as the residence for the sect master's direct disciples and all inner sect disciples aside from those under the 8 other elders. Furthermore, it houses the core establishments of the sect, including the main hall, martial arts arena, preaching palace, mission hall, and treasure pavilion. Naturally, disciples from the sect master's lineage hold a higher status within the sect, albeit with increased responsibilities in managing sect affairs. Not only is the discipline particularly arduous, but one must also attend to the needs of the disciples within the sect, serving as a paragon for all. Fu Li is rather reluctant to ascend to Tianqing Peak. As the disciples of the sect are akin to the children of a clan leader, bearing significant responsibilities, in her previous life, she had always been solitary and never possessed such a sense of obligation. Thus, Tianqing Peak does not suit her. Moreover, from the words of the sect leader, Fu Li does not sense any desire for her to go to Tianqing Peak. As for the other 8 peaks, her mother provided her with far more detailed accounts than the sect leader did. Fu Li gazes at the various peak masters and elders awaiting her decision in the Grand Hall. Her mind races back to the journey to Taishan sect, recalling her mother's descriptions of the distinctive traits of the 9 peaks, as well as her own experiences guided by senior brother Su. The master of Chiyu Peak is the Grand Elder, while the master of Zikan Peak is the Chief Elder. These two represent the highest echelons within Taishan sect. Most ambitious disciples tend to select these 2 peaks. However, the masters of the other peaks are also rare talents from Central Continent, albeit slightly younger than the 2 elders. Chiyu Peak, the second peak after Tianqing Peak, is the residence of the Grand Elder, Zhongzhang Zhenren. Unlike the resplendent architecture of Tianqing Peak, Chiyu Peak is characterized by its peculiar stones and chaotic rock formations. Legend has it that a creature with 9 heads, known as Juing, once resided atop this peak, its crimson feathers and fiery breath marking its presence. This creature was later contracted by the ancestors of Taishan sect and named Chiyu. After ascending to the higher realms with its master, the peak retained this name through the ages. Zhongzhang Zhenren is typically solemn and austere, rarely smiling, and is regarded as the most formidable elder in Taishan sect, aside from the sect leader and a few reclusive supreme elders. Fu Li is aware of her own temperament. Her thoughts tend to be erratic, making her ill-suited for a master with such rigid demeanor, thus rendering Chiyu Peak unsuitable for her as well. The third peak, Zikan Peak, is home to the chief elder, Yudian Zhenren, situated at the easternmost point of Taishan sect, where the sun rises first. It is the highest peak among the 9, witnessing the day's first light daily. Each morning, an auspicious purple aura descends, and the library here is the largest structure within the sect, leading to its designation as Zikan Peak. According to her mother, the disciples of Zikan Peak are known for their diligence, feeling a sense of obligation to study more diligently than those from other peaks due to their proximity to the library. Consequently, they often find themselves immersed in the study of new techniques. To be candid, such a highly competitive environment does not quite suit her. Although she possesses a keen interest in learning techniques, she does not envision herself as a bookworm dwelling solely in the library. She prefers to venture out and gain practical experience. The fourth peak, Yunqi Peak, is presided over by the versatile Yuan Zhenren, a 7th-tier weapon refiner, 8th-tier alchemist, 6th-tier formation master, beast tamer, and adept in the elemental roots of water, wood, fire, and earth. Her mother expressed admiration for Yuan Zhenren, remarking on his rare versatility and remarkable speed in cultivation, even amidst the coexistence of both water and fire elemental roots. It is said that he has now attained the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. Moreover, Yuan Zhenren is quite an intriguing individual. Initially, he had no interest in studying formations. Yet, Yunqi Peak uniquely possesses a natural maze, unlike the other peaks that merely inscribe high-level gathering formations at their summits to create a denser mist. Yunqi Peak is perpetually enveloped in clouds and mist, completely obscured from view. Enchanted by this scenic beauty, Yuan Zhenren decided to learn formations to reside atop Yunqi Peak. Furthermore, to facilitate entry and exit for disciples who lacked knowledge of formations, he also mastered beast taming, nurturing all the cloud cranes residing on Yunqi Peak. These cranes, familiar with the maze's patterns, allow disciples who are unversed in formations to traverse the peak with ease. In Fu Li's heart, both Yunqi Peak and the 5th peak, Spirit Beast Peak, are her top choices. Additionally, it seems that Yuan Zhenren is somewhat acquainted with her parents. According to her mother, there are only 2 true disciples of Yunqi Peak, With the elder disciple being senior brother Su, who previously guided her, she holds a favorable impression of him. The second disciple is said to be taciturn, spending his days in the company of blades. A true sword enthusiast. Such a sect sounds quite reassuring. The fifth peak, Spirit Beast Peak, is presided over by the Master Gao Hongzhenren, who is a beast-taming expert. Various spirit beasts inhabit the mountain, and the disciples are adept at the art of beast-taming. Fu Li harbors a keen interest in spirit beasts and the techniques of taming them. The sixth peak, Xinghai Peak, is overseen by the adept Miao Yu Yuanjun, while the seventh peak, Shueyue Peak, is governed by Xianji Zhenren, an expert in formations. The eighth peak, Xiangxue Peak, is led by Yaoji Yuanjun, who excels in sound-based attacks. These three peaks are favored by female disciples due to their exquisite features and breathtaking scenery. At Xinghai Peak, during the midnight hour, swarms of luminous fireflies appear above the mirror lake, shimmering like the Milky Way. The moon-white fish in the lake leap from the water, their silver scales reflecting the moonlight, merging with the fireflies above to create a celestial scene. Shueyue Peak also features a mirror lake, crystal clear and placid, reflecting flowers by day and the moon by night. To distinguish it from Xinghai Peak's lake, it is named after the phrase mirror flower, water moon. Xiangxue Peak is nearly covered in Tian Shuang's silver osmanthus, which blooms in all seasons, never withering, its pure white petals reminiscent of frost and snow. When a gentle breeze sweeps through, the falling blossoms dance like snowflakes, carrying a faint osmanthus fragrance, akin to fragrant snowflakes descending from the heavens. The ninth peak, Luori Peak, mirrors Zikan Peak, located at the westernmost point of Taishan sect, where the sun sets. Whenever dusk falls, the evening glow envelopes the western peak of Luori Peak for an extended duration, casting a radiant and enchanting light, akin to a celestial maiden veiled in red silk. Alluring yet elusive, Chapter 11. Apprenticeship and gifts. These thoughts rapidly traversed Fu Li's mind. Though the time spent was not insignificant, it was also not overly lengthy in the eyes of the peak masters. After all, the act of taking a master is akin to a lifelong bond in the cultivation world, akin to that of a parent. Thus, mutual affinity is paramount. Given Fu Li's sudden arrival, it is only natural that she had not made a decision beforehand. Fu Li wishes to join Yunqi Peak and take Yuan Yun Zhenren as her master. She gazes at Yuan Yun Zhenren, who sits quietly to the side, and respectfully performs the ritual of apprenticeship. After mentally reviewing the circumstances of all the peaks, Fu Li ultimately resolves to go to Yunqi Peak. After all, Yunqi Peak is less populated and less burdensome, allowing for more tranquility, and her master aligns with her preferences. Compared to the three peaks most favored by female disciples within Taishan sect, Fu Li believes that the ethereal realm of Yunqi Peak is equally splendid, devoid of the hustle and bustle of frequent visitors. Yuan Yun Zhenren gazes at Fu Li with calm eyes, inquiring about her choice of Yunqi Peak. Before coming, her parents had mentioned that Yuan Yun Zhenren is a prodigy, possessing unparalleled talents. The curious nature of a disciple compels her to explore alchemy, weapon refinement, formations, and beast taming, eager to try her hand at everything. With such a rare and versatile master available, it is an exceptional opportunity. These sentiments are not entirely flattery. After all, having traversed realms, this reflects Fu Li's genuine thoughts. Whether she possesses innate talent for every profession is of little concern to her. For now, she simply wishes to claim her master. Yuan Yun Zhenren smiles with satisfaction upon hearing her words. You, little girl, have quite an eye. The other peak masters, though feeling a tinge of regret, extend their congratulations to Yuan Yun Zhenren. They had refrained from interfering with Fu Li's choice at the outset. And now they would not speak further. Moreover, who could contest with Yuan Yun Zhenren within Taishan sect? Very well, from now on, you shall be the youngest disciple of Yunqi Peak. This is a welcome gift from your master. Yuan Yun Zhenren retrieves a vial of elixir from his robes and hands it to Fu Li. She does not inquire further, simply thanking her master as she accepts it, not stow it away just yet. Take it out and consume it. Yuan Yun Zhenren suddenly interrupts as Fu Li attempts to place the elixir into her storage pouch. Startled, Fu Li opens the vial, revealing a jade-green pill within. As she pours it into her hand, the gaze of the peak master sharpens, and they sit upright, their attention fixated on the elixir in her palm. Though Fu Li knows that Taishan sect would not harm a mere child openly, the collective gaze of the high-tier cultivators still sends a shiver down her spine. You have startled my little disciple, Yuan Yun Zhenren reminds, and the oppressive aura surrounding Fu Li dissipates instantly. TSK, Bodhi Pill, Yuan Yun, you are quite generous with your little disciple. The Bodhi Pill is a 7th-tier elixir, not particularly challenging for an 8th-tier alchemist like Yuan Yun Zhenren to concoct. The rarity lies in the primary ingredient required. The Bodhi seeds. Fu Li gazes in astonishment at the jade-green elixir, realizing it is indeed the Bodhi Pill. Fu Li was not well acquainted with the specific effects of the Bodhi Pill. She merely knew that the Bodhi tree was a legendary tree of enlightenment, appearing once every 10,000 years, and whenever it manifested, it invariably incited a frenzy among cultivators across the continent who sought to obtain it. This pill, known as the Bodhi Pill, when consumed in a state of uninjured health, would allow its power to lie dormant within the body, occasionally seeping through to regulate one's physical condition. If one were to sustain injuries, it could facilitate swift recovery, essentially ensuring that after consuming the Bodhi Pill, one's physical form would bear no hidden injuries or lingering threats. The esteemed Yuan Yun looked upon his newly admitted disciple with a gentle tone as he elucidated this. Though the Bodhi tree was rare, the likes of the 3 sects would naturally be informed whenever it appeared. Hence, the Bodhi seeds, which incited fierce competition among cultivators, were indeed available in the Tai Xian sect, albeit in limited supply. However, acquiring such seeds necessitated an impressive contribution score, attainable only by elders of the alchemy master level within the sect. Yuan Yun was unconcerned about presenting his disciple with a Bodhi Pill in front of the gathered crowd. For after being with them for so long, he was well aware of their trustworthiness towards him. Moreover, since the Bodhi seeds were exchanged through the sect, there was no way to conceal this from the elders present. Zhao Ming, another elder, clicked his tongue in exasperation, shaking his head. He was well aware of Yuan Yun's intentions in presenting such a grand gift to his disciple in their presence. It was clear that he aimed to elevate the standard of their gifts, making it difficult for others to offer anything of lesser value, especially for him as the leader of a sect, whose offerings ought not to pale in comparison to those of a beloved master. You have just embarked on your cultivation journey and have yet to establish your foundation. First, spend some time training under your master. Once you successfully establish your foundation, you may visit the sect's treasure vault to select a suitable magical artifact. Thank you, sect leader, Fu Li replied politely with a respectful gesture. Typically, disciples within the sect who establish their foundation are granted an opportunity to select a magical artifact from the outer vault. However, access to the inner vault requires one to exchange contribution points in the future. Miao Yu, the elegant elder, cast a graceful sidelong glance at Yuan Yun and produced a translucent crimson storage bracelet from her storage bag. This is a storage bracelet I crafted myself, named the DanLun.it, can store living beings, and even contract spirit beasts can be accommodated within. With this, there is no need for spirit beast bags. I infused a small amount of solar stone during its crafting, making it warm to the touch like sunlight, and it emits a faint glow of daylight. Although your master is meticulous, he is still a male cultivator. And I doubt he considered aesthetics during the crafting of magical artifacts, so I prepared this for you. Miao Yu then pricked the tip of Fu Li's finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the bracelet. At your current level of spiritual awareness, it would be prudent to recognize your ownership with blood first. You can gradually refine it later. Thank you, Elder Miao Yu. I have here a vial of Su Xiandan and a vial of Jiyandan. The Su Xiandan is far more effective than the detoxification pill. Should you encounter a poison that the detoxification pill cannot resolve, you may use this. The Jiyandan preserves one's youthful appearance. But you are still quite young, and your physical form has yet to mature, so it is unwise to use it prematurely. With a wave of her hand, a vial of Su Xiandan and a vial of Jiyandan floated before Fu Li. I possess a silk fan named Meiyu, which I obtained from a secret realm. The name itself suggests it is an item meant for female cultivators. I present it to you as a gift. As Xianji spoke, a silk fan landed in Fu Li's hands. These 2 boxes of chess pieces are for you. Each piece contains a formation. The white pieces form a confinement array, while the black pieces constitute a killing array, capable of restraining cultivators below the godly stage. In a moment of peril, you may utilize them for self-defense. I know your father is the foremost formation master in Central Continent, but such life-saving items are never superfluous. Yunjiao also produced 2 boxes of chess pieces and placed them before Fu Li. Chapter 12. Entering Yunqi Peak, Yuan Yun glanced at Yunjiao but did not speak. He understood that aside from alcohol, Yuan Zhao's most prized possessions were formations. When it came to gifting disciples, he typically presented them with engraved chess pieces. In Yuan Zhao's view, a common gift consisted of a few chess pieces. A more valuable gift was a handful, and the truly extravagant gesture involved boxes of chess pieces. Thus, presenting 2 boxes to his disciple could be deemed a significant gift from Yuan Zhao. Gao Hong was at a loss regarding what gift to present. Initially, he thought Fu Li could simply select a spirit beast from his spirit beast peak once she was able to contract one. However, seeing the elevated standards set by everyone else, he felt challenged. As he had little to offer besides spirit beasts, while he was ruminating over this, he caught sight of Yuan Zhao's 2 boxes of chess pieces and suddenly felt enlightened. This is a communication magical artifact crafted from the tail feathers of the Nanqing mountain winged bird. It allows for communication over vast distances and can even provide location tracking. Gao Hong had grasped the essence of Yuan Zhao's gifting strategy. When quality is lacking, make up for it with quantity. After all, this communication artifact was a pair, was it not? Fu Li examined the 2 tail feathers, one crimson and the other azure, and found them quite impressive. In the world of cultivators, communication among peers was limited, as each focused on their own cultivation, often retreating for years or even decades, with little need for contact. Thus, aside from communication talismans, there were not many effective methods of correspondence, as no one paid much attention to it. She had witnessed clan members using communication talismans to relay messages, which were single-use and rendered useless after activation. Consequently, many cultivators who lacked the ability to create talismans resorted to using spiritual energy paper cranes for short-distance communication. The communication artifact crafted from the tail feathers of the winged bird before her was indeed a rare find, representing a permanent means of communication. In the realm of cultivators, such permanent communication artifacts were typically reserved for couples, as they could afford to indulge in conversation without waste. In her past life, in a world devoid of spiritual energy, humans could not cultivate and were physically inferior to even the mortals of the cultivation realm. Relying solely on technological advancement, these communication talismans and artifacts were akin to the electronic communication devices from her previous life, albeit lacking the myriad of extraneous functions. Nonetheless, they were quite satisfactory, ensuring unobstructed information transmission. Unless one were in a formation or a self-contained secret realm, allowing messages to be conveyed regardless of location. Unlike her previous world where communication devices depended on signals, rendering them useless without signal towers, and requiring charging, Fu Li accepted the gifts with gratitude, thanking each of the peak masters in turn, before following her master and elder brother back to Yunqi Peak. Yunqi Peak was vast yet sparsely populated, with only 3 disciples in total. You should already be familiar with your elder brother, Su Youhuai, who practices the way of the gentleman and is quite approachable. Whenever you have matters to discuss, feel free to seek him out. Your second elder brother, Guan Yin, is a sword enthusiast. Unfortunately, you arrived at an inopportune time as he is currently descending the mountain for training. You will have to wait until he returns to meet him. However, your second elder brother is a straightforward individual, so when you do meet him, remember to request a more substantial greeting gift, as he is easily swayed. Yuan Yun guided Fu Li down from the back of the cloud crane, walking towards his residence while introducing her to the inhabitants of Yunqi Peak. Su Youhuai followed behind, listening to his master instructing his little sister on how to take advantage of him and their second brother. Sighing in resignation, I initially intended for you to stay in a humble side hall, as you have yet to embark on the path of cultivation and are still immortal. However, since you have already entered the path on your own, take this bag of fasting pills and find a place you like to settle down. Yuan Yun tossed Fu Li a storage bag filled with numerous fasting pills, then turned to hand Su Youhuai a house-shaped magical artifact. Take your little sister and help her find a place she enjoys on this peak. This is a residence I crafted for her. Once she selects a suitable spot, assist her in settling in and teach her how to imprint her spiritual awareness. The residence Yuan Yun crafted was merely aesthetically pleasing and possessed basic defensive functions, enhanced by some formations. It did not require particularly strong spiritual awareness, simply an imprint would suffice. Su Youhuai accepted the residence meant for his little sister. Observing the miniature 3-story building adorned with floral halls and pavilions, he recalled how, when he first arrived, his master had crafted a bamboo house for him, while their second brother had been less fortunate, carving out a cave in the mountainside upon his arrival. Indeed, the treatment for our little sister is far superior. This magical residence was evidently prepared in advance by their master for his little sister. Had she chosen a different peak, it was likely that the residence gifted today would have been her initial greeting gift. Su Yohuai led Fu Li on a tour of Yunqi Peak, eventually guiding her to a cliff where a waterfall's tributary cascaded down. The waterfall flowed down from the mountaintop, splitting into numerous streams along the way, and one of these streams passed by the cliff, further dividing into several smaller streams as it flowed past a protruding boulder, meandering gracefully. Occasionally, a cloud crane would emerge from the mist to drink from the water below. Su Yohuai used his sword to level the sharp edge of the stone and activated the small house with his spiritual energy, settling it in place before teaching Fu Li how to imprint her spiritual awareness. Little sister, I do not possess many items that would be of use to you. Here, take this storage ring. It contains various spirit beast meats and spirit fruits I originally prepared to satisfy my own cravings. Given that you have just begun your cultivation journey and may not be accustomed to fasting, consider this a simple welcoming gift. In the future, I shall prepare better gifts for you. Fu Li glanced at the somewhat hesitant and at a loss Su Yohuai, realizing that he truly had nothing particularly suitable for himself. However, as a foodie, Fu Li's consciousness scanned the storage ring, and she quickly discerned that the meat of these spirit beasts and the spirit fruits were indeed valuable treasures worth many spirit stones. Thank you, senior brother. I absolutely adore food. Your gift has truly touched my heart, Fu Li said with a beaming smile, her face radiating joy. Su Yohuai carefully observed Fu Li's expression and, confirming her genuine delight, he sighed in relief. This little junior sister had arrived in haste, and by the time he realized it, there was no opportunity to prepare a gift. As long as you are happy, then you should rest early. I will come to fetch you tomorrow morning to visit Master, Su Yohuai said with a gentle smile, before turning to leave Fu Li's abode. Despite feeling a bit fatigued from the day's endeavors, Fu Li was still somewhat exhilarated by the realization that she had become a bona fide cultivator in the qi refining stage. She wasn't inclined to sleep just yet, and instead settled down at the pavilion perched on the cliff's edge, entering meditation and commencing her absorption of spiritual energy according to the operational route of the Hunyuan Gong. Observing Fu Li's Yuan Yun from a distance, her master was somewhat astonished to find that this newly accepted disciple was indeed diligent. Chapter 13. Master, I adore Koi. The following morning, the mist enveloping Yunqi Peak was parted by the gentle morning breeze, allowing sunlight to sneak in from an indiscernible angle, casting its rays upon the newly appeared pavilion and tower at the cliff. As if to take a closer look at this inexplicably manifested structure, in the morning light, a young girl clad in a ceremonial robe embroidered with the yin-yang fish pattern sat cross-legged on the stone platform at the cliff's edge. Most of her face was cloaked in sunlight, and the dewdrops clinging to her eyelashes playfully refracted the sunlight, creating a dazzling display akin to crystals, accentuating the vermilion birthmark on her forehead that glowed a fiery red. Fu Li was roused by the melodious sound of a flute and opened her eyes, her consciousness gradually sharpening. Senior brother, she said, gazing down at the figure standing with the flute, offering a gentle smile. This melody was one she recognized from her mother's piano, known as the Song of Tranquility. Her senior brother likely thought of her as a novice, hesitant to call her directly while she was meditating, thus opting for this soothing melody to awaken her. Her senior brother was quite the thoughtful individual. Su Yohuai brought her to see Master Yuan Yun, who glanced at his newly attired disciple and sensed her cultivation level, recognizing her to be at the second stage of qi refining. Given her innate talent, her rate of progress was not particularly surprising. Master Yuan Yun did not say much, merely imparting some advice on what to pay attention to during cultivation, then teaching her the Tai Xian inner technique, and finally providing her with several jade slips containing basic spiritual manipulation techniques, instructing her to return for independent practice and to come back with any questions. Fu Li was bewildered. She had assumed that the loose upbringing of children in their family was merely a familial tradition, but she hadn't expected her master to adopt a similar approach to teaching. Was the cultivation world truly like this? However, Fu Li did not press further and silently returned to her dwelling to practice. Whenever she encountered confusion, she would seek out her master or senior brother to inquire. And at times, she would gather spiritual fruits to feed the cranes on Yunqi Peak, who would then ferry her to the Taoist Transmission Palace on Tianqing Peak for lessons. The Transmission Palace offered systematic courses in alchemy, artifact crafting, formation, and beast taming. Due to Fu Li's youth and her unique spiritual roots and constitution, Master Yuan Yun did not deter her with the notion of biting off more than one can chew, instead allowing her to follow her inclinations and learn whatever she desired. Thus began Fu Li's cultivation journey. Each morning, amidst the dense mist, she practiced her water manipulation technique beside the waterfall, and at noon, when the sun's energy was most potent, she practiced her fire manipulation technique, occasionally grilling small fish and shrimp for a meal. The surplus would be offered to her master and senior brother as a token of gratitude. In the evenings, as the sun set, she would meditate to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Initially, her control over the fire was lacking, resulting in only 2 or 3 out of 10 fish being properly cooked, while the rest were either charred or undercooked. Even though Fu Li made an effort to select the best for her master and senior brother, they still ended up consuming quite a bit of undercooked fish, leading to a prolonged aversion to fish over the subsequent decades. Master Yuan Yun was not as easygoing as Su Youhuai. Fu Li initially expected her master to refuse her offerings, yet to her surprise, he ended up eating the fish she presented and provided feedback on her technique. From tasting the fish, he could gauge her proficiency in fire manipulation, serving as a form of assessment for her progress. Once Fu Li mastered cooking fish and shrimp to perfection, she began to delve into the realms of artifact crafting and alchemy. Until she reached the foundation establishment stage, Master Yuan Yun refrained from teaching her any advanced techniques, instead urging her to continually practice the fundamental 5-element manipulation techniques and internal cultivation methods. As for martial techniques, he allowed Fu Li to choose a weapon she favored and to practice the basic moves associated with it. Through this daily repetition of foundational practices, Fu Li successfully established her foundation by the age of 11. Su Youhuai intended to take Fu Li to the Spirit Beast Peak to contract a spirit beast for transportation, as inner disciples could spin some spirit stones to contract a spirit beast post-foundation establishment, alleviating the hassle of seeking one themselves. However, Master Yuan Yun suddenly recalled that the esteemed Master Gao Hong of Spirit Beast Peak had mentioned that Fu Li possessed a remarkable affinity for spirit beasts, making her particularly suitable for beast taming, and often took his little disciple to the Spirit Beast Peak for leisure. You stay on the peak to look after your junior sister. I will go find a spirit beast for her. What rare spirit beasts can you find among the ordinary ones at Spirit Beast Peak? Master Yuan Yun resolved to procure a spirit beast for his inexperienced little disciple that was not commonly found at Spirit Beast Peak, to prevent her from spending all her time there. What type of spirit beast does Lier prefer? A round-furred one or a flat-furred one? Master Yuan Yun asked affectionately, eager to showcase his capabilities and ensure that no one would snatch his precious child away. Fu Li tilted her head in contemplation. The round-furred ones were available at Spirit Beast Peak, and she could simply go there to interact with them. The flat-furred ones were already present on Yunqi Peak, and the cranes there had formed a delightful bond with her. Therefore, she already had both flying and terrestrial companions. The only ones she lacked were those in the water. The moon-white fish from Xinghai Peak was quite beautiful, but its spirit was not particularly high. It was primarily raised by Miaoyu Yuanjun for consumption. Moreover, she had a preference for vividly colored creatures. Master, I adore koi, Fu Li said, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Master Yuanyun. In her previous life, she had tended to a pond of koi, both red and gold, which were utterly captivating. She had yet to see the koi of the cultivation world and wondered if they would be even more stunning. Koi? Master Yuanyun furrowed his brow. Such spirit beasts had average spiritual aptitude and, even with the consumption of a spirit wisdom pill, they would only rank as mid-tier spirit beasts. Given his little disciple's talent, they would likely be of little assistance, serving merely as pets à la air. If you desire such low-tier creatures, you can simply find a waterhole within the peak to raise a pond of them. There is no need for a contract. However, if you truly wish for this type of spirit beast, I can certainly consider some alternatives. Yuan Yun suddenly recalled that at the source of the Mengshui River on Mount Guisheng in the Eastern Victory Continent, there existed a mythical fish known as the Yingyu, which possessed the body of a fish and the wings of a bird, its call reminiscent of a mandarin duck. Its appearance was indeed far more exquisite than that of a koi. However, the Yingyu was a rare sight. His knowledge of it stemmed from an encounter with the sea merfolk during a previous expedition who had regaled him with tales of this creature. Now, for the sake of his young disciple, it seemed he had no choice but to seek assistance from this old friend. With a simple note of "wait for me" left for Fu Li, the real man Yuan Yun departed from the Tai Xian sect. Riding the winds towards the Eastern Victory Continent in the absence of her master, Fu Li's life remained largely unchanged. She continued her usual practice, occasionally attending lectures at the Taoist Hall during this time. She even advanced her alchemical skills to a higher tier, no longer limited to merely concocting basic elixirs such as rejuvenation pills and hemostatic powders. She had now mastered second-tier concoctions like the healing pill, spirit restoration pill, vitality pill, and blood chi pill, among others. These were essential elixirs for her upcoming expeditions, and she needed to learn them in advance, as after establishing her foundation, she would have the autonomy to choose her own times for exploration. Having ample hemostatic and healing elixirs was never excessive. Chapter 14. Second-tier alchemist Fu Li had experimented with every second-tier formula she could find until the novelty wore off. However, the transition from second-tier to third-tier alchemist was not merely a matter of knowing how to concoct second-tier elixirs. It required proficiency, complete mastery, and a certain degree of insight for advancement. Thus, many individuals found themselves stuck at one tier for a lifetime, unable to progress. It was only when Fu Li began to settle down and repeatedly refine the same elixir that she truly understood why the process of alchemy was often deemed tedious. Maintaining interest in a singular pursuit was indeed no simple feat. Nevertheless, Fu Li was no ordinary individual. She could create her own enthusiasm when it waned. One day, she overheard her fellow disciples discussing how the esteemed Yao Ji Yuanjun always exuded a faint fragrance of osmanthus. Wondering if it was due to her fondness for consuming osmanthus cakes and wine made from the Tianshuang Ingui harvested from fragrant Snow Peak. The tone of her sisters was tinged with envy, as they mused that she need not carry a sachet, for she naturally carried the scent of osmanthus. It seemed that even in the realm of cultivation, the preferences of female cultivators bore a striking resemblance to those of mortals. Items like scented sachets were universal among women, regardless of the world. Propping her chin on her hand, Fu Li had a sudden inspiration. Yao Ji Yuanjun. Upon being called by Fu Li, Yao Ji turned, noticing with surprise the young girl's cultivation level. Has this little girl truly established her foundation so swiftly? Such extraordinary talent. At your age, the only others who have achieved foundation establishment are your senior brother and Qin Feng, along with Zen sects Nianjin Foz and sword sects Ji Ing Zhan. Had you not been born later, you could have competed with these prodigies. Yao Ji Yuanjun chuckled, delighted by the emergence of another gifted disciple from her sect. That sly Yuan Yun had indeed managed to lure such a little prodigy to his peak. Thank you, Yao Ji Yuanjun, for your praise. I suppose I am merely fortunate to possess some talent. Fu Li replied, grinning as she leaned closer, deliberately inhaling the fragrance emanating from Yao Ji. Indeed, it was delightful, today. Upon hearing her sisters discuss the aroma of osmanthus that enveloped Yao Ji, she was filled with curiosity and wished to inquire how Yao Ji managed to maintain such a fragrance without carrying a sachet. Ah, it is simple. You need only reside at my fragrant Snow Peak. The Tianshuang Ingui blooms year-round, and the disciples of fragrant Snow Peak carry the scent of this flower. However, the fragrance does not last long. It dissipates after leaving the peak for a while. As for my own scent, it is due to my long-term consumption of various delicacies made from Tianshuang Ingui, as well as using it in tea, wine, and baths. Over the years, this fragrance naturally lingers longer on me than on others. Fu Li nodded. Realizing the truth in her words, it seemed that Yao Jun truly relished the Tianshuang Ingui. I find this fragrance immensely pleasing. May I gather some petals from fragrant Snow Peak to take back with me? Yao Ji Yuanjun nonchalantly nodded. Feel free to collect as many as you wish. They are merely petals. Your senior sisters have also gathered their fair share. With great enthusiasm, Fu Li collected several petals of Tianshuang Ingui from fragrant Snow Peak and gathered various other spiritual flower petals from around the Taishan sect. After informing her senior brother, she returned to her residence to delve into her research. Whether it be sachets, pouches, or the perfumes from her previous life, such scents merely lingered on the surface of the body. Dissipating with time, Tio preserved the fragrance for an extended duration. One must marinate it, much like Yao Ji Yuanjun did. Elixirs, on the other hand, could retain their potency within the body for extended periods. Thus, Fu Li pondered whether one could similarly preserve a fragrance internally. After half a month of experimentation, Fu Li successfully concocted a pill using Tianshuang Ingui petals, combined with aroma-retaining herbs and other spiritual plants, resulting in a concoction that allowed the scent of Tianshuang Ingui to linger within the body for an extended period. This elixir could temporarily seal the fragrance with spiritual energy. and once released, it would still emit a scent. Though completely eliminated, one would need to consume a deodorizing pill that, of course, those with special techniques and high-tier cultivators could naturally remove it at will. For instance, powerful beings beyond the integration stage would find ordinary poisons ineffective against them, let alone her modest second-tier fragrance pills. Inspired by Yao Ji Yuan Jun and utilizing the petals of Tian Shuang Yin Gue from Fragrant Snow Peak, Fu Li presented her first batch of fragrance pills to Yao Ji Yuan Jun. "What is this?" Yao Ji Yuan Jun inquired, examining the pill Fu Li offered, opening the porcelain vial to inhale its fragrance, which indeed bore the scent of Tian Shuang Yin Gue, her brow furrowing in curiosity. "This is a pill I concocted myself that can preserve fragrance for a long time. I call it the fragrance pill. It was inspired by your guidance and insight, so I brought the first batch for you." "The fragrance pill? You came up with this yourself? Not derived from another source?" Yao Ji Yuan Jun gazed at the unfamiliar pill in the vial with surprise. "Ah? It is indeed my original idea. I have not encountered a similar pill in the alchemical tomes of the library. I simply created one. Could it be that such a pill already exists?" Seeing Yao Ji Yuan Jun's skeptical expression, Fu Li considered that, as a master alchemist, she might be aware of similar pills. Therefore, she hoped she had not overstepped her bounds. That would be quite embarrassing. For while she had merely sought amusement during her research, she had not given it much thought. "No, I have not heard of a pill with such effects." Yao Ji Yuan Jun shook her head. After all, the purpose of most elixirs was to harness various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Their goal was either to dilute the excessive potency of these materials to avoid bodily destruction or to amalgamate different effects, allowing a cultivator's body to absorb them simultaneously, generating new energies. In essence, they were designed to maximize the benefits of these materials for the cultivator's body. Even first-tier elixirs often had restorative and hemostatic properties. After a brief evaluation, Yao Ji Yuan Jun popped one into her mouth, savoring the subtle fragrance, and smiled. Though this formula is self-created, it lacks substantial utility. However, you do possess some talent, albeit still with a child's mind. "Very well, I accept this gift. From now on, I will take care of your osmanthus cakes and wine." Chapter 15. Fragrance Pill. Yao Ji Yuan Jun smiled as she gently patted Fu Li's head. Although this pill may not hold great significance, it can still be considered a self-created formula. The grand competition is approaching, and when the time comes, if you manage to refine a batch of these fragrance pills, perhaps the elders of the Nine Skies Tower may be in good spirits, and you might earn a temporary elder's identity token from them in the alchemical competition of the grand event. If an alchemist were to create a unique formula and concoct an unprecedented elixir, the Nine Skies Tower would grant an elder's identity token according to their rules. However, the elders of the Nine Skies Tower were quite discerning. Although the fragrance pill could be considered a self-created formula, it was evidently a mere child's pastime. Fu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of the Nine Skies Tower and their elder identity tokens. "What are they good for?" "They sound quite prestigious." To all alchemists across the floating world, the Nine Skies Tower was revered. Certified alchemists recognized by the Nine Heavens Tower are beyond question. Thus, every alchemist from the floating world continent makes a pilgrimage to the Nine Heavens Tower upon advancing a rank. The tower administers an alchemical assessment to all visiting alchemists. Should they demonstrate the capability to concoct pills of a certain tier, the Nine Heavens Tower bestows upon them a badge indicating their rank as an alchemist. Similarly, weaponsmiths and formation masters follow suit, eligible to participate in assessments at the Nine Heavens Tower. In essence, the Nine Heavens Tower serves as a registration and certification hub for alchemists, weaponsmiths, and formation masters across the realm. Those certified by the tower possess badges recognized throughout the floating world continent, verified by divine consciousness and irreplaceable. The Nine Heavens Tower comprises 9 levels: Qi Shao, Bai Shao, Qing Shao, Xian Shao, Jiang Shao, Yin Shao, Zi Shao, Lian Shao, and Jin Shao, each corresponding to the colors red, green, blue, black, crimson, yellow, purple, white, and golden, representing tiers 1 to 9. The Elder Identity Token resides above these, indicating an affiliation with the Nine Heavens Tower. Possessing a badge from the Nine Heavens Tower does not necessarily imply one belongs to the tower. However, those holding an Elder Identity are indeed affiliated. The Elder Identity Token bears no restrictions. The Nine Heavens Tower periodically issues tasks related to alchemical production, magical artifacts, talismans, and formation discs. Participation in these tasks is voluntary. However, They yield contribution points akin to those exchanged within sections. Items within the Nine Heavens Tower can be prioritized for purchase by internal elders. And even rare materials are priced more reasonably than those at auction houses. Fuli let out a long "oh," realizing it was essentially proof of rank. Possessing that badge could validate one's level. Is the Nine Heavens Tower truly so formidable? Is it more powerful than our Taishan sect? Must our sect's alchemists, weaponsmiths, and formation masters also seek certification from them? Aren't we the foremost sect? Why, then, do we need the Nine Heavens Tower's endorsement? Yao Yuanjun shook her head upon hearing Fu Li's inquiries. It is not that the Nine Heavens Tower surpasses our Taishan sect, but rather that it has evolved into a coalition organization, housing cultivators from both our Taishan sect and other sects and families. The more diverse the cultivators from various sects that join, the larger and more chaotic it becomes. They pose no real threat. Instead, they contribute to establishing order in this realm. Our visit to the Nine Heavens Tower for certification is merely for convenience, not an absolute necessity for their validation. Furthermore, only lower-tier cultivators feel the need for such certifications. Truly powerful cultivators do not require external validation. For instance, the ancestors of various sects have reached a level of renown that renders the Nine Heavens Tower's certification unnecessary. Fu Li nodded earnestly, expressing gratitude for the guidance from Yuanjun. Yao Yuanjun smiled as she accepted the porcelain vial from Fu Li, affectionately ruffled her hair, and departed. Fu Li bowed respectfully to Yao Yuanjun's retreating figure before turning back to Yunqi Peak. She needed to concoct more pills to gift to her fellow disciples who had reminded her of this idea, as well as to deliver some to the task hall to see if she could exchange them for contribution points. If successful, she would gain an additional avenue for earning contribution points in the future. Meanwhile, Yao Yuanjun did not return to her fragrant snow peak, but instead wandered with the Ningxiang pill that Fu Li had given her. She first visited the sect leader at Tianqing Peak, recounting how Fu Li had created a second-tier Ningxiang pill from her own formula, leaving the esteemed Ran Min Zhenren in a state of astonishment. Although it bore no significant effect on cultivation and was merely a second-tier pill, its uniqueness indicated Fu Li's undeniable talent in alchemy. After all, she was barely 11 years old, still a child even by mortal standards. Now, this child had not only established her foundation but had also become a second-tier alchemist, even devising her own formula. Such talent was indeed commendable. After conversing with the sect leader, Yao Yuanjun sought out her close friend, Miao Yuanjun, to boast about Fu Li's achievement. Unbeknownst to Fu Li, who had just finished concocting several batches of Ningxiang pills and was planning to exchange them for spirit stones, she received an order for the Qi Shui Lian Ningxiang pill from Miao Yuanjun. Fu Li mused that while the Qi Shui Lian had a more volatile property than Tian Shuang In Gui, it was worth it would serve as good practice for her alchemical skills. As expected, although one batch exploded, she succeeded in producing another. This experience taught Fu Li to think beyond merely gentle properties. By substituting the main ingredient, she could create various flavors. Thus, she set out to procure a plethora of spiritual fruits and plants from the spirit herb garden in the outer sect's dining hall before returning to Yunqi Peak to activate the formation of her small bamboo house once again. Su Yuhuai, who had been keeping an eye on her little junior sister due to her master's absence, looked on in confusion. After half a month of seclusion, Fu Li emerged, her storage bracelet filled with an array of uniquely scented pills. Chapter 16. Taishan heavenly escape. Fu Li's pursuit of the Ningxiang pill was not merely for the sake of her amusement. It was also to create an additional source of income. The sect's disciples were predominantly young, with numerous female cultivators. Hence, her Ningxiang pill should find a market. As long as there were buyers, the task hall could facilitate exchanges, allowing her to accumulate contribution points. Eventually, she envisioned gaining unrestricted access to the library and treasure vault. Greetings, Brother Xue. But what about the little junior sister of Yunqi Peak? Xue Qingshan regarded the youthful face before him with a warm smile. The disciple recruitment ceremony occurred once every decade, and it was not yet time. The only junior sister of such age in the inner sect was the one recently taken in by Yunqi Peak. Just call me Fu Li, brother. Has Fu Li junior sister successfully established her foundation? Congratulations. Your talent is indeed exceptional, Xue Qingshan exclaimed, noticing Fu Li's cultivation had just reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. He was quick to offer his congratulations. Indeed, a disciple taken in midterm and eagerly sought after by the various peak masters could not possess ordinary qualifications. Thank you, brother, Fu Li felt that Xue Qingshan's tone conveyed genuine congratulations. Free from the insincerity often found in social niceties, and she happily accepted his well wishes. Here are some pills I concocted myself. Please have a look, brother. With a wave of her hand, Fu Li presented the pills she had crafted from her storage bracelet onto the counter. Xue Qingshan habitually took them for inspection, as it was common for disciples to bring their crafted items, or those acquired during their adventures, to the task hall for contribution point exchanges. His duty was to ensure thorough examination of these items. 1 tier strength pill, 50 of the premium grade. 1 tier lightness pill, 50 of the premium grade. 1 tier revitalization pill, 100 of the premium grade. 2 tier cleansing marrow pill, 50 of the premium grade. 2 tier healing pill, 50 of the premium grade. 2 tier Qing Yang pill, 30 of the premium grade. 2 tier revitalizing pill, 30 of the premium grade. Xue Qingshan opened each vial, inspecting and registering them meticulously, until he suddenly paused at the last few vials. This is a second-tier pill? I have never seen it before. Xue Qingshan looked quizzically at Fu Li. Having worked at the task hall for quite some time, he had encountered countless magical artifacts and pills. It was one thing for high-tier pills to be unfamiliar, but how is it possible for a second-tier pill to elude his knowledge? This is something I randomly researched during my leisure. I call it the Ning Xiang pill. It doesn't have significant effects, but it imparts a unique fragrance to the body, which can only be removed with a scent cleansing pill. Xue Qingshan brought the pill to his nose and inhaled. Indeed, detecting various fragrances. It seems my junior sister possesses considerable talent in alchemy, only at the second tier and already able to devise her own formula. This pill was indeed peculiar, while it bore no direct benefits for cultivation. If one were to create a pill with a unique scent that could not be masked by spiritual power, it might serve a special purpose, such as tracking or rendering one undetectable. Fu Li gazed at Xue Qingshan in astonishment. She had only thought of this after creating a particularly unique Ning Xiang pill, yet he had conceived it upon merely seeing the pill. Clearly, those who had ventured outside possessed a different perspective, unlike her, who had never encountered the perils of the cultivation world and had become somewhat complacent. Brother is truly insightful. I only thought of it after concocting numerous batches. This pill, being unprecedented, is nonetheless classified as a second-tier pill, so I will exchange contribution points based on its tier. Thank you, Brother Xue. Fu Li retrieved her sect's jade token and, after recording her contribution points, summoned a cloud crane to arrive at the Jichen Peaks Library. At present, her contribution points had just surpassed 800, sufficient to access the second floor of the library. Having only recently entered the foundation establishment stage, she had yet to study any advanced attack techniques beyond basic control spells. However, as the direct disciple of the Peak Master, she knew her master would not neglect her, and thus, she did not need to search the library herself. Her primary reason for visiting the library was to recall what her senior brother had mentioned. The sect possessed a set of teleportation techniques known as Tai Xian Tiandun. Mastering this technique to perfection would allow one to teleport 1,000 miles away, an essential skill for escape. Nevertheless, teleportation techniques were notoriously difficult to learn, and Tai Xian Tiandun was regarded as a higher-level technique among them. Even among the talented individuals within the sect, only a select few could master it to a considerable degree. Furthermore, some individuals, proud of their affiliations with major sects, disdainfully disregarded the study of such techniques, choosing instead to focus their efforts on offensive methods. Fu Li, however, saw no shame in learning teleportation techniques. Despite the abundance of geniuses in major sects, there would always be someone stronger. Should she ever find herself embroiled in conflict, it would be wise to have the option to flee. What was so disgraceful about escaping? To stubbornly fight to the bitter end when outmatched was foolish, much like her rather naive second brother. Her senior brother had mentioned that their master had compelled the second brother to learn Tai Xian Tiandun years ago, fearing that he would otherwise cling to his blade in a fight to the death whenever trouble arose. After locating Tai Xian Tiandun in the library, Fu Li returned to Yunqi Peak for quiet cultivation. Time flowed by as Fu Li diligently practiced, and 2 months later, Yuan Yunzhanren returned, bringing with him a young Yingyu fish, which Fu Li adored. She contracted it as her spirit beast and named it Hong Yi. As the morning sun pierced through the sea of clouds enveloping Yunqi Peak, Fu Li awoke in her small tower, having cultivated throughout the night amidst the mist rising from the waterfall on the cliff. A few crystalline droplets fell from her lashes as she stirred in response to Fu Li's voice. A sound akin to a baby's whimper echoed from beneath the waterfall. A large fish, entirely silver with enormous wings and a long tail. Adorned with crimson scales on its forehead, swam upstream, breaking the waterfall's flow with a flick of its tail. With a powerful flap of its wings, it ascended into the air, stirring a cloud of mist that formed a rainbow above the cliff. The giant fish soared over the rainbow, akin to a fish leaping over the dragon's gate. Fu Li leapt onto Hong Yi's back, drawing the water spirit energy from the air to coalesce in her palm. As her fingers twirled and formed several hand seals, she raised her palm upward, and the gathered water spirit energy erupted with a resounding pop, causing both her and the fish to vanish in an instant. Moments later, at Xinghai Peak's Mirror Lake, a large fish emerged from the water, carrying the girl on its back, splashing Xian Yun, who was practicing swordplay nearby, with water. "You little girl, your water escape technique has improved remarkably. Now even I can be teased by you," Xian Yun remarked, putting away her twin swords and waving her fingers to evaporate the water clinging to her. Fu Li, noticing Xian Yun's impassive expression, tilted her head and offered a charming smile. "I merely saw my senior sister practicing for too long and wanted to remind you to take a break with that." Fu Li waved goodbye, quickly employing a water escape technique to flee before Xian Yun could scold her. Chapter 17. The Century Tournament. Junior sister, it's merely a century tournament. Is it necessary for you to bring so much food? Su Youhuai approached, clad in a smoke-blue robe adorned with faint yin-yang twin fish patterns crafted from silver thread, the standard attire for male disciples of the Taishan sect. With the registration for the Century Tournament approaching, he had noticed his junior sister's absence and assumed she was nervous about her first venture beyond the sect and participation in the tournament. Upon arriving, he discovered that his concerns were unfounded, for his junior sister was indeed preparing a feast for the journey. "Are you going to compete or have a picnic? Brother, you don't understand. The Century Tournament is a grand contest of combat held every 100 years in the floating world continent. It will surely be lively. Watching the spectacle without any refreshments would greatly diminish the experience," Fu Li replied cheerfully as she finished preparing her last batch of fragrant spicy moonwhite dried fish. Su Youhuai sighed. "Combat? More like a friendly competition. Besides, you've already taken a fasting vow. Why do you still crave food so much?" "Ah, the purpose of cultivation is to pursue freedom and joy. A little desire is harmless. It doesn't harm the heavens or affect one's resolve, so there's no need to suppress it. Otherwise, the endless journey of immortality, stretching over thousands of years, would be unbearably dull. If everything must be restrained, one might as well live as a mortal and enjoy a carefree life." Su Youhuai pondered this and found some merit in her words. After all, many cultivators succumb to desires for rare treasures. And this small craving for food was indeed trivial. For reasons unknown, his junior sister's actions often appeared slightly unconventional, yet when she explained her reasoning, it all made perfect sense. Fu Li patted Su Youhuai's shoulder, stating, "There are myriad paths. Everyone's journey is unique. It seems that your experiences are rather limited, brother. You should venture out more and explore the world beyond the sect, rather than remain confined within." Su Youhuai couldn't help but chuckle at being looked down upon by his junior sister, who had never left the sect. With a bemused shake of his head, he turned and returned to his bamboo dwelling, deciding not to concern himself with his exasperating junior sister any longer. Once Su Youhuai departed, Fu Li, feeling bored, took out her alchemy furnace to begin refining pills. It was always prudent to have ample medicinal pills for combat, and even if she didn't use them, she could trade them with her fellow disciples for contribution points. While perusing the sect's texts, she came across a mention of a bow named Lanyu within the treasure vault, a top-grade spiritual weapon once wielded by a great being. It had been damaged during the war against evil, resulting in the demise of both its master and spirit. After the war, someone had repaired the Lanyu bow, but it lost its spirit and was thus diminished in spiritual essence. Although the bow was remarkable, without a spirit, it had fallen to the status of a mere spiritual weapon, and regenerating a spirit was no simple task. The Taishan sect elder who restored it eventually grew disinterested in the Lanyu bow after acquiring a top-grade spiritual weapon, relegating it to the top tier of the treasure vault, where it gathered dust. Fu Li had even confirmed this with the sect leader, Ming Ren Zhenrun. Indeed, the Lanyu bow was housed within the treasure vault. Having always relished the feeling of drawing a bow and shooting arrows in her past life, she felt the same in this life. When she sought to find a suitable weapon, she stumbled upon the records of the Lanyu bow and immediately fixated on this storied weapon. Unfortunately, Accessing the top tier of the treasure vault required a high number of contribution points, and she had failed to locate the Lanyu Bao during her 2 prior visits. She had consulted Ming Rinjinren, who speculated that the absence of the Bao's spirit had weakened its essence, causing it to become particularly lethargic and indifferent to finding a master, unlike other treasures that eagerly sought worthy disciples. The Taishian sect emphasized the concept of fate, and the treasure vault existed as a surreal space where the treasures exerted their will to connect with disciples seeking to choose them, only deeming it a success when both parties were satisfied. Unfortunately, during her 2 visits, countless treasures had expressed interest in her, yet she had coldly rejected them all, fixated solely on the search for the Lanyu Bao. This fixation had led her to exhaust all her contribution points. The following day, as dawn broke, Fuli accompanied her senior brother to the Sec Square at Tianqing Peak. The rules for this century tournament were consistent as always. Those who had previously participated were likely aware, but she would briefly explain them to the junior disciples in the Foundation establishment stage. The century tournament was a contest held in the form of arena battles. Primarily hosted by the 3 major sections, participants mainly comprised disciples from the 2 halls of the 3 sects, the South and North factions, the 4 pavilions, the 5 grains, and the 8 major clans. Along with numerous loose cultivators, as long as they met the requirements, any disciple could register to participate. Those who came were the elite disciples from all sects across the floating world continent. Although there were rules prohibiting fatal injuries, unforeseen circumstances were inevitable. I must emphasize that the Taishian sect does not require you to risk your lives for glory. Therefore, prioritize your own safety and do not act recklessly in your youth. Mistakes happen in combat, so do your utmost to avoid severe injuries that could damage your foundation. Should you sever your path of cultivation, you will have ample time to regret it in the future. The venue for the century tournament remains at the 10-mile slope of Duanlong Mountain. Elders, please ensure your disciples are prepared for departure. Any disciples with questions may consult their accompanying elders along the way. And the specific rules of the tournament will be explained upon arrival. Before setting off, Master Mingren traditionally addressed the disciples preparing to embark on the journey, and with a single command, the esteemed elders at the forefront produced their respective flying artifacts, leading their teams into the skies. This time, aside from the elders who rarely ventured out, tasked with safeguarding the sect, all the elders from various peaks brought their own disciples along. Such grand departures have been the custom during the century-old competitions, and thus, both the Golden Core and nascent soul disciples were accustomed to it. Only the novice Foundation establishment disciples, unaccustomed to the world, gazed in awe at the magnificent flying artifacts above. Indeed, such a spectacle is quite rare, as these colossal flying treasures are typically possessed only by sects of this caliber. Not to mention, the spatial formations within these artifacts are not something just anyone can inscribe. The crafting of large flying artifacts requires a refinement master to attain a significant understanding of spatial laws, resulting in their scarcity and exorbitant costs. Even the esteemed Taishian sect, the foremost sect of the floating world continent, where cultivators of celestial lineage abound, only has a handful of elders and the leaders of the 9 peaks with their own small flying artifacts. Most cultivators rely on the art of object flight or utilize contracted flying spirit beasts for transportation. Other smaller sects generally possess only a single large flying artifact, which is typically used by the most skilled practitioners during the centennial competition, allowing as many participants as possible. Others wishing to attend must depart a few days earlier to make their own way. Chapter 18. Wuji City. One of the primary advantages of traveling with flying artifacts is speed. By the break of dawn on the 5th day, the group beheld the full panorama of Wuji City and Shirley Slope. Fuli learned from her senior brother that the century-old competition has always been held at the Shirley Slope of the Duanlong mountain range. The name Shirley Slope derives from its distinctive feature. Every 10 miles, a slope arises, layered infinitely. Another characteristic of Shirley Slope is the abundance of spiritual herbs, with vast patches sprouting underfoot. Although the most common spiritual herbs on the floating world continent thrive in places rich in spiritual energy, the density found at Shirley Slope is indeed rare. It is undeniable that a spiritual vein lies beneath Shirley Slope, a fact confirmed by the experts of various sections. However, the spiritual vein is not vast. It is merely conducive to the growth of spiritual herbs, with an abundance of herbs but a scarcity of spiritual plants. Due to this unique terrain, it is particularly suitable for the arena battles of the century-old competition. Since this event draws participation from across the continent every 100 years, An unwritten agreement has emerged among all factions not to disturb the spiritual vein here. The rich spiritual energy has attracted some lower-tier loose cultivators, who have even settled nearby. With each competition, the influx of cultivators has gradually transformed the area into the largest city in central continent, known as Wuji City. Once Su Yuhui finished introducing the surroundings to Fu Li, the Taishian sect's flying artifact hovered about 10 meters above Wuji City. The elders of Taishian sect informed their disciples to retract their artifacts and descend from the sky. A group of disciples, clad in the sect's uniform attire, gracefully descended in unison, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Which major sect has arrived? You must be new here, can't you tell? That enormous flying vessel, adorned with the distinctly engraved yin-yang pattern, unmistakably belongs to the Taishian sect. Truly, as one of the three sects, their presence is indeed remarkable. Indeed, it is said that over 10,000 years ago, the Taishian sect was the foremost sect of the floating world continent. And even now, it remains formidable. That massive sword at the bottom of their vessel must belong to the sword sect, right? Indeed, that is the emblem of the sword sect. As the disciples of Taishian sect entered Wuji City, members of the sword sect had also arrived. Most sword sect members were clad in dark, ornate garments, their tall figures resembling drawn swords, exuding an aura of striking elegance. Upon seeing members of the sword sect, Master Mingren stepped forward with a smile. Master Zhan, it has been a long time. Master Mingren, it seems the Taishian sect has just arrived as well, the three sects being nearly equidistant from one another. Master Zhan speculated that the Zen sect would arrive shortly. While the two masters exchanged pleasantries, their disciples sized each other up, as they were soon to face each other in competition. Fu Qing's gaze flitted among the disciples of Taishian sect, searching for his cousin, the one with the 5 elements heavenly root, who had entered the sect as mentioned in the message from his father. He had joined the sect earlier and had never met his cousin. Only knowing her name was Fu Lid this moment, he found it impossible to discern which among the true disciples was she, and could only commit the appearances of the female disciples in the front row to memory. Given his cousin's qualifications, she would undoubtedly be among the true disciples. There had to be one amongst them. Conversely, Fu Li did not recognize her elder cousin, as the thought of having a cousin in the sword sect had never crossed her mind. A melodious sound of Buddhist chanting resonated, akin to a clarifying mantra, instantly drawing attention and calming the spirit. The Buddhist practitioners of the Zen sect landed from a distance and approached in their simple azure robes, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments or displays, remaining true to their customary simplicity and antiquity. Now that the Zen sect has also arrived, shall we retreat to our respective lodgings? We can deliberate on the competition matters tomorrow morning, declared Master Yuan Ji, uttering a brief incantation and nodding to Master Mingren and Master Zhan Kuan, patiently awaiting the two sects that had arrived ahead. Each sect had established its own base at Shirley Slope of Duanlong Mountain, having prepared in advance for their centennial visit. Upon entering Wuji City, the elders no longer imposed restrictions on their disciples, granting them the freedom to either rest or explore the city at their leisure. Fu Li, eager to explore, particularly since it was her first visit to Wuji City during the bustling centennial competition, found it hard to resist the allure of the marketplace formed by cultivators setting up stalls within the city. As a naive novice, she felt drawn to the vibrant atmosphere of the marketplace. Observing Fu Li's expression that clearly conveyed her desire to wander, Su Yuhui, somewhat concerned for her safety, informed Master Yuan Yun and followed to keep an eye on this junior sister he had helped raise. You young disciples may indulge in your leisure. There is no need for restraint, remarked Master Mingren, noticing some disciples glancing around curiously. Master Zhan Kuan and Master Yuan Ji echoed similar sentiments to their respective disciples, allowing their younger members to disperse and enjoy themselves. Is that little disciple from your Taishian sect? Master Yuan Ji inquired, observing Fu Li being led away by Su Yuhui. Master Mingren glanced in the direction indicated by Master Yuan Ji, understanding he referred to Fu Li, as he was familiar with her through his previous encounters with Su Yuhui. She is a newly established foundation disciple, under Yuan Yun's tutelage, replied Master Mingren. Puzzled as he looked at Master Yuan's there's something special about her? Master Yuan Ji, who practiced the path of causality, had sensed a strong aura of causation surrounding the young disciple as he approached. Despite her youthful appearance, her features and the aura of wisdom reflected in her countenance suggested an extraordinary depth. If she possesses such wisdom, She could be an excellent candidate for the path of causality. Master Mingren's eyes widened in surprise. You old monk, you aren't thinking of trying to poach my disciple, are you? I assure you, that's not going to happen. Luckily, Yuan Yun has already left. Master Yuan Ji merely chuckled, unfazed by the shift from Master Mingren to old monk, as he twirled the beads in his hand with a smile. She is indeed well suited for Buddhist practice. I merely speak the truth. Rolling his eyes, Master Mingren retorted, what a statement! With her 5 elements heavenly root and chaotic body, what path is unsuitable for her? I suggest you save your efforts. This little disciple is named Fu Li, the child of that Fu Yu. With her outstanding talents, she was sent to our Taishan sect because she is more suited for it. Besides, when she entered the sect, her parents inquired, and she expressed no interest in Buddhist practice. Each has their own path and cultivation. One cannot force what is not meant to be. Chapter 19. Strolling through the market, realizing that the old bald donkey was scheming to undermine him, Master Mingren promptly resolved to teach the 5 elements incarnation technique to Fu Li after the grand competition. Before the battle against evil, Taishan sect had produced a chaotic entity with the 5 elements heavenly spiritual root, and that formidable being had created the celestial technique known as the 5 elements incarnation technique. With the combination of the 5 elements incarnation technique and the chaotic technique, Master Mingren was confident that these 2 methods would be sufficient to secure Fu Li's place within Taishan sect. With this thought, he straightened his posture and cast a smug glance at Master Yuan Ji, leaving the latter puzzled. Meanwhile, Fu Li, who was accompanying her senior brother through the bustling market, remained blissfully unaware that someone had set their sights on her corner. The martial extreme city, established solely for the centennial competition, was inhabited by cultivators of unknown origins, most of whom were strangers to one another. This resulted in a lack of communal living. Each individual resided in their own quarters, constructing their own abodes, unlike other cities where a lord might arrange for renovations to enhance appearances. Throughout martial extreme city, one could find no intricate decorations, only the commonly seen structures made of hanbayu, each uniquely shaped. While they appeared plain and ordinary at first glance, collectively they exuded a sense of minimalistic elegance. From within the city, one could gaze upon the undulating hills that resembled a series of ascending steps. The streets bustled with people, yet the demeanor of most cultivators was solemn and composed, lacking the lively clamor of a mundane marketplace. Fu Li navigated through the various streets and alleys of martial extreme city with Su Youhui, where each street was lined with both stalls and shops. The shops were typically run by cultivators who resided there year-round, while the stalls were set up by those who had arrived temporarily for the centennial competition. The shops offered common spiritual plants, medicinal herbs, elixirs, alchemical furnaces, talismans, formation plates, and other items needed for the competition. In contrast, the stalls sold a hodgepodge of wares, ranging from everyday essentials to extraordinary treasures unseen by ordinary folk, or fragments of magical artifacts brought from some secret realm, alongside incomplete treasure maps. According to her senior brother, these items were mostly dubious, attracting unsuspecting buyers hoping for a stroke of luck. After all, fortune could not be controlled by man, and extraordinary treasures were destined for those with fate. However, Fu Li did not dwell on such ephemeral thoughts. She was merely seeking materials for alchemy and artifact forging. Following the martial arts competition, there would be contests for alchemists, artifact smiths, and formation masters in which she intended to participate. Her master had informed her that all participants in the grand competition would receive direct certification from the Nine Heavens Tower without needing to undergo testing or registration. Over the years, many cultivators had participated in these competitions, as those who excelled would gain renown throughout the floating world continent. The more successful would be sought after by small clans or sects, revered as honored guests, while even the least successful would find themselves pursued by many wandering cultivators. Such opportunities for fame and fortune were rarely turned down. Although cultivators often prided themselves on their transcendent status, they remained tethered to worldly desires, as the pursuit of basic needs was inevitable. The age-old adage that wealth, dharma, companions, and land were fundamental to the cultivation path held true. Aside from the ascetic monks of Buddhism, even the most aloof cultivators could not escape this reality. Master, I sensed the fragrance of the Xian Shui stone. It must be of the finest quality. The voice of Hong Yi suddenly echoed in Fu Li's mind, prompting her to pause. Where? At the stall to your left and behind you, Hong Yi replied excitedly. Hong Yi had an affinity for water, and while her storage bracelet was of the fire attribute, which did not exhibit overt characteristics, water attribute spiritual beasts preferred water-related items. Moreover, Hong Yi shared Fu Li's curiosity about various things, and Fu Li had promised to seek out a suitable Xian Shui stone to request her master to forge a dedicated water attribute spatial artifact, allowing Hong Yi to frolic within while also witnessing the outside world. Following Hong Yi's guidance, Fu Li arrived at a stall, her gaze fixated on a white jade box emanating a faint chill. This young lady has keen eyesight. This is a top-grade Xian Shui moonlight stone. Would you be interested? Opening the box, Fu Li beheld two translucent stones exuding a soft, pearly glow and inquired within her mind. He claims this is a top-grade Xian Shui moonlight stone. Is it genuine? Indeed, it is. Hong Yi's youthful voice brimmed with excitement. What is the price for these Xian Shui moonlight stones? 5 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. The vendor, noticing Fu Li's attire as a disciple of the inner sect of Tai Xian, treated her with utmost respect, even inflating the price significantly. Fu Li frowned slightly. 5 pieces of top-grade spirit stones seemed excessive for 2 Xian Shui moonlight stones. Although the Xian Shui stones thrived in the depths of the Xian Shui River, imbued with the extreme cold attribute, their market value typically hovered around 1 top-grade spirit stone plus an additional 100 pieces of mid-grade spirit stones. The Xian Shui moonlight stones were merely visually appealing variants of Xian Shui stones, primarily used for crafting artifacts, and selling her 2 for 5 top-grade spirit stones was outrageous. While she possessed wealth, she believed in fair pricing. Dear lady, as a disciple of a prominent sect, you may find these Xian Shui moonlight stones commonplace. The vendor, feigning difficulty, shook his head, aware that such rare minerals were not easily accessible to wandering cultivators. These Xian Shui stones grow at the riverbed of Xian Shui, where extreme cold resides, posing danger to foundation stage cultivators, while only those at the nascent soul stage or above can retrieve them. The Xian Shui moonlight stones can only be found in corners of the river that absorb moonlight, and this delicate pattern takes over 100 years to form on the stones. To forge artifacts, these stones must withstand extreme cold and emit a moonlight sheen, making them highly coveted by female cultivators with ice-water spiritual roots. Given my limited skills, acquiring such top-grade Xian Shui moonlight stones has proven challenging. Hence the elevated price. Chapter 20. The competition begins. Fu Li listened to the vendor's elaborate explanations, but was not swayed. Top-grade Xian Shui stones and top-grade spirit stones had always been exchanged at a 1-to-1 ratio, supplemented by a modest handling fee or the markup of middlemen. You claim these are top-grade Xian Shui moonlight stones, rare and precious. Thus, they warrant a higher price point too. Top-grade spirit stones plus 500 mid-grade spirit stones would be a more fitting offer. Do not underestimate me simply because I am at the foundation stage. I am not naive enough to be easily deceived. Su Youhuai stood quietly behind Fu Li, observing her negotiation without a word. Children must grow. Should they suffer losses, they will learn to reclaim them. The vendor, hearing Fu Li's assertive stance, feigned reluctance but did not appear surprised. Such disciples of major sects often had ample funds yet lacked market insight, making them easy targets for manipulation. However, encountering a knowledgeable individual like Fu Li meant he could only hope to earn a modest profit. My lady, I am indeed in urgent need and hope to sell the Xian Shui moonlight stones for more spirit stones. To be frank, my bottom line is 3 top-grade spirit stones, considering their rarity. The items to the right of my stall are priced lower. You may select another to accompany your purchase, if that does not suffice. I shall have to await the next buyer. Fu Li glanced at the items on the stall. The right side indeed lacked any valuable goods, all being commonplace. Master, I want that merman scale. Merman scale? Fu Li, upon hearing Hong Yi's exclamation, noticed a merman scale displayed on the left side, indicating the vendor was aware of its worth. What is special about this merman scale? This merman scale is a remnant from a merman's transformation, representing the essence of its tail. When a merman takes human form, its tail morphs into legs, allowing it to walk on land. Mermen typically safeguard their scales or bestow them upon significant individuals, rarely allowing them to circulate outside. Aside from offering water resistance and high defensive properties, this scale also grants the holder immunity from merman attacks, making them regarded as friendly allies. Fu Li blinked. Mermen dwelled in the deep sea, a realm difficult for cultivators to enter. Such knowledge was usually reserved for water spirit beasts close to mermen. Thus, she feigned disdain and averted her gaze from the right side. declaring, "These items are utterly useless to me. They merely take up space. The mermaid scales are quite exquisite. I do not require your initial offer. If you add a further 100 high-grade spirit stones, I shall take them." The stall owner, with a glint in his eye, responded, "Oh, fair maiden, these mermaid scales are not mere trinkets. I had anticipated selling them for a greater sum of spirit stones. Are not all mermaid scales the same? What makes them special? Ah, my lady, you may not be aware, but I once encountered a mermaid scale that appeared vastly different from this one. It may possess unique properties." Fuli maintained a calm facade, though internally she sighed. Indeed, the tales in books are but fabrications. Theo, operate a stall so boldly beneath the watchful eyes of the various sects on the floating world continent, one cannot be lacking in discernment. This stall only offers these few water attribute items that I find useful. You have already profited 3 top-grade spirit stones from me. Surely, you wouldn't be stingy with these scales." Observing Fuli's impatience, the stall owner decided it best not to offend a disciple of a major sect. After all, aside from their aesthetic appeal, he had yet to ascertain what made these scales truly special. Selling them for a high price was uncertain. Common mermaid scales, even at auction, would fetch only a few hundred high-grade spirit stones, and with the auction house's commission, it was more practical to sell them to this significant customer. "Very well, I shall forge a kind relationship with you, my lady. If you add 100 high-grade spirit stones, I shall sell you these mermaid scales." Upon hearing this, Fuli readily tossed a storage pouch devoid of markings to the stall owner, casually placing the box of Xian Shui moonlight stones and the mermaid scales into her storage bracelet. After bidding farewell to the stall owner, she turned to depart with Su Youhui. "May you walk gracefully, fair maiden." After seeing Fuli off, the stall owner felt a twinge of regret. The centennial competition, held once every 100 years, was always a lucrative opportunity for spirit stones. Alas, this time he encountered someone not easily swayed. Having explored the marketplace of Wuji City, Fuli found nothing of particular necessity and decided to return to her residence to cultivate, seeking tranquility before the competition. 2 days passed, and those who were meant to arrive had gathered. The 100-year grand competition was officially underway. Fuli sat atop the slope in the VIP section designated for the true disciples of Taishan sect. This position was not particularly special, as the amenities were the same as for everyone else: a mat and small table for each competitor, merely elevated enough to overlook all the arenas below. Above the arenas, several elders presiding over the competition hovered in the air. Once the attendees had settled, one elder spoke loudly. "Fellow cultivators from various sects, the rules for this 100-year competition remain unchanged. It will still be a contest of arena battles to determine the top 3 in the foundation establishment. Golden Core and Nascent Soul stages, followed by competitions in alchemy, artifact forging, and formations after the arena battles. It is imperative that no one intentionally harms another's life, nor suppresses their cultivation to participate in lower-tier battles. And no one should rely on another's strength to achieve victory. Violators will face unified sanctions from the 3 sects and righteous cultivators from various factions." The elder speaking was Wan Chigu, a notable elder from the Wan Chi clan, well regarded throughout the floating world continent. He was often invited to oversee the 100-year competition to ensure fairness and justice. Fuli attentively listened. The foundation establishment matches were scheduled to occur first, and she would be competing today. The competition rules were quite straightforward. The number of participants varied each year, with no set limit on registrations, although there would be an initial elimination round. Contestants would submit their names in advance, and each day, they would be randomly assigned to compete at different times. If there were 1,000 participants, 500 would be eliminated. If there were 10,000, 5,000 would be eliminated, and so forth. Essentially, half of the competitors would be eliminated regardless of the total number until the final 100 were selected, who would then qualify for the rankings of the grand competition on the floating world continent. However, this system also had its drawbacks. Should an unfortunate soul possess the strength of second place but encounter the first-place contender on the first day, they might not even make it onto the 100-person leaderboard. Chapter 21. In the first round of matches, the elders on stage concluded their explanation of the rules and began to randomly select competitors for the battles. Fuli was fortunate to be chosen in the first batch, which meant she could finish early and rest. "I am Chiu Shi, a rogue cultivator. I seek your guidance, fair maiden." As Fuli ascended the stage, a man clad in flowing white robes, adorned with a white hairband, approached her. The breeze lifted his garments, giving him an ethereal appearance. Taishan sect, Fu Li, she replied, giving a slight nod to Qiu Shi. Due to Fu Li's striking beauty, Qiu Shi's gaze was fixated on her face, failing to notice her attire as a disciple of Taishan sect. When he finally registered her sect, he was taken aback, regretting his poor fortune and hoping that she was merely an ordinary disciple of Taishan sect. As Qiu Shi prepared to give his all, Fu Li did not overestimate her abilities. She stepped back a few paces, flipped her palm, and conjured a rather unassuming, ancient-looking BOW. As the head elder called for the start. Qiu Shi lunged forward, sword drawn, charging at Fu Li. She deftly retreated according to her predetermined position, drawing the bowstring taut, a surge of spiritual energy forming an arrow that she loosed, forcing Qiu Shi to retreat before he could close the distance. In quick succession, she fired 3 arrows, blocking off potential escape routes for Qiu Shi, followed by a 5-star chain of arrows. As a rogue cultivator, Qiu Shi possessed commendable combat experience, unlike some sheltered disciples of sections. The moment Fu Li unleashed her 3 arrows, he discerned her intent and swiftly spun his sword to create a shield, dispersing her first arrow before swiftly dodging away. Realizing that Qiu Shi had evaded her first arrow, Fu Li adjusted the trajectory of the remaining 2 to follow his evasive path, but the effectiveness of her 3-pronged assault diminished, and ultimately, Qiu Shi managed to block them. Recognizing Fu Li's initial barrage as a strategy for a swift resolution, Qiu Shi concluded that such a display would surely deplete her spiritual energy. Thus, he began to evade her attacks like a dancing serpent, slowly encircling her from the sides. When Fu Li noticed his strategy halfway through, she sighed in resignation. His tactic of forcing her to deplete her energy indicated an unwillingness to reveal too much of her capabilities. She had intended to conserve her strength for later battles. Yet now, with no opportunity to do so, she had no choice but to end the fight swiftly. Repeating her earlier tactics, Fu Li seemingly executed the same moves, but this time, the spiritual energy she infused was far greater than before. Just as Qiu Shi believed Fu Li to be merely a privileged offspring of a major sect, lacking in skill and only capable of these 2 maneuvers, he suddenly found himself unable to counter the 5-star chain of arrows she released. Starting from the first arrow, Qiu Shi raised his sword to shield his chest, managing to block 3 arrows. However, each impact forced him back a considerable distance until the 3rd arrow sent him tumbling off the stage, prompting the overseeing elder to wave his hand to intercept Fu Li's remaining arrows. As Qiu Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, the referee proclaimed Fu Li the victor. At this point, Fu Li had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and the characteristics of her 5-elemental heavenly spiritual root and chaotic body allowed her to absorb spiritual energy with remarkable ease. Requiring minimal conversion, her daily task was merely to refine her spiritual energy, making it denser and more substantial. Thus, her rate of advancement was already impressive, even when suppressed. Given her spiritual energy concentration, she could maintain her combat prowess far longer than other 9th-layer cultivators of the same level. For Fu Li, such consumption was trivial. Qiu Shi's strategy of exhausting her energy was indeed the most misguided approach he could take. Fair maiden, your skills are remarkable. I humbly bow to you, Qiu Shi said as he rose, cupping his hands in respect toward Fu Li, whose expression remained composed. He managed to retain some dignity in defeat, if one overlooked the glimmer of reluctance in his eyes as he bowed his head. He felt that Fu Li, with her background in a major sect, had been somewhat toying with him during their battle. After all, her sudden burst of spiritual energy made it evident that she had not exerted herself fully at the outset. Perhaps due to her initial perception of him as a mere rogue cultivator without a sect, leading her to underestimate him, Fu Li was unaware of Qiu Shi's misinterpretation. She had no intention of belittling him, merely seeking to hone her practical combat abilities. However, given the existing disparity in strength, she had indeed held back in her fighting, fearing that she might inadvertently cause him harm. For should she truly inflict injury, it would lead to suspicions of intentional harm. Theo not only bear the expense of medical care for others, but also to contend with the possibility of wandering cultivators claiming that disciples of large sects are bullying them, is a matter of concern, especially since previous senior brothers and sisters have encountered such situations. It remains uncertain how Qiu Shi would react upon learning of this, particularly regarding Fu Li's sudden outburst, which he perceived as her exerting her utmost effort, yet the outcome remained unchanged. After offering a slight bow to Chiu Shi, Fu Li descended from the arena and returned to her seat to observe the other matches. The first match, akin to a tumultuous tide, offered little of interest. However, it did showcase the diverse martial techniques from various sects, which was somewhat captivating. That moment, a young girl stealthily approached Fu Li's seat. Bending slightly as she sat down beside her, Fu Li cast a curious glance at the girl, noticing her dress adorned with star motifs. A fellow disciple of the Star Folding Pavilion? What business could she have here in the Tai Xian sect? Could it be a mistake? Hee. Luo Yao glanced at Fu Li, managing a somewhat awkward smile. My name is Luo Yao. You're so beautiful. What is your name? As the girl shifted closer, Fu Li found herself momentarily at a loss. Fu Li, I saw your bow technique. It was incredibly impressive. My weapon of choice is the whip. Since we seem to share a connection, how about we become friends? Observing the peculiar girl before her, Fu Li sensed no malice in her demeanor, and it was evident from her expression that she was attempting to present herself in the most amicable manner possible. Well done, though perhaps a bit too forceful. Connection? Yes, we both utilize ranged attacks, Fu Li. If you insist on framing it that way, I suppose it could work. Luo Yao beamed at Fu Li's lack of rebuttal, her eyes gleaming with delight. Hee, Fu Li, you truly are stunning. At last, I can see you up close and even converse with you. It's all worth it after tirelessly cultivating to catch up to this century's grand competition. Chapter 22. Who can resist a sweet girl? Fu Li regarded Luo Yao, who wore an infatuated smile, feeling a sense of helplessness in her heart. This charm of mine is so difficult to manage. Since we're so familiar now, can I call you a Li? Fu Li. Are we really that familiar? However, upon glancing at Luo Yao's adorable expression, Fu Li pondered and nodded. You're free to call me that. Since you find me attractive. What could she do? Who could resist a sweet girl? Upon hearing Fu Li's words, Luo Yao eagerly seized the opportunity to Li. I've heard that you created a unique fragrant concoction that imparts a delightful aroma upon consumption. May I commission one from you? I desire something unique, not like anyone else's. In exchange, I can offer you the scale powder of the star pattern butterfly and a star spirit pearl. Fu Li's interest piqued at Luo Yao's proposition. She had been contemplating how to imbue the fragrant concoction with tracking capabilities, and the scale powder of the star pattern butterfly could indeed resolve her dilemma. The star pattern butterfly is exceptionally rare. Found only in areas where starlight is particularly potent, and due to the unique geographical location of the Star Folding Pavilion's companion star platform, it is known to occasionally produce one, making it the most prolific region for star pattern butterflies in the floating world continent. The star pattern butterfly aids practitioners of the Star Folding Pavilion in their cultivation and possesses excellent tracking abilities. Its scale powder can adhere to any object, enabling the user to locate it, including individuals. However, humans are not naive. Should they discover the scale powder on themselves, they would undoubtedly seek ways to remove it. Thus, if refined into a pill and ingested, it becomes significantly more challenging to eliminate. By adding certain ingredients, one could achieve a lasting effect that would be difficult to eradicate. How did you know I wanted the scale powder of the star pattern butterfly? This was information she had only learned from asking the esteemed Gao Hong of the Spirit Beast Peak, who would not casually disclose such matters, especially to a disciple of the Star Folding Pavilion. Oh, I just guessed, since I happen to have a star pattern butterfly myself, so it came to mind, Luo Yao said, blinking her eyes, somewhat sheepishly. According to the timeline, Fu Li had yet to improve her fragrant concoction, and she was essentially aiding Fu Li in accelerating her progress. However, she resolutely refused to admit that her intentions were to get closer to Fu Li, believing it to be an inevitable outcome, thus saving Fu Li the trouble of seeking others in the Star Folding Pavilion for an exchange. Unaware of Luo Yao's thoughts, Fu Li welcomed the chance to exchange for the scale powder and the star spirit pearl. She had no objections. Not only could she trade for the fragrant concoction, but she would also be willing to exchange for the formula, as she intended to sell the formula to the Nine Heavens Tower after successfully refining the fragrant concoction during the grand competition. After all, with so many renowned alchemists present at the competition, her mere second-tier formula for the fragrant concoction would be easily deciphered by those at the 7th or 8th tier. Formulas below the 5th tier are not deemed particularly valuable. What holds value is the alchemists themselves. A practitioner who cannot refine pills would still need to seek out an alchemist to utilize the formula. Let me know what kind of customization you desire and any specific requirements you have. I'll gladly assist you in refining it. However, the The scale powder and the star spirit pearl are rare materials, so my second-tier concoction might be a bit too much in your favor. How about this? If you need any other pills below the 4th tier, I will refine them for you free of charge, regardless of quantity. What? You're already a 4th-tier alchemist? How impressive. For the upcoming alchemy competition, could you provide me with one of each of the pills you refine? Luo Yao gazed at Fu Li with starry eyes. In her previous life, she had heard tales of Fu Li, who, as a foundation-building practitioner, became a 4th-tier alchemist at the century competition, continuously refining several of her self-created formulas, being the only alchemist in that competition to do so. Now, it seemed to be true. Having long regretted not diligently cultivating to participate in the century competition and missing out on witnessing the legendary moment of the floating world continent's most beautiful person, she was finally able to see it in this life. She intended to collect all the pills Fu Li refined during this alchemy competition. Haha, sounds good. Fu Li could not resist the urge to reach out and pat Luo Yao's fluffy head. The girl's attitude towards her evoked an inexplicable sense of being idolized. Afterward, Fu Li did not stay to watch all the arena matches, but instead chatted with Luo Yao for a while before returning to her quarters. The first round of matches held little appeal. The disparity in skill levels meant that high-level practitioners would conclude their bouts in mere moments, while lower-level practitioners merely engaged in a lackluster exchange of blows. The likelihood of encountering two equally skilled opponents was slim, rendering such matches of minimal value. Better to return and refine her skills further. Having just broken through to become a 4th-tier alchemist, Fu Li aimed to ensure a stable performance in the upcoming alchemy competition by repeatedly practicing her refining techniques until they became second nature. As dawn broke, Fu Li stretched and made her way to the stands from the previous day. This time, fortune did not favor her. The first group of competitors did not include her. However, she did spot the little girl from the Star Folding Pavilion, Luo Yao, whom she had seen yesterday. The girl appeared quite capable, wielding her whip with vigor. Her opponent was a body cultivator, robust and resilient in appearance. Initially, the body cultivator attempted to evade, but as Luo Yao's whip strikes accelerated, he seemed unable to match her speed and resorted to enduring the blows with his sheer physicality. With a series of cracking sounds, the body cultivator's joints twisted, his physique seemingly expanding, as if he had donned a layer of bulging, armored flesh, his hair appearing denser as well. Observing her opponent absorb the whip strikes without apparent pain, Luo Yao smiled nonchalantly. Since awakening, she had trained diligently at Falling Star Cliff solely for this century competition. If she could not defeat a body cultivator, her efforts would have been in vain. Indeed, as Luo Yao danced with her whip, it seemed to create a barrier around her. The body cultivator could not close the distance, enduring the relentless barrage of Luo Yao's strikes. Once she infused her whip with gold spiritual energy and added barbs. The body cultivator finally displayed a grimace of pain. Seizing the moment, Luo Yao delivered a powerful lash against the body cultivator, and while he was momentarily distracted by his suffering, she swiftly reversed the whip. Ensnaring him, channeling her spiritual energy, she drove the barbs into his flesh, rendering him unable to struggle, before forcefully flinging him off the arena. Here, this vial contains a revitalizing pill. I noticed you weren't using a weapon, so I didn't infuse my whip with fire spiritual energy, just the barbs. The revitalizing pill should suffice, but you mustn't try to swindle me. Luo Yao gazed down at the injured body cultivator who was unable to rise, hesitating momentarily before producing a bottle of rejuvenation elixir and placing it before him. After the referee announced her victory, she joyfully leapt down from the stage. Chapter 23. The adorable dual axe Fu Li, witnessing Luo Yao's triumph, felt a surge of happiness for her, as she was indeed a newly acquainted friend. Besides Luo Yao's match, Fu Li had also observed another bout between two body cultivators, having heard one of the practitioners proudly declare his lineage as a member of the Fu clan. Fu Yang. This name rang a bell from her childhood. He was said to be the son of Elder Fuming, who, during the spiritual root assessment, was determined to possess superior fire and with spiritual roots, making him exceptionally suited for alchemy. Tio possessed both fire and wood spiritual roots of such high quality is no trivial matter. Such roots are inherently conducive to the art of alchemy, and the clan would undoubtedly nurture Fu Yang to become an outstanding alchemist. Moreover, alchemists are not the frail, combat-inept figures that many cultivators often envision. On the contrary, due to the inherently volatile nature of fire spiritual energy, Those endowed with fire roots typically possess commendable combat prowess, much like the practitioners from Qiyin Valley. However, she had not anticipated that Fuyang would be so formidable, directly emerging as a body cultivator. The visceral sensation of flesh meeting flesh during the arena match made Fu Li wince, as she could almost feel their pain. Indeed, the disciple had surpassed his predecessors, proving to be even more formidable than Elder Fuming. Nevertheless, aside from this bout, there were few other matches worth watching. The sheer number of participants was overwhelming, with many merely filling the ranks. As noon approached, Fu Li finally saw her name drawn, her opponent a female cultivator with delightful dimples when she smiled. "Oh, another sweet girl." Fu Li observed the girl in a pale yellow gown, with two playful hair ties adorning her yellow hair, looking at her with a beaming smile, and she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Taishin sect, Fu Li. Fu clan, Fu Lu. The dimpled sweet girl beamed at Fu Li and exclaimed, "Hee hee, Fu Li, my little fairy, do you remember me?" As Fu Li was about to frown at the mention of her past nickname, she suddenly recognized her and broke into a radiant smile. Fu Lu. "So it's you. You've grown up quite adorable. How have you fared in your training over the years? I remember you were quite delicate as a child. If you fall short today, don't come crying to me." Fu Lu laughed heartily. "What do you mean? I've worked hard on my cultivation," she retorted defiantly, lifting her chin. Yet, a moment later, she recalled how she had barely managed to establish her foundation before attending this centennial competition. Driven by a spirit of competitiveness, in contrast, Fu Li was a rare five-elemental spiritual root, a fact well known throughout the Fu clan since the root assessment. Now, it was evident that Fu Li had firmly established herself in the mid-foundation stage, making it likely that she would prevail in their match. "Sigh, however, my innate talent does indeed pale in comparison to your genius. I can only rely on diligence to make up for my shortcomings. Like a clumsy bird taking flight early. Meeting you so early feels like bad luck. If I lose, I'll just prepare for the final challenge." Fu Li had expected Fu Lu to engage in playful banter like they used to as children. But to her surprise, Fu Lu sighed as she shook her head. Raising her hand to draw the bowstring, Fu Li aimed at Fu Lu, winking playfully at her. "A member of the Fu clan. I shall not concede before the match even begins." Hearing this, Fu Lu chuckled, gripping her two golden axes tightly. "You're right. I must not lack confidence just because of your superior talent. We shall see who prevails." Fu Lu quickly adjusted her mindset, though the two golden axes momentarily astonished Fu Li. Wow, has this little girl become so fierce? Though the axes were not as large as those typically wielded by male cultivators, they were still axes. The disparity between her weapon and her cherubic face was striking. A female cultivator capable of wielding such axes would surely be no easy target. Fu Li had overly worried herself. Regaining her composure, Fu Li proceeded as usual, swiftly drawing her bow after the referee's signal, sending an arrow straight toward Fu Lu. In long-range combat, the paramount principle is to strike first, seize the initiative and deny the opponent the opportunity to close in. Fu Lu did not employ any techniques. She merely blocked with her axes, creating a semicircle in front of her, her spiritual energy surging forth as it clashed with Fu Li's arrow, shattering it. Fu Li's eyes lit up. "This girl has some skills." "Oh no, axes, not skills." Fu Lu then began to shift through various stances, simply chopping and slicing with her axes, sending waves of spiritual energy toward Fu Li. Fu Li utilized some basic evasive maneuvers from Taishin Tiandan, swiftly dodging, and each time she evaded, she would draw her bow and shoot, attempting to restrict Fu Lu's movements. Gradually, Fu Lu, unable to close the distance, began to lose her ferocity, as Fu Li successfully established the rhythm of their match. Leading Fu Lu in circles around the arena, caught off guard by Fu Li's incessant arrows, Fu Lu failed to realize she was being led, unwittingly falling into a predictable path, just as she instinctively swung her axe to deflect one of Fu Li's arrows. Fu Li unleashed a rapid three-arrow shot, preemptively blocking Fu Lu's anticipated movements. The trajectory was calculated in advance. Considering her strength and the angle, one arrow would suffice to send Fu Lu tumbling from the stage. The spiritual arrow struck Fu Lu's shoulder, causing one axe to fall, and she hastily raised her uninjured arm in front of her chest, using the remaining axe to block the other two arrows. Fu Li lowered her bow, and as Fu Lu tightly closed her eyes, bracing for a hard fall, a wave of spiritual energy cushioned her descent, gently lifting her. Finding that it didn't hurt much, Fu Lu opened her eyes and grinned at Fu Li, though the smile was somewhat pained due to her shoulder injury. Fu Li approached, pouring a hemostatic powder onto Fu Lu's wound and feeding her a recovery pill, then helping her to her feet. "Why are you taking such a fierce approach? Does your weapon truly suit your cherubic cheeks?" Fu Lu walked over to the stage to retrieve her fallen axe, laughing at Fu Li's words once more. "This is the Jade Kuan dual axes, quite renowned and even a spiritual weapon. I trained for ages with the clan leader before he finally recognized me and gifted me these axes." Fu Lu joyfully swung the gleaming golden axes a few times. "Look how beautiful they are. It's a pity, though, as a long-range attacker, and with your exceptional agility, I never stood a chance to lock onto you. Without unleashing my ultimate move, I was knocked off the stage, and the true beauty of the Jade Kuan dual axes remains undisplayed." Chapter 24. The rich second generation in the story. Fu Li nodded, acknowledging that it indeed sounded like a remarkable weapon. Cultivators each have their unique paths, and the choice of weapon should reflect what suits them best, regardless of gender. There are no rigid boundaries in weapon selection. Indeed, it's splendid, as long as you enjoy it. Fu Lu stowed away the Jade Kuan dual axes and clasped her fists in a salute to Fu Li. "I'm off to rest now. I shall return to watch your match tomorrow." With a smile, Fu Li watched the adorable dual axe wielder depart before returning to her own place. The remainder of her time was spent idly observing other matches, with only a few catching her interest. Yet she did find some amusing encounters. One particular stage featured a male cultivator fanning himself, appearing to be a bright young man. Yet when he raised an eyebrow and smiled, he exuded a rather roguish, dandy demeanor. He bore no distinctive traits, but his opponent was clad in ochre-patterned robes, likely a disciple of Chien Valley. Disciples from Chien Valley typically possess fire spiritual roots and excel in the art of fire manipulation, demonstrating impressive offensive capabilities. However, no matter how adept their fire control, they cannot break through an opponent's barrier, leaving them powerless. The fan-wielding male cultivator casually tossed out a formation plate, erecting a barrier for himself, and then unleashed a barrage of fire explosion beads, seemingly indifferent to the expenditure. While the fire explosion beads are not overly expensive, tossing out such a multitude is tantamount to depleting a significant amount of spirit stones. Additionally, he threw out even pricier thunder explosion beads and various talismans, all in rapid succession. The disciple from Chien Valley was left dumbfounded by this display. What kind of operation is this? Such wealth. After regaining his composure, the Chien Valley disciple, realizing he couldn't break through the opponent's barrier anytime soon, defended himself for a while before activating his own protective treasures. While Chien Valley cultivators are proficient in fire manipulation and renowned for their offensive skills, they typically refrain from using defensive treasures in arena matches unless absolutely necessary, lest everyone hunker down in their shells and forego combat entirely. However, against this bombardment-style combat approach, the Chien Valley disciple had no choice but to activate his defenses. Fire explosion beads, thunder explosion beads, and various grades of attack talismans are typically carried for self-defense. Due to the exorbitant costs, even the disciples of major sects typically refrain from carrying such an abundance on their persons. Although the Flameburst Pearls possess considerable power for those at the Foundation establishment stage, the disciples of Chien Valley, adept in fire control techniques, can still resist their effects. Once their defensive artifacts were deployed, undeterred by the explosive damage, the disciples of Chien Valley began to counteract the flames produced by the Flameburst Pearls to launch a retaliatory attack against the male cultivator. The male cultivator, who wielded a fan, quickly recognized the situation and ceased using the Flameburst Pearls, opting instead for Thunderburst Pearls and various attack talismans. What was most exasperating was that it seemed he had an endless supply of these items, leaving the Chien Valley disciples in a state of extreme frustration. They couldn't hold their ground for long and were ultimately forced to retreat until they were knocked off the stage, thus concluding this contest. Many cultivators spectating the match couldn't help but express their astonishment. It was as if he had used spiritual stones to hurl his opponent from the arena. Numerous loose cultivators felt envious, as they could scarcely muster such resources in their life and death struggles. This second-generation immortal was indeed wasting resources in such a manner during a mere competition. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Was he not leveraging the power of others? This seemed unfair, and I refused to accept it. The Chien Valley disciple, covered in dust, loudly protested to the judge. in the grand competition held every century. Using external assistance was strictly prohibited. After all, the majority of participants were disciples from various sections if everyone carried attack talismans drawn by their elders or artifacts imbued with the might of high-level cultivators. It would completely undermine fairness. Therefore, the artifacts utilized by competitors must be those they have successfully contracted themselves. Even disposable artifacts must be crafted by their own hands. Occasionally using disposable artifacts or talismans that do not exceed 1's level is permissible. But relying entirely on disposable artifacts to force an opponent off the stage is rarely seen. Are you a disciple of Linglong Pavilion? The judge inquired. I am aware of your sect's wealth. Yet employing such monetary means to dominate the arena is somewhat questionable. The abundance of thunder and fire burst pearls and talismans you have used, if all were purchased or prepared by your elders, would indeed constitute the borrowing of external power. The judge recalled that upon entering the stage, this individual had introduced himself as Linglong Pavilion, Zishu Ci.As, one of the presiding judges for the centennial competition. He was familiar with the notable descendants of various sects, and he recognized that the young master of Linglong Pavilion was indeed named Zishu Ci. I am indeed from Linglong Pavilion. However, while my family's resources have contributed to the materials for these items, all the artifacts I utilized were crafted by my own hands. I am a 4th-tier artificer certified by the Zhoushan Tower and a 4th-tier formation master. The items I employ just now, esteemed judge, can be verified to not exceed the 4th tier, Zishu Ci replied. The judge lifted his gaze to the elders seated above and received a confirming nod from one of them. Since all items had been self-crafted, the outcome of the match would stand. Alchemists are permitted to consume their own elixirs, and artificers may utilize their own crafted artifacts. Thus, this was within the established regulations. Albeit few would display such extravagance. Though the Chiyun Valley disciple was inwardly disgruntled, he had no recourse but to silently grit his teeth. A 4th-tier artificer and formation master at such a young age indeed exhibited remarkable talent. However, why would someone not await the competition for artificers and formation masters, but instead participate in such an arena match? Was this not a sign of madness? Spectators in the stands shook their heads in disbelief. Never expecting such tactics in a competition, it was evident that the wealthy knew how to play the game. Fuli watched with keen interest, thinking, this is precisely the kind of affluent second-generation lifestyle I had yearned for back in the day. I truly must show this to my father, who says such second-generation elites do not exist. Suddenly, a thought struck Fuli. With wealth of this magnitude and the name Zishu Ci, she recalled hearing her fellow disciples mention this name during their conversations. This individual must be the young master of Linglong Pavilion. Fuli also noted a detail. Zishu Ci had similarly used disposable attack talismans and pearls to send the Chiyun Valley disciple off the stage. Yet at that moment, he had already stepped outside his defensive formation, while the attacks from the Chiyun Valley disciple had failed to inflict any harm upon him. Though the duration was brief, it sufficiently indicated that this young master's strength was undoubtedly beyond mere appearances. However, even if he sought to conceal his true prowess, his methods still bordered on malicious amusement. Teske, the thoughts of the wealthy are beyond my comprehension. Chapter 25. Advancing to the 100 competitors tournament, as the disciples of Chiyun Valley witnessed the loss of one of their slots, a sense of discontent began to brew among them. Given that disciple's capabilities, they believed he could have advanced at least one more round, or with a stroke of luck, he might have even secured a place in the top 100. The sensation of having been ousted by a second-generation elite wielding spiritual stones was indescribable. However, only individuals of a certain caliber could achieve such feats. Some were aware while others suspected that the youth named Zishu Ci was indeed the young master of Linglong Pavilion. Having lost, the Chiyun Valley disciples, despite their fiery tempers, could not afford to create a scene, for Linglong Pavilion was not a faction one could easily offend. I was indeed reckless. My apologies. This is my first time participating in a competition, and I was a bit nervous. I assure you it won't happen again, Zishu Ci remarked, bowing respectfully towards the direction of Chiyun Valley with a smile. Although his apology seemed somewhat flippant, the words themselves were beyond reproach, and the Chiyun Valley members had no choice but to quell their frustrations. The judge observed this exchange with a bemused expression. The Chiyun Valley disciple, having been bombarded relentlessly, perhaps failed to notice, but from his perspective, It was clear that Zishu Ci had maintained a slight smirk as he hurled his attacks, appearing utterly at ease, showing no signs of tension whatsoever. After serving as a judge for so long, he could discern that the young master of Linglong Pavilion was merely concealing his strength. In the previous match, he had fought barehanded, and now he resorted to disposable artifacts. Throughout the contest, he had not presented a single proper weapon. How could the young master of Linglong Pavilion lack a legitimate weapon? What a shameless approach! Luo Yao had stealthily returned to Fu Li's side at some point. Fu Li regarded her with a peculiar expression. This girl undoubtedly held a significant position within the Star Gathering Pavilion. Otherwise, she would not repeatedly come to the Taishan Sect's stands. While the Taishan Sect's involvement was expected, it was surprising that no one from the Star Gathering Pavilion had come to retrieve her. Ali, did you watch my match just now? How was my whip technique? Was it impressive? Luo Yao eagerly shared her victory with Fu Li. Very impressive, Fu Li nodded. This was the truth. During that battle, Fu Li could see that Luo Yao's whip techniques were executed with remarkable skill, and although the contest appeared to consume a great deal of spiritual energy, a closer look revealed that she was still quite composed, undoubtedly holding back. Haha, I think so too. I practiced for a long time for this centennial competition, but I still can't compare to you. Your archery skills were simply astounding. With a swift motion, Luo Yao mimicked Fu Li's archery stance, as if the impressive display had been her own. Perhaps Luo Yao was too caught up in her joy that Fu Li noticed others glancing in their direction, prompting her to quickly press down on Luo Yao's gesticulating hands. Where there are victors, there are also vanquished. Those seated in the stands are not all winners, so it is best not to be overly boastful, lest it invite retribution. Look over there. Isn't that someone from Shinong Valley? Fu Li casually pointed to redirect Luo Yao's attention. Following Fu Li's gesture, Luo Yao spotted a remarkably spirited young woman wielding a longevity vine. How do you know that a disciple of Shinong Valley? Although only cultivators with spiritual roots would use longevity vines as weapons, not all would spiritual root cultivators hailed from Shinong Valley. Right? Renowned for being impervious to fire and water and immune to insects, longevity vines are exceptionally resilient and serve as excellent materials for crafting whips. It is only Shinong Valley, with its expertise in cultivating spiritual plants and herbs, that could sustain such longevity vines. Moreover, Shinong Valley boasts numerous adept alchemists and fewer artificers, preferring to preserve the natural state of plants. Were it disciples from other sects, they would likely have transformed the longevity vine into various whips. Rather than maintaining its original appearance, having frequently traversed between Yunqi Peak and the Library Pavilion, Fu Li had acquired a fair amount of knowledge regarding the events documented within her sect. Luo Yao crossed her arms and nodded earnestly. I see. Today is yet another day of expanding my knowledge. The cultivator's body is constantly bathed in spiritual energy, requiring no respite at sunset. There are numerous disciples in the foundation establishment stage, and the arena competitions at this level are the most time-consuming. Observing that only a few remain and none are severely injured, the elders presiding over the grand event conferred and instructed the referee to announce that from now on, all participating disciples must remain on site. The rest periods following the matches would gradually diminish, and there would be no notion of retreating to rest before sunset. Competitions would continue both day and night. Fu Li subsequently participated in several matches, encountering no evenly matched opponents, and effortlessly triumphed with overwhelming force. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shrouded in a thin mist, the number of remaining matches on the arena dwindled, leaving only those with substantial prowess. Those who had fortuitously advanced thus far against less formidable foes found their luck depleted, being eliminated in succession, leaving merely 100 competitors. Luo Yao was also eliminated after facing a formidable opponent from the Zen sect, securing the 37th position. However, the current ranking of 100 still holds some discrepancies. It is estimated that further changes will occur after the final challenge round. 2 hours later, Fu Li stood once more on the arena, awaiting her opponent, who had yet to arrive. Fu Li closed her eyes to meditate and patiently awaited the ascent of her adversary. After a while, a female cultivator clad in a flowing robe of jade ripples gracefully stepped onto the arena just as the match was set to commence. Tianshui sect, Hua Qianyue. I apologize for keeping my fellow cultivator waiting, she said, her voice melodious as a forest stream, crisp and clear. Fu Li surmised that the previous match must have concluded not long ago. And this fellow cultivator likely arrived late due to recuperating her spiritual energy. It matters not. In a contest, one must be fully prepared for a fair fight. Fu Li, ever lenient towards those of striking beauty, smiled warmly upon encountering this mesmerizing maiden, akin to a water nymph. Tai Xin sect, Fu Li, please bestow your guidance upon me. Chapter 26. The Little Fairy Who Can Fight. Upon hearing Fu Li's response, Hua Qianyue wore a faint smile, yet the pure, icy spiritual energy radiating from her rendered her demeanor chillingly frosty. Fu Li, intrigued by Hua Qianyue's imposing aura, noted that she possessed all 5 elemental roots. Though the rare mutated roots remained unseen, particularly among ice element female cultivators, who predominantly belong to the Tianshui sect. As its name suggests, the Tianshui sect is primarily composed of water element cultivators, especially female practitioners of ice roots. Established a mere 100,000 years ago during a time of rampant malevolence across the floating world, the sect was born out of necessity. Many female cultivators with water roots were abducted by wicked practitioners to serve as cauldrons, and their fate typically involved the draining of their powers, leading to their torment and demise. Even amongst righteous cultivators, some were seduced into exploiting their relationships with water-root female cultivators, deceiving them into dual cultivation to enhance their own powers. In that era, female cultivators with water roots lived in constant fear, and pure-in bodies were deemed a taboo that could not be revealed. Eventually, a powerful water-root cultivator not only survived the malevolence, but also vanquished many of the wicked, subsequently founding the Tianshui sect, gathering the majority of water-root female practitioners to establish a sanctuary for them. Following the war against evil, the wicked were eradicated, and even those righteous cultivators with ill intentions dared not openly harm water-root or pure-in female cultivators. Thus, the Tianshui sect became the most revered sect among female practitioners of water roots. As the referee signaled the commencement of the match, Fu Li and Hua Qianyue moved in unison. Hua Qianyue lightly stomped her foot, releasing a wave of cold air that spread across the arena, her jade-like hands trembling as countless ice needles shot toward Fu Li. These ice needles were no ordinary manifestation of ice spiritual energy. They were crafted from shimming stone, a treasured material. Shimming stone is predominantly found in frigid regions such as icy plains and snowy mountains, its essence leaning more toward a chilling, sinister cold compared to the extreme cold harbored within Xian Shui stone. Fu Li, having previously researched shimming stone for the purpose of crafting spatial artifacts for Hong Yi, was aware that this mineral is primarily utilized in the creation of concealed weapons. When injured by weapons forged of shimming stone, the chill would infiltrate the body, necessitating a significant expenditure of spiritual energy to counteract it. Otherwise, the energy would be split, leaving one vulnerable in combat, ultimately leading to defeat over time. Thus, upon sensing the emergence of this chilling energy, Fu Li prudently summoned her defensive artifact, the Mei Eugene F.A.N.D.A.S. The Mei Eugene fan unfurled. It spun in the air, gathering surrounding spiritual energy to form a barrier that rebuffed all the ice needles. Not to be outdone by Hua Qianyue's initial strike, Fu Li leapt into the air, drawing her bow as if it were a full moon, unleashing a volley of arrows that sliced through the air toward her opponent. Hua Qianyue threw a low-tier defensive talisman, which was promptly shattered, yet it afforded her a moment to evade. Retrieving her concealed weapons, Hua Qianyue conjured a bow in her palm, the chilling energy emanating from it clearly linked to the earlier ice needles. Fu Li furrowed her brow, surprised to discover that her opponent was also a bow user, and that her weapon appeared superior. However, as long as they had not yet condensed their core, even the finest weapon in the Foundation establishment stage could not unleash its full potential. Thus, Fu Li relied on her strength to compensate. Utilizing her stealth technique from the art of evasion, Fu Li concealed her presence from Hua Qianyue. Having witnessed Fu Li's previous matches, Hua Qianyue remained cautious, occasionally scattering ice needles around her while simultaneously firing arrows, anticipating Fu Li's sudden reappearance. As predicted, when Hua Qianyue cast a handful of ice needles, 3 arrows appeared simultaneously, colliding and annihilating each other. Hua Qianyue, leveraging the inherent chilling power of her mutated roots, effortlessly infiltrated Fu Li's defenses without expending her spiritual energy, while Fu Li relied on her chaotic body's ability to absorb and convert all forms of energy, rendering the chill ineffective against her. With Hua Qianyue's weapon, forged from shimming stone, complementing her abilities, and Fu Li deftly maneuvering and utilizing her defensive artifact. Neither could gain the upper hand for a time. Yet, just when Hua Qianyue felt she had discerned Fu Li's attack patterns and was beginning to edge toward victory, Fu Li suddenly vanished and reappeared before her, delivering a powerful punch that manifested as a fierce tiger's head, shattering the spiritual barrier around Hua Qianyue and sending her crashing off the arena. Though Fu Li had not exerted her full strength, Hua Qianyue was still significantly impacted, her internal organs jolted, leading her to cough up blood and lose consciousness. In her final moments of awareness, Hua Qianyue remained puzzled. Was Fu Li not also an archer, pursuing a long-range attack strategy? Why did she suddenly engage in close combat? Had she known Fu Li possessed techniques for close-quarter assaults, she would not have been so unprepared in that regard. Furthermore, Fu Li's sudden appearance had evidently utilized a stealth technique. The fact that Fu Li had indeed. The power of causality is palpable, and traces of reincarnation linger upon her. This murmured soliloquy dissipates with the wind, unheard by any. Once Fu Li completes her meditation, the competition continues in an orderly fashion. After the 100 participants, the rules deviate from the previous format. It is no longer a half-elimination system. Having received 2 buys previously, only 4 contenders remain. If she secures 1 more victory, she shall enter the final 3. Tai Xin sects Fu Li, my esteemed friend, you have waited long. Fu Li steadies herself once more upon the arena, nodding at the young girl before her, adorned in a lotus-colored gauze dress and holding a transverse flute. This pivotal battle will determine the final trio, and many spectators in the stands are filled with excitement. Qingyin sect, Yin Meng, having witnessed Fu Li's previous matches, is acutely aware of Fu Li's remarkably precise archery skills. Thus she intends to deny Fu Li the opportunity to strike first. As the referee's signal sounds, she swiftly raises the flute to her lips, and the melody of chasing snow resonates upon the stage. Invisible sound waves immediately spreading throughout the arena. This piece is Yin Meng's signature tune, capable of controlling sound waves within a specific range. Within this range, any cultivator who hears the melody experiences a surge of chaotic spiritual energy, their emotions turning volatile. For a ranged attack, which requires intense focus, the impact is significantly magnified. Those who have only seen Fu Li's previous battles know of her prowess with a bow, her expertise in ranged assaults, making Yin Meng's sonic attack method somewhat effective against her. However, those who witnessed Fu Li's last match, where she sent Hua Qianyue crashing from the stage with a single punch, harbor little confidence in Yin Meng's prospects. Many cultivators sense that the outcome may not unfold as Yin Meng desires. Indeed, as Yin Meng's sonic assault commences, Fu Li, although struggling to suppress the turmoil of her spiritual energy, refrains from drawing her weapon. Instead, she deftly evades the blade-like attacks formed by the sound waves, retracting her arm to channel her chaotic spiritual energy into her right hand, delivering a powerful punch. In an instant, a vivid tiger's head, formed from dense spiritual energy, bursts forth from Fu Li's arm, exuding a fierceness far surpassing that of the previous battle. The emergence of this colossal tigeress head astonishes Yin Meng, prompting her to amplify her spiritual output, raising the tune to several higher pitches. This tiger's head can even change its expression in accordance with the emotions of the attacker. To cultivate the heavenly tiger-devouring fist to such a degree at the mid-foundation stage is truly remarkable. An elder from the Fu clan sits in the stands, watching Fu Li with a beaming smile. After all, she is a child of their clan, and naturally, he feels a sense of pride. Though the 8 great clans hold high status, they are still families, and the number of their disciples cannot compare to those of the sections this time. He brought a few children along with the assistance of 2 other elders. If the clan leader and Fu Yu were present, they would surely feel immense pride upon witnessing this scene. Fortunately, he has brought a recording talisman, which he activated at the beginning of the match, eagerly awaiting the chance to show it to them and share in their joy. However, this recording talisman is not inexpensive. He must exchange it for 2 new ones upon returning, and he must also account for his errand fees. Business must not be conducted at a loss. The audience below is astounded by Fu Li's martial prowess, yet Yin Meng has not relinquished her resolve. After all, reaching this stage is no simple feat, and she is not easily vanquished as the enormous tiger head roars towards her. It is gradually dispersed by the intensified sonic output and the increasingly rapid sound waves, leaving only a faint breeze of punch energy that ultimately dissipates after forcing Yin Meng back a few steps. Despite intercepting Fu Li's punch energy, Yin Ming's expression remains far from pleasant. She is uncertain of Fu Li's condition, but her own energy has been significantly depleted. Determined to make a final stand, Yin Ming quickens her fingers upon the flute, the rhythm and pitch soaring higher, affecting even the spectators seated closer to the arena. Even with her strong control, Fu Li finds her composure shaken by the flute's sound. At this moment, she cannot help but feel grateful that upon her arrival in this world, her curiosity led her to explore various subjects, including sound attacks. Although her mastery pales in comparison to Yin Ming's, she does not intend to compete with a professional in their field. She merely needs to understand how to counter her opponent. Fu Li retrieves a leaf from the Maze Valley tree from her storage bracelet, a remnant from the time she feared getting lost within the sect. She places the leaf to her lips, gently blowing upon it. A peculiar melody emerges, disrupting the magnetic field created by Yin Ming's flute, significantly diminishing its influence over Fu Li. Yin Ming, finding herself at a loss, can only rely on the sound blades formed by her sound waves to continue her assault on Fu Li. After evading several sound blades and sustaining minor injuries, Fu Li seizes the opportunity while Yin Ming has yet to devise a more effective attack, using the sound waves produced by the leaf to maintain their standoff. As they draw closer, Fu Li unleashes another punch of the Heavenly Tiger Devouring Fist. Yin Ming hastily unleashes several sound blades, retreating to the edge of the arena just in time to disperse the colossal tiger head. Just as she prepares to exhale in relief, her pupils suddenly constrict. Behind that massive tiger head, there is, astonishingly, an arrow. Fu Li had anticipated that Yin Ming would not be easily dispatched, thus seizing this moment. When Yin Ming's flute's influence on her was relatively diminished, to follow up her punch with a swift arrow shot. The arrow strikes Yin Ming in the shoulder, and with her energy waning, she stumbles and falls from the arena. The spectators erupt in admiration for the arrow, while Fu Li on the stage suddenly wipes the blood trickling from her nostrils and immediately sits down to meditate. Chapter 28. Fortune or Temperament. It is clear that Yin Ming's presence in this competition is no mere coincidence. Although she appeared to be disrupted by Fu Li's earlier actions, and seemingly had no other effective means of attack aside from the sound blades, she had quietly altered her melody. To the untrained ear, it still sounds like chasing snow, yet several notes have been subtly modified by Yin Ming, transforming its purpose from inciting internal chaos in one's spiritual energy to inducing a state of relaxation. The true terror of this melody lies in its ability to lull the listener into a trance. Unlike a piece that incites chaos, which can be opposed with willpower or external forces, like Fu Li disrupting the flute sounds with her leaf, this melody is not as easily disturbed. Even the slightest hint of it can subtly hypnotize its audience, instilling a false sense of security and relaxation. Those affected by the flute's sound remain oblivious to their state, and should the musician issue a few soul-stirring notes at a critical moment, it can cause the affected cultivator to momentarily lose focus. Regardless of how steadfast one's mindset may be, all within the same cultivation rank will experience some degree of influence. Although it may be impossible to slay an adversary in a life-and-death battle in that fleeting moment, it is certainly feasible to knock a suddenly distracted opponent from the stage. Yet, Yin Ming was a moment too late. Her next move had yet to fully manifest when her own energy was depleted, resulting in Fu Li defeating her. Although Fu Li was affected according to her plan, it could not alter the fact that she was the first to fall from the arena. The audience, witnessing Fu Li send Yin Ming crashing down, abruptly fell silent, realizing it was indeed due to Yin Ming's hidden strategy. Some among the spectators had seen Yin Ming's previous techniques and could not help but marvel at Fu Li's fortuitousness. Given Fu Li's current state, had she not utilized that hidden arrow following her punch, she too would have been the one to fall. However, those who had observed Fu Li's entire series of matches understood that this was not mere luck but a testament to her temperament. Fu Li has approached each of her arena battles with utmost precision, neither underestimating her opponent nor succumbing to arrogance. Even when battling a mere rabbit, she exerts her full strength. She neither ostentatiously displays her capabilities nor feigns weakness to deceive her adversary, exemplifying the qualities of an exceptional cultivator. Nevertheless, what melody did Fu Li play with that leaf? It was unlike anything he had ever heard. Its rapid tempo quickened the heartbeat of listeners, and even now, its echoes reverberate within his mind. Once Fu Li concludes her meditation and descends from the arena, Luo Yao rushes over to support her back to the Tai Xian sect stands. Su Youhuai and Guan Yin also hurried to her side, taking her hands to check for any injuries. After all, sound attacks can have repercussions on the consciousness. While superficial injuries are commonplace for cultivators and not particularly alarming, injuries to the consciousness and meridians are not to be trifled with, as they can leave lingering ailments that may hinder one's future path to immortality. Su Youhuai examines Fu Li meticulously, and upon confirming that she is indeed unharmed, he breathes a sigh of relief, nodding towards the concerned expression of the esteemed Yuan Yun, seated above. With the accurate report from his eldest disciple, the previously tense Yuan Yun regains his inscrutable demeanor. Master brother, second master brother, what brings you here? What interest could the foundation stage competition hold for you? It serves little purpose for your cultivation. Upon observing the anxious demeanor of her two senior brothers, Fu Li couldn't help but smile slightly. Guan Yin furrowed his brow in silence, leaving it to Su Youhuai, Guan Yin's personal translator, to speak on their behalf. We are certainly not here merely to watch the competition among the Foundation establishment disciples, but rather to witness your match. Given your strength, it is only natural that you would play casually until the finals. However, as we approach the final moments, those little fellows from the various sects are no trifles. To prevent any mishaps on your part, it is only prudent that we come to observe. Recalling her own near miscalculation earlier, Fu Li pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Indeed, it was no simple matter. It was utterly unpredictable. Thankfully, although she believed herself to possess exceptional talent and diligence, easily vanquishing all peers of her rank and being adored by all, she constantly reminded herself not to underestimate her opponents. There are always greater mountains and more formidable individuals beyond one's own. One must never fall prey to foolishness. After all, at present, it appeared that her daily regimen of self-doubt had proven quite effective, as she had yet to stumble. Asked Luo Yao, unable to contain her curiosity. Interjected after Su Youhuai confirmed that Fu Li was well, she asked, Ali, what melody were you playing with that leaf just now? It sounded peculiar. I can't quite determine whether it's pleasant or not, but it's been echoing in my mind incessantly. Is your sound attack even more potent than Yinming's? How come it lingers so? Fu Li pondered for a moment. She could hardly recall the exact tune she had played. Simply having improvised some brisk notes to disrupt Yinming's rhythm, likely incorporating some familiar melodies from her past life, a catchy tune. Fu Li recalled what she had played, a term she had used in her previous world. A catchy tune? Luo Yao mused for a moment before nodding seriously. Indeed, it's catchy. It's erased everything else from my mind, leaving only the melody you played. Meanwhile, the esteemed Ming Rian, having overheard their conversation, glanced at the nearby Yuan Yun with a smirk. What kind of place is your Yun Qi Peak? The temperaments of your disciples vary so greatly. You, a cunning and scheming individual, have produced a first disciple who is a paragon of virtue, a second disciple who is a blunt instrument, and the youngest is quite peculiar, always immersed in bizarre ideas and inventions. No, the entirety of your Yun Qi Peak is rather strange. Yuan Yun picked up a teacup from the wooden table beside him, ignoring Ming Ren's comments as he poured himself tea. Disciples of Yun Qi Peak are raised freely, allowed to pursue their own paths and grow without constraints, hence their diverse temperaments. In truth, I have little control over this. While I do raise them freely, their dispositions are inherently strong-willed and not easily influenced by me. I had hoped to cultivate a disciple akin to my own nature, but alas, my first disciple resolved to follow the path of virtue upon entering the Tao. The second disciple is naturally reclusive, shunning crowds in favor of his blade. The third disciple is a sweet and endearing little girl, amusing and clever at first sight, yet perhaps due to her youth, she is overly curious about peculiar things. Among them, the lively little disciple bears the closest resemblance to me. Ming Ren paid no heed to Yuan Yun's response. He simply voiced his thoughts without concern for the latter's words. What pleased him was that the top three of the Foundation establishment competition were still from the three sects, with 3 from Taishan sect, surpassing both Jin sect and Chan sect in numbers. Now only the top 3 remained, and the outcome had become less significant. Fu Li was still young, and it mattered little if she did not secure first place. Chapter 29. The contest of the 3 champions. While Ming Rian was at ease, Fu Li was not so sanguine. Humans are inherently ambitious. Perhaps they initially come with a mindset of honing their skills, learning from peers, and enhancing their practical techniques. However, once they realize their capabilities might allow them to attain loftier goals, An indomitable spirit arises within, a spirit unwilling to concede defeat. Upon entering the top 10, one aims for the top 3. Upon reaching the top 3, one strives for first place. Such is the nature of the human heart, perpetually insatiable. Yet Fuli, with her mid-foundation establishment strength, still found herself somewhat lacking. Fighting beyond one's rank is only feasible against ordinary opponents. Yet, among the final 3, aside from Fuli herself, one was from the Sword sect and the other from the Chan sect. Both direct disciples of their respective sects, and their presence here marked them as the cream of the crop, distinguished even among the elite of the foundation establishment stage. Defeating them would be nearly impossible. Fortunately, the breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage was not difficult for Fuli. After participating in so many matches, she had gleaned some insights into her mental state. Closing her eyes in meditation, she placed her hands over her dantian, and her spiritual energy began to circulate rapidly, drawing in the surrounding spiritual essence, Su Yohui. Sensing the surge of spiritual energy, quickly turned to Fuli, confirming that she was merely advancing and had no other issues. He waved his hand to erect a barrier around her, shielding her from external distractions. Meanwhile, on another platform, the battle between Tang Yu and Zhu Hui was nearing its conclusion. Despite Zhu Hui having utilized the 3 transmutations to augment his spiritual energy limits, he was still cleaved through all defenses by Tang Yu's sword. Only the referee's timely intervention prevented Zhu Hui from sustaining serious injuries. Just as Tang Yu's strike resonated, Fuli too, in tandem, executed her own move, swiftly absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence and successfully breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. The audience nearby felt the brief vacuum of spiritual energy as Fuli ascended, causing a stir of excitement. Initially, they had conjectured that Fuli would only progress this far, considering her opponents were formidable. Even if Fuli were exceptional, those two had already reached the late foundation establishment stage, and this minor level difference could make a significant impact. Yet, Fuli had unexpectedly advanced at this moment. This made the spectacle even more thrilling, as all 3 contenders now stood at the late foundation establishment stage. Making the outcome uncertain in the final 3, the strength was closely matched, and the usual wheel battle rules would apply. This meant Fuli would wait for Zhu Hui to recover before facing him. Followed by Tang Yu, with the rankings determined by the number of victories, Fuli ascended the platform, standing still with her eyes closed, adjusting her state to its peak while waiting for Zhu Hui to regain his composure. After consuming a healing pill, Zhu Hui rested for about half a stick of incense before opening his eyes and bowing to Fuli. Omitba, Chansek Zhu Hui, thank you for your patience. Fuli sensed Zhu Hui's movement and opened her eyes to appraise him, noticing his injuries were no longer severe, and nodded in acknowledgement. Taishian sect Fuli, I look forward to your guidance. Fuli understood that while Zhu Hui had likely recovered to a degree, even minor injuries would not heal completely in such a brief time. At most, he had suppressed his injuries while replenishing his spiritual energy. Hence, in the interest of fairness, Fuli gestured for Zhu Hui to strike first. Zhu Hui, recognizing her gesture, did not hesitate. Utilizing the 3 transmutations, his robe billowed as he felt the surging spiritual energy within him. The 3 transmutations is a highly adaptable technique, capable of altering the body's flesh, meridians, and bones to enhance the absorption and storage of spiritual energy. If a foundation establishment disciple typically possesses a small jar for spiritual energy, after employing the 3 transmutations, it would transform into a large vat, allowing the execution of techniques requiring substantial energy. Fuli was not foolishly overconfident. Her invitation for Zhu Hui to strike first stemmed from her lack of fear in comparing spiritual energies. Her 5-element spiritual root granted her exceptional affinity for and attraction to 5 elemental spiritual energies, and her chaotic physique allowed her to utilize spiritual energy directly without much refinement. Given that 5 elemental energies were the most abundant in the world, as long as the local spiritual energy did not dwindle, her own would rarely deplete. Unless surrounded by a throng of adversaries denying her the slightest chance to absorb energy, it would be nearly impossible to suppress her in terms of spiritual energy. Vajra Sky Seal. Aware that her condition surpassed his, Zhu Hui dared not underestimate the situation. Seeing Fuli drawing back her hands as if knocking an arrow, he swiftly unleashed the Vajra Sky Seal. Renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, this unique Chan sect technique could guard against all attacks below its user's level while simultaneously counterattacking, requiring less energy than the opponent's. Unfortunately for him, he faced Fu Li, a being whose energy would not deplete. After a few attempts, Fu Li discerned that she could not easily breach Zhu Hui's defense, and he continuously controlled the scriptures on the Vajra sky seal to strike at her. Though she could evade them, her consumption was significantly greater than Zhu Hui's. Humph. It seems Zhu Hui intends to exhaust my spiritual energy before swiftly concluding the battle. Clearly, he is still nursing his injuries, wary of aggravating them. So, he hides within his shell? Yet, such matters are not so easily resolved. He cannot expect to engage me without consequences. Fu Li gazed upon the immense, luminous golden square Buddhist seal enveloping Zhu Hui, and suddenly recalled a renowned myth from her past life, featuring a scene known as the flooding of Golden Mountain. With Zhu Hui unwilling to emerge, Fu Li sheathed her bow and arrows, raising her palms skyward as the water spiritual energy coalesced within her hands. The onlookers below observed Fu Li's actions, perplexed. Was she attempting to drown Zhu Hui with water? A torrent of water spiritual energy swirled around Fu Li, converging into a colossal wave that surged towards Zhu Hui, only to be thwarted by the formidable square Buddhist seal. Zhu Hui stood within, his expression somewhat peculiar. He comprehended Fu Li's intent. As a fire spiritual root, he was inherently opposed to water spiritual energy. Fu Li's use of water to encircle the seal would compel the fire spiritual energy to instinctively retreat from this realm. Not only the fire spiritual energy, but the excessive density of water spiritual energy would also expel other forms of spiritual energy. Although a fire spiritual root could absorb water spiritual energy, it required time for transformation. He had to simultaneously maintain the 3 transmutations and the Brahma Heaven seal. Over time, his spiritual energy would surely prove insufficient. Yet, this strategy seemed impractical. Her own consumption would be considerable. Did she truly believe her absorption of spiritual energy surpassed his? Such confidence implied she possessed an extraordinary spiritual root. Chapter 30. The First Battle of the Three Strong. While her talent was commendable and her ideas promising, they were somewhat naive. Zhu Hui shook his head, unfazed. Enlarging the Brahma Heaven seal, a foundation-building cultivator could not remain suspended in the air. Yet the seal could alter its size. Fu Li smirked slightly. Zhu Hui had fallen into a misconception. He intended to use the Brahma Heaven seal to force her off the stage, but water was formless and could exist anywhere. While a foundation-building cultivator might not ascend, she could manipulate the water curtain to elevate herself into the air. Since forging a pact with Hong Yi, her control over water spiritual energy was superior to that of any other spiritual energy. Wherever the water was, she could be as she stepped upon the water. Fu Li's presence instilled a sense of unease in Zhu Hui. Her spiritual energy could indeed last longer than his. With this thought, Zhu Hui immediately formed a hand seal, detonating the Brahma Heaven seal. The scriptures inscribed upon the seal scattered and spiraled around Fu Li from various angles, seeking to ensnare her. After enduring numerous battles, Zhu Hui's strategies adapted swiftly. His spiritual energy was sustained through the 3 transmutations, and though he was uncertain of Fu Li's methods, he believed that even if a heavenly spiritual root absorbed energy slightly faster, the conversion process still required refinement. Thus, he surmised Fu Li must possess a method akin to the 3 transmutations for rapid absorption of spiritual energy. Observing Zhu Hui's movements, Fu Li remained unperturbed. As the golden scriptures encircled her, all the water on the stage converged towards her. The water spiritual energy swirled alongside the scriptures, resembling a colossal, shimmering golden water dragon encircling a breathtaking maiden standing upon the water. The maiden, with her gaze cast downward and eyes closed, appeared almost divine, illuminated by the golden light of the water dragon, accentuated by the vermilion birthmark upon her brow. Zhu Hui tightened his control over the floating scriptures. Preparing to hurl Fu Li from the stage, the water dragon suddenly dispersed, and Fu Li vanished from within. Noticing her disappearance, Zhu Hui swiftly raised the Brahma Heaven seal to shield himself from the 3 arrows Fu Li unleashed. Water escape technique? Impressive, several spectators remarked. This technique was executed remarkably well. The evasion skills of the Taishan sect were formidable, yet even their own disciples did not master them all. Previously, Fu Li had only utilized simple dodging techniques from the Taishan sky escape, never revealing her mastery of the water escape technique. Had she done so, Zhu Hui would not have underestimated her capabilities. With the arrows deflected, Fu Li followed up with a powerful punch, roaring forth like a tiger. Shumi Palm, Ju Hui countered Fu Li's arrows, dispersing the seal's defenses and proactively launching an attack. His hand, imbued with a heavy essence, surged towards the tiger's head, transforming into a massive mountain that restrained the tiger's advance. Fu Li's countenance remained unchanged as her fist surged forward once more, a surge of hidden strength embedding itself within the tiger's head. Amplifying her output of spiritual energy, the tiger, suppressed by the mountain, opened its mouth, unleashing an enraged roar that reverberated, causing the imposing mountain to begin fracturing. However, the mountain was not merely for show. The crumbling stones rained down upon the tiger's head, gradually diminishing its ferocity. Just as the crowd anticipated a mutual annihilation between the tiger and the mountain, a small tiger suddenly burst forth from the dissipating energies. The small tiger, adorably fierce, charged forward and collided with Ju Hui. He barely had time to raise his hand in defense, yet still staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The spectators on the stands failed to perceive the true potency of the small tiger, instead marveling at Ju Hui being injured by a mere cub, incredulous. Could it be that his earlier injuries from the sword cultivator had yet to heal completely? Indeed, Ju Hui's wounds had not fully mended. Yet he was not so easily injured. Some cultivators familiar with the Fu clan's heavenly tiger-devouring fist began to speculate that this seemingly innocuous cub was not to be underestimated. The tiger forms produced by the Fu clan's technique were known to develop progressively. Fu Li's earlier punches, though impressive, had merely manifested as a tiger's head. Though they appeared grand, they were somewhat illusory. Now, this small tiger, seemingly cute, embodied genuine inner strength. The hidden energy within the fist technique was not documented in the Fu clan's teachings, which made it challenging to cultivate. An elder from the Fu clan stands brightened at this realization. The heavenly tiger-devouring fist lacked formal instruction on hidden energy, only imparted by clan elders during practice, relying on individual aptitude for comprehension. Fu Li, possessing a chaotic body, had left the Fu clan for the Tai Xian sect the day after her spiritual test, a fact known to the clan's elders, who had been present at the time. Thus, Fu Li had not formally studied any techniques from her clan. These skills must have been imparted through spiritual imprinting by Fu Yu and Zhao Wanyun before her departure. Even her master, Yuan Yun Zhenren, would have taught her Tai Xian sect techniques. Hence, Fu Li had managed to cultivate the heavenly tiger-devouring fist to such a degree solely through her own insights. Without guidance, truly an extraordinary talent, on the stage, Ju Hui sustained further injuries and had no choice but to once again summon the Brahma Heaven Seal for defense. While evasion may be dishonorable, it proved effective. However, Fu Li offered him no respite, estimating that the duration of his 3 transmutations was nearly up. She employed the techniques she had observed previously, unleashing a chaotic array of attack talismans, compelling Ju Hui to maintain his seal without even a moment to heal. Barely managing to consume a recovery pill, Ju Hui realized that continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to his defeat. With that, he detonated the Brahma Heaven Seal once more, seizing the opportunity while the scriptures targeted Fu Li, unleashing a mighty palm strike. Transcendental Palm. The Dui Palm is the most advanced technique that Jue Hui is capable of wielding. Also known as the Red Dust Dui Palm, it has the ability to lock onto a person's vital energy, even if one attempts to evade using body techniques or escape methods. As long as they remain within the range of the Dui Palm's lock, they will inevitably be struck. The extent of this locking range is contingent upon the practitioner's cultivation level. Even with the use of escape techniques, Fu Li cannot escape the confines of the arena. As long as she remains within its boundaries, she cannot avoid this palm strike. Previously, Tang Yu managed to cleave through this palm with sheer sword energy. Jue Hui appears to be at the end of his strength, as if merely approaching him would guarantee a single punch would send him flying off the stage. Fu Li first unleashed a punch to slow the speed of the Dui Palm, then seized the opportunity to use an escape technique to temporarily evade the locking of the Luoyin scriptures, subsequently reappearing beside Jue Hui and delivering a punch directed at him. That moment, the seemingly weak Jue Hui suddenly unleashed a counterforce from within, sending Fu Li hurtling backward. Chapter 31. The second battle of the 3 strong as Fu Li teetered on the brink of being sent flying off the arena by this counterforce. Jue Hui, unable to sustain himself any longer, collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. Just as the spectators believed the outcome was settled, the Fu Li that had been flung away suddenly dissipated in midair, while above the arena, a A silhouette of Fu Li gradually materialized from the lingering mist. Sensing something, Juehui managed to lift his head with great difficulty. The girl formed from the mist held a bow drawn taut like a crescent moon. It turned out that after Fu Li had appeared beside Juehui using an escape technique, she noticed his extreme weakness and suspected he was merely putting on an act, so she refrained from striking directly. Instead, she left behind a 4th-tier illusion talisman and a 4th-tier attack talisman, while she herself concealed her presence once again using water escape. Under normal circumstances, these talismans would hardly deceive Juehui. However, in his current severely injured state, with little energy left, it was already commendable that he could devise a counterattack at this critical moment, leaving him no time to discern the truth of the situation. As the mist enveloped Fu Li, her jade-like hand relaxed, and the 3 stars aligning arrow was loosed, propelling Juehui's body from the arena like an arrow released from its bowstring. However, due to Fu Li's reappearance, she found herself locked onto by Juehui's earlier dewy palm and was unable to deploy her Mayweb brocade fan in time, forcing her to endure the impact of the attack. Fortunately, without Juehui's spiritual power augmenting it, and having already expended some of her energy in dodging Fu Li's earlier punch and 2 escape techniques, the residual force of the attack only inflicted a moderate injury on Fu Li. The referee, witnessing the events unfold, ascended the stage to announce Fu Li's victory. Thus, the top 2 contenders were determined, with Juehui suffering 2 consecutive defeats to secure 3rd place, leaving the final showdown between Fu Li and Tang Yu. Below the arena, a multitude of disciples from various sects congregated, placing bets on who would emerge victorious. Amongst cultivators of the same level, the combat prowess of sword cultivators and blade cultivators is generally quite formidable, particularly that of the sword sect, whose direct disciples are often capable of challenging opponents beyond their level. In my view, betting on the sword cultivator seems the most reliable. You speak of ordinary people, but what of the Tai Xian sect? That was once the foremost sect of the floating world continent, unmatched by any other, not even the sword sect or the Zen sect. Although they may have diminished somewhat since the war against evil, their legacy endures. With talent, they can still cultivate formidable disciples. I observe that Fu Li possesses both talent and cunning, though she may be a tad young. However, she might still hold her ground against that sword cultivator. Indeed, it is noteworthy that the top 2 contenders in this Foundation Establishment Arena tournament are both female cultivators. Over the past 10 millennia, the number of formidable female cultivators has been steadily increasing. Yin and Yang are in balance. All methods converge into one eye in this world. There are times when Yin predominates and times when Yang prevails. All part of the celestial principle of balance, which is nothing to be astonished about. Fellow cultivators, I wager a mid-grade spirit stone on Fu Li of the Tai Xian sect to win. I bet on Tang Yu of the sword sect. I support the Tai Xian sect. I back the sword cultivator. A fervor of betting erupted among the gathered cultivators. Meanwhile, a few members of the Zen sect arrived to escort Juehui away for healing, while the rest quietly sat in the stands, refraining from engaging in discussions. Although Buddhist cultivators are generally not overly competitive, it would be inappropriate for them to enthusiastically participate in discussions about the 2 who had just injured their fellow sect member. Fu Li did not leave the arena. Instead, she swallowed a few medicinal pills and seated herself on the ground, closing her eyes to recuperate. Having previously consumed the Bodhi pill given by her master, her body's recovery speed was rapid, and her absorption of spiritual energy was swift, so she saw no reason to delay. After all, this was the final match. Once it concluded, she would be done with it. Requiring no further concealment, before long, Fu Li opened her eyes, rose, and nodded to the referee, signaling that she was ready to begin. Are you not going to rest a while longer? This is the last match. The referee remarked, noticing Fu Li's remarkably quick recuperation. No need. Thank you for the reminder. Elder, I am ready. Since it is the final match, let us resolve it swiftly, Fu Li replied with a confident smile. The officiating elder, seeing her determination, did not press further, recognizing that Fu Li was well aware of her own condition. After all, the consequences of victory or defeat would be borne individually, and there was no need for additional commentary. Tang Yu stepped forward, casually twisting a branch to secure her loose hair atop her head before ascending the arena. She preferred not to have overly complicated hairstyles. Her master often insisted on styling her hair into 2 small buns, which she found lacking in grandeur, so she would always undo them. Generally, she found it troublesome and left her hair loose, opting for a simple twist with a branch during combat. What a dashing young lady! Fu Li marveled at Tang Yu, adorned in dark brocade, exuding an air of confidence. Tang Yu had never received such praise before, but could somewhat comprehend that Fu Li was complimenting her striking demeanor. Sword sect, Tang Yu. Tang Yu inclined her hands toward Fu Li, a gentle smile gracing her lips. In a world that cherishes beauty, Fu Li stood out even among the most exquisite, and who would not be pleased to receive a compliment from such a beauty? Taishin sect, Fu Li. With a swift motion, Tang Yu drew the Han Qi sword from her waist, causing the surrounding icy spiritual energy to stir, whipping up gusts of snow and frost upon the arena. The arena was protected by isolation formations, similar to Fu Li's previous water flooding the Golden Mountain technique. Tang Yu's raging storm of ice and snow would not spill beyond the confines of the arena, though those nearby outside would still feel the temperature dropped. As an ice elemental root sword cultivator, Tang Yu's sword emanated an intense chill. However, unlike Hua Qianyu of the Tianshui sect, who also wielded ice elemental roots and commanded a chilling energy imbued with a dark coldness, Tang Yu's icy aura was remarkably pure, akin to simple ice, her sword embodying nothing but coldness. Over time, those within its vicinity might find themselves unaware of the chill, as they could not perceive when they had been harmed by it. As the signal to commence rang out, Tang Yu charged at Fu Li with her sword raised. Though aware that Fu Li had been injured by Jue Hui in the previous match, since Fu Li herself had chosen not to continue her recuperation and opted to engage in battle, she should accept the consequences of her choice. In Tang Yu's eyes, wielding her sword with full force was the utmost respect she could offer her opponent. Fu Li did not expect Tang Yu to relent. Her arrows were already nocked, striking against Tang Yu's sword with a series of impacts, transforming her originally water element arrows into ice arrows upon nearing the Han Qi sword, which shattered into a flurry of icy shards upon collision. This sword is truly domineering. Fu Li's weapon, merely a treasure-level artifact, seemed rather mundane in comparison, unable to withstand the might of the Han Qi sword. Observers from the stands lamented as they witnessed the increasing accumulation of icy shards upon the arena with Tang Yu's advance. Accompanied by the sounds of shattering, Chapter 32. A single arrow, sword, determines the outcome. Fu Li's weapon was not without merit. Many Foundation establishment stage cultivators still lacked such a weapon. However, for prodigies like Fu Li and Tang Yu, who were nurtured by major sects, it would not be impossible to select a spiritual weapon from their sect's treasury. Treasure-level artifacts, in the hands of the esteemed disciples of top-tier sects, indeed appeared somewhat ordinary. Tang Yu's Han Qi sword was evidently imbued with a powerful sentience, and Fu Li did not expect her spiritual energy arrows to rival Tang Yu's Han Qi sword. Her intention was merely to impede. Utilizing her water arrows, she transformed them into elemental arrows, which, despite being shot down, morphed into countless vines that ensnared the Han Qi sword, effectively restraining it. Seizing this opportunity, Fu Li widened the distance between herself and Tang Yu once more. Observing the wood elemental arrows wrapping around her, Tang Yu recognized that Fu Li was evading her like a forest sprite, gradually distancing herself further, and realized that she had lost the initiative. There is no need for further probing. Let us determine the victor with a single strike. Tang Yu ceased her pursuit, instead gripping the frost serpent sword tightly in her hand. A tempest of frigid winds and snow encircled her, causing the wooden vines on the sword to snap one by one. The sword's silver blade was shrouded in a layer of frost. Glinting with a chilling light, Fu Li stood at a safe distance, her spiritual arrows dissipating as she retrieved 2 arrows from her storage bracelet, one ablaze with fiery heat, the other exuding a menacing sharpness. These arrows had been crafted by Fu Li herself, utilizing golden flamestone and gung goldstone as primary materials, one possessing the fire attribute and the other the metal attribute. Though her bow was insufficient compared to Tang Yu's frost serpent sword, she had no choice but to rely on her spiritual power for support. Fu Li pinched the 2 arrows between 3 fingers, aiming them at Tang Yu. As if choreographed, Tang Yu swung her sword, cleaving through the gentle spring breeze and leaving only the biting cold of winter in its wake. Simultaneously, Fu Li released her 2 arrows, the dark golden arrow spiraling inward while the fiery arrow circled around it. Together, they resembled a blazing sun radiating heat and light. The clash of the blazing sun against the icy winter erupted in a blinding brilliance, dazzling the onlookers. The cultivators in the audience were unable to discern anything visually. They merely felt the dual forces of heat and cold shatter the arena's protective array. Those closest to the stage required their spiritual energy to shield themselves from the residual shockwaves. Such occurrences were not unheard of in past competitions, but they typically transpired only during confrontations between Golden Core and nascent soul cultivators. It was rare to witness such intensity from Foundation establishment practitioners. Only after the light dissipated could the spectators see the two figures that had once stood proudly on the stage. One was now half kneeling, gripping her sword with one hand while the other hung limply at her side. Blood dripping from her arm onto the arena. Her once coiled hair, previously tied with branches, had unraveled and cascaded over her shoulders, trailing down to her chest. The other, though still standing, relied on her hands to support a bough nearly as tall as herself. Blood trickled from her mouth, pooling at her feet, while her spiritual energy surged violently, rushing back into her body. After a moment, Fuli managed to lift one hand to retrieve a pill, tossing it into her mouth, appearing to require a sufficient intake of spiritual energy before regaining the strength to consume the elixir. From this scene alone, it was difficult to ascertain who held the upper hand. Tang Yu lifted her gaze to Fuli and spoke softly. "I concede." The crowd was perplexed. Apart from the referee, no one dared to assess the contestants' injuries before an official declaration was made. "It should be I who lost," Tang Yu continued. "Your killing intent did not manifest? As this is not a battle to the death, which constrained you, I lack the unwavering spirit of sword cultivators, who cast aside all else, their eyes focused solely on the sword." Fuli sensed that Tang Yu had suppressed her murderous aura. Without it, the sword lacked its edge. Had this been a life-or-death struggle, Fuli would likely have sustained more severe injuries. Yet, if it were indeed a fight to the death, given Tang Yu's recovery speed, she could have potentially defeated Fuli, even at the cost of her own injuries, especially considering the advantage of wielding a weapon. Fuli pondered this carefully, realizing it might indeed hold true. However, such matters were difficult to articulate. As disciples from prominent sects, no one could predict the survival tactics they might employ in a life-or-death scenario. As it stood in the arena, both were devoid of combat capability, and any further confrontation would merely be a gamble with their lives, thus transcending the bounds of a competition. "Shall we call it a draw?" Fuli suggested, glancing at Tang Yu. Uncertain if such a scenario existed, she turned to the referee for confirmation. The referee ascended the arena, meticulously examining the state of both combatants. Concluding that both were incapable of further combat without jeopardizing their foundations, he announced the match a draw. In a contest of this nature, where the objective was to refrain from inflicting mortal harm on one another, such a situation was inevitable. This Foundation establishment competition left the disciples of various sects astounded, proving once more that there are always greater heights beyond the known. The disciples of the Sword sect, who prided themselves on their bond with the sword, emphasized the unity of person and blade, their techniques inseparable from their weapons. Yet, the disciple of the Tai Xian sect displayed an array of diverse methods, astonishing all with tactics previously unseen until the final battle. Originally, armed with a bow that hardly qualified as a spirit tool, she had advanced to this stage solely due to her formidable prowess. It was unexpected that Fuli could unleash such a breathtaking arrow in the end. After the battle concluded, the two specially crafted arrows vanished, likely having detonated to inflict damage on Tang Yu to such a degree that it was indeed surprising that this year's Foundation establishment competition could end in a draw. Fuli, unconcerned with the opinions of others, quickly regained her strength and approached Tang Yu, extending her hand. Tang Yu regarded Fuli for a moment before placing her uninjured hand atop Fuli's. To the onlookers below, a girl clad in a beautiful pink robe, with a distinctive red birthmark between her brows and a radiant visage, stood atop the battered arena, bow in hand. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon her, resembling a divine halo. Before her knelt another girl in black finery, her hair cascading freely, exuding an indomitable spirit even in injury as she clutched her sword. The image of the two girls clasping hands, supporting each other as they descended the arena, became a perfect conclusion to this century's Foundation establishment competition. Chapter 33. A new generation of talents. The results of the Foundation establishment competition were thus revealed. Tang Yu of the Sword sect and Fuli of the Tai Xian sect shared the first place, while Zen sect's Zhu Hui claimed third. Aside from the two shared first places, The most astonishing aspect of this competition was the performance of the Linglong Pavilion's young master, Zi Shusi. Luo Yao and Fu Li, like many others, found Zi Shusi's fighting style refreshingly novel and were eager to witness his next match. However, what they witnessed was Zi Shusi advancing into the top 10, ultimately securing the 5th position. The match they had previously observed was merely a playful display. His true combat prowess was formidable in the earlier rounds. He had not even revealed his spiritual roots, leading many to believe he was a physical cultivator. Yet as his opponents grew stronger in subsequent matches, Zi Shusi finally unveiled his weapon, the Breaking Army Spear. With the spear tip flashing with lightning, he rendered his opponents powerless, leaving the audience astounded. This seemingly frivolous young master, a second-generation affluent heir, turned out to be a genius with a mutated lightning spiritual root. Mutated spiritual roots are rare, and those of higher quality even more so. Among the common varieties found in the floating world, the mutated lightning and ice roots are considered quite good. Cultivating with a mutated spiritual root is challenging. Many with lightning roots have perished due to their inability to control the violent power of lightning, resulting in shattered meridians and severed paths to immortality. Compared to the relatively gentle wood, metal, water, fire, and earth elements, it is exceedingly difficult for a mortal body to master the ferocious energy of lightning. Which is why the heavens test or punish cultivators with heavenly thunder. A cultivator with a mutated lightning root, if their cultivation proceeds smoothly, typically signifies a rare physique, the lightning spirit body. This physique accompanies the mutated lightning root, granting an innate affinity for lightning power. During their advancement, the trials of heavenly thunder pose little challenge. As long as they can conquer their inner demons, promotion becomes a matter of course. Thus, in Zi Shusi's final match, he defeated the sword sex Lei Hao with the overwhelming force of his Breaking Army Spear, shocking the entire arena. Given this talent, the probability of him possessing the lightning spirit body exceeded 90%. Fu Li finally understood why he had opted for such ostentatious displays in battle. After all, the lightning spirit body cannot be concealed as her chaotic body can. With his notable background, he need not hide his cultivation like a talentless rogue, but rather could choose a path of unabashed display, showcasing his strength and lineage to deter others from hostility. Following the conclusion of the Foundation Establishment competition, Fu Li returned to the Taishan sect's abode to enter seclusion, emerging only for the Golden Core Finals. Are you well? Have your injuries fully healed? Luo Yao rushed from the star-folding pavilion to the Taishan sect's territory upon learning Fu Li had finally exited her retreat. She had feared Fu Li had sustained lingering injuries in the final match. I am fine. I merely experienced occasional insights and chose to remain in seclusion, Fu Li replied. That's a relief, Luo Yao sighed, then recalled her encounters with Tang Yu over the past few days. By the way, that sword cultivator girl seems quite concerned about you. She asked me about you when I went to find you twice. Likely worried about your condition after the final battle. Luo Yao raised her chin slightly in the direction of the sword sect, exclaiming, Look, she has come today too. Fu Li followed Luo Yao's gaze and met Tang Yu's concerned eyes. She recalled that during her seclusion for recovery, her senior brother mentioned that Tang Yu had visited her once, leaving behind 2 bottles of healing elixirs and vitality pills. A smile crept onto her lips as she nodded in acknowledgement to Tang Yu from afar. In her previous life, she had few family or friends. In this life, as long as there are those who genuinely care for her, she is willing to extend greater kindness in return. The current Golden Core competition is indeed captivating. Today marks the final showdown for the top 10. If you don't emerge soon, I shall truly begin to worry. Luo Yao pulled Fu Li to sit in the stands on the Taishan sect side, where the remaining platforms below were dwindling. This year's Foundation Establishment competition was indeed much stronger than those of previous years, showcasing a plethora of prodigious talents, thereby heightening everyone's anticipation for the Golden Core and Nascent Soul competitions. Both her senior brothers are cultivators at the Golden Core stage. Naturally, she would come to witness her family's contest at the critical juncture. With her brother's exceptional talents, entering the top 100 was hardly a concern for her. Particularly her second senior brother, although only at the initial Golden Core stage, his path closely resembles that of the Sword Sect's sword cultivators, his heart devoted solely to the blade. With his exceptional wind-slicing blade, he swept through the competition, cutting through gold and jade, overpowering many mid and late Golden Core prodigies to secure a place in the top 10. However, his journey came to a halt upon encountering Lu Jifeng from the Sword Sect, where he ultimately claimed the 10th position. Losing to Lu Jifeng was no disgrace. Lu Jifeng, already at the late Golden Core stage, exhibited burgeoning sword intent, decisively defeating disciples from various sects to fight his way into the top 3. Presently, the only ones capable of contending with him are her senior brother Su Youhui and senior sister Su Yun from Xinghai Peak. Lu Jifeng from the sword sect is indeed remarkable. His sword displays a tangible murderous aura, embodying his path through slaying, a perilous path that Su Yun and Youhui may not be able to surpass. Upon hearing the words of Master Yuan Yun, Master Mingren nodded as he observed the arena below. As the head of the Taishan sect, he was well acquainted with the more outstanding disciples within his sect. Su Yun from Xinghai Peak wields twin swords, favoring agility and the element of surprise. He held a deeper understanding of Su Youhui, the eldest disciple of Master Yuan Yun from Yunqi Peak. Su Youhui is known for his upright character, following the gentleman's path, wielding a gentleman's sword devoid of extreme aggression or murderous intent. Were it not for a life-and-death battle, his path would not evoke the desperate desire to fight to the bitter end as seen in Lu Jifeng. As anticipated, Su Yun soon fell beneath Lu Jifeng's sword and sustained significant injuries. After confirming Su Yun was unharmed, Master Mingren instructed for her to be taken back to recuperate Su Youhui. Realizing that continuing the battle could potentially harm either of their meridians and affect future cultivation, chose to forfeit the opportunity for a mutually destructive outcome against Lu Jifeng, conceding its second place. Master Mingren held no grievances regarding this outcome. While Lu Jifeng emerged victorious, his overwhelming murderous aura would only exacerbate the trials of heavenly tribulations and inner demons in future cultivation, a precarious fate. As a guardian of his kin, he naturally wished for their well-being. Chapter 34. The Legend of Zen Buddhism. Thus, the Centennial Tournament serves as both a test and motivation for the younger generation of disciples, providing them with a platform to showcase their abilities. Rankings do not encompass all. Consider the Zen sect's disciple Nianzhan and the sword sect's Jiyingzhan. Though they rank 4th and 6th in the nascent soul stage, their innate talents far exceed those ahead of them, as both have fought beyond their ranks. Nianzhan and Jiyingzhan, both at the initial nascent soul stage, showcased remarkable prowess. Jiyingzhan secured 6th place by fortuitously comprehending the sword domain during the competition, defeating numerous prodigies through this newfound insight and his combat experience. All at the tender age of 150. It is not uncommon for sword cultivators to battle beyond their ranks. Indeed, those at the foundation establishment stage often find it easier to do so than others. Many prodigies manage to engage in such feats during their foundation establishment stage, so while many admire Jiyingzhan's talent, it does not come as a particular surprise. In contrast, Nianzhan from the Zen sect is a source of immense astonishment. Fuli, having witnessed several of Nianzhan's matches, realized that the Zen sect's 3 transformations were far from simple techniques wielded by the enlightened. Nianzhan's mastery allowed him to withstand assaults from those at the late nascent soul stage, a display of strength that truly astounded all. This esteemed disciple, known throughout Central Continent, is famed for having emerged from the Zen sect a century ago. It is said that he was born with auspicious Buddhist light, a natural white hair tuft between his brows, a visage that speaks of countless lifetimes devoid of karmic debts, having performed virtuous deeds that yielded fruitful outcomes. Gifted with merit, he is inherently suited for the path of Buddhism. Master Yuanji, the abbot of the Zen sect, discovered Nianzhan in the mortal realm and took him as a disciple. It is rumored that Master Mingren of the Taishan sect was also present at the time, yet for reasons unknown, he could not contest Master Yuanji, leading Nianzhan to become a disciple of the Zen sect and subsequently a Buddha's son. At the age of 110, Nianzhan underwent the transformation into a nascent soul, an event marked by golden radiance, colorful clouds, and misty auspices. According to the timeline of his transformation, he is indeed the foremost among the younger generation, as no one has achieved such a feat in a shorter span. Now, as the crowd beholds this legendary figure, they cannot help but marvel anew. Some individuals seem to exist solely to overshadow others. Fuli first heard tales of Nianzhan while wandering through Yunwu City beneath the Taishan sect, listening to the outer disciples recount their experiences. The Zen sect's Buddha's son often ventures into the mortal realm for training, attaining enlightenment as effortlessly as quenching one's thirst. It is said that he is often clad in white robes and straw sandals, adorned in crimson robes, wielding a golden glazed Zen staff, with a handsome countenance. His tuft of white hair spirals gracefully between his brows, reminiscent of Mount Sumeru, reflecting both inwardly and outwardly like white glass. His thoughts are profoundly clear, his spirit transparent, exuding a pure and righteous Buddhist light as he traverses the myriad mundane worlds, cultivating the path of reincarnation and karmic retribution. As Luo Yao observed Nian Zhan's competition, she couldn't help but whisper to Fu Li, "It seems that despite being a Buddhist cultivator, Nian Zhan possesses an exceptionally handsome appearance. Many lament that he has a face capable of captivating souls." And some less diligent female cultivators often fantasize about leading this ascetic Buddha into the mundane realm, hoping to cultivate a joyful Buddha. Fu Li nodded, acknowledging that she had heard similar tales. She had come across several fanfictions featuring this dashing Buddha, suggesting that he is indeed a fantasy figure for many female cultivators. Luo Yao glanced at Nian Zhan, then at Fu Li, chuckling in a way. "This Buddha's son shares some similarities with you. Ali, that vermilion mole between your brows accentuates your resemblance to a reincarnated bodhisattva, yet your visage is striking enough to bewitch the world. Fortunately, with that mole serving as a seal, otherwise, you would surely resemble the enchanting spirits from those tales." Fu Li shot a sidelong glance at Luo Yao, who seemed to grow increasingly frivolous in her remarks. "You ought to read fewer tales from the mortal realm. I have perused the records in the sect's library regarding the demon race. They are merely trivial demons who resort to disreputable acts in the mortal realm. Lacking a lineage or cultivation techniques, they can only rely on creating karmic debts to advance their practice. Little do they realize that such methods are unstable, even if they attain some superficial cultivation. A single heavenly tribulation could shatter it all." Yet, Luo Yao remained undeterred, her enthusiasm unabated. "I have heard that millennia ago, Buddhist cultivators were known for their detached affections. They seldom sought companions. Even if a heart was stirred, they would not speak of it, and some even succumbed to inner demons. The only exception was the father of Miaoyu, the revered figure of your Taishan sect. After his ascension, the world learned that the notion of severing emotional ties to avoid inner demons was merely an excuse for improper cultivation. The tale of Miaoyu Yuanjun has reached Fu Li's ears as well. As one of the esteemed leaders of the Taishan sect, the master of Xinghai Peak, her remarkable deeds are widely celebrated within the sect. Miaoyu Yuanjun possesses a disposition of serene detachment, eschewing extravagant attire in favor of a flowing silver-white satin gown that she dons year-round. A single white jade hairpin secures her lustrous tresses atop her head, with a few delicate strands cascading gently over her forehead, presenting an image of gentle grace and effortless poise. Her lifestyle is exceedingly simple. She occasionally invites Yaoji Yuanjun for companionship, yet often finds solace in solitude. Seated cross-legged upon a stone platform atop Xinghai Peak, savoring the exquisite wine brewed by Yaoji Yuanjun from Celestial Frost and Silver Osmanthus, all while gazing upon the breathtaking scenery, disciples of the Taishan sect are well aware that Miaoyu Yuanjun's background is extraordinary. She once faced societal rejection. Her mother was a wandering cultivator, while her father practiced the Zen Buddhist path. Thousands of years ago, the realm of cultivation was still heavily influenced by the mortal world, and the notion of a Buddhist practitioner remaining unworldly while taking a partner and bearing children was met with skepticism. A faction within the Zen community believed that forming a union would hinder one's cultivation, deeming such practitioners as not adhering to the true Buddhist way. However, contrary to expectations, Miaoyu Yuanjun's father not only excelled in his cultivation but surpassed many of his contemporaries in the Zen sect, ascending to the higher realms amidst a radiant halo of Buddha light accompanied by auspicious clouds. Among the colorful clouds, faint echoes of Buddhist chants could be heard, affirming that his path remained steadfastly aligned with Buddhism. Earning the recognition of the heavenly Tao, from that moment onward, the Zen practitioners ceased to shun those who chose to take partners, though few still ventured down that path. Yet, Fu Li cast a curious glance at Luo Yao. "What concern is this of yours? You wouldn't happen to be one of those little spirits coveting the Buddha's favor, would you?" Startled by Fu Li's suspicious gaze, Luo Yao quickly shook her head. No. How could I be like them? I'm merely curious, truly." Luo Yao chuckled foolishly, glancing at Fu Li while stealthily revealing a corner of a book from her bosom. "You see, my greatest trait is my insatiable curiosity. Hee. Fu Li glanced at the cover of the book, which gleamed with golden characters proclaiming the untold stories between me and the Zen Buddhist practitioners. Chapter 35. The selfishness of Master Mingren due to the absence of participants from Yunqi Peak. Fu Li had largely refrained from attending the arena battles for the nascent soul stage, except for the final few decisive matches among the top 10. She had been diligently preparing for the upcoming alchemy and artifact crafting competitions in the solitude of her dwelling, as it was essential to nurture her secondary pursuits. With an array of skills at her disposal, she would ensure that in the future, she would lack for nothing in terms of partners, wealth, and resources. Finally, the results of the arena battles for the Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul stages concluded, and the rewards for the top 3 were unveiled in accordance with the century-old competition tradition. The top 3 in each stage were to receive a medicinal pill, a spirit beast egg, and a magical artifact. The rewards for the top 3 in the Foundation Establishment stage included a 5th-tier nurturing pill, a young moon rabbit, and a spirit artifact known as the Mooncatcher Bow. When Fu Li beheld the prizes, she was taken aback. The entire floating world continent was aware that the century-old competition was spearheaded by the 3 sects, and thus, the majority of the rewards were provided by them. However, she was astonished to discover that the coveted Mooncatcher Bow was among the prizes for the Foundation Establishment stage. Had she not secured a position among the top 3, she would have been forever deprived of this magnificent artifact. Just as she felt a fleeting sense of relief, a nagging doubt crept in. The news of her fruitless venture into the treasure pavilion was not only known throughout the Tai Xian sect, but was certainly within Master Mingren's knowledge as well. As a disciple of her own sect, even if Master Mingren chose not to assist her, it would be unlikely for him to intentionally bestow the Mooncatcher Bow upon an outsider. Moreover, the rewards for the top 3 were only announced after the conclusion of the competitions, suggesting that when Master Mingren decided to present the Mooncatcher Bow as a prize, she might have already been tied for first place in the Foundation Establishment stage alongside Tang Yu. Fu Li lifted her gaze to the elevated platform where the 3 sect masters sat in solemnity. Master Mingren occupied the central position, exuding an aura of righteousness and dignified presence. He even caught sight of Fu Li's gaze upon him and responded with a kind and warm smile in her direction. Seeing this, Fu Li felt a surge of warmth within her heart and smiled in return, suddenly assured that this reward was specifically prepared for her by Master Mingren. As Master Mingren recognized that Fu Li understood his good intentions, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This clever little girl grasped his kindness with remarkable swiftness. Over the years, her relentless pursuit of the Mooncatcher Bow in the treasure pavilion had become common knowledge within the sect. As there were few disciples who had returned empty-handed after multiple attempts, if the Mooncatcher Bow were merely disinterested in her, it would have been acceptable. She could simply strive to enhance her cultivation. However, the Mooncatcher Bow had experienced a decline in its sensitivity and spirit, remaining dormant and devoid of the awareness to recognize a master, which was why it had lingered in the treasure pavilion for so long. Master Mingren believed it was unnecessary for her to exert herself futilely, for the Tai Xian sect was more than capable of providing its disciples with other spirit-class artifacts. Yet, this girl harbored an inexplicable fondness for the Mooncatcher Bow and desired another attempt. The treasures within the treasure pavilion had been governed by rules established since the sect's inception. Only those with affinity could claim them. Even as the sect leader, he could not simply hand over an artifact to a young disciple without cause, regardless of their prodigious talent. Therefore, while preparing the rewards for this century-old competition, he was inspired to retrieve the Mooncatcher Bow from the pavilion. Initially, he merely acted on a whim, intending to substitute it for another artifact should Fu Li fail. Little did he expect that she would so honorably secure a top 3 position, even sharing first place with the sword cultivator who had advanced to the late Foundation Establishment stage before her. With this thought, Master Mingren cast a prideful glance at Master Yuanji, feeling quite pleased with himself. Although Master Yuanji remained oblivious, he noted Fu Li's glance in their direction, and upon connecting it with Master Mingren's expression, he could surmise that the latter was still reflecting on his previous remarks. Master Yuanji shook his head in resignation. He could not forcefully intervene. After all, he was the leader of a sect, and it was unseemly to dwell on such trivial matters. Tang Yu glanced at the rewards for the top 3 in the Foundation Establishment competition, raising an eyebrow slightly and gesturing to Fu Li to go ahead. "You may choose first." Fu Li beamed at Tang Yu, feeling no need for formality, and eagerly bounded to the Mooncatcher Bow, instinctively employing her agility without even realizing it. "You know I will undoubtedly choose the Mooncatcher Bow. As a sword cultivator, I shan't be polite." Having tied for first place, either could choose first, and Tang Yu, being a sword cultivator, naturally had no desire to contest the prize with Fu. Elated, Fu claimed the Mooncatcher bow. Her heart brimming with joy as she stood there, unable to suppress her smile. It was evident to all that the Mooncatcher bow had been deliberately placed there for her by the Tai Xian sect. Yet none could voice any objections. They had organized the martial competition, offered opportunities for learning and growth, and provided rewards. What more could one ask? It was only natural for them to prepare exceptional items for their own disciples through this opportunity. The century-old competition had evolved from sect competitions, rooted in the tradition of nurturing young talents, allowing the younger generation to gain resources through healthy competition. This resource extended beyond the rewards for the top three. Following the conclusion of the competition, each sect would prioritize and allocate resources to their disciples who ranked within the top 100. Observing Fu decisively claim the Mooncatcher bow, Tang Yu approached, surveying the remaining nurturing pills and the young moon rabbit. As a sword cultivator, she found little use for the nurturing pills, as they were primarily auxiliary and not aligned with her path. Generally, sword cultivators pursued breakthroughs through combat, and aside from healing items, and those with no side effects, they seldom resorted to auxiliary pills. While all medicines bear some toxicity, excessive consumption of pills can lead to pill poison and foster a sense of dependency, which contradicts the resolute spirit of a sword cultivator. In contrast, she found the young moon rabbit more intriguing. The moon rabbit bore a resemblance to a rabbit, with long ears cascading down its back, entirely snow-white, and large, bell-like eyes. It appeared innocent but was, in truth, a fierce and bloodthirsty creature. At first glance, it may appear to possess short legs and a stubby tail. Yet in the heat of battle, it can extend several meters, demonstrating remarkable prowess in close combat. Its leaping ability is exceptionally strong. During its youth, it could effortlessly leap dozens of zhang high, leading to tales of it surviving leaps from cliffs. Although the moon lynx is not considered rare, it remains a precious spirit beast. Furthermore, the moon lynx is fond of water's spiritual energy and can harness the essence of the moon for cultivation, making it particularly suitable for practitioners with ice-water spiritual roots. Tang Yu, having retrieved the moon lynx cub, still resembling a little rabbit entrapped within a spirit beast cage, returned to her original position. Juehue, upon seeing the remaining cultivation pills, wore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend the circumstances surrounding this year's competitors. According to seniors who participated in the last centennial competition, even the second-place winner scarcely laid eyes on any pills, yet this time, perhaps due to the exceptionally generous prizes, the pills were left for him, the third-place finisher. Chapter 36. The moon bow. With the distribution of rewards concluded, all arena matches officially came to a close. The following day, Fu re-enrolled in the competitions for alchemy, weapon forging, and formations, causing many of her fellow disciples from the Tai Xian sect to experience a twinge of self-doubt. Having just achieved a tie for first place in the arena competition, she immediately signed up for all the ancillary contests, leaving her peers feeling rather lethargic in comparison. Fu, have your injuries healed? Qin Feng, the sect leader's senior brother, though typically not very attentive and less inclined to assist than Su Youhuai, was nonetheless aware of his responsibility to care for his fellow disciples. Knowing Fu had been in seclusion for quite some time, he approached her with concern. Senior brother Qin, I have long since recovered. There is no need for the pills, but I appreciate your care. Fu quickly stopped Qin Feng as he reached for the pills. Compared to her own senior brother, this sect leader's senior was indeed less meticulous, and his expressions of concern were rather blunt. Upon seeing any injured junior disciple, he would inquire briefly before hastily dispensing pills. As Qin Feng's hand was halted, he furrowed his brow and scrutinized her closely, unable to discern whether she was truly unscathed. Ultimately, he forcefully pressed a bottle of nourishing pills into her hands with a serious demeanor. Take one first, with a resigned shake of her head. Fu swallowed a nourishing pill. This second-tier pill, although not of the highest grade, was essential for cultivation and training. It could expedite recovery for those suffering from dual deficiencies in vital energy and blood, and was harmless to the body. Even those who were uninjured would face no adverse effects. At worst, it would simply be ineffective. Having fulfilled his customary concern, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Have you signed up for the alchemy competition or the formation competition? He was aware of Fu Li's alchemical prowess, given that her Ningxiang pills had become immensely popular across the Nine Peaks, with the sect's female disciples frequently exchanging tasks for her pills. To him, While producing such pills might seem a diversion from more serious pursuits, he acknowledged the principle that the law does not penalize the masses, as so many of his fellow disciples enjoyed her work. He could hardly intervene, reasoning that her pill production would merely enhance her alchemical skills. As for Fu Li's capabilities in formations, although he had never witnessed them, her father was the foremost formation master in Zhongzhou, and her mentor, the esteemed Yuan Yun, was no slouch either in his view. If Fu Li were to be inept at formations, it would be a disgrace to her lineage. Fu Li, observing Qin Feng's stern and serious expression, instinctively straightened her posture. Senior brother Qin, I have enrolled in both the alchemy and weapon forging competitions, as well as the formation competition at AS. The youth we are, we must strive to learn more and not squander our youth. She was acutely aware of the sentiments that her senior brother wished to hear and delivered her official rhetoric with ease. As anticipated, Qin Feng nodded once more, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Indeed, Fu Li, you are of distinguished lineage, possessing an admirable mindset. Keep up the good work. Watching Qin Feng walk away, Fu Li let out a sigh of relief that, my own senior brother is truly the best. However, she was unaware that her recent remarks had inspired many of her fellow disciples, who resolved to learn an ancillary skill upon returning to the sect. After all, Fu Li was the youngest disciple within the 9 Peaks. And now that she was so diligent, they felt it would be shameful not to follow suit. For those talented inner disciples, mastering the basics of an ancillary skill was not particularly challenging, and many could successfully grasp the fundamentals. Yet, as one advanced in rank, the required talent increased, leaving most individuals stagnating in place. Unbeknownst to Fu Li, who had unwittingly ignited a wave of competitive spirit among her peers, she returned to her quarters after signing up. While awaiting the commencement of the first alchemy competition, she was eager to refine the newly acquired moon bao. However, what she initially thought would be a simple process took an unexpected turn as a surge of fragmented memories from the moon bao flooded her consciousness at the final moment. Within her mind, Fu Li experienced a vivid display of the moon bao's memories. She witnessed the moment it was first successfully forged, emerging as a supreme spirit artifact. She saw scenes of its previous master in battle, and glimpses of its gradual awakening of consciousness, forming a bond with its owner. Once, it had been a proud spirit, reveling in playful banter with its master and bickering with the master's contracted spirit beast, leading a colorful life. However, as dark forces ravaged the continent, it fought alongside its master against numerous malevolent entities. When the battle against evil erupted, the moon bao's master sustained grave injuries while striving to save more righteous cultivators, ultimately choosing to self-destruct in a final act of sacrifice, perishing alongside the malevolent forces. In its grief, the moon bao, as its master's life-bound treasure, suffered significant damage, and its spirit chose to obliterate its own consciousness in its final moments. Departing with its master, the moon bao, now devoid of its spirit, was later discovered by a righteous cultivator and brought back to the Taishan sect after the battle against evil concluded. My name is Lan Yu. My master was a carefree loose cultivator who wished to leave no name behind, offering only this piece of advice to future disciples. Upon receiving this bao, protect the righteous path. Follow your heart, and do not go against the harmony of nature. A voice resonated within Fu Li's mind as she successfully refined the moon bao, merging its myriad memories and a set of archery techniques into her consciousness. The original heaviness and stillness of the moon bao dissipated, as if it had been reborn, awaiting its master to bestow upon it newfound vitality. Fu Li had not anticipated such an extraordinary opportunity during the refinement of the moon bao. The memories it revealed opened her eyes to a world yet unexplored. Both her understanding of weapon forging and archery techniques expanded, unveiling a new gateway to knowledge. Beyond this gateway lie the steps leading to a higher plane. Master, I am quite fond of the aura emanating from this bao. It possesses a rich essence of ice water. Fu Li observed the moon bao, which floated gracefully in the air, while the diminutive red-tailed spirit danced around it. Exuding a swirl of water spiritual energy, the primary material of the moon bao seemed to be the exquisite Xian Shui moonlight stone we previously acquired. It appears the name moon bao is indeed well deserved. However, the cost of crafting a bao-sized piece of exquisite Xian Shui moonlight stone is quite steep. The red-tailed spirit draped its tail over the bowstring and gently plucked it, excitedly communicating with Fu Li. But that's not all. Within this moon bao, There is not only exquisite Xian Shui moonlight stone, but also 10,000-year-old Xian Shui stone essence and cold jade marrow. Xian Shui stone essence? Fu Li inquired, having heard of cold jade marrow, which is extremely rare and birthed from 10,000-year-old cold ice jade, possessing an innate chill. Artifacts forged from it are extremely cold and can only be wielded by those with heavenly water spiritual roots or mutated ice spiritual roots. However, she had no knowledge of Xian Shui stone essence. Does Xian Shui stone also possess essence? Chapter 37. The Alchemist Competition. It is indeed common for many mineral-based natural treasures to have essences. So it is reasonable that Xian Shui stone would as well. However, she had never heard of or seen any artifacts forged from Xian Shui stone essence in the market, suggesting it must be a rather rare treasure. It is quite normal for you not to know. Xian Shui stone essence is not commonly encountered, appearing only once every 10,000 years, much longer than the lifespan of many transient cultivators. The Tai Xian sect's library may have records on it, but it likely resides in sections inaccessible to junior disciples. Most importantly, Xian Shui stone essence only emerges in areas abundant with Xian Shui stones, where the energy is so dense that humans find it perilous to enter, hence the knowledge about it is scarce. Furthermore, the majority of Xian Shui stone essence is claimed by the Sharkmen, and only those like me, who have a spirit beast contracted with ancestral memories, would be aware of it. Fu Li observed the proud demeanor of the red-tailed spirit and then glanced at the moon bow in her hand. Why do I feel like ever since I formed a contract with you, everything around me has become infused with the essence of ice water? One might mistakenly believe I am a practitioner with heavenly water spiritual roots. The red-tailed spirit flitted about, its tail swaying, emitting a sound akin to a playful baby cooing, simultaneously transmitting a message into her consciousness. My ancestral memories are not yet fully unlocked. Currently, most of what I know is related to water. Seeing the red-tailed spirit's expression, Fu Li chuckled and shook her head. I was merely making an observation. As a water attribute spirit beast, it is only natural for you to be drawn to water-related matters. Besides, this moon bow is indeed something I desired. With a gentle stretch of her hand towards the lunar bow, it gracefully returned to Fu Li's grasp, suspended in midair. The bow had lost its previous aura of ancient tales, likely due to the final remnants of its spirit dissipating. It had become entirely detached from its former self. Should it regain sentience in the future, it would emerge as a wholly new entity. Fu Li caressed the lunar bow, and although she had initially cherished its storied past, the now reborn bow evoked a profound sense of intimacy, as if it were completely hers. Moreover, she had inherited the original spirit's tale, making this arrangement truly fortuitous. If she were to discover suitable celestial materials in the future, she could remelt it, enhancing its grade and hastening the day it would once again awaken its spirit. Rejoining the ranks of exquisite artifacts. After securing the lunar bow, Fu Li remained in seclusion until the commencement of the alchemist competition. The bow had bestowed upon her not only fragments of memory, but also a comprehensive technique for crafting the lunar arrow, which she could not fully comprehend at once and would require time to unravel. Under the blazing sun, with the ground scorched as if aflame, the alchemist competition commenced at the peak of yang energy. Held once every century for millennia, a dedicated alchemy square had long been established on one slope of the Shirley Slope, akin to a competition arena. The square was adorned with numerous small formations, meticulously designed by the Jiuxiao Tower to ensure that alchemists could work without disturbing one another. However, those with fragile psychological fortitude might still be affected by seeing others' superior alchemical skills, which was beyond anyone else's control. There were no particular requirements for seating. Participants could freely choose their spots on the ground. Nevertheless, novice alchemists typically gravitated towards the edges of the square. Fu Li, along with a group of fledgling alchemists, instinctively made her way over. Novices were well aware of their standing. Occupying a central position would only serve to highlight their inadequacies against the seasoned practitioners. As each alchemist settled down with their respective alchemy furnaces, the elders of Jiuxiao Tower raised a barrier and announced the start of the competition. Everyone closed their eyes in concentration, adjusting their states to perfection before commencing their work. Fu Li focused for just a moment, then summoned a flame in her palm, casting it into the base of her furnace to begin her alchemical process. Nearby, some young alchemists, similar to Fu Li, witnessed her decisive actions and, realizing they were not among the elite, ignited their furnaces as well, adding their materials and diving into their own alchemical endeavors. Fu Li paid little mind to others and began producing some second-tier fragrant solid pills for practice. Given the competition's extended duration, it was not uncommon for esteemed alchemists to take 2 or 3 days to refine 7th or 8th-tier pills, thus eliminating time constraints as the contest concluded only when the last participant finished their work. Yaoji Yujun had mentioned that her fragrant solid pills had a chance of barely earning a badge from the Zhouxiao Tower Elders. However, she was uncertain about the criteria for receiving such a badge. When Yaoji Yujun discussed this with her master, her tone was tinged with uncertainty, which suggested that her fragrant solid pill might indeed be a stretch. The entire Taishan sect was aware of her creation of the fragrant solid pill right after she advanced to second-tier alchemist. This time, her master, knowing she had progressed to a 4th-tier alchemist, specifically advised her to refine her second-tier fragrant solid pill once more to submit alongside her other creations for a stroke of luck. Unbeknownst to her master, Fu Li had improved the fragrant solid pill a few days prior, thanks to the star-patterned butterfly scale powder and star spirit pearl gifted by Luo Yao, now elevating it to 3rd-tier status. She pondered whether renaming her upgraded version of the fragrant solid pill could classify it as a distinct type of pill, potentially increasing her chances of receiving an Elder Badge from Zhouxiao Tower. Chapter 38. Self-created formulas. Alchemists possessing the Zhouxiao Tower Elder Token can exchange their contribution points for rare formulas within the highest tier of the tower, a coveted dream for all alchemists. As Fu Li reached the step requiring the addition of star-patterned butterfly scale powder, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. She retrieved a moon-white fish caught at the mirror lake of Star Sea Peak from her alchemist bracelet, processed its unpleasant organs and scales, and incorporated them into her upgraded version of the star-patterned fragrant solid pill. The fish's odor nearly overwhelmed her, prompting Fu Li to hastily seal her sense of smell. Before long, she successfully refined the scales and organs, skillfully merging them into the pill, preparing for its completion. Moments later, tricolored alchemical clouds gathered above her, indicating the successful formation of the pill, only to disperse quickly. Seemingly disdainful of the concoction, with her sense of smell sealed, Fu Li was unaware if her pill exuded the typical fragrance of a successfully crafted alchemical product. Nonetheless, it mattered little. She swiftly sealed the finished pill in a vial and placed it within a nearby small teleportation formation for transport. Only after casting a purification spell did she release her sealed sense of smell. Fortunately, Zhouxiao Tower had thoughtfully designed this formation to contain odors, preventing any disruption to her fellow alchemists. Meanwhile, several elders from Zhouxiao Tower serving as judges observed a flicker from the formation at the square's outer edge, followed by the appearance of a vial of pills on the table. Apparently, yet another disciple had produced a low-tier pill for safety. Realizing the source of the vial, Master Huayang gently smiled as he held the transmitted pill. Noting that the alchemists still continued their work, he found no cause for concern. Such rare alchemical spectacles occurred only once every century, and for novice alchemists, observing their more experienced counterparts could be quite beneficial. Hence, many novice alchemists chose to continue refining their pills even after a successful attempt, striving for improvement. The small teleportation formation at their disposal could only transmit minor items, such as a vial of pills, consuming minimal spiritual energy and not affecting the alchemist's work. This formation's simple purpose was to convey the alchemist's successfully crafted pills to the judges in plain sight, ensuring no substitution had occurred. The alchemists from Zhouxiao Tower, acting as judges, had already begun receiving 2nd and 3rd-tier pills and, regarding Fu Li's concoction, had little interest, merely intending to glance at it, confirm its grade, and provide the corresponding token. Master Huayang had initially shared this sentiment. However, upon opening the vial, he was assaulted by an overwhelming stench of fish, causing him to recoil slightly. Master Danyang, beside him, caught wind of the foul odor, momentarily believing a novice had mistakenly sent over a piece of spoiled fish. Holding back his discomfort, Master Huayang examined the contents, discovering it was indeed a pill. He sealed his sense of smell, relying solely on sight for evaluation. This peculiar pill was unlike anything he had seen, and it was of 3rd-tier quality. Danyang, it's a pill. I can't discern its nature. Take a look, Master Huayang urged, rubbing his eyes and passing the vial to Master Danyang. Even sealed from the smell, the pill still emitted an eye-watering stench, leaving Master Danyang incredulous. This is a completed pill. Master Danyang was momentarily stunned, scrutinizing the pill for an extended period without recognizing its type. Master Huayang shook his head innocently. I have no idea. Ive never encountered it before. He then glanced in Fu Li's direction, exchanging a knowing look with Master Danyang. The formation that had transmitted the vial originated from that young girl. Master Danyang examined Fu Li's sect attire and then her face. Isn't she one of the two girls who tied for first place in the Foundation establishment arena? At such a young age, she created her own pill, and it's a third-tier one. How can it possibly smell so foul? What purpose could it serve? At this moment, Master Danyang was filled with confusion, pondering the incongruity of it all. Regrettably, Fu Li was engrossed in alchemy, leaving no one to elucidate these queries for him. He could not comprehend a single aspect. It seemed certain that the young disciple was still engaged in her concoction, and he would soon learn the details once she completed her task. The gathering of alchemical clouds and the fragrant aroma of herbs signified the successful creation of pills, smooth and flawless, marking the signs of a completed elixir. Regardless of the potion's effects, it was undoubtedly recognized by the heavenly Tao as a legitimate alchemical product. Yet, the odor of the potion, it mattered little. Such details were insignificant. As long as the clouds of alchemy were present, it was assuredly an elixir. Within this realm, nearly all existing potions were documented within the Nine Heavens Tower. Especially for the elder generation of alchemists, who had encountered countless elixirs, aside from those recipes lost from ancient times, they could rarely find any potion they had not seen before. Moreover, given the distinct characteristics of this one, it was certainly something they would have heard of. Thus, it could be concluded that this young disciple of the Taishan sect had indeed created a potion that was unprecedented in the current realm, even if it was merely a foul concoction. In truth, Fu Li's elixirs were not difficult for the two esteemed alchemists to analyze. However, at present, they had no desire to delve into such inquiries. Master Danyang placed Fu Li's potion at a distance, awaiting her explanation upon her approach. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Li was currently refining the Zongyun Dan. This fourth-tier elixir allowed cultivators below the nascent soul stage to achieve brief flight without external assistance. Though its efficacy lasted only about 15 minutes, after successfully advancing to the rank of fourth-tier alchemist, Fu Li had immediately set about crafting this potion, as she had longed for the ability to soar through the skies. Cultivators who had yet to solidify their Dan could not even manage a moment of sword flight. During her childhood at the sect, Fu Li could only occasionally ride the cloud cranes of Yunqi Peak within the sect's confines, until later when Hong Yi was able to carry her aloft as well. However, Fu Li always felt that such experiences could not compare to the thrill of flying independently, the joys of cultivating immortality. Chapter 39. A meeting of like minds soon. Another array of four-colored alchemical clouds gathered above Fu Li's head, and the aromatic fragrance confirmed the successful creation of yet another elixir. The ever-watchful Huayang Master and Danyang Master exchanged surprised glances. Their foundation-building disciple had managed to concoct a fourth-tier elixir. They had not anticipated her to possess such promising alchemical talent. Due to their previous hesitations regarding the foul-smelling potion, the two elders now contemplated the possibility that perhaps the elder had indeed granted her some leeway. As the four-colored clouds dissipated, yet another vial of elixir was transported to Huayang Master's hand. With a hint of hesitation, he opened the vial to discover a standard potion, which finally eased his concerns. Fu Li remained oblivious to Huayang Master's thoughts. She had no intention of halting her efforts, with the aim of practicing various elixirs and hoping that the Nine Heavens Tower would grant her the Elder's insignia due to her evident talent. She continued to refine potions in her designated spot. Wave after wave of cloud formations floated towards her and then dispersed, while the brothers and sisters of the Taishan sect silently observed her alchemical endeavors. Though they were unaware of the specific elixirs she was concocting, they took pride in witnessing her apparent ease in the process. Some among them silently mused that another source of elixirs for exchange within the sect had emerged. How delightful! Master Danyang and Master Huayang had waited for quite some time, yet Fu Li showed no signs of emerging to clarify matters. They could only watch her diligently at work, and what was even more vexing was that, aside from the few vials already produced, Fu Li had ceased to utilize the transport array for her subsequent creations, choosing instead to keep them for herself, leaving them curious yet powerless to intervene. As more and more alchemists succeeded in their endeavors, the skies above the plaza became a spectacle of gathering alchemical clouds, painting a picturesque scene. Fu Li finally felt she had produced enough potions and, having collected her alchemical furnace, stepped out of the barrier. Master Danyang fixed his gaze upon Fu Li, and before she could speak, he produced the potion she had previously created and placed it before her. Young disciple of the Taishan sect, is this vial of foul fish? No. This vial of elixir truly crafted by you? What kind of potion is this? Where did its recipe originate? Seeing this, Fu Li approached and bowed respectfully. Elder, this potion is indeed my creation. It is called Ningxiang Wan, originally concocted for the enjoyment of female cultivators, as it emits a delightful fragrance upon consumption. Fu Li purposely emphasized the name Ningxiang Wan and retrieved from her Dan wheel bracelet the Ningxiang Wan infused with the fragrance of Tian Shuang silver cinnamon. Offering it to the two elders, Dio not think she had not heard the earlier comments from Master Danyang regarding foul fish. This was indeed Ningxiang Wan. It was quite fragrant. This particular second-tier Ningxiang Wan had its aroma adjustable based on modifications in the formula. And this variant was scented with Tian Shuang silver cinnamon. Apart from its aromatic qualities, the standalone Ningxiang Wan held little additional effect. Recently, having befriended someone from the Jiexing Pavilion, she was inspired to incorporate the scales of the star-patterned butterfly and the sap of the eucalyptus tree into the formula. By making slight adjustments, she had produced the star-patterned Ningxiang Wan now in the elder's hands. Those who consume this elixir will exude an irresistible fragrance that cannot be masked, and one could track its presence using a star spirit pearl. Only by consuming Xian Shui or the antidote elixir she had crafted, the Jixiang Wan, could one eliminate the scent. Upon hearing this, both Master Danyang and Master Huayang's eyes lit up. Tracking elixirs were indeed uncommon. Although it was a third-tier potion, the concept was intriguing. Typically, they relied on magical artifacts to trace other cultivators, and for their own disciples, they utilized sect jade tokens or communication artifacts. The principles behind these items were all based on formations. And should they encounter a secret realm with obstructive formations, those artifacts would easily lose their effectiveness. However, such a potion, unrelated to formations, was distinctly different and might yield unexpected results. Indeed, tracking elixirs are rare. These two vials can be considered distinct potions, Master Danyang remarked thoughtfully. After a moment, he confirmed, this potion with tracking effects. Its aroma can indeed be altered, correct? With a sigh of resignation, Fu Li nodded, yes, elder. This particular vial's odor comes from the scales and the fishy glands of the moon-white fish, intended to make it more recognizable to the target being tracked. Suddenly, as if struck by an odd thought, Master Danyang looked somewhat peculiar. Hey, though you have anything even more pungent. I have some foul insects caught near the spirit grasses. Could we use those? Also, is there a way to temporarily mask the scent so that it only releases the odor after consumption? Fu Li felt a bit bewildered. Did Master Danyang intend to play tricks on someone? Nevertheless, she replied, Elder, that is a splendid idea. Otherwise, the odor of consumable potions can be quite overwhelming and difficult to conceal, especially when forced upon others, particularly if they possess a higher cultivation than oneself. If one wishes to administer tracking potions discreetly, it is best to formulate them without a scent. Master Danyang nodded in satisfaction. Ah, a promising student. Your tracking pills could also incorporate ingredients from other potions to disguise their aroma as something else. It would be difficult for non-alchemists to discern the difference. This young disciple's research was indeed quite intriguing. If that Ningxiang Wan were to be transformed into a stench-inducing variant, he could secretly administer it to anyone who offended him. Fu Li gazed at her star-patterned Ningxiang Wan, now swiftly renamed as the tracking pill, and found the new designation quite fitting, so she refrained from contesting it. Excellent idea, Elder. You truly are a renowned genius alchemist of the Nine Heavens Tower. Especially the notion of altering the scent to imitate other elixirs was quite astute. Cough, cough, cough. Huayang Master observed the peculiar camaraderie between the elder and the young disciple, who seemed to be lost in their discussion. Almost as if they wished to sit on the ground and engage in heartfelt conversation. He could only intervene sternly. The alchemical competition continues. If you two wish to explore the art of alchemy further, it would be best to schedule another time. After speaking, Huayang Master shot a disapproving glance at Master Danyang. This fellow was always prone to speaking indiscriminately, tarnishing the reputation of the Nine Heavens Tower. Here was a respected alchemical master, preoccupied with frivolous potions and jesting with a child. How unbecoming. Moreover, who would conspire to do misdeeds in broad daylight? If such potions truly emerged in the market one day, it would be all too evident who the culprits were. Chapter 40. Recognition by the Nine Heavens Tower. Very well, let us discuss this vial. Huayang Master interrupted the exchange between Master Danyang and Fu Li. Picking up the vial of Zongyun Dan to inquired, he had caught a whiff of the potion's scent, likely recognizing the presence of sneak-through grass. It seemed there had once been a potion of this nature within the floating world continent prior to the Exorcism War. This vial contains Zongyun Dan, a fourth-tier potion that allows cultivators below the nascent soul stage to achieve brief flight without external assistance. Huayang Elder regarded the potion in his hand, his expression earnest as he turned to Fu Li. Due to the Exorcism War, many recipes had been lost in the floating world continent, which was why the Nine Heavens Tower encouraged alchemists to create new formulas. However, do you know why? Until today, there have been so few new potions of the Zongyun Dan's type that have emerged. Due to the lack of necessity, those cultivators capable of creating their own pill formulas are either prodigious disciples from the major sects, who advance rapidly, rendering such pills virtually useless before they can fully exploit their benefits, or they are grandmasters of alchemy, who have already mastered the crafting of 7th and 8th-tier pills and find no reason to waste time on these low-tier concoctions. Although you possess considerable talent in alchemy, having created 3 distinct formulas at such a tender age, you are still quite young, and your cultivation journey remains long. Enhancing your cultivation is of paramount importance. Master Huayang has observed Fu Li's performance in the arena and is well aware that Fu Li is a remarkable talent among the younger generation of the Taishan sect. If such a genius diligently cultivates without any unforeseen setbacks, they are destined to ascend during the tribulation in the future. Therefore, seeing the 3 vials of rather impractical pills in his hand, Master Huayang felt that she might be indulging in frivolities, concerned that it could adversely affect her cultivation, thus prompting him to offer her some gentle advice that Fu Li certainly understood Master Huayang's intentions. However, her research into these pill formulas was hardly laborious, nor did it consume much of her time. It was not her desire to flaunt her talent, but rather an undeniable fact. After all, if her cultivation were to be delayed, her master would have reprimanded her long ago. Fu Li respectfully bowed to Master Huayang, acknowledging, "Disciple understands. The creation of this Ningxiang pill was indeed unrelated to my cultivation. It was merely a form of diversion along my path. Furthermore, this Zongyun pill was not originally my invention. I merely found a half-completed formula in the Taishan sect's library and completed it, thus I cannot claim to have truly created 3 distinct formulas." After explaining with reverence, Fu Li's tone became notably more earnest. The reason she completed the formula for the Zongyun pill was not solely due to her playful nature, but because she believed that since she could successfully concoct it, and it was acknowledged by the heavens, it must possess intrinsic value to in this world. Practitioners vary greatly in talent. Some, like us, are favored by the heavens, with the foundation-building stage being merely a starting point. Others, however, are limited by their innate abilities, with their life's endpoint being our starting point. For them, a mere moment of flight could allow them to cross a river, scale a cliff, or perhaps evade harm in a secret realm during a confrontation with a mystical beast, thereby preserving their lives in their eyes. These pills are not trifles. Master Huayang was momentarily taken aback by Fu Li's words, while Master Danyang burst into hearty laughter. "Taha, Huayang, I told you that you are too rigid. It is only natural for a young girl to be fond of whimsical things. The path to immortality is long and arduous, and you cannot expect everyone to toil as you do. Moreover, bearing the rarest spiritual roots and being a favored child of the heavens, it is remarkable that you can still consider those practitioners who lack sufficient talent. Just think, how long has it been since the catastrophe of evil when such a mindset has been seen on this continent? In the past, the ancestors of the Jiuxiao Tower, the sage Donghua, the sage Shenong of Shenong Valley, and the sages of Hanqing Academy were all like this. Yet, as our lives have become more comfortable, we have grown increasingly narrow-minded." Master Danyang produced an elder identity token from his storage ring and handed it to Fu Li. "It has been ages since the Jiuxiao Tower has had an elder of such youth. Your humility at such a young age truly warrants this token. The specific effects of the pills will require further experimentation by the Jiuxiao Tower before they can be disclosed, but Fu Li's pill cloud has already formed, confirming that this is indeed a legitimate medicinal concoction. With the Taishan sect's endorsement, it is perfectly reasonable to grant her this elder identity token." "Thank you, Master." Fu Li accepted the elder identity token with both hands. Glancing at it briefly, it resembled her master's, both crafted from soft jade, typically used to create jade bottles for storing pills. Yet this particular jade token from the Jiuxiao Tower was quite distinctive. However, her master's Jiuxiao Tower jade token bore 3 colors: purple, white, and crimson, corresponding to the 7th, 8th, and 5th levels of the Jiuxiao Tower, inscribed with the characters for pill, tool, and formation, respectively. This was because her master was a 7th-tier alchemist, an 8th-tier tool maker, and a 5th-tier formation master. In contrast, she had only passed the examination to become a 4th-tier alchemist, with only the dark hue of the 4th level illuminating, inscribed with the character for pill. While the back bore the additional title of Elder, Fu Li happily accepted the jade token and returned to the viewing platform of the Taishan sect to join everyone in observing the masters of alchemy at work. At this point, the alchemy competition had progressed far beyond the realm of novices like them. Those remaining were all grandmasters of alchemy or higher. After a considerable time, the sky darkened and then brightened once more. As the cultivators who had been observing in the square closed their eyes to meditate, only then did auspicious clouds finally gather in the heavens, with radiant light appearing abruptly on the horizon, intermittently accompanied by the distant rumbling of thunder, clearly a sign that 8th-tier or higher pills were on the verge of completion. A flash of lightning, resembling a silver serpent, accompanied by thunder, surged towards the last alchemical furnace at the center of the square. A man clad in a stone-blue robe, unperturbed, raised his hand to toss out a defensive array disc, casually blocking the impending strike, which to Fu Li, a novice, seemed to carry considerable pressure. Seizing the opportunity while the array disc could still hold its ground, the man accelerated the flames, ultimately opening the furnace to release an aromatic cloud of pill fragrance, revealing 3 pills spinning gracefully in midair. Upon the appearance of the pills, the previously calm thunder grew even more frenzied, and the array on the disc began to tremble, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Master, Fu Li felt a twinge of worry, for the remaining alchemist was none other than her master. Yuan Yun.Su shook his head at Fu Li, reassuring her, "It's nothing. Master is not new to crafting 8th-tier pills." Indeed, as Su Yui's words fell, Yuan Yun collected the 3 pills into a pill bottle, summoned his Qin Yuan sword, and with a few swift strikes, dispersed the pill clouds. The thunder, having failed to strike the pills, retaliated against Yuan Yun in frustration before dissipating alongside the pill clouds. Chapter 41. A versatile talent in side professions. 8th-tier mid-grade, reincarnation pill. An elder clad in emerald robes stood up in agitation, his voice trembling slightly. "It's done. It's done." Master Huayang glanced at the excited elder and then at the pills transmitted to him. "Has Master Yuan Yun located the Huanyuan fruit?" Master Yuan Yun rose, nodding at both the elder and Master Huayang. "This pill is an 8th-tier mid-grade reincarnation pill, with 3 pills produced from a single furnace. Soon to be auctioned at the Linglong auction house." Fu Li had encountered the effects of the reincarnation pill in alchemical texts. It is crafted primarily from the millennium-old Huanyuan fruit. Consuming it allows one to experience a dream of reincarnation, traversing the 6 sufferings of the mortal world, enduring countless cycles until one's heart is clear and soul is complete before awakening. This method bears similarity to certain Buddhist practitioners who seal their memories and attach their souls to the mundane world, undergoing a century of trials as commoners. However, the reincarnation pill allows one to experience countless cycles within a single dream, offering significant efficacy, though those with weak wills may indeed struggle to awaken. Thus, Fu Li wondered why the elder was so agitated. She looked curiously at Su Youhui, who seemed to take on the role of a commentator, explaining that excited elder is Master Sini, the Grand Elder of Shinnong Valley. Perhaps due to his obsession with alchemy and lack of experience in the outside world, his state of mind has somewhat lagged behind. Although his cultivation has long reached the late stage of tribulation, he has yet to successfully break through to the pinnacle of tribulation. With his lifespan drawing near, venturing into the mundane world for training is excessively time-consuming. Even with a short lifespan, it requires at least a century, and several cycles could easily span 1,000 years. Master Sini has even consumed longevity pills, leaving him with little time that if he cannot break through to the pinnacle of tribulation before his time runs out, he will have no hope of ascending and will simply return to the void of the universe. However, now that Master Yuan Yun has found the Huanyuan fruit and successfully concocted the reincarnation pill, it has indeed granted Master Sini a glimmer of hope. "I see," Fu Li mused, realizing why her master, an 8th-tier alchemist, would still participate in the alchemy competition. It was to publicly refine the reincarnation pill and promote it. After all, with 3 pills produced from a single furnace, aside from Master Cine, other grandmasters yet to break through would likely seek to purchase them as a precaution. Ultimately, the alchemy competition concluded with Master Yuan Yun's 8th-tier mid-grade reincarnation pill as the highlight. Following the conclusion of the alchemy competition, the artifact crafting competition commenced at the same venue with a new set of competitors. Fu Li, having only reached the 3rd tier in artifact crafting, was unable to produce anything particularly useful, merely participating for the sake of formality. She took out some Gungjin stones and sandwood roots to craft 2 hairpins for her 2 senior brothers, who had little desire for external possessions. Their hairpins were merely ordinary items bought at random. Thus, her little junior sister could only step in to arrange something of superficial significance for her 2 senior brothers. After crafting the hairpins, she recalled the several vials of pills that Tang Yu had given her, which she had yet to return a favor for. Remembering how Tang Yu had tied her hair with a branch before battle, Fu Li used ordinary Shin water stones to craft a miniature version of the Honshu sword hairpin, inscribing a few simple defensive lightness formations. Observing the hairpin's shape from the viewing platform, Tang Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. Tang Yu, do you know Fu Li? Fu Li's voice reached Tang Yu's ears, and she turned to see her usually reticent genius senior brother from the sword sect. Senior brother Fu Qing. As the address slipped from her lips, Tang Yu suddenly realized that Fu Qing, her senior brother, was also a member of the Fu clan, akin to Fu Li, and there seemed to be some familial ties as well. Indeed, there was a certain affinity between them. A sense of mutual admiration. Fu Qing cast a glance at Fu Li, who was engrossed in refining a hairpin, and understood in his heart. Although he was not closely acquainted with Tang Yu, he had a general sense of her character. He had gleaned some insight into his younger cousin's nature through several arena competitions, recognizing some similarities in temperament. Why hadn't senior brother Fu Qing visited Taoist friend Fu Li, considering they belonged to the same clan? Upon hearing this, Fu Qing shook his head. Though she is my cousin, we have not met since childhood. It would be rather awkward to approach her without a proper introduction. I merely wish to know what she looks like and whether she is faring well. The children of the Fu clan are raised independently. As long as they are safe, we do not meddle in their affairs. During the arena competition, he could discern the extent of the damage Tang Yu's swordplay could inflict, owing to his innate sensitivity to sword intent as a natural sword body. He understood that Fu Li was not gravely injured. With Taishan sect present, she would be fine. Hence he did not feel the need to visit her. He simply wanted to remember the appearance of his little cousin, in case she ever needed assistance in the future and he would not be able to recognize her. On the other side, Luo Yao, sitting in the stands of the star-stacking pavilion, widened her eyes as she watched Fu Li's hairpin gradually take shape. So that is how the hairpin of Fairy Tang Yu came into being. No wonder she wears it every day, and even loses her temper when it gets knocked off during fights. If it was a gift from Fairy Fu Li, she too would be furious. She whimpered, longing for the hairpin crafted by Fu Li. Once Fu Li completed the hairpin shaped like the cold chi sword, she did not play favorites. Remembering the sweet girl who had followed her around since the start of the century-long competition, neglecting to return to the star-stacking pavilion, she took out 7-colored silkworm silk and fire mouse cloth to craft a vibrant red hair ribbon for Luo Yao. The fire mouse cloth, made from the fur of fire mice that thrive in the fire tin forest of the Western Fan Valley, is inherently fiery, moving through the woods like a dancing flame, thus earning its name. Items made from fire mouse cloth are resistant to water and fire, always emanating a warm glow, resembling a flickering flame. Such materials easily attract fire spiritual energy, making them popular among fire-rooted cultivators when forging weapons like whips or fans, as they not only possess a rich fire aura but also exude a striking appearance. However, it is rare for someone like Fu Li to craft a hair ribbon from fire mouse cloth, as both fire mouse cloth and Shin waterstone are considered expensive by ordinary cultivators. A pastime for the affluent, many wandering cultivators and disciples from smaller sects looked on enviously at the materials in Fu Li's hands and the finished products she had created. While cultivating is indeed about defying fate, only those who truly embark on the path of cultivation realize how challenging it is to alter destiny and the vast disparities that exist between individuals. Unaware of her display of wealth, Fu Li completed the gifts for Tang Yu and Luo Yao before proceeding to follow the necessary procedures with Master Huayang. adding a third-tier artifact master insignia to her 9 Heavens jade plate. In the subsequent Formation Master competition, Fu Li participated by sketching a few third-tier formation discs and talismans. Recently, she had been more focused on formations and artifact crafting rather than alchemy. Had she not boasted to senior brother Qin Feng that day, she would not have considered risking her father's reputation. However, while many knew she was a child of the Fu clan, few were aware that her father was the foremost formation master of Zhongzhou. Fu Yu. You are truly remarkable. Now the disciples of our sect say you are a versatile talent like Master Yuan Yun, Luo Yao exclaimed, bouncing over with her flattery, pulling Tang Yu along. Chapter 42. The Linglong Auction, Part 1. Fu Li raised an eyebrow at the approaching Tang Yu and Luo Yao, playfully teasing. Upon seeing the unparalleled beauty of both fairies, I felt a sudden admiration and took the liberty of crafting this hairpin and hair ribbon during the competition, hoping to befriend you both. Might it be acceptable? Luo Yao burst into laughter at Fu Li's antics. You certainly resemble a character from a story about a mundane scholar. Tang Yu shot her a glance and took the cold, cheese sword-shaped hairpin from Fu Li's right hand, effortlessly styling her hair into a bun and inserting the pin. Goodness, with a beauty like yours, akin to the blooming peach blossoms, you embody the essence of a serene sword fairy. Fu Li's eyes lit up as she beheld Tang Yu, her hair adorned elegantly. Not to be outdone, Luo Yao seized the red hair ribbon from Fu Li's left hand and tied it in her hair, the fiery red ribbon intertwined with her locks, mirroring her fiery and vibrant personality. How do I look? Am I not pretty? Luo Yao tilted her head, as if her forehead bore the words, praise me. Indeed, you look splendid, like the enchanting blossoms, radiant and captivating. The girl's light-hearted laughter echoed across the square, exuding a carefree satisfaction, reminiscent of a rabbit that had just found a carrot. Passers-by, hearing the laughter, turned to see 3 beautiful female cultivators enjoying themselves, instantly captivated by the delightful scene. This carefree laughter was more soothing than any calming incantation. The century-long competition had finally concluded, yet the various sects and factions did not immediately depart from Wuji City. This was due to the grand auction event organized by the Linglong Pavilion, which they could not overlook. Upon hearing this news, Fu Li couldn't help but express her astonishment. This century-long competition truly lives up to its reputation as a rare spectacle in the floating world continent, with so many intriguing events. So, the auction house my master mentioned is to be held here. Previously, her master had mentioned that the reincarnation pills he crafted would be consigned at the Linglong auction house, and she had assumed it would be after their return, never expecting it to take place here. It made sense, as the current crowd offered the best opportunity for auctioning. Once they left, where could such a gathering of affluent cultivators from all 5 continents be found? What treasures will be sold at the Linglong auction house? Su Youhuai, observing his naive junior sister's curiosity, patiently explained. The Linglong Pavilion is well known throughout the floating world continent, and its auction house is the most reputable one. Unlike the smaller auctions held across the 5 continents, the auction during the century-long competition features rare and exotic treasures as the main attractions, drawing many eager attendees. To enter the Linglong auction house, one must possess the Linglong Pavilion's purple gold card, which is obtained after trading 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. First-time participants may pay a deposit of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones or bring rare materials to participate in the auction, with no other options available. Noticing Fu Li's keen interest in the auction house, Su Youhuai added, the Linglong purple gold card is only available to sects, and while it grants the right to bring others, the sect will certainly not use it for us. The Linglong Pavilion will not allow us entry just because we are disciples of Tai Xian's sect. To join the auction, one must enter as an individual. Fu Li listened attentively to her senior brother's insights, resting her chin on her hand, contemplating what she could offer for auction to gain entry. You possess original alchemical pills, though they are only 3rd tier. However, they are unprecedented if you are willing to auction the formula. I believe the Linglong Pavilion would allow you entry if it truly comes to it. I can cover the 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for you. Given the numerous participants in the century-long competition, all of whom were affluent cultivators, the auction house would not feature items of too low a tier. 3rd or 4th tier pills, while acceptable at smaller auctions, might not even be considered here. Nonetheless, trying would not cost any spirit stones. The following day, as Master Yuan Yun represented the higher-ups of Tai Xian's sect, and her second senior brother was disinterested in such occasions. Fu Li accompanied her senior brother to the auction. On a hillside clearing, a grand structure suddenly appeared that morning, adorned with a golden plaque reading Linglong Auction House. This was one of the benefits of the cultivation world. Buildings could be relocated at will. Upon entering the opulent hall of the Linglong Auction House, Su Youhui presented the proof of the deposit made, and then accompanied Fu Li to the consignment auction area. "May I inquire if you wish to consign items for auction?" A middle-aged man, noticing their sect attire, greeted them with a polite smile. "Yes, may I ask what the minimum tier for auctioning pills is?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man realized they were yet another sect disciple hoping to enter the auction by consigning pills. He had already attended to many such requests that day. Given the increased attendance during the century-long competition, the entry requirements were higher. Only pills of 5th tier or above could qualify for consignment. What if it is a self-created 3rd-tier pill? Would you consider it? Fu Li produced a vial of her refined star pattern fragrance pill. Oh, it had been renamed the Star Pattern Tracking Pill at the Nine Heavens Tower. Never mind, tracking pill is straightforward. I won't struggle with it. A self-created pill. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then scrutinized Fu Li once more. A memory surfaced in his mind. This year's alchemist competition had unveiled a prodigious talent, capable of creating unique elixirs even at the 4th tier. They had specifically been instructed to investigate this individual, who was a direct disciple of the elder from the 9 Peaks of Taishan sect and also a member of the Fu clan. "You are the esteemed Fu Li of Taishan sect, are you not?" The middle-aged man's tone became notably more courteous. "I am merely a lowly disciple at the foundation establishment stage. You may simply call me Fu Li." She replied graciously, smiling in return. Observing the steward's demeanor, she felt that this matter was likely to bear fruit. At that moment, the steward was internally conflicted. Although the 3rd-tier elixirs seemed somewhat unimpressive at this auction, they were nonetheless a novel offering that had never been seen before. Furthermore, the higher-ups had taken note of this young disciple and had specifically instructed an engagement. Despite her self-created elixirs appearing modest, they might sell quite well in some of the smaller, more remote towns across the 4 continents. The Linglong Pavilion, being widespread across the floating world, naturally did not cater solely to high-ranking cultivators. High-tier practitioners often disregarded anything that wasn't a rare treasure, while lower-tier cultivators constituted the primary consumer base. The less gifted the cultivator, the more free time they had, making them more inclined towards such flashy but ultimately inconsequential items, especially those tailored for female cultivators, which were quite marketable. Chapter 43, Linglong Auction, Part 2. With these thoughts in mind, the steward smiled at Fu Li and spoke, "Your elixirs are rather unique. If you are willing to sell the formula to Linglong Pavilion, we can provide you with a pass to the auction, allowing you to participate without the need for spirit stone collateral." Fu Li nodded, indicating her willingness to sell. "However, after becoming an elder of the Nine Heavens Tower, I have already provided them with a formula." The steward considered this. Only elder-level alchemists could access the Nine Heavens Tower's formulas, and such individuals would not compete with Linglong Pavilion for business. So this matter remained within his purview to no matter, as long as you agree. "Very well." The steward handed Fu Li a storage bag and a jade slip. As she scanned the contents of the storage bag with her spiritual sense, she noted that the price offered by Linglong Pavilion for her entirely new formula was indeed higher than the market rate for 3rd-tier elixirs, indicating that Linglong Pavilion conducted business with discernment. After securing the storage bag, Fu Li inscribed the formula from her mind onto the jade slip and returned it to the steward. This was merely a 2nd-tier formula. She had never intended to keep it secret, as it was solely meant for profit. The 2nd-tier elixirs were far too inexpensive, and as her level rose, the materials she required became increasingly costly, rendering the meager spirit stones earned from the sale of 2nd-tier elixirs insufficient. Unless she was willing to spend her time crafting elixirs in bulk like a professional alchemist, it would not be worth it for someone of her prodigious talent, as the time spent could be better utilized for further advancement. Contemplating the spirit stones in her hand, Fu Li felt quite pleased. She had effectively sold the same formula twice, once to the Nine Heavens Tower in exchange for points, and now to Linglong Pavilion for spirit stones. The Ningxiang pill was merely a product of her sudden inspiration, and she was quite satisfied with the returns it had yielded. Indeed, regardless of the world one inhabited, the most valuable asset remained the intellect. She withdrew a vial of Ningxiang pills and another of tracking pills, placing them on the counter while opening both vials for the steward to inspect. Would you like me to elaborate on the effects of these two elixirs, or will you inspect the formulas yourself? The vial of tracking pills in her possession contained a blend that featured the moon white fish. Introduced during the alchemist competition, no need. Thank you, esteemed fairy. As soon as the vial containing the moon white fish tracking pills emitted a hint of its aroma, the steward swiftly waved his sleeve, sealing the vial with a swift motion that nearly eluded Fu Li's notice. I was present during the alchemist competition when you crafted these elixirs and am familiar with their effects. I trust your word, so no inspection is necessary. The unique fragrance of the elixir was not something just anyone could create, making it highly credible. Therefore, he decided against any further verification, as he had other patrons to attend to. With a polite smile, the steward accepted the elixirs and nodded to Fu Li and Su Youhui, handing Fu Li a pass for the Linglong auction. You may enter. Please take your time. Fu Li blinked in confusion. Aren't items for consignment supposed to undergo appraisal? Is it truly this casual? However, the steward had said it was acceptable, so she accepted it as such. Holding the pass, Fu Li and Su Youhui followed a serving girl from Linglong Pavilion into the auction hall. Upon entering, Fu Li marveled at the lavish decor crafted from Lingji stone and radiant crystal sand, with intricately carved pillars and even the seats adorned with elaborate patterns. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that these patterns were composed of intricate formations. These formations were not complex, but rather simple foundational illusion arrays, designed merely to deceive the eye. A sweep of spiritual sense would reveal everything. This illusion array merely served to ensure that the attendees could sit comfortably according to their preferences, without any other purpose. With such opulence in the main hall, one could only imagine the luxury of the private chambers. That it could be said that Linglong Pavilion was indeed affluent. Welcome, esteemed friends, to the Linglong auction. I am Luo Yi, the chief auctioneer of Linglong Pavilion. Luo Yi made her entrance clad in a fitted, high-slit gown that accentuated her alluring figure, her long legs partially concealed yet exuding a captivating charm. To secure higher bids for items, the auctioneers and attendants of Linglong Pavilion often practiced some form of enchanting arts. These were not the disreputable methods intended to seduce male cultivators and siphon their essence, but rather authentic enchanting techniques, said to have originated from the ancient divine beast, the nine-tailed celestial fox. The precise origins of Linglong Pavilion's enchanting arts remain unclear, yet it is acknowledged that they currently possess the most authentic techniques in the floating world. Luo Yi, being the most skilled practitioner of these enchanting arts within Linglong Pavilion, had thus ascended to the position of chief auctioneer. Due to her mastery, she need not employ any specific techniques. Her natural spiritual energy would effortlessly emit an aura that compelled others to draw closer. This aura transcended gender, unlike lower-tier enchanting techniques that only affected the opposite sex. Indeed, as Luo Yi graced the stage and uttered a few simple words, the atmosphere in the hall noticeably brightened. As the auction is about to commence, esteemed friends, do not leave empty-handed. With her words, a teleportation formation in the center of the podium lit up, and a luminous orb enveloping 3 vials of elixirs materialized. Luo Yi reached out to grasp the orb, placing it in her palm. A gentle tap with her left hand caused the orb to burst like a bubble, vanishing from sight. This orb was a special protective formation developed by Linglong Pavilion, designed to ensure the safety of auctioned items. Though it appeared thin and fragile like foam, it could withstand attacks from cultivators below the god transformation stage, and even endure a feeble strike from those at the integration stage. Its defensive capabilities were formidable, and only those within Linglong Pavilion knew how to dismantle this protective formation. This vial of elixirs is intriguing. It is a creation of a newly emerged genius from the alchemist competition. An elixir unlike any seen in the floating world. This young friend has exclusively sold the formula to Linglong Pavilion, hence today as first auction item, serves to warm up the atmosphere and enliven the gathering. Luo Yi cradled the 3 vials of elixirs in her palm, her enchanting gaze casually sweeping over Fu Li, accompanied by a soft, beguiling smile. Chapter 44, Linglong Auction, Part 3. The first vial contains Ningxiang pills, which, upon consumption, envelop the user in a fragrant aura, rivaling the essence of beauty itself. The second vial contains tracking pills infused with star-pattern butterfly scale powder. I trust most of you are familiar with the efficacy of this powder. Consuming this star pattern tracking pill renders it impossible to remove the scent without they, which can only be dispelled using a star spirit pearl. As for the star spirit pearl, we have arranged for availability through our friends at the Star Stacking Pavilion, and it will also be sold here at Linglong Pavilion after the auction. The third vial is, which can neutralize the effects of both the Ningxiang pills and tracking pills without any adverse side effects. However, the materials for a rare, and it will not be sold in large quantities, hence it is not priced. Today, purchasing the star pattern tracking pill will grant you a complimentary. Should you require more in the future, you will need to visit Linglong Pavilion to pay for the materials and commission an alchemist to refine it at the current market price. As soon as Luoyi finished speaking, the astute attendees quickly grasped why Linglong Pavilion was making an exception to sell low-tier elixirs at the Century's major auction. Linglong Pavilion possessed considerable power, and its background was not the reason for such exceptions. Rather, it was the allure of profit. Purchasing a vial of third-tier tracking pills necessitated the acquisition of both the Star Spirit Pearl and, although each price appeared modest, the interconnection was profound, effectively creating a binding consumption pattern. Over time, the revenue generated would indeed be substantial. Although the meaning is clear, the masses continue to make their purchases. The reason is simple. Tracking artifacts are rare and not inexpensive. There are tracking talismans as well, but they cannot control cultivators of higher rank than oneself. Only this particular elixir, which is indifferent to cultivation levels, requires specific items for its release. However, these elixirs are crafted from heavenly materials, and each type of spiritual plant or medicinal herb has its counter. Thus, the crowd is aware that aside from the fragrance-releasing pill, there are indeed other methods to neutralize this tracking pill, but it is likely that lower-tier cultivators cannot afford the cost. Luoyi opened the first bottle of the fragrance-releasing pill, and a subtle aroma wafted from the bottle. Intentionally, she used her spiritual energy to enhance the fragrance's reach, allowing all the cultivators in the grand hall to sense a delicate scent reminiscent of wind orchid. This bottle was crafted from wind orchid, yulon grass, and the ethereal spring water from Tianshan Mountain, among other rare materials. This was the first auction, designated as a unique fragrance-releasing pill, with the promise from both the young cultivator and the Linglong auction house that this particular pill would not be crafted again in the future. The overall aroma of this fragrance-releasing pill is as light as the wind and as elegant as an orchid, evoking the image of a beautiful maiden with clear eyes and a graceful demeanor. One wonders if any celestial maiden might have a fondness for it. Should any male cultivator have a favored celestial maiden or companion suitable for this pill, he might consider acquiring it as a gift. Perhaps even forging a celestial bond. This bottle contains 3 pills of second-tier elixirs, with a starting bid of 100 low-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 10 low-grade spirit stones. Watching Luoyi speak so eloquently on stage, Fuli couldn't help but marvel internally at her rare talent in sales. Just look at her verbal acumen. In such a short time, she devised an excellent marketing strategy. Truly a master of commerce. That glance Luoyi cast earlier, filled with charm, was actually a mental transmission directed at her. The gist of it was that while her second-tier fragrance-releasing pill possesses a degree of uniqueness, its low tier prevents it from fetching a high price, making it unsuitable for auction. However, they had come up with a clever plan. Fuli would refrain from producing any identical fragrance-releasing pills in the future, making this one truly unique, thereby enhancing its market value. Upon hearing Luoyi's suggestion, Fuli felt like applauding her. Such a swift response from a businesswoman. No wonder she could accumulate so many spirit stones. Leaning back in her chair, Fuli observed the crowd as the bids began to rise. Entrusting professional matters to professionals, especially when it benefits her, she had no reason to decline such a mutually advantageous collaboration. Leaving the decisions to Linglong Pavilion. 150 low-grade spirit stones. 180. 200 low-grade spirit stones. 300. Surprisingly, the initial bidders were all male cultivators, indicating that there were indeed many who appreciated beauty. 500 low-grade spirit stones. 550. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fuli paused, taken aback by the cool, slightly aloof voice. Who was this gallant figure, bidding so confidently, and why did that voice sound so familiar? Reminiscent of the sword-wielding heroine she had recently met? Following the sound, Fuli spotted Tang Yu seated in a corner of the hall, sword in hand, accompanied by 2 similarly attired disciples of the sword sect. Upon seeing the fragrance-releasing pill, Tang Yu immediately recognized that Fu Li was also attending the auction. Ever since their sparring match, Tang Yu had developed a certain admiration for Fu Li and had gradually come to regard her as a friend. Being relatively new to the sect and having spent most of her time training, she had yet to cultivate any particularly close friendships. The recent competition had unexpectedly forged a bond, and now, seeing the first item for auction belonging to her friend, she felt compelled to show her support. With little expenditure in her daily life, spirit stones seemed of little use to her. Fu Li understood that Tang Yu, being a pure-hearted sword cultivator, seldom concerned herself with worldly possessions. It was unexpected that she would be willing to spend 1,000 spirit stones just to support her. While Fu Li felt a twinge of happiness, she also felt a pang of concern for Tang Yu's expenditure. After all, the auction house would take a commission. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Yao was also present at the auction, having recognized Fu Li's fragrance-releasing pill. However, she found the scent too cold and subtle for her liking. She preferred something sweet like the fiery jujube. If I were to emanate a rich fragrance of fiery jujube, wouldn't I be akin to a giant fiery jujube myself? That would attract many mystic bees, wouldn't it? Perhaps the blazing sun grain would suffice. As Luo Yao's thoughts spiraled, she suddenly realized that she should also contribute some spirit stones to support her good friend. Unfortunately, with Tang Yu stealing the spotlight, bidding again would inevitably pit her against Tang Yu, which she deemed inappropriate. After all, in her past life, Tang Yu had been a favored acquaintance, and now that they were friends, she couldn't compete with her for items. Meanwhile, Tang Yu and another male cultivator had already pushed the price to 3,000 low-grade spirit stones within a short span. The other cultivators in the hall glanced at the two, perceiving them as naive rich fools, and thus ceased their competition. The male cultivator, likely seeking to win the favor of the fairer sex, continued to bid. Tang Yu, on the other hand, thought that in the end, the spirit stones would end up in her friend's pocket, with only a small commission going to the auction house, so she felt no remorse. When the bidding reached 3,500 low-grade spirit stones, the male cultivator finally conceded. The price had long surpassed the value of the elixir, and despite his intentions to impress a potential partner, he realized that at this rate, he would be the true fool if he continued. After all, the spirit stones weren't going into his friend's pocket, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Ultimately, Tang Yu successfully secured the fragrance-releasing pill for 3,500 low-grade spirit stones, drawing astonished glances from the onlookers. Indeed, sword cultivators often seemed detached from worldly affairs. That Fu Li understood that Tang Yu's intentions were to support her, but she felt the price was better suited for the male cultivator, as she could easily craft another for her friends. Su Yohuai chuckled at Fu Li's lamentations. Your new friend seems quite generous, Fu Li sighed, her heart aching for Tang Yu's spirit stones. She was well aware of the true value of the fragrance-releasing pill. At most, it should sell for around 100 low-grade spirit stones, even with its unique status, considering the auction house's commitment to exclusivity. The price could perhaps reach 300 to 500, but not more, especially given the scarcity of wealthy cultivators. Yet here they were, selling for 3,500 low-grade spirit stones. Goodness, this sister was no mere aloof sword cultivator. She was a veritable prodigal. Unbeknownst to Fu Li, Tang Yu had intended to bid simply because the pill was declared unique. Yet, her lack of experience with purchases and the abundance of spirit stones led her to bid without much hesitation. At this moment, the most delighted of all was Luo Yi. She had not anticipated such a successful start to the auction, and such a remarkable one at that. This was a promising omen. After scanning the room and waiting a moment to see if anyone would raise their bid, Luo Yi smiled and concluded the auction. Very well, 3,500 low-grade spirit stones. If there are no further bids, this deal is confirmed. Congratulations to this esteemed cultivator. Next up was another original elixir crafted by the same young friend, the Star Pattern Tracking Pill, a third-tier elixir with a starting bid of 300 low-grade spirit stones and minimum increments of 10. 310 low-grade spirit stones. 320. The subsequent auction proceeded normally, with Tang Yu refraining from further bids, ultimately resulting in a casual cultivator acquiring it for 800 low-grade spirit stones. Overall, Fu Li's elixirs sold for prices slightly above the auction house's expectations, likely due to the novelty of the items and the absence of comparative market prices, resulting in inflated values. Once Fu Li's elixirs were sold, Luo Yi gracefully extracted the next item from the array. A birdcage made of a special metal, housing a small, charming bird with yellow feathers and blue accents around its eyes and tail. The Xianyin bird, known for its prowess in sound attacks, would surely appeal to cultivators skilled in auditory combat. Luo Yi cradled a birdcage in her right hand, within which the Xianyin bird, startled by the presence of so many cultivators, fluttered its wings in agitation, opening its beak and trembling its tongue as if attempting to unleash a sonic attack. However, upon colliding with the array outside the cage, its efforts dissipated into a series of ripples resembling water waves, vanishing into nothingness. This juvenile Xianyin bird was still in its awakening phase. Even cultivators at the foundation establishment stage could form a contract with it once tamed. This revelation significantly broadened the audience for the Xianyin bird. Even high-ranking cultivators, uninterested in the bird itself, could prepare it for their descendants. After all, the Xianyin bird was a rather rare spiritual beast, particularly difficult to encounter in its juvenile form. The starting price for the juvenile Xianyin bird was set at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 100 low-grade spirit stones. 5,001, 5,003, 5,005. Listening to these escalating prices, Fu Li realized why her medicinal pills were deemed unworthy of participation in this auction under normal circumstances. Upon seeing the Xianyin bird in the cage, Luo Yao's eyes widened, and she immediately raised her hand to bid. Though her voice soon faded amidst the cacophony of bidding calls in the hall, the bidding reached over 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. The calls gradually diminished, and a clear bell rang from one of the private rooms on the upper floor. Luo Yi looked up, recognizing this as a sign that a guest in the private room had placed a bid. Each bell chimed indicated a minimum increase of 100 low-grade spirit stones. Private room number 1 on the second floor bids 8,500 low-grade spirit stones. Each private room had a maid stationed at its entrance, and when a room rang the bell, a maid would announce the bid on behalf of the guest. Luo Yao squinted at private room number 1, deftly producing a talisman between her fingers. The talisman gradually faded. Another bell chimed from private room number 2. Subsequently, several other private rooms followed suit with their bids, but ultimately, the Xianyin bird was claimed by private room number 2. Luo Yao let out a sigh of relief, casting a joyful glance in Fu Li's direction. Today has changed a little for the better. I'm so happy. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of private room number 2 for acquiring the Xianyin bird. Without lingering too long, Luo Yi offered her perfunctory congratulations and proceeded to the next item for auction. For her, the key was merely to sell the items. Who ultimately purchased them held little significance. As she unveiled the third item under the protective light, a flower with 3 colored petals emerged. This flower, known as the Lei Jin flower, thrived in thunder pools and could heal hidden injuries sustained during tribulations, as well as any damage caused by lightning attribute techniques, with its efficacy being most pronounced in the 9-colored Lei Jin flower. The Lei Jin flower was exceptionally rare, categorized among the few heavenly materials that could not be cultivated artificially, as it could only flourish in natural thunder pools. This particular flower had been obtained by their young master from a thunder pool in a secret realm. The superior specimens had already been retained by them, and this one was put up for auction solely because it bore only 3 colors. Nevertheless, despite its 3-colored appearance, many were intrigued, as even if they had no immediate use for it, it would serve as a prudent reserve for the future. Chapter 46. Linglong Auction House, This time, the crowd in the first-floor hall barely had the chance to call out bids before the 3 upper floors swooped in, completely disregarding the courtesy of waiting until the end to raise their bids. As was customary in the previous 2 sessions, however, the attendees on the first floor were mentally prepared. After all, this auction was part of the Centennial Grand Competition, attracting half of the powerful, wealthy cultivators from the floating world continent. They attended such auctions primarily to broaden their horizons, rather than to compete for items against the prominent figures of various sections. The disciples of various sects who had managed to sneak in with a bit of pocket change were also disinclined to contend with their own sections. Thus, for the majority of the auction, the first-floor attendees simply listened to the continuous ringing of bells from the upper private rooms, as Luo Yi and the maids outside the rooms constantly announced bids. One after another, the heavenly materials and treasures found their new owners amidst Luo Yi's smiles, while those on the first floor remained oblivious to the ultimate recipients of the items due to the protective array. Whenever there were items of lesser interest to the prominent figures, the first-floor crowd could engage in competition, but when it came to rare finds, it was best not to harbor any illusions. They simply enjoyed the spectacle, speculating which sect each bell might belong to, continuing until the auction concluded. Fu Li herself did not acquire anything. She had little desire to buy, having already purchased 2 top-quality Xian Shui moonlight stones upon arriving in Wuji City, leaving her with scant spirit stones to squander. However, after this auction, she finally comprehended why the wandering cultivators at the stalls set their prices so high. After all, if the items were to be auctioned at Linglong Auction House, the final prices would likely surpass what she had previously paid. It seemed that the stall owner was in urgent need, as she had not seen him since the day she bought the Xian Shui moonlight stones. Her observations over the following days, along with Su Youhuai's insights, indicated that the Xian Shui moonlight stones were indeed the most valuable items displayed throughout Wuji City, and she had simply been fortunate to encounter them. Su Youhuai also refrained from purchasing anything for himself, but had secured a segment of sandwood root for Guanyin, who was absent. Sandwood root, which grew in deserts, was suitable for crafting earth attribute defensive treasures and possessed the ability to automatically absorb earth attribute spiritual energy. Large pieces of sandwood root were seldom seen. Previously, Fu Li had only a small amount, which he had used to craft a hairpin for Guanyin. Speaking of which, this second junior brother was Su Youhuai's greatest concern. His worry for Guanyin was distinctly different from his concern for Fu Li. He was more anxious about Fu Li due to her youth, and because he had helped raise her alongside their master, inevitably leading to more worry. Yet, Fu Li was naturally clever and resourceful, possessing her own opinions and ideas, and she was receptive to advice. In contrast, Guanyin, though several decades older than Fu Li, could easily pass for her grandfather in the mortal realm, was singularly dedicated to his sword, showing little interest in worldly matters and spending most of his time secluded in a naturally formed cave on Yunqi Peak. For Guanyin, as long as he was not dead and his foundation remained intact, nothing else seemed to matter. At Yunqi Peak, which resembled a fairyland, Guanyin led a life akin to that of a wandering monk. Were it not for Su Youhuai's constant care, he would have prepared nothing for himself. Master brother, have you squandered your entire fortune buying things for that foolish second junior brother again? After the auction concluded, Fu Li collected the spirit stones acquired from selling her medicinal pills and stepped out of the auction hall in high spirits. No wonder the second junior brother gets along so well with you. Even after I have fed him for over a decade, he hardly speaks a few words to me. Su Youhuai shook his head helplessly, wondering where she had learned to speak so exaggeratively. It's just a segment of sandwood root. It's merely a bit hard to find and not enough to bankrupt your master brother. And you still have the audacity to mention your efforts to feed your second junior brother. Do you not recall how inedible your grilled fish used to be? Later, you not only grilled fish, but also other spiritual beast meats. And even grilled spiritual plants. You subjected both me and our master to that for quite a while. Ever since you discovered your second junior brother was taciturn and did not complain, you began sending him even more, thinking he would not critique you. Embarrassed by her master's recollection of her culinary past, Fu Li sheepishly touched her nose. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual plants and spiritual beast meats were not as simple to prepare as she had imagined. Some spiritual plants were mutually exclusive in attributes, while others, when combined, produced peculiar flavors entirely different from her expectations. In her previous life, she had adored barbecuing. During her childhood, when she had little to eat, she would forage and hunt birds, grilling them for sustenance, which she had found delectable. Who would have thought that the ingredients in the cultivation world would be so peculiar, with tastes that could change dramatically, each possessing its own unique character? It was bewildering that, while growing up in her clan, her mother's cooking had been quite palatable, yet her attempts yielded unexpected results. It seemed that she could not simply innovate at will. There were fixed pairings between spiritual beast meats and spiritual plants. In a wonder, she felt that the culinary offerings of the cultivation world lacked the variety of the mortal realm. She had assumed this was due to cultivators' asceticism. The truth was, the ingredients in the cultivation world not only contained spiritual energy, but also had their own temperaments. Sigh. I'm now a fourth-tier alchemist. Grilling shouldn't be an issue. I'll prepare a few delicious fish for our master and brothers as an apology. Upon hearing this, Su Youhuai quickly shook his head. No need for that. Dear junior sister, be kind and spare the moon-white fish from Xinhai Peak and us a chance to escape. After the conclusion of the auction organized by Linglong Pavilion, it marked the end of the grandest event in the floating world, which had been sustained for several months. Various sects gradually departed from the Zhongwu mountain range, returning to their respective territories. The bustling and vibrant Wujiqing, the largest city in central continent, once again fell silent, reverting to tranquility. This stark contrast between the post-festivity desolation and the quietude following the clamor can only be truly understood by those cultivators who have lived in Wujiqing. Upon returning to her small abode atop Yunqifeng, Fu Li commenced her seclusion, meticulously organizing the insights gained from the Centennial Grand Competition, although she had advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment during the arena battles. Her subsequent refinement of the Lanyu Bao and her observations of the Golden Core and nascent soul competitions had also yielded significant rewards. Now, she sensed a burgeoning realization within her, necessitating a period of seclusion to thoroughly digest her experiences. Chapter 47. Crossing the heavenly tribulation. Time flows like a river, and in the blink of an eye, leaves fall in droves. Within a small building perched precariously on the cliff of Yunqifeng, a serene young woman with closed eyes was immersed in her cultivation. On a certain day, as the golden sun filtered through the dense clouds, casting specks of light, she opened her eyes. The warm sunlight caressed her face gently, as if a ray from the heavens had descended to pursue her. However, this picturesque scene did not last long, as the clouds outside began to roil, obscuring that rebellious light. Thunder rumbled ominously at the horizon, seemingly infused with fury. As if to impart a lesson to the defiant cultivator, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down in response, and Fu Li raised her hand, casting out a formation plate, which quickly formed a protective array that perished in the collision with the first bolt of lightning. Without a moment's respite, another bolt descended from the clouds. Fu Li summoned her strength and unleashed a punch, similar to her previous display during the Centennial Grand Competition, yet now imbued with even greater ferocity. The force of her punch roared forth like a mighty tiger, devouring the heavenly lightning in its wake. Inside her transparent form, flashes of lightning could be seen swirling restlessly, until ultimately, the tiger's body began to twist and dissipate alongside the spent bolt of lightning. Before the tiger vanished completely, it defiantly charged at the clouds, scattering the nascent tribulation clouds that had just begun to coalesce. The third bolt of comparatively weaker lightning fell, dispersing into smaller strikes that rained down upon Fu Li, diminishing the impact by half. This time, Fu Li chose not to evade. Instead, she braced herself to absorb the third bolt of lightning with her body. Although the heavenly tribulation posed a perilous challenge for cultivators, it simultaneously represented a remarkable opportunity. If harnessed appropriately, heavenly lightning could possess certain body-tempering properties. However, the amount was difficult to gauge. Excessive exposure could lead to utter obliteration. As the fourth bolt of lightning brewed ominously, Fu Li seized the opportunity to control the erratic lightning energy, guiding it through her meridians while enduring the intense pain to slightly expand them. She continued until the lightning energy was nearly depleted, then began to concentrate her internal spiritual energy in her dantian, forming a vortex that repeatedly absorbed and compressed the spiritual essence within. The surrounding spiritual energy was irresistibly drawn towards her, gradually coalescing into a larger vortex outside her body. The vortex expanded, as if threatening to pull down the very tribulation clouds from the sky. Sensing the impending crisis, the hidden heavenly lightning ceased its brewing, gathering all the flickering strands of lightning around to form a bolt as thick as a young woman's arm, which descended with a crackling fury. The red-feathered creature, Hong Yi, surged upwards from the waterfall, leaping into the air as a colossal column of water shot skyward, only to reveal that the waterfall below was flowing upwards along the cliff, defying gravity to clash with the lightning. The waterfall could not fully obstruct the heavenly lightning. However, Hong Yi managed to blow a protective bubble around Fu Li before flapping its massive wings to intercept the remaining bolt, only to be struck down alongside the cascading water into the depths of the pool. Through their bond, Fu Li sensed that Hong Yi had been injured. The fourth bolt of lightning was no trivial matter. Even her contracted beast, despite being her fated partner, bore the brunt of the heavenly tribulation, suffering the consequences of being recognized as a mere extension of her. During a tribulation, cultivators were not permitted any assistance. Although contract spirit beasts could be considered as one entity to share the burden, the lightning that struck them would be even more merciless, concerned that Hong Yi might suffer irreparable harm. Fu Li transferred one-third of the heavenly lightning energy from Hong Yi into her own body, enduring the heavenly lightning's tempering once more alongside her companion. Fortunately, the lightning energy transmitted from Hong Yi was significantly less intense than a direct strike, allowing Fu Li to rise defiantly once again. She communicated telepathically with Hong Yi, urging it to recuperate in the pool below while she stood tall, her hair billowing in the wind, arms outstretched at her sides, palms facing upward as the spiraling vortex of spiritual energy continued to swell. The fifth bolt of lightning rolled ominously within the clouds, while the immense vortex of spiritual energy ascended, reaching the clouds with a destructive presence that seemed to surpass even that of the heavenly lightning. The whirlwind formed by the 5 elemental spiritual energies penetrated the clouds, drawing in all available spiritual energy from the surroundings, creating a temporary vacuum devoid of spiritual essence. The heavenly lightning within the clouds gradually mingled with the spiritual whirlwind, being shattered and assimilated to in the fleeting moment when the fifth bolt of lightning was completely assimilated by the spiritual whirlwind. The small vortex in Fu Li's dantian began to compress into a spherical shape. With a gentle lift of her feet, Fu Li slowly ascended, entering the spiritual whirlwind. The sixth bolt of lightning struck down without any preparation. However, within the spiritual whirlwind, Fu Li entered a mysterious state. As the previous heavenly lightning energy thoroughly awakened her chaotic body, which had previously been languid, now began to assimilate the lightning energy, allowing her to absorb any subsequent strikes, no matter how fierce. Onlookers could not perceive the situation within the vortex. They only witnessed successive bolts of lightning striking down into the swirling mass. Yuan Yunjinren, alongside Su Youhui and Guanyin, stood atop the peak, their expressions reflecting a rare tension as they observed Fu Li undergoing her tribulation above Yunkafeng. The heavenly tribulation was tyrannical, forbidding any prying eyes to witness the tribulations of other cultivators. One had to remain at a distance. Relying solely on the naked eye, any attempt to probe with spiritual consciousness would result in merciless obliteration by the tribulation, causing severe damage to the mind, with the most dire consequences potentially leading to injury to one's sea of consciousness, an essential foundation for a cultivator. The heavenly Tao imposed such stringent regulations to convey to cultivators that there exist laws and limitations within the universe. Life within the cosmos is bound by these rules to survive. The lifespans and abilities of mortals are predetermined, a stipulation of the heavenly Tao. Should cultivators defy fate and strive to shatter these constraints, they must confront the tribulations that await them at every level of advancement. These trials can only be faced alone. No one can substitute for them, even if one is favored by the heavenly Dao. At this moment, the entire Tai Xin sect, from elders to disciples, who sensed Fu Li's tribulation, raised their gazes towards the skies above Yunkafeng, fixated on the figure being struck by bolts of lightning amidst the clouds and truth. Their naked eyes could perceive little, merely witnessing the dazzling flashes of lightning darting through the clouds, with a swirling vortex of spiritual energy defiantly countering the bolts, growing ever larger and more imposing. To undergo the golden core tribulation at such a young age was indeed a testament to one favored by the heavenly Tao. Ming Rinjinren, standing atop the peak of Tianqing, sighed as he gazed in the direction of Yunkafeng. Chapter 48. The formation of the golden core at the center of the spiritual vortex. Fu Li finally comprehended the extraordinary nature of her chaotic body. After all, aside from the thunder spirit body, there had been no other physique known to absorb heavenly lightning energy. If her chaotic body could absorb heavenly lightning, it could indeed harness all the energies of the universe. Realizing this advantage, Fu Li began to boldly withstand the heavenly tribulation. This courage, apart from the thunder spirit body, was something only her chaotic body could dare to embrace. However, while the energy of the heavenly lightning could indeed be absorbed, the pain inflicted by the lightning strikes was all too real. The sensation was indescribably intense. Fearing that she might lose consciousness from the unbearable pain, Fu Li retrieved some Zue Xian grass, used for refining rejuvenating pills, from her dantian bracelet and stuffed it into her mouth. This herb was known for its potent numbing effects, often added to external injury remedies, reputed to intoxicate even celestial beings. Alas, even this herb, capable of dulling the soul, could not endure the violent onslaught of heavenly lightning for long. Fu Li pressed on solely through sheer willpower, when suddenly, She felt Hong Yi, whom she had blocked from sensing, attempting to lend her some of its own lightning energy, seeking to share the burdened eye in her weakened state. Fu Li could only silently chide the little fool. It is only because I possess a chaotic body that I can endure this. How dare you? The lightning energy within Hong Yi rampaged, causing it to writhe at the bottom of the pool, its blood staining the waters red, even losing some of its scales. Fortunately, with the final bolt of lightning having descended, the tribulation came to an end. As Fu Li gradually regained her composure, she reabsorbed the heavenly lightning energy that Hong Yi could not digest. Little fool, this is not your tribulation. The only reason you can endure even a fraction of this energy is due to the heavenly tribulation's leniency towards you as my contracted spirit beast. You cannot absorb this lightning energy. The crimson-scaled creature responded weakly and briefly. I didn't know. Indeed, being the favored child of the heavenly Tao, akin to enduring the wrath of 9 thunderbolts, was no easy feat. Fu Li, suspended within the vortex of spiritual energy, utilized the essence of the condensed Dan to mend her injuries while languidly expressing her grievances. The quantity of thunderbolts was contingent upon the cultivator's innate talent, with 9 being the maximum. Regardless of the practitioner's level, one could expect no more than 9 thunderbolts, although their potency would increase with the cultivator's advancement. Thus, those blessed with exceptional talent, despite being favored by the heavenly Tao, faced the most arduous trials. While the laws of heaven and earth may not be entirely equitable, nothing could be acquired without a corresponding sacrifice. As the tribulation clouds dissipated, the vast vortex of spiritual energy gradually contracted, revealing Fu Li, whose body bore the marks of injury at that moment. Thanks to the Bodhi pill bestowed upon her by the esteemed Yuan Yun, her external wounds had healed, though her sect attire lay tattered, with several charred holes resembling burns. Had she been clad in ordinary mortal fabric, it would have been reduced to nothingness. Standing in the vortex, Fu Li commanded the massive swirl of spiritual energy to shrink and ultimately merge into her dantian, where it fused with the small whirlwind of spiritual power within it, then continued to rotate and compress, gradually forming a spinning orb that radiated a golden light, akin to a large golden pill. Yin-yang converged, gathering energy to form the Golden Dan. This signified her official entry into the Golden Dan stage, marking her as a Golden Dan cultivator. If the foundation establishment stage represented the first step away from the mortal realm onto the path of immortality, then entering the Golden Dan stage was the second step, indicating that true ascension was within reach. With the formation of the Golden Dan, extraordinary phenomena arose in the vicinity of the Tianyu mountain range. The skies were awash with auspicious clouds and purple mist, vibrant hues swirling as the ethereal peaks of Yunqi seemed to part the clouds and reveal the sun. All the peaks of the Taishan sect turned their attention to Yunqi Peak, as the celestial phenomena resulting from Fu Li's Golden Dan tribulation dispelled the perennial mists surrounding Yunqi Peak, allowing for the sight of soaring birds and leaping fish, as well as the cries of cranes echoing across the 9 peaks. New disciples from other peaks finally caught a glimpse of the full majesty of Yunqi Peak. Initially, it seemed that the tribulation had been overcome. However, the heavenly Tao appeared to disregard the rules of combat. The previously dispersed auspicious clouds suddenly coalesced into several colorful formations, from which thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. A bolt of lightning descended with ferocious intent, hurtling directly toward Yunqi Peak. Fu Li sensed the Golden Dan that had formed within her body. Bewildered, being a cultivator with a 5-element spiritual root and a chaotic body, she accepted the 9 thunderbolts during her tribulation as a fair price for the immense benefits bestowed upon her. Yet now that her Golden Dan had been successfully formed, she believed she should not be struck again. With her hands on her hips, Fu Li gazed indignantly at the heavens. I haven't heard anyone mention a 10th thunderbolt. Heavenly Tao, this is quite impolite. Just as she was about to express her frustrations with the heavenly Tao, she suddenly realized that the target of the thunderbolt was not herself, but rather the crimson-scaled creature, who was recuperating at the bottom of the pool below the cliff. Fu Li quickly tossed out a formation disc to shield the creature, intercepting the bolt of lightning above the pool. Furrowing her brow, she looked up to see that more thunderbolts were indeed brewing. Although they appeared somewhat weaker than the one aimed at her, they were still formidable tribulations. It seemed that the creature was also on the verge of entering the spiritual dance stage. having attracted its own tribulation due to taking on the Golden Dan thunderbolts on Fu Li's behalf. However, the power of the creature's thunderbolts was less than her own, and based on the previous strike that had shielded her. These two bolts were far from daunting. The creature had already undergone sufficient tempering from the thunderbolts of her own tribulation. Calmly regarding the impending thunderbolts, Fu Li summoned her moon bow, nocking an arrow and aiming skyward. With a swift motion, she released a spiritual arrow that pierced the air, imbued with the essence of thunder, entwined with all the 5 elements' spiritual energy along its path, soaring into the heavens to collide with the freshly summoned thunder. Shattering the layers of clouds, many of the younger disciples, still in the early stages of their cultivation, were left awestruck by the spectacle. Although this was not her own tribulation, she could not afford to appear so nonchalant. Her demeanor might easily instill the misconception that they too could achieve such feats. In truth, Fu Li was merely riding the residual thunder power still lingering within her body from her own recent tribulation. Ordinarily, she would have hidden away like the crimson-scaled creature to gradually process it, but with the emergence of the creature's tribulation, she had drawn upon the excess thunder power within herself to counter the creature's tribulation, allowing them to mutually dissipate. This was largely due to the bond formed between her and the creature through their life contract. Furthermore, since she had just recently undergone her own tribulation, the lingering thunder power still recognized her as a newly acknowledged Golden Dan cultivator. Ensuring that her presence would not escalate the creature's tribulation difficulty, thus enabling her to seemingly dismiss the prior storm clouds with a mere arrow. As the 49th chapter unfolded, Fu Li elegantly dispersed the tribulation clouds with a single arrow. Exuding an air of grace and excellence, below, the newly inducted disciples of the outer sect felt their blood surge with excitement, eager to applaud Fu Li's performance. Yet the tribulation was diligent in its duties. Its task remained incomplete, and it resolutely began to gather once more. The predetermined number of thunderbolts was set, and not a single one would be spared. The tribulation would not depart until it had fulfilled its count. However, the gathering of the thunderclouds required time, and the Yingyu clan possessed an innate ability to heal swiftly, especially in water. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Li tossed a number of healing pills to the creature, who was now largely unharmed. After absorbing the energy from the previous thunderbolt, the creature swam up from the pool beneath the waterfall, flapping its newly strengthened wings with vigor, letting out a triumphant cry. Brimming with arrogance, enraged by the creature's audacity, the thunderbolts that had just been brewing came crashing down in rapid succession, the cascading white light wrapped in lightning plummeting downwards, sending forth a torrent of water as it struck the creature back into the depths of the pool. The splashes of water were scattered, transformed into delicate white mist by the tribulation's force, dancing gracefully amidst the tumultuous storm clouds. The sky above the peaks rumbled with boisterous sounds, while the depths of the pool churned with great waves. Fu Li stood atop the cliff, silently counting the number of thunderbolts aimed at the creature. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. With each count, Fu Li grew increasingly convinced that the tribulation bore a grudge against the creature. Although the Yingyu clan's talent was commendable, it seemed that even the most gifted among them had not drawn 9 thunderbolts during their tribulations. Why was her crimson-scaled companion being subjected to such excessive punishment? Was it merely because the creature had formed a life contract with her, worried that the creature might not withstand the onslaught? Fu Li, relying on her chaotic body, once more utilized their contract to assist the creature in absorbing the thunderbolts. With experience, the creature's thunder power entered her body, and Fu Li quickly popped a bottle of Zui Xian grass into her mouth, using her moon bow to steady herself as she struggled to maintain her balance. With so many eyes upon her, she felt a sense of responsibility. This time it was certainly not as painful as her own tribulation. Stealing a glance down the cliff, she saw the creature, having absorbed a significant portion of the thunder power due to their life contract, still splashing defiantly in the water, challenging the thunderbolts. Fu Li closed her eyes. If she were the tribulation, she too might find it hard to resist delivering a few more strikes to that little fool of a fish. As the 9 thunderbolts struck, the spiritual energy within the pool surged violently, and the creature coalesced into a spiritual Dan, successfully absorbing and refining the thunder power through the breakthrough. With a triumphant leap, the creature burst forth from the depths, flapping its wings and sending waves cascading in all directions. The tribulation clouds dispersed, revealing once more the extraordinary phenomena surrounding Fu Li's Golden Dan tribulation. As the skies above Yunshi Peak were illuminated by radiant light, with the auspicious signs visible even from the outskirts of the Tianyu mountain range, it is well known that when cultivators draw down heavenly tribulations, prodigies emerge amid the phenomena. Embarking on the path of immortality may seem to defy heaven, yet it occurs within the bounds of natural LAWAT. Each stage of cultivation, the heavenly Tao bestows tribulations as tests, treating all equally, regardless of innate talent. However, those who can summon phenomena following their tribulations are a rare breed of genius. All cultivators in the vicinity of the Tianyu mountain range gazed upwards, marveling at the radiant hues lighting the sky, simultaneously acknowledging that the Tai Xian sect had birthed yet another unparalleled talent. Master, your disciple has successfully formed the Golden Dan and wishes to venture out for training. The day after Fu Li's successful condensation of her Dan, she excitedly approached the esteemed Yuan Yun to announce her intention to embark on her first journey beyond the sect. To her delight, Yuan Yun had no objections. Many disciples had ventured out for training during their foundation establishment stage, and he understood that his young disciple felt constrained by the limitations of her current level. Having witnessed her rapid progress, he decided to grant her the freedom to explore. Yuan Yun did not elaborate further but requested a piece of the exquisite Xianshui moonlight stone that Fu Li had purchased in Wuji City, instructing her to wait 3 days. On the third day, at dawn, Yuan Yun emerged from his secluded meditation, holding a necklace as translucent as water droplets. This is the magical artifact you wish to forge for the crimson-scaled creature. While the Xianshui moonlight stone is indeed remarkable, it is difficult to refine without the expertise of a master craftsman. Additionally, the spatial abilities of spirit beasts are far more intricate than those of storage spaces. Given your current capabilities, it is best that I assist you in this endeavor for now. Yuan Yun Jinren spoke, gently raising his palm, as the water droplet necklace gracefully settled around Fu Li's neck. With a subtle movement of his finger, a transparent thread fastened itself at the nape of her neck, intertwining 2 strands into a singular, flowing line. This thread was crafted from the silk of the ice silkworm from the Tianshan mountains of Baitian Shui, a material so exquisite that only this silk could penetrate the rare and precious Xian Shui stone. Present, Hong Yi had also surpassed the spirit pill stage. Although the chilling aura of the Xian Shui spiritual energy was formidable, it seemed that with Yingyu's constitution, it would be bearable. Fu Li gazed in delight at her new necklace, quickly summoning the still slumbering Hong Yi from her Donluan bracelet to see if it could fit inside the necklace. Master, Hong Yi adores this place. Previously, while Fu Li's Donluan bracelet provided a resting space for it, the bracelet was crafted from the red flame sunstone. Although the esteemed Miao Yu Yuan Jun had infused some sand crystals to temper the fire attribute of the red flame stone, rendering it considerably gentler, the essence of that fire attribute lingered. Yingyu, being a water attribute spirit beast, was inherently at odds with the Donluan's properties, so while it could stay in the bracelet, it was not fond of it, and prolonged exposure could lead to agitation. Fu Li gently caressed the water droplet-shaped spirit beast space at her collarbone, feeling it teeming with the tangible essence of Xian Shui's spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, she could faintly see a miniature Yingyu swimming within. Through their bond, Fu Li sensed Hong Yi's joy and comfort, which uplifted her own spirits immensely. Her master was indeed correct. She was unable to forge even a storage pouch at present, as she had yet to master spatial power. Yuan Yun Zhenren glanced at the flailing little fish within and cautioned Fu Li. I have inscribed a formation within this water droplet space. Unless someone exceeds my cultivation level, no one can disturb it. Moreover, keep it on you at all times. Should you encounter an attack beyond your capacity to withstand, the formation will activate automatically, effective thrice. Once triggered, I will have a general sense of your location, and I will find a way to rescue you. Chapter 50. Out of the sect for experience, Fu Li looked up in astonishment at her master. Realizing that this spirit beast space possessed such capabilities, it appeared that although her master favored a hands-off approach to teaching, much like her parents, he still held her well-being in concern. I knew master must be worried about me. Did he really labor for 3 days to forge such a life-saving talisman? Does this mean I can walk with confidence after I leave? Yuan Yun Zhenren snorted. Walk with confidence? Are you intending to scuttle sideways like a crab to keep Hong Yi company? While being able to withstand 3 attacks certainly enhances your chances of survival, if you offend someone beyond your means to confront, I cannot guarantee that I will reach you in time. Listening to Yuan Yunjinren's admonitions, Fu Li obediently nodded like a chick pecking at grains. That I understand. Master, if I encounter someone I cannot defeat, I will declare my sect and proclaim myself a direct disciple of the esteemed Yuan Yunjinren of the 9 Peaks of Taishan sect. If anyone dares to harm me, I shall make them reconsider whether they can truly contend with my master. And my father is the foremost formation master in Zhongzhou. He can sketch a teleportation array with a mere wave of his hand, pursuing anyone to the ends of the earth. Yuan Yunjinren observed his little disciple's arrogant demeanor and felt somewhat relieved of his worries. It seemed she was utterly unashamed of basking in the shadow of her elders. Displaying a remarkable boldness at that moment, Su Youhuai and Guanyin arrived. Junior sister, senior brother, second senior brother. Fu Li beamed at Su Youhuai and Guanyin. Her spirits lifted further. Su Youhuai produced a storage pouch and handed it to Fu Li. Junior sister, as this is your first venture into the world, I am uncertain if your preparations of formation plates, talismans, and elixirs are adequate. I have some extras. Better to be prepared. Thank you, senior brother. Fu Li smiled as she accepted Su Youhuai's thoughtful gift. Her senior brother had always been considerate. Guanyin observed the items presented by Su Youhuai, frowning slightly, suddenly feeling a bit inadequate. After a moment of hesitation, he shyly offered Fu Li a storage pouch. Junior sister, I do not possess skills in alchemy or formations, so I thought you might have those covered. I prepared some spirit stones for you. Should you find yourself lacking after descending the mountain, you can purchase whatever you need. Fu Li received the storage pouch from Guanyin and, upon scanning its contents with her spiritual sense, found it filled entirely with spirit stones. Second senior brother typically had no side business and lacked channels for earning extra income. These spirit stones must have been painstakingly accumulated. In truth, Fu Li did not need spirit stones, but as this was her first journey and a gesture of goodwill from her senior brother, she felt it necessary to accept. She understood that second senior brother was somewhat naive regarding social nuances and likely could not conceive of anything else to offer. Thank you, second senior brother, Fu Li said, still wearing a bright smile. She cherished the feeling of being cared for and remembered. Although this was her first experience outside, it would not be for long, and she was clever enough to manage. Her master and senior brothers need not worry. Fu Li bid farewell to her master and senior brothers, riding the cloud crane down to Yunwu City at the mountain's base, and then took the teleportation array to leave the Tianyu mountain range, which was under the jurisdiction of Taishan sect. Once she descended the mountain, Fu Li had no particular destination in mind and casually wandered through several mortal towns, observing the scenes of the mundane world. For cultivators, venturing out for experience often meant wandering aimlessly. Opportunities were contingent upon luck. The purpose of such excursions was to witness the myriad human experiences and broaden one's perspective. The floating world continent, due to its focus on cultivation, had not seen much technological advancement, prioritizing personal cultivation over external matters. Although cultivators possessed powers far superior to the technology of her past life, mortals still lived lives akin to those of ancient times. Occasionally, Fu Li perused the legends of the continent and discovered many similarities with the myths of her previous life. Thus, she could not help but wonder if her former world once harbored a civilization of cultivation. Ali, while enjoying tea and music in a tea house, Fu Li heard a familiar voice resonating within her mind, prompting her to wave her hand and dispel the barrier surrounding her. A lively young girl clad in a flowing white robe appeared abruptly in the chair across from her, nonchalantly pouring herself a cup of tea and downing it in one go. I knew you would be here. Luo Yao had heard of Fu Li's many exploits in her past life, and after developing curiosity about her, she had even gone to Wanxiang Tower to purchase information regarding Fu Li's secret deeds and habits. Thus, she was well aware that Fu Li enjoyed spending several days in mortal towns whenever she ventured out for experience, often visiting tea houses to listen to performances and read stories. One particularly famous incident involved an audacious young man from a minor family who, having learned of Fu Li's penchant for such pastimes, endeavored to feign a chance encounter. However, after 3 months of pursuing her, he merely brushed past her without even detecting her protective barrier. This incident further shrouded Fu Li in mystery, reminding others of her extraordinary talents displayed during the century-long competition, where she had claimed victory with her bow and arrow, showcasing her prowess against Jinzong's Tang Yu in the final moments of the arena. At that time, she was already leagues apart from Luo Yao, who had no opportunity for interaction. Fortunately, in this life, she diligently cultivated and participated in the century-long competition, leading to her acquaintance with Fu Li. As Luo Yao reveled in her thoughts, Fu Li regarded her with a slightly peculiar glance. Although she approached those who showed her kindness with goodwill, a modicum of caution remained. This little disciple from the Daixing Pavilion, named Luo Yao, seemed to be the type accustomed to being favored. Such individuals often exhibited a degree of pride. When they first met, Fu Li had merely been a fledgling in the foundation establishment stage, yet Luo Yao had gazed at her with an expression of admiration. Her enthusiasm had been almost excessive. Moreover, it was evident that today was not a mere coincidence. She had deliberately pursued Fu Li. "How did you know I was here?" "Because I am a member of Daixing Pavilion, and I happen to be the daughter of the pavilion master. Naturally, my father would grant me certain privileges to avoid bringing shame upon him. I have learned a bit of the tracking arts, which I excel at compared to most disciples of Daixing Pavilion. Of course, your cultivation surpasses mine, and your luck is greater, so finding you is not without its challenges. I did rely somewhat on fortune." Luo Yao spoke without a hint of embarrassment, having prepared her response in advance in case Fu Li inquired. She intended to use the arts of her pavilion to deflect the question. A half-truth that did not quite constitute a lie. Daixing Pavilion was renowned for its star observation and tracking techniques, ranking second among the 4 pavilions. Few dared to offend them across the continent, and only the diviners of Wanxiang Tower could somewhat match their abilities. Chapter 51. The all-knowing sage Luo Yao observed Fu Li quietly sipping her tea, thinking that Fu Li might still harbor doubts, and thus felt compelled to reveal her background. "I tend to be a bit playful. Having barely reached the late foundation establishment stage, I can't afford to wait years to attain the golden core stage." Fu Li shook her head, puzzled by the girl's words. Did she understand the gravity of what she was saying? Transitioning between major realms was notoriously difficult. It was a cause for celebration if an ordinary person could progress from mid to late foundation establishment in a few years. Yet she claimed to have no idea how long it would take to ascend from late foundation establishment to golden core. This talent is perhaps something many people would dream of, only to wake up laughing in disbelief. Truly, one is blissfully unaware of their fortune. With nothing pressing to attend to, let us embark on this journey together. She sought Fu Li not merely to train alongside her, but also because, in her previous life, she too had ventured out at this very moment, only to encounter those 2 miscreants who deceived her into the Su Luo inheritance. Upon emerging from the Su Luo inheritance, she was caught off guard and gravely injured by those 2, resulting in her severed path to immortality, forcing her to live merely a century as a mortal. This remains her greatest regret and source of shame. Although she has avenged her past grievances, the mere recollection of those 2 still fills her with loathing. Yet, while she regrets placing her trust in those scoundrels, she does not lament her experience in the Su Luo inheritance. Throughout her brief century of existence, the only solace she found was in the fact that her illusionary whip recognized her as its master and did not abandon her despite her fall from grace to mortality. The Su Luo inheritance is situated near the Changxi mountain range, at the juncture of Zhongzhou and Zichuanzhou, and their journey in any direction would soon lead them there. Presently, it is still early since those 2 entered the inheritance with her. Thus Luo Yao does not feel particularly anxious. The technique of the illusionary whip within the inheritance is already etched in her memory. However, should she venture with Fu Li, given Fu Li's extraordinary talent, it is highly probable that the Su Luo inheritance would choose her in the end. In that case, the illusionary whip might no longer belong to her. Nevertheless, she would rather forfeit the inheritance and the whip to Fu Li than grant any advantage to those 2 miscreants. Observing Fu Li's somewhat skeptical gaze, Luo Yao leaned forward, her large eyes sparkling, and exclaimed with exaggerated fervor, "After the grand competition, I went into seclusion and have been training alone since my emergence. Although it has been a tad monotonous, guess what? I have a premonition that a great opportunity is on the horizon. However, fortune must be seized, which is why I have brought you along. Our combined destinies shall surely yield great rewards on this journey." Fu Li regarded Luo Yao's whimsical demeanor and calmly sipped her tea. "Your animated storytelling surpasses even that of the bards on stage. Have you considered pursuing a side career?" Luo Yao pouted at her words. "I simply wish to invite you to train together. Just tell me if you will join me. Seeing the hopeful look in Luo Yao's eyes, Fu Li reluctantly acquiesced. While it is common for practitioners to encounter and form bonds with disciples from other sects during their journeys, there is nothing unusual about it. Because Luo Yao mentioned sensing the direction of an opportunity, Fu Li decided to follow her westward toward Zichuanzhou, until they neared the boundary between Zhongzhou and Zichuanzhou. Were it not for Luo Yao's insistence that this direction held promise, Fu Li might have assumed that Luo Yao simply wished for her to escort her home. Fortunately, after half a month, Luo Yao brought her to the foot of Changxi Mountain, in the city of Guanlan. The Changxi Mountain range is akin to the territory of the Si clan, just as the Tianyu Mountain range belongs to the Taishan sect. Guanlan City is a large settlement for cultivators, with very few mortals present. As they stepped out of the teleportation array, Fu Li looked up to see numerous spirit beasts resembling dogs and horses, adorned with golden scales, prancing about at the city gates, occasionally sneezing out fireballs. Nearby stood a sign, charred at the edges, proclaiming, "Rental of Mount Hound beasts for transportation." Guanlan City truly is a grand metropolis. Complete with rental Mount Hound beasts, Luo Yao gazed curiously at the fire-breathing hounds. Such spirit beasts are commonly found in the eastern Zhengzhou. Their intelligence is not particularly high, and their talents are mediocre. Often contracted as mounts by mid to low-tier cultivators below the transformation stage. However, only large cities possess the resources to extensively train them as transportation beasts. Are you two fairies new to Guanlan City? Is there anything you require? A young man in green, fanning himself, approached Fu Li and Luo Yao. Smiling and offering a courteous bow, he exuded a charming demeanor without being frivolous, creating an impression of gentle sophistication. Hearing his words, Luo Yao raised an eyebrow in skepticism. He knows everything. Then why is he unaware of the Su Luo inheritance nearby? Fu Li, however, scrutinized the man with interest and returned a polite greeting. "Senior, your cultivation surpasses ours. Why then are you so courteous?" The young man waved his folding fan and replied, "No need for such formalities. I am merely at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, so addressing me as a fellow cultivator suffices. Though it is not prudent to hastily probe another's age, one can often discern whether an individual is genuinely youthful or an ageless elder through their demeanor." The evident air of sect prodigies surrounding these two female cultivators is unmistakable. Similarly, not only can the young man see through their fade, but they, too, can perceive that his age is likely not much greater than theirs. They are all youthful, allowing for a more relaxed exchange. Prompted by Fu Li's reminder, Luo Yao began to ponder. This man's talent appears commendable. He should not be an ordinary cultivator without a name. However, she had never heard of the name Sua Qingqiu. Then I shall not be polite. I am Fu Li. May I inquire, fellow cultivator, as a Golden Core practitioner, you must have many opportunities available. Why have you taken on the role of an information broker in Guanlan City? Sua Qingqiu smiled slightly. "Ah, so you hail from the Fu clan. To be candid, I am a disciple of the Wanxiang Towers Baixiaoxing, and I engage in these activities out of interest, while also earning a few spirit stones." The Wanxiang Towers Baixiaoxing? It seems to be the leader in this line of work. If memory serves, they can sell a piece of information for quite a sum of spirit stones, second only to Linglong Pavilion. One wonders how this fellow cultivator has fallen to the point of needing to take on such tasks to earn spirit stones. Chapter 52. The Crimson Water Lotus. However, since an information broker has presented himself, it would be remiss not to take advantage of the opportunity. She indeed has a matter that requires the Wanxiang Tower's insight. Fu Li smiled at Sua Qingqiu, while the local introductions are trivial. I wish to inquire about news regarding the five-element spirit. Do you or the Wanxiang Tower possess any information? What is the price? Sua Qingqiu's eyes brightened at her inquiry. He had unexpectedly received a significant task. Indeed, I possess such information, gleaned from the predictions of the elders in the tower. However, it is merely a general time frame and location, and it is not exclusive to us. I shall only require 500 low-grade spirit stones. Fu Li considered this and found it acceptable. She retrieved 500 low-grade spirit stones from her Donluan bracelet, placing them into a storage bag to hand to Sua Qingqiu. Sua Qingqiu glanced at it, his brows relaxing into a genial smile. In his palm, an octagonal lock materialized, and as its interlocking parts turned, a barrier array appeared around them, isolating even Luo Yao from outside. Watching the rotating octagonal lock, Fu Li recalled the miscellaneous records she had seen in the library. The octagonal lock is a mid-grade spirit artifact capable of shielding against any probing from cultivators below the tribulation stage, effectively preventing higher-level practitioners from eavesdropping on their conversation. It seems this information broker holds a commendable position within the Wanxiang Tower, perhaps having embarked on a journey similar to theirs. The five-element spirit will appear in the misty forest of Shifang Valley within 3 years. The specific type remains unknown. 3 years, misty forest, the Longhuan secret realm, a 90% likelihood. Fu Li nodded. Thank you. Suo Qingqiu stowed the octagonal lock and waved his storage bag. I must thank you for supporting my business. As a token of gratitude, please take this topographical map of the Changxi mountain range, and should you have need of my services in the future, feel free to seek me out. Suo Qingqiu presented Fu Li with a jade slip inscribed with the topographical map of the Changxi mountain range, along with a spirit consciousness jade pendant. With this pendant, one can utilize the consciousness depicted on it to send communication talismans, ensuring that messages can be received even across vast distances. In accordance with the social etiquette of the cultivation world, Fu Li reciprocated with a spirit consciousness jade pendant of her own. Suddenly, Luo Yao smacked her forehead in realization. How could she have forgotten this matter? She had truly lived as a mortal for far too long in her previous life. This abrupt motion left both Fu Li and Suo Qingqiu momentarily stunned. Suo Qingqiu thought, this girl is rather hard on herself. Her forehead is turning red. She may prove to be quite the character with potential. Fu Li mused. For some reason, she reminds me of that silly little fish, Hong Yi. I can't quite pinpoint why, but they share a certain aura. Through the power of their bond, Hong Yi sensed Fu Li's thoughts. What does it have to do with you? It is not entirely surprising that Luo Yao struggles to recall, as the communication between cultivators is infrequent. For those residing nearby, messages can be urgently conveyed through the delivery of items by Meng Niao. Additionally, there are minor spells capable of transmitting sound over vast distances, yet the sound-carrying birds can only be directed to a fixed location, typically the recipient's residence, unless there is a business relationship. Like that between her and Suo Qingqiu, which is perceived favorably, it is uncommon for acquaintances to exchange consciousness jade pendants. This is because leaving one's consciousness imprint with another cultivator is a rather unsettling practice. For instance, certain divination techniques allow higher-ranked cultivators to utilize your consciousness imprint once they possess it, a notion that is quite disconcerting for most. During the century's grand competition, she and the sword cultivator Miss Tang Yu initially did not consider exchanging consciousness jade pendants, only to have Tang Yu later purchase her Ningxiang pill at the Linglong auction for 3,000 spirit stones, prompting her to remember to leave a pendant for Tang Yu, allowing her to reach out if needed in the future. Luo Yao, however, placed great trust in Fu Li, eagerly producing her own consciousness jade pendant and handing it to Fu Li. Suo Qingqiu glanced over and smiled gently at Luo Yao. Why don't we exchange one as well? You can rest assured of the reputation of our Wanxiang Tower. I hope for your continued patronage in future business endeavors. Observing the young girl before her, Suo Qingqiu deduced from her previous actions that there was little risk involved. Exchanging consciousness jade pendants with a knowledgeable person like Luo Yao seemed a fair trade. With their business concluded, Suo Qingqiu gracefully departed, while Fu Li and Luo Yao indulged in a sumptuous spiritual meal in the city, satisfying their appetites before proceeding according to the terrain map of the Changxi mountain range provided by Suo Qingqiu, aiming to gather some spiritual herbs and plants in areas rich in spiritual energy. Fu Li was unaware of Luo Yao's intentions. For her, it was merely an opportunity for experience. Since there appeared to be no immediate events of concern, she resolved to hunt weaker spiritual beasts and gather herbs, content to go with the flow. However, some matters are simply irresistible to ponder. Just as Fu Li was immersed in her herb gathering, believing nothing was amiss, a sound akin to a deer's call suddenly echoed nearby. Before either could react, a faint metallic scent wafted through the air, accompanied by a soft hissing sound and the rush of wind brushing past their ears. Fu Li, quick to respond, pushed Luo Yao aside, while simultaneously avoiding the impending attack. And the two swiftly dodged in opposite directions. Luo Yao, valuing her life dearly, immediately activated a defensive formation upon being shoved. Though slightly slower than Fu Li, she sensed the danger nonetheless, as she had anticipated. The ambushing spiritual beast was indeed seeking an easier target. Just as her defensive formation was established, a shadow carrying a foul stench collided with it, causing ripples in the formation, and the two soon discerned the identity of their assailant, a hook snake. Enraged, Luo Yao brandished her whip, cracking it against the ground before charging at the serpent. "You little stinky snake, daring to ambush me. Do you wish to court death?" Fu Li furrowed her brow, observing the fierce battle between Luo Yao and the hook snake. A sense of unease creeping into her mind. The hook snake was merely at the peak of the spirit opening stage, comparable to a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, though it appeared nearly 10 feet long and sizable to humans. Among its peers, it was but a juvenile, with one at the late foundation establishment stage and the other at the early golden core stage. It was illogical for the hook snake to provoke them, even if it possessed a rather diminutive intellect, unless something in the vicinity piqued its interest and could not be moved. Suddenly, Fu Li recalled the earlier sound resembling a deer-esque call. It was not a deer at all, but rather the cry of a water lark. A bird that resides near water, preying on snakes, its call mimicking that of a deer. The appearance of the hook snake right after the water lark's call could not merely be coincidental. Chapter 53. The Secret Realm of Inheritance. Fu Li surveyed the surroundings. They found themselves in a relatively remote valley within the Changxi mountain range, where the presence of golden core-level spiritual beasts was not uncommon. Sensing the faint warmth of the water's spiritual energy surrounding her, Fu Li addressed Luo Yao, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with the hook snake. "There must be a hot spring nearby. Surely, some rare treasures lie hidden here, and both the little hook snake and that creature that called out are guarding it." Upon hearing this, Luo Yao was not taken aback and, trusting Fu Li completely, urged, "Then, Allure, you must go quickly. I can hold this hook snake at bay." Fu Li hesitated, uncertain of what treasures might be present. Yet Luo Yao's confidence in letting her venture alone was disconcerting, revealing a profound trust in her character. She shook her head, her doubts resurfacing about whether Luo Yao might be sold out. "If you find yourself overwhelmed, do call for me." Fu Li offered no further pleasantries, leaving those words behind as she deftly navigated the rocky terrain toward the hot springs vicinity. Before Fu Li could approach fully, from atop a verdant tree near the hot spring, a bird resembling a wild chicken, adorned in blue and green hues, burst forth, screeching and summoning a torrent of water that surged toward her. The water lark, while not possessing significant offensive capabilities, commanded water with finesse, making it a formidable foe for serpents that frequented watery habitats. However, the Ingyu, an ancient water-type spiritual beast, was the progenitor of water manipulation. The water lark's abilities were as inconsequential as brandishing a sword before Guangong, as anticipated. The Ingyu emerged from the droplets, effortlessly swatting the water lark and its summoned wave back into the hot spring. Although the water lark had reached the peak of the spirit pill stage, the inherent suppression it faced made it no match for the Ingyu in a fleeting encounter with this sight. Fu Li no longer worried for the Ingyu and instead fixed her gaze on a newly ripened red water lotus situated at the spring's source. This was a crucial ingredient for refining the life wisdom pill, which could enhance a spiritual beast's innate talents. While the pill itself was not of high grade, it bore immense significance for those of ordinary aptitude. "Ingyu, keep it busy." As the Ingyu engaged the water lark, Fu Li soared upward, plucking the red water lotus and placing it into a jade box designated for storing precious materials. Upon witnessing the lotus being taken, the water lark, now filled with rage and desperation, was momentarily distracted, allowing the Ingyu to strike with a water arrow that pierced through the water lark's spirit core, silencing its final cry as it collapsed that I in the realm of cultivation. No conflict exists without cause. All actions bear consequences. Their mere presence near the hot spring prompted the water lark to incite the hook snake to ambush them. Having anticipated their herb-gathering endeavors and presuming they would eventually discover the red water lotus. In order to protect its charge, it struck preemptively. When attacked, retaliation was only to be expected. For every precious treasure, fortune favors the worthy. Since it had grown in this locale and had come to her attention, she would not relinquish it simply because the water lark arrived first. The same logic applies to humans. Though her time in cultivation had been brief, Fu Li had adapted to the unforgiving nature of survival of the fittest. Allure, with the water lark down, the hook snake, entangled with Luo Yao, made its escape. Fu Li opened her jade box, revealing the red water lotus within. The water lark was guarding this lotus. "How shall we divide it?" Luo Yao peered into the box, red water lotus, for refining the life wisdom pill. In her previous life, she had scoured every record of precious materials throughout the floating world continent, yet had found nothing capable of reconstructing spiritual roots. She recognized a plethora of rare items and their applications in alchemy. Though I possess a fire spiritual root, I lack the skill to refine pills. You should keep the red water lotus. When we gather the remaining ingredients for the life wisdom pill, simply provide me with one once it's ready. The life wisdom pill served ordinary spiritual beasts. Luo Yao's contracted golden-feathered spirit kite, akin to the Yingyu, was an exceptionally rare beast with already considerable talent and intelligence, rendering the pill less beneficial for it. Very well, I shall keep it. However, I am only a fourth-tier alchemist, so it may take some time. Luo Yao waved her hand dismissively, unperturbed. Fu Li, having retrieved the now lifeless water lark into her spirit ring, noted that the Changxi mountain range strictly belonged to the Sea clan. Even though fortune favored the deserving, it would be prudent to eliminate all traces of their encounter. Furthermore, the flesh of avian spiritual beasts was quite delectable, perfect for roasting for her master and elder brothers upon their return. Master, steamed dishes are delectable. The Yingyu flapped its wings excitedly, sensing Fu Li's thoughts. Being a water attribute spiritual beast, it preferred steamed dishes over grilled ones. All right, I shall prepare steamed dishes for you. Fu Li led Luo Yao away from this realm. Once the battle ceased, they swiftly retreated, a fundamental principle in the world of cultivation. Otherwise, one could never anticipate what entities might be drawn by the fluctuations of the conflict. Luo Yao felt that they had lingered long enough. If they did not hasten to the inheritance, it might very well be seized by others. Thus, she guided Fu Li to the outskirts of a nearby mortal town, standing on the sandy bank beside a small river. Fu Li sensed the spatial fluctuations emanating from a dilapidated wooden boat on the verge of decay and cast a peculiar glance at Luo Yao, who had just activated the spatial formation. Had she not been forewarned, what ordinary cultivator would so easily discern the entrance to an artificial secret realm on a small, derelict island in the remote outskirts of a mortal town? Luo Yao averted her gaze to the sky, avoiding Fu Li's eyes. Would she be believed if she claimed it was mere coincidence? After probing with her spiritual sense, a voice echoed back. Tio, enter the inheritance secret realm. It requires at least 3 individuals below the nascent soul stage to simultaneously enter to activate it. Fu Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this powerful being who had chosen such an unconventional location for the entrance and imposed such peculiar conditions for entry. Typically, the number of participants in trial secret realms is fixed, while inheritance secret realms are generally accessible to anyone deemed suitable. Are they not? Luo Yao frowned, recalling that in her past life, they had been precisely 3 individuals, all below the nascent soul stage. Thus they had entered without receiving this prompt, unaware of such a stipulation. This is simple. We recently met someone nearby who could swiftly arrive. Surely that fellow Taoist has not ventured far. Very well, Luo Yao nodded, observing Fu Li as she retrieved a jade pendant for communication and a message talisman to contact Suai Qingqiu, whom they had encountered earlier. After a brief moment, instead of Suai Qingqiu arriving, a pair of unfamiliar young cultivators, a man and a woman, approached them. Esteemed fellow Taoists, might you also be unable to enter this inheritance secret realm? Chapter 54. Entering the secret realm, the male cultivator among the pair stepped forward, offering a slight bow to Fu Li and Luo Yao, exuding a demeanor of courtesy reminiscent of the refined scholars portrayed in earthly tales. That Fu Li discerned that the male cultivator had reached the mid-stage of the golden core, while the female cultivator, like Luo Yao, was at the late stage of foundation establishment. It was apparent that these 2 fellow Taoists were also aware of the existence of this inheritance secret realm. My sister and I have been aware of this secret realm for several days. However, it has been unfortunate that we are but 2, and being in a mortal town, we have yet to find a trustworthy third party nearby, which has delayed our entry until now. Since you 2 fellow Taoists have also discovered this inheritance secret realm, it seems we are fated to meet. I am Zhou Shirtong, and this is my younger sister, Zhou Yulan. You both appear to be individuals of integrity. Shall we not join forces and enter together? Zhou Shirtong, a solitary cultivator, had honed his skills in discerning others through his experiences. The aura of Fu Li and Luo Yao suggested they hailed from prominent sects or illustrious families. Such individuals, while intelligent, often exhibited a certain naivete. Moreover, being 2 female cultivators with lower cultivation levels than his own, their youth likely rendered them more trusting. Until now, no one had discovered this place, allowing them a choice. Yet, Now that others were aware of the secret realm, that option was no longer available. Before Fu Li could respond, Luo Yao interjected, her tone tinged with impatience. Who says we have no third person? Our acquaintance is in Guanlan City and will arrive shortly. Fu Li cast a puzzled glance at Luo Yao. Although she typically spoke freely, she had never exhibited such strong emotions towards strangers upon first meeting. Furthermore, they could not guarantee Sua Qingqiu would arrive in time, as one could never know if she had departed after their departure, and thus far, Sua Qingqiu had not replied to her message. I apologize, but we have indeed contacted someone we know. Regardless, we must wait a little longer. While Fu Li found Luo Yao's behavior curious, she chose to follow her lead, though unsure why Luo Yao was so antagonistic towards these two. Her prior acquaintance with Luo Yao meant she would trust her judgment over any favorable impressions these newcomers might have made. Zhou Shitong, though somewhat displeased internally, maintained a facade of congeniality that is quite acceptable. After all, 4 individuals and 5 are not vastly different. We can wait a bit longer. Zhou Yulan, the female cultivator accompanying him, displayed hints of discontent but seemed accustomed to Zhou Shitong's demeanor, refraining from further comment. Fu Li noticed Luo Yao's similar dissatisfaction and transmitted a message to her. What troubles you? Since others have already discovered this place, we cannot claim it solely for ourselves. Moreover, he speaks the truth. What difference does it make if there are 3 or 5? Inheritance often depends not just on strength, but also on fate. Luo Yao was well aware that Fu Li's words held merit. Her reaction was merely instinctual upon seeing these two. She had not anticipated they would unearth the Su Luo inheritance so swiftly, recalling how, in her past life, they had patiently played a charade, pretending to be siblings, deliberately winning her favor, and ultimately deceiving her trust with news of the Su Luo inheritance. In truth, they were nothing of the sort. They had taken advantage of her youth and inexperience. Believing in the romantic tales of scholars and noble maidens, using that to gain her affections, only to plot against her and usurp the inheritance upon leaving the secret realm. Though they had ultimately been dealt with by senior brother Xing Lang, she still felt a simmering resentment upon encountering them again. Humph, these two are quite the performers. It's a pity they do not pursue a career in acting. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yao resolved that according to her memories of the final inheritance collection, both of these individuals possessed lesser talents than her and certainly inferior to Fu Li's. Regardless of who ultimately acquired the inheritance, it would assuredly not be these two yet. The thought of allowing them to benefit from accompanying them into the secret realm was profoundly irksome. Luo Yao's mind twisted in a tumult of conflicting thoughts, akin to 2 little voices bickering within. Ultimately, the more rational voice prevailed. Very well, we shall agree to enter with them. However, I perceive that they are not to be trusted. You must exercise caution around them, particularly that male cultivator named Zhou Shitong. He appears quite the charmer, and tales often suggest that such individuals are the most deceitful. Do not fall prey to his tricks. With no means to elucidate her concerns to Fu Li, she hoped her warning would be heeded. Fu Li, listening to Luo Yao's emotionally charged transmission, maintained a stoic expression, simply indicating her understanding. In truth, Luo Yao's animosity was palpable. Even without further elaboration, Fu Li would remain vigilant regarding these two due to Luo Yao's demeanor. Suddenly, Fu Li sensed a response from the jade pendant belonging to Sua Qingqiu, and upon retrieving it, a message talisman materialized before her. Fu Li reached out to grasp it, and the talisman transformed into a stream of light, penetrating her sea of consciousness. Taoist friend Sua has just completed a transaction and will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao cast a pointed glance at Zhou Shitong and Zhou Yulan, raising her chin defiantly, her expression clearly conveying, "Humph, it is you two who are now superfluous." Zhou Yulan, having come from a modest family and accustomed to being favored, was not as adept at restraint as Zhou Shitong. Upon witnessing Luo Yao's demeanor, she immediately felt incensed and prepared to confront her. Luo Yao remained undaunted, gripping her whip in anticipation of the confrontation. "Why do you keep obstructing me? Their highest cultivation is merely at the early golden core stage. You are at mid-golden core. Why should we fear them?" Zhou Yulan glared at Zhou Shitong, her fury evident. Zhou Shitong feigned a sigh of exasperation, yet his tone remained exceptionally gentle as he counseled Zhou Yulan. When out in the world, encountering fellow Taoists, harmony should prevail. We are not here to seize treasures. We merely wish to enter the inheritance secret realm. If all can enter, is it not better for each to rely on their own abilities? Zhou Yulan had always been susceptible to Zhou Sherdong's gentle persuasion. Her anger dissipating considerably, seeing Zhou Yulan calmed, Zhou Sherdong turned apologetically to Fu Li, acknowledging, "My younger sister is rather straightforward and cannot endure provocation. This esteemed Taoist may not be pleased with our presence. But we indeed discovered this secret realm long ago and cannot simply abandon it. In that case, why not enter together? The more, the merrier." In the autumn's clarity, Suai Qingqiu gracefully wielded a jade-bone fan. Perched on one knee atop the back of a blue-scaled ray, approaching from the direction of Guanlan City. Her melodious voice echoed from afar, imbued with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 55. The Inheritance Trial, Part 1. Zhou Sherdong observed the blue-scaled ray beneath Suai Qingqiu, his smile faltering slightly. Such an exquisite spiritual beast as a mount, coupled with the privileges of an affluent second-generation scion. How glaringly inequitable the heavens could be, were he endowed with such resources. Would he not have progressed beyond the mid-stage of the Golden Core by now? In contrast to Zhou Sherdong's discontent, Zhou Yulan's expression softened considerably. A trace of admiration flickered in her gaze as she regarded Suai Qingqiu. The carefree aura exuded by Suai Qingqiu was indeed appealing to the fairer sex, and with her pleasing appearance, Zhou Yulan found her initial reluctance dissipating. "Thank you, esteemed fairies, for inviting me to partake in such a delightful event. I knew befriending you both would prove fortuitous," Suai Qingqiu stated, retracting the blue-scaled ray and nodding towards Fu Li and Luo Yao, a smug smile gracing her lips, brimming with pride over her discerning eye for character. "Since we have arrived, let us proceed inside." Zhou Sherdong, unable to bear Suai Qingqiu's peacock-like display of charm, forced a smile to shift the conversation. The other four did not oppose. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously directed their spiritual energy towards the dilapidated wooden boat. Soon, a luminous ring emerged before the vessel, gradually expanding into a passageway large enough for a person to traverse. Once the teleportation portal stabilized, Fu Li glanced at Luo Yao, who was blinking adorably as if she were the leader. Then at the exceedingly polite Suai Qingqiu, she chose not to defer to the other two unfamiliar faces, straightened her posture, exuding an air of leadership, and strode confidently into the portal. Luo Yao and Suai Qingqiu followed closely behind. Zhou Sherdong, observing the three enter, reached out to halt Zhou Yulan, who was about to follow. "Yulan, judging by their attire, they are undoubtedly disciples from a major sect or prestigious family on a training expedition. Remember, should you encounter them again inside, refrain from any further conflict. What of the disciples from the sect? Are we to allow them to bully us without retaliation?" Zhou Yulan retorted, somewhat unconvinced. She believed that with their talents, they could easily gain entry into a sect. Were it not for her family's proximity to the Zen sect, she would have certainly joined a sect for cultivation herself. It is only natural for disciples from such esteemed sects to exhibit a degree of arrogance. Let us avoid unnecessary strife. Their innate abilities surpass ours, and that male cultivator, being at the same mid-stage of the Golden Core as I, means that we cannot hope to gain the upper hand against three disciples from a sect. Zhou Sherdong's expression was serious as he regarded Zhou Yulan. Having never entered a secret realm or belonged to a sect, he was unaware of the intricacies of inheritance trials and feared Zhou Yulan might provoke trouble. Hence his desire for her to heed his counsel. Though the Zhou family was a minor clan, Zhou Yulan enjoyed a relatively comfortable life within her family, having experienced little in the way of hardship. Coupled with her fondness for Zhou Sherdong, she tended to listen to him during their outings. Each time Zhou Sherdong regarded her with a serious or affectionate gaze, she felt a flutter in her heart and unconsciously complied. However, having encountered Suai Qingqiu earlier, she suddenly realized the vastness of this continent, teeming with attractive male cultivators beyond Zhou Sherdong alone. Now, as she received a lecture from him, her tone grew increasingly impatient. "Enough, I understand. Let us hasten. The entrance will soon close." Without waiting for Zhou Sherdong to elaborate further, she hurried into the now shrinking passageway, followed closely by a somewhat displeased Zhou Sherdong. The first to step into the teleportation portal, Fu Li felt the scenery shift before her eyes. Akin to activating a teleportation array, the once serene landscape of peach trees and willow-lined paths transformed abruptly into a chilly scene of falling leaves. Under a sky that had turned from clear blue to a dimly lit, starless night, that Fu Li discerned that they had likely entered an illusion. This illusion array was among the most frequently employed in the realm of cultivation. Especially within secret realms, it seemed almost inadequate to lack such arrays to convey a sense of sophistication. Zhou Sherdong's concerns were unwarranted. Most inheritance trials differed significantly from training trials. Typically, inheritance trials featured smaller maps and rarely grouped large numbers of individuals together, instead relying on layers of illusions to test the candidates for inheritance, who would be granted their rewards upon meeting the requisite criteria. Just then, a shadow darted forth from the enveloping darkness. Attempting to ambush the still observant Fu Li, a crimson-scaled entity emerged from the water droplet space around Fu Li's neck, its enormous wings generating a gust of wind that sent the shadow hurtling away. The small creature, having been cast aside, rolled several times before regaining its footing, clutching the ground with its claws and retreating a full 10 paces before finally coming to a halt. Fu Li squinted. Recognizing the fleeting shadow. Dark-furred, with 4 ears, could it be a heavy-eared shadow cat? The heavy-eared shadow cat was born with 4 ears, 2 large and 2 small, possessing exceptional hearing and remarkable speed. Even a juvenile heavy-eared shadow cat left behind afterimages when it ran, making it difficult for ranged attacks to harm it. Fu Li, wary of the creature's agility, recalled the crimson-scaled entity and summoned the Mayu brocade fan. The fan's 7-colored silken threads unfurled, forming a protective barrier around Fu Li, while additional threads spread outwards, and no matter how swift the heavy-eared shadow cat might be, it would find no openings to exploit. Alas, this particular cat lacked sufficient combat experience. It failed to perceive Fu Li's intentions in time and continued to bound about with misplaced confidence. By the time it realized its predicament, it could no longer approach Fu Li. This was an illusory space. While it appeared vast, it was not truly boundless, and thus the cat could not escape far. Allowing Fu Li to implement her strategy, before long, Fu Li's 7-colored silken threads ensnared the heavy-eared shadow cat, rendering it immobile. The cat yowled in protest, clearly indignant. "You little rascal, your emotions are quite vivid. Are you not a mere product of this illusion? Meow, meow. Your intellect seems lacking, to be caught so swiftly. You must have never encountered the perils of this world before. Consider this a lesson for me. Meow, meow. Cease your meowing. Tell me how to proceed to the next challenge, and I shall release you." Meow, meow. Fu Li frowned. "I cannot understand. Speak in human language." Meow, meow. Refusing to speak. "Are you? Then I shall find my own way." Fu Li regarded the heavy-eared shadow cat before her, a devilish smile gracing her lips. "If this is an illusion, then destroying the guardian within it may well lead me out. You appear to be quite the guardian. Perhaps I shall eliminate you and see if that grants me passage." Meow. The heavy-eared shadow cat, in a fit of frustration, spun in circles, its tiny head shaking in protest, and ultimately bared its teeth at Fu Li. Fu Li took a step back, observing the furious little black cat, and casually dug at her ears. "TSK, such a small creature, yet it has quite the vocal range." Chapter 56. The Inheritance Trial, Part 2. Fu Li endeavored to decipher the meaning behind the heavy-eared shadow cat's expressions. Yet her efforts bore no fruit. It merely emitted a series of varying meows, with the final utterance seemingly laced with contempt. Is communication truly this challenging at the spirit pill stage? What a lackluster talent. Fu Li transmitted a thought to the crimson-scaled entity through their bond. What did that little black cat say? The crimson-scaled entity appeared puzzled by its master's inquiry. "I can't comprehend. We are not of the same species. If it were an aquatic spirit beast, I might grasp some of its language. Are not fish and felines natural enemies? Should you not study each other's languages?" Seeing the situation unfold, Fu Li earnestly urged the crimson-scaled entity. Learning an additional language could prove crucial in times of need. The crimson-scaled entity retorted, "What is the master saying? Fish and cats are enemies, but that pertains to the mundane realm. We spirit fish have existed since ancient times as celestial spirit beasts. Our only true foes are those of higher rank than ourselves. Can this little cat even be considered our nemesis?" The crimson-scaled entity cast a disdainful glance at the heavy-eared shadow cat sprawled on the ground. "Such a diminutive creature, and it dares to challenge us." Fu Li nodded in understanding. "Very well. I shall resort to alternative methods." Crouching before the heavy-eared shadow cat, she retrieved several moon-white fish from her dan wheel and placed them on the ground. "Hey, little black cat, are you familiar with moon-white fish? It is a delicacy among your kind. Thornless and brimming with spiritual energy, the freshest freshwater spirit beast you could wish for. In my dwelling, There exists a lake abundant with such moon-white fish. More than I could ever consume. Join me, and I shall ensure you are well fed with fish for the rest of your days. What say you?" The heavy-eared shadow cat had never encountered such blatant temptation. It twitched its small nose, inhaling the scent of the moon-white fish. Its fur, previously bristled, gradually smoothed out as it regarded the fish, and then Fu Li, appearing somewhat bewildered. Seeing this, Fu Li assumed her enticement insufficient and produced a jade box, revealing a striking redwater lotus within. Are you familiar with the redwater lotus? It is a key ingredient in crafting the spirit-preserving pill. I am an alchemist, though your innate talents may be average. If you accompany me, I shall concoct a spirit-preserving pill for you in the future, and you shall become the mightiest cat in Zhongzhou. Fu Li was uncertain whether this small black cat could comprehend her words, but she decided to proceed with a playful ruse. After a brief pause, observing the little paws of the heavy-eared shadow cat twitch, Fu Li loosened the silk thread of the seven-cloud silkworm. Whether it was the allure of the lake's moon-white fish or that of the redwater lotus, the heavy-eared shadow cat extended a paw toward Fu Li. Noticing this, Fu Li also extended a finger, gently tapping its little paw. That fleeting moment, their souls intertwined, successfully forming a spiritual contract. Unlike the life bond of the crimson forehead, the agreement with the heavy-eared cat was merely an equal soul contract. The critical distinction between a life bond and an equal contract lies in the former's essence of mutual dependence, akin to a singular entity, often sharing lifespans. This was precisely why Master Yuan Yun had painstakingly sought to retrieve a young ing fish for her. After all, the ing fish possessed a notably long lifespan and commendable talents. Ensuring it would not be a burden to Fu L. It could also be said that, among capable second-generation immortals, parents often procured a spiritually gifted beast for their offspring to form a life bond. Upon the successful formation of the contract, the heavy-eared shadow cat raised its head and conveyed a message through the contract's power. "Fish, let's go out." It had unintentionally wandered in, only to find itself in the role of a guardian beast. Feeling quite aggrieved, Fu Li sheathed her Mayu brocade fan and embraced the small black cat. "My dear, you need not form a contract. This heavy-eared shadow cat should suffice for you to pass." The crimson forehead circled around, casting a somewhat disdainful glance at the heavy-eared shadow cat in Fu Li's arms. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged confinement, but it felt that the cat had merely increased in cultivation without a corresponding rise in intellect. Fu Li affectionately ruffled the heavy-eared shadow cat's head, acknowledging, "I know. I simply wish to pet the cat." No sooner had the words left her mouth than the scene before her abruptly transformed. Shifting from night to day, from a starry expanse to a swirling desert, To breached this trial. The desert must metamorphose into an oasis. The sudden notification shattered the silence of the arid landscape, finally granting Fu Li a palpable sense of her undertaking a challenge. However, as she surveyed the vast desert, she fell into contemplation. Such an extensive desert, transformed into an oasis, aside from divine soil, there seemed to be no feasible means to accomplish this. Could it be a riddle? Yet, Fu Li stood in place, pondering for some time, unable to decipher the conundrum that in truth, had she approached the problem earnestly, she possessed a method, despite having lived in an era devoid of magic. People of that time could still soar through the skies and traverse the earth, their intellect rivaling that of cultivators in the realm of cultivation. They had unique approaches to transforming deserts into oases. However, while they could improve survival rates, the process still required an extensive duration for transformation. She could indeed employ certain techniques to expedite the time frame, but even so, it would likely take at least 100 years to achieve results. What exactly was this trial testing? Patience. Deep within the desert, Fu Li discovered a small oasis, attempting to transplant saplings from it into the desiccated terrain. Yet, within moments, the wind swept them away, uprooting them entirely and leaving them barren. Resigned, Fu Li resorted to the method she had learned in her past life, employing spiritual herbs to stabilize the sand before planting the trees. The crimson forehead and heavy-eared shadow cat joined in to assist. However, the heavy-eared shadow cat was somewhat disheartened that he had entered into a contract with this human for fish. Why, then, were they starting with tree planting in the desert, having spent so long in the Su Luo inheritance? It had remained unaware of the nature of other trials, let alone the necessity of planting trees ahead. "Meow, little black cat, cease your wailing. Do not wear such a glum expression. A cat must be resilient. Understand? Here, have some fish. Fu Li, observing the newly contracted little cat preparing to work, felt a pang of sympathy. Offering a few comforting words, she tossed it a storage bag filled with moon-white fish. The heavy-eared shadow cat leaped up to catch the storage bag, proudly lifting its head, as a voice resonated through the contract's power into Fu Li's consciousness. "Dia will not call me little black cat." After forming the contract, communication with the heavy-eared shadow cat became increasingly fluid. Although it still could not articulate human speech, it was now able to convey its thoughts clearly through the contract's power. It mistakenly believed that little black cat was the name Fu Li had chosen for it. Finding it unappealing, "I am called Crimson Forehead, and you are Black Head." Fu Li paused, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into laughter. No, dear. That name is far from charming. Let us avoid that. How about we keep black and call you Xian Air, which reflects your distinctive ears?" After contemplating, the heavy-eared shadow cat joyfully nodded in agreement. All right. Now pleased with its new name, Xian Air adorned itself with a storage bag of moon-white fish around its neck. Having completely forgotten why it had been dissatisfied moments prior, and hopped off to assist with the tree planting in the 57th chapter, The Trial of Inheritance, Part 3, the trio of one human and two beasts toiled for several days planting trees. While their bodies remained unwearied, their spirits began to wane. Fu Li lay on the sandy ground like a dreamless fish, gazing at the endless expanse of yellow sand, wishing for a robot that could work tirelessly with just a code input, utterly oblivious to fatigue. Alas, this was the realm of cultivation. Wait a moment. Who said that the realm of cultivation could not have robots? Fu Li sprang to her feet, rummaging through her Dan wheel bracelet for a collection of crafting materials: Gung Jin stone, sand crystal, Yang jade, Xian iron essence, and most importantly, illusory shape glue. With a spark of flame in her palm, she gradually refined the materials, adding a touch of illusory shape glue, manipulating and shaping until she inscribed her own form into the creation. This was a puppet, akin to a robot in the realm of cultivation, which could be imbued with a wisp of consciousness to perform tasks, a quaint little toy from the ancient cultivation world. Fu Li surveyed the freshly crafted Fu Li Funli and nodded in satisfaction. "Off you go. Don't just stand there. Get to work," Funli responded with a gentle smile, picking up the shovel at Fu Li's feet and setting off to plant trees. The advantage of this Funli was that it only required a periodic infusion of spiritual energy, or the placement of a spirit stone at its core, to work tirelessly day and night. Thus, with the industrious Funli at her side, Fu Li found herself relieved of much effort. Tasks could be undertaken at her leisure, and during her free time, she practiced archery. Occasionally planting trees, she also unearthed some fine crafting materials from the desert. And with the ability to converse with the Crimson Forehead and Xian Air, her days became far more bearable. 80 years passed in the blink of an eye, when one day, the Crimson Forehead suddenly burst forth from the oasis's pond. Transforming into a colossal ink fish, with powerful wings, it soared above the desert, drawing forth the water from the oasis like a gigantic water dragon ascending to the heavens, cloaking the sky in dark clouds. This was the first occasion the desert had been shrouded in such gloom, and distant rumbles of thunder echoed ominously. Fu Li tilted her head skyward, observing the Crimson Forehead swirling amidst the clouds, soon releasing a cascade of rain that nourished the once barren sands below. The desert, now hardly resembling its original form, had seen the seeds and saplings planted so long ago flourish into towering trees with verdant leaves and vibrant vines. As the wind swept away the remnants of the desolation, fine rains graced the earth. With this final deluge of unrooted water falling upon the ground, every plant took root in that very moment. And the illusion shattered. Upon emerging from the illusion, Fu Li promptly assessed her bone ag. As she had anticipated, her bone age remained unchanged. Those 80 years had merely been an illusion. Fortunately, the rewards were no figment of imagination. With a glance at the small pile of Li Hua sand in her Dan wheel bracelet, her spirits lifted considerably. It seemed that this esteemed figure of inheritance did not impose overly rigorous practical requirements upon the inheritor. Though the first trial was indeed practical, it had only introduced a spirit beast of the initial stage of the elixir realm, matching her own level, presenting minimal difficulty. The second trial then began to test her temperament. Most individuals would likely lose their sanity after spending 80 years planting trees in this desert, but had she not grown accustomed to solitude in the depths of the mountains, she might have truly struggled. And thus, the third trial commenced. A wave of dizziness washed over her, prompting Fu Li to helplessly close her eyes, as though there truly was a third trial. Your Highness, you have awakened. The young master has arrived. Your Highness! The young girl rubbed her eyes, gazing at the maid who had drawn back the window curtains, feeling a slight dryness in her throat. The words slipped from her lips effortlessly. Lan Ji, fetch me a glass of water. Right away, Your Highness. Yushu had long since knelt by the bedside, holding a cup of tea, while Lan Ji assisted her in rising to drink, after the girl quenched her thirst. She calmed for a moment, gradually sensing an oddity. Her name was Li Chengnian, a princess of the Li dynasty, and the two individuals before her were her handmaidens. The young master they spoke of was Zhao Yishuan, the legitimate son of Prince Zhao, who had lived as a hostage in the capital since childhood, growing up alongside her in a bond that was profoundly deep. Memories of her past several decades flooded her mind. Vivid and unmistakably real, indistinguishable from her own experiences. Yet, the clarity was so pronounced, with no omissions, that it felt all the more peculiar. Moreover, she perceived that these actions did not align with her nature. Her previous behaviors were markedly different from her intrinsic character. Lan Ji, with a radiant smile, began to braid the hair of Li Chengnian, playfully remarking that the young master awaited the princess in the hall, bringing along the princess's favorite date and yam cake, demonstrating his attentiveness to her. Yushu also stifled a giggle, affirming that whenever the young master had a moment, he would rush to the princess's residence, always bearing her favorite treats or delightful trinkets to please her. Li Chengnian furrowed her brows. Did these two handmaidens not realize that as a legitimate princess, her father would never allow her to marry a hostage prince? Their behavior posed a significant issue. However, her own predicament loomed larger, for their conduct echoed her past acquiescence. Thus, she remained silent, sitting quietly as Lan Ji tended to her hair, listening to the two of them banter like performers on stage. Recounting tales of the young master's affection for the princess, she was bewildered as to why she had never noticed these things before, nor understood why her temperament had shifted. The confusion struck her suddenly, leaving her uncertain how to address it. For now, she would observe. The long winds whispered through the blooming flowers, and the morning sun cast its golden rays upon the dawn. The sky was a clear azure, and a gentle breeze carried warmth. Li Chengnian stepped out of the room, only to behold a figure standing before the ornamental pond in the front hall of the princess's residence. The person had their back turned, seemingly inspired, reciting verses that suited the scene. The soft spring breeze stirred the thin fabric of their attire, and as the figure turned upon hearing her footsteps, she beheld a countenance marked by refined features, a smile gracing his lips, exuding the vigor of a youthful scholar. Chengnian, the young man greeted with a warm smile, his eyes, contrasting yet gentle, narrowed slightly, radiating a comforting warmth. Li Chengnian observed the young man's feigned demeanor, watching as he struggled to maintain his facade of gentle warmth. The breeze caressed her face, and the early sun shone like gold. Yet, Zhao Yishuan's heart was anything but tranquil. Gazing at the girl before him, her expression cool and indifferent, it felt as if the warmth of the sun had dimmed. She offered him no smile, nor did she rush towards him calling him young master brother as she usually would. Instead, she stood beneath the long corridor, amidst the crimson pavilion, her brows slightly furrowed, her demeanor as detached as wisps of cloud in the sky, her gaze tranquil as a still lake. Young master, she spoke. Her voice like the song of a bird, light and melodious, yet devoid of emotion. Zhao Yishuan regained his senses only upon hearing her cold address. After a moment of surprise, he feigned nonchalance, lifting the food box in his hand, and forced another smile as he spoke softly. I brought you your favorite date and yam cake today. Seeing you sleeping soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you, so I took a moment to enjoy the scenery and compose some poetry. Li Chengnian cast a glance at Lan Ji. The young master is kind, wanting me to sleep longer. Why did you wake me? Her expression remained unreadable, leaving Lan Ji uncertain of her feelings, unsure how to respond. Zhao Yishuan chuckled thoughtfully, interpreting her annoyance as a result of Lan Ji's early awakening. You are soon to come of age. Why do you still indulge in sleepiness? Come, taste this date and yam cake. A sweet bite will surely lift your spirits, and oh need. I have long since grown weary of such cloyingly sweet treats. Zhao Yishuan was taken aback. Had she not enjoyed this date and yam cake just days prior? Li Chengnian herself could not comprehend why she said this. Yet she firmly believed she had not eaten such things in ages. Her instincts told her that she preferred confections with a subtle sweetness, rather than the overly saccharine variety. Although she could not fathom why her preferences had changed, she knew her likes and dislikes well enough. She would never force herself for anyone. Zhao Yishuan was momentarily at a loss regarding her sudden shift, prompting him to redirect the conversation. Very well, then we shall forego it. The weather is splendid today. Would you care to join me for a boat ride at West Mountain? No, I am quite fatigued today and lack the energy to move. Zhao Yishuan. He could not grasp why the young princess had transformed so drastically, but from that day forth, 8 out of 10 of his invitations would be met with refusal. The Li Qingyan who had once been his bosom companion now distanced herself from him. Lanji and Yushu noticed her transformation as well, and discreetly attempted several times to gauge her feelings toward Zhao Yishuan, which she pretended not to notice, allowing them their exploration. Princess, the young master has sent over a hand-painted scroll. One day, when Lanji sensed Li Qingyan was in good spirits, she presented a painting, revealing a portrayal of the princess herself, her features imbued with longing, as if on the verge of speech. This was perhaps how the young master perceived her in the past. The more Li Qingyan gazed upon it, the more her spirit soured, and she rolled it up and cast it aside. And the following days, Yushu presented a peachwood hairpin crafted by the young master himself. The young master says this peachwood hairpin represents his feelings. Li Qingyan smiled wryly, taking it up to style her hair. Lanji and Yushu, seeing her use it, presumed she still harbored feelings for the young master and that she was merely sulking, believing she had returned to her former affections. However, such hopeful notions were short-lived. Concluding abruptly with a sharp snap, Li Qingyan removed the hairpin, lamenting, "What a pity," informed the young master that his affections have been severed. Lanji and Yushu exchanged bewildered glances. Thus, after several such episodes, Zhao Yishuan learned to be more prudent, refraining from sending items that were both a waste of effort and likely to be dismissed by Li Qingyan. Observing quietly for some time, Li Qingyan gradually untangled the matters surrounding her. Once she confirmed the interactions between Lanji, Yushu, and Zhao Yishuan, she relayed her observations to her father, the emperor. Although she could not comprehend her drastic change in temperament, nor why she suddenly questioned the intentions of her childhood companion, she felt justified in her conclusions and actions. One must discern right from wrong, the urgent from the trivial. Zhao Yishuan, fully aware of his status as a hostage, frequently invited her on excursions, dreaming of a future together. He even sought to influence those around her, hinting at their destined pairing, which clearly indicated his desire to become her husband. The emperor, wary of powerful vassals, had intentionally kept Zhao Yishuan in the capital as a hostage, making a union with a legitimate princess impossible. Thus, their actions appeared suspicious, undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. Already a vassal prince, what more could he covet? Perhaps the throne itself. The emperor, astonished by her transformation, found his trust in her words heightened by this very change. The Zhao family had been relatively obedient in recent years, to the point where the emperor had nearly forgotten them. However, Li Qingyan's revelations reignited his vigilance, prompting him to arrange for a thorough investigation into the Zhao family. The inquiry unveiled numerous intrigues, revealing plots to assassinate the emperor through the princess and incite rebellion. Before long, on a chilly autumn day, the Zhao clan was publicly executed for treason. Zhao Yishuan's head fell. The illusion shattered. Princess Li Qingyan regained clarity in her consciousness, transforming back into the golden core cultivator Fu Li. The forcibly dormant Hong Yi and Xian also awakened. Fu Li gazed at the collapsing illusion before her, astonished. It was remarkable how convincingly real the illusion had been, ensnaring her within its depths. A feat that could only be accomplished by a master-level formation master like her father. Yet, she remained perplexed as to what the third trial truly tested. Intellect, guile, or perhaps, due to the great being's past as a romantic, had they now turned to scorn such frivolities? In the realm of illusions, though she found herself within it and possessed the memories of Li Qingyan from before, she remained distinct from the original Li Qingyan, naturally leading her to make different choices. Furthermore, she harbored no affection for the type represented by Zhao Yishuan. Thus, no amount of romantic memories could alter her mindset. This trial was, in fact, rather simplistic for her. Before she could fully grasp her thoughts, the scenery before her shifted, and as Fu Li raised her gaze, she realized she stood before the magnificent entrance of a resplendent hall. Chapter 59. the two successors. This hall bore resemblance to the imperial palace within the illusion. Yet it was constructed from earthly materials, revealing numerous signs of wear from the passage of time. It was evident that this was not merely an illusion. The hall was likely a real one from the mortal realm. Ensnared here by some arcane means. As she ascended the steps, the memories of Li Chengyan gradually surfaced in her mind, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Reciting the heart-pacifying mantra, she dispelled the emotions belonging to Li Chengyan and pushed open the hall's doors. Inside the hall, directly ahead stood a writing desk upon which lay 3 items. To the left, a scroll of bamboo slips, and to the right, a fiery red whip. At the center of the desk rested a stand with a jade slip. Fu Li first picked up the scroll of bamboo slips, opened it, and swiftly discerned the significance of this final trial. The predecessor who left this legacy was named Li Chengyan, with the title of Su Luo. Known as Su Luo Yujun, that Su Luo Yujun was born of a royal lineage in the mortal realm, and all the memories she had acquired in this third trial were those of Su Luo Yujun herself. However, Su Luo Yujun's actions diverged from hers, leading to a different fate for the Li dynasty. In the past, the Li dynasty ultimately faced annihilation, and the schemes of Prince Zhao and the Zhao heir were largely successful. Princess Li Chengyan fled under the protection of royal guards and was rescued during her flight by a passing cultivator. The cultivator saved her not only out of goodwill, but also because he recognized her aptitude in ancient martial arts. Believing she must possess a spiritual root. Indeed, she did possess such a root. Thus began the journey of a deposed princess of the mortal realm, embarking upon the arduous path of immortality due to this fortuitous encounter. Having perused the life story of Su Luo Yujun and reflecting on the trials she had faced, Fu Li could perceive that Su Luo Yujun was a person of considerable nonchalance. Perhaps due to her own limited innate talent, she held no stringent expectations for the heir to her legacy. Su Luo Yujun firmly believed that diligence could compensate for shortcomings. Therefore, as long as one could successfully navigate all trials, entry into this hall was granted. Yet, regardless of the means employed to progress thus far, the final trial was devoid of any such allowances. This was likely a lingering obsession deep within her heart. She scorned her past self, unwilling to seek a successor as naive as she had once been. As Fu Li finished reading the bamboo slips, they transformed into a wisp of smoke, gradually dissipating. Within the dispersing mist, a few twinkling lights approached Fu Li and entered her consciousness. Fu Li sensed that these lights represented fragments of Su Luo Yujun's past, as well as insights from her cultivation. Gaining access to the cultivation insights of a great predecessor would allow her to avoid numerous detours on her path to mastery, far more beneficial than merely acquiring a technique. Moreover, upon a cursory examination, Fu Li discovered that it contained several obscure matters concerning the floating world continent. The wealth of information was overwhelming. She would need to store it for later contemplation. Having concluded her exploration of Su Luo Yujun's memories, Fu Li directed her consciousness toward the jade slip on the table. A surge of teleportation energy rippled outside the hall, and another figure materialized at the entrance. Luo Yao? Fu Li and Luo Yao exchanged glances. Both perplexed. According to the typical protocols of passing on legacies, only one individual would generally be chosen. It was unusual for multiple candidates to arrive simultaneously. Why had they both reached this hall? Was it possible that entry was granted upon the completion of all trials? Fu Li was left bewildered, while Luo Yao began to form a vague hypothesis. Perhaps it was due to her previous attainment of the Su Luo legacy. Yet, she had never stepped foot in this hall before. After her own passage, she had only received a set of the unique illusory dance whip technique created by Su Luo Yujun. Along with a whip, she had always thought that was the entirety of the legacy. To her astonishment, entering the legacy this time with Ali resulted in a more favorable treatment. The items were not carelessly thrust into her consciousness and dismissed, but rather presented within a proper hall, lending an air of seriousness to the proceedings. Luo Yao pouted, noting the apparent double standards. The legacy of Su Luo Yujun contained so many treasures. Luo Yao stood at the base of the steps, gazing up at the hall with an eager expression, as if she were a child awaiting a share of fruit. How did you know this was the legacy of Su Luo Yujun before you even entered? Fu Li regarded Luo Yao with amusement, who suddenly realized she had inadvertently revealed too much and offered an awkward smile. I guessed. I had read stories about Su Luo Yujun in a novel. which made that earlier illusion seem somewhat familiar. So I was right. Huh? Fu Li nodded expressionlessly. Very well. If you say so. These matters seem to be Luo Yao's personal secrets, and Fu Li had no desire to pry further. She beckoned Luo Yao closer. Come in. Since this legacy has brought you here, it signifies that you are deemed worthy of entry. Given your background, the Su Luo legacy does not hold the weight of life and death for you. Since one cannot consume it alone, it is better to share. After all, it was Luo Yao who guided her to this point. Otherwise, she would not have come here with such ease, and it seemed Luo Yao had already claimed the lion's share. Luo Yao hesitated but eventually stepped inside, standing before the writing desk, gazing at Fu Li with a demeanor of innocent anticipation, akin to a child awaiting a share of sweets. Fu Li shook her head. This girl would not be so compliant outside, would she? Otherwise, she might find herself sold off without a strand of hair left. The jade slip contained the illusory dance whip technique created by Su Luo Yujun, likely intended to accompany the whip. Previously, there had been a scroll of bamboo slips detailing Su Luo Yujun's life and some cultivation experiences. However, those had already entered Fu Li's consciousness and could not be shared. Perhaps it was her own fate that she had first chosen to examine the scroll rather than the jade slip that resembled the technique. This jade slip contains the whip technique. Feel free to take a look. It suits you perfectly. Fu Li passed the jade slip to Luo Yao. Having claimed the majority of the benefits for herself, she could not deny Luo Yao even the soup. Moreover, she had examined the whip technique and found it commendable, though it was of no use to her. That would be a waste. Upon hearing Fu Li's words, Luo Yao nodded obediently and pressed the jade slip to her forehead. Fu Li. She thought to herself that at this late stage of foundation establishment, the ceremonial gesture could have been omitted. Chapter 60. The distribution of the legacy unaware of Fu Li's internal musings. Luo Yao had not contemplated much at that moment. She was merely focused on the fact that she now possessed knowledge of the whip technique, but if she were to employ the illusory dance whip technique in the future, she would need to establish a source, so she deliberately reviewed it once more for appearance's sake. As Luo Yao finished examining the illusory dance whip technique within the jade slip, it suddenly emitted a sharp crack and shattered into two halves. Fu Li raised an eyebrow at this spectacle. Thus, the legacy indeed acknowledged Luo Yao. Otherwise, why would it have shattered only after her reading? However, the fact that it was simultaneously granted to two individuals was rather peculiar. Did they not fear a conflict between the successors? The initial entry into the legacy required at least 3 individuals. Was this Yujun simply fond of casting a wide net? The two exchanged glances. And Fu Li gently brushed her fingers over the fiery red whip on the writing desk. That a premium spiritual artifact. This must be the illusory dance whip that it already exhibited a strong sense of self-awareness. Spiritual artifacts choose their masters, so let it decide for itself. One cannot forcibly claim a sentient treasure, otherwise it may not respond as desired, requiring a lengthy acclimation period, a considerable hassle. Go ahead and try. She had already tested the whip's response with her consciousness, and it had not reacted strongly. Luo Yao hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit anxious as she extended her consciousness toward the illusory dance whip. This time, the whip, which had previously been indifferent to Fu Li, became lively upon Luo Yao's approach, even displaying a sense of affinity. Observing this, Fu Li rolled her eyes at the whip. This wretched whip actually preferred Luo Yao over her. The archer. All right, since it favors you, you can keep it. There's no point in forcing something that doesn't suit you. As a whip-wielding practitioner, it is only natural that it would gravitate toward you. Luo Yao felt the warmth of connection emanating from the illusory dance whip, her eyes glistening with tears. She had not anticipated that the whip would show her such affection. Did it remember her? Thank you, Ali. She had decided to bring Fu Li along to accept the Su Luo inheritance, not wanting to let the two petty individuals, Zhou Shitong and Zhou Yulan, succeed while fearing she might not be able to defeat them. Initially, she believed that with Fu Li's exceptional talent, the inheritance would not concern her. She dutifully completed each task as required at every stage, focusing solely on acquiring the treasures offered. It was only upon arriving at the Grand Hall and listening to Fu Li recount the ultimate fate of Su Luo Yuanjun and the Li dynasty that she realized the expectations of Su Luo Yuanjun for the inheritor were to flawlessly resolve the downfall of the Li dynasty. That in her previous life, she had not achieved a perfect resolution. As she ultimately placed her faith in the words of that young master Zhao, just as she had once trusted those two petty individuals. Her final choice in that lifetime had been to coexist with the Li dynasty. Enduring humiliation and bearing the burden of recognizing a thief as her father, allowing the Zhao father and son to believe they could ascend to the throne legitimately, only for her to poison them in their moment of vulnerability, leading to their mutual demise. Perhaps it was for this reason that Su Luo Yuanjun partially acknowledged her, granting her the illusory dance whip and its techniques. Yet, she had never obtained any memories of Su Luo Yuanjun's past or insights into cultivation. She had not anticipated that in this lifetime, her disposition would change, and not only would she gain the recognition of Su Luo Yuanjun, but she would also reclaim the illusory dance whip. The so-called insights into cultivation thus seemed less significant. Even the finest treasures, if they were not bestowed upon her in 2 lifetimes, indicated that they were never meant for her. Perhaps they were destined for Ali. Moreover, Ali had not even tried to seize the illusory dance whip from her. How kind of her! Fu Li observed the slightly reddened eyes of Luo Yao as she looked at her, blinking in confusion. Indeed, there was no need to be so moved. The two of them had appropriately divided what needed to be shared, and the world before them began to crumble. The resplendent hall gradually decayed and vanished. As if earthly possessions could not withstand the passage of time and would eventually perish, whether sooner or later, Fu Li gazed at the fading palace, feeling a twinge of sentimentality, wondering if, in the end, Su Luo Yuanjun would also be able to relinquish the past belonging to Li Chengnian amidst the vicissitudes of this valley. After everything within the illusion had dissipated, a piece of transparent stone shimmering with iridescent light flew from the void. Landing in Fu Li's hand a Shun stone, it could be used to forge illusory artifacts or serve as the focal point of an illusionary formation. With a Shen stone, the formation could operate autonomously without the need for human effort or spiritual stones to maintain it. If left unbroken, it could exist indefinitely in places where Shan stones were found. Natural conditions could sometimes give rise to spontaneous illusory formations. Those lacking sufficient cultivation and composure might find themselves ensnared within illusions when seeking Shan stones, which is why few could locate them. This was indeed a valuable item, likely bestowed upon her by Su Luo Yuanjun, as she was the first inheritor acknowledged by her. Ali quickly put it away, lest others see it. Luo Yao spoke with rapidity, as if reciting lines from a book. Her gaze fixed upon the Shin stone in Fu Li's hand. Fu Li cast a surprised glance at Luo Yao. She was aware of some of what Luo Yao had just mentioned, though not as extensively as Luo Yao seemed to know. This girl did not appear to be one who enjoyed studying. It was unexpected that she possessed such comprehensive knowledge. Had she perhaps consumed an entire compendium of earthly treasures? Quickly, store it away. Following Luo Yao's urging, Fu Li promptly placed the Shun stone into her Dan wheel. Luo Yao was correct. It was indeed wise to conceal such a precious item. Although she did not shy away from trouble, there was no need for it. The Shun stone vanished. The small secret realm finally collapsed entirely. A luminous circle reappeared, and the two quickly exited through the teleportation passage. Upon their emergence aboard the broken ship, 3 pairs of eyes turned towards them. Suo Qingqiu cast a puzzled glance at the two who had emerged together. The 2 fairies have both come out. Does this mean the inheritor has been determined? He was not overly concerned about who the inheritor was, merely curious if someone had indeed received the inheritance. After all, the 3 of them who had not received the inheritance were sent out of the secret realm ahead of time, indicating that someone was inside accepting it. Yet, traditionally, there could only be one inheritor. Their group of 5 had only 3 emerge. Well, both of us passed the inheritance. This Su Luo Yuanjun is quite an intriguing individual, having chosen both of us as inheritors simultaneously, which is certainly unexpected. Upon hearing Suo Qingqiu's inquiry, Fu Li did not conceal the truth, as it was merely a minor inheritance that someone of Suo Qingqiu's stature would not covet. Indeed, there are 2 inheritors. Suo Qingqiu nodded. As if this were to be expected, he glanced at the 2 of them. Recalling the content of the 3rd trial, that it seems this Yuanjun has a preference for female cultivators. Zhou Yulan's expression soured. What does that mean? Is she not a female cultivator? However, out of respect for Suo Qingqiu's demeanor, Zhou Yulan bit her tongue and refrained from speaking. Chapter 61. Luo Yao's explanation perhaps. Fu Li did not take advantage of the situation to feign innocence, merely letting the matter fade away, and Suo Qingqiu chose not to press further, although he found it somewhat peculiar. The path of cultivation was rife with oddities. Fortunately, he had not left empty-handed, so he deemed it unnecessary to investigate every detail. For Sua Qingqiu, this inheritance was merely an unexpected boon. The extent of his gains mattered little, as he was content with what he had received. In contrast, Zhou Shitong and Zhou Yulan did not share such a relaxed outlook. They had discovered this inheritance secret realm first, considering it their own, and had intended to find someone easy to control, ideally someone from whom they could gain an advantage. If that were not possible, they had no qualms about resorting to murder to seize treasures. However, with 3 unexpected arrivals, all of whom possessed considerable cultivation, they were reluctant to act recklessly. Individuals like these, who appeared to have significant backing, could very well possess life-saving treasures. One opponent was manageable, but 3 compelled him to abandon any thoughts of confrontation. He had diligently completed all the trials through his own efforts, enduring injuries from the guardian beasts that consumed a fair amount of his medicinal pills, and had even cultivated trees in the desert for over 100 years. Ultimately seizing the imperial throne, he believed he had flawlessly completed these 3 trials and could not fathom why this inheritance had not chosen him. If only one inheritor were to be selected, he could accept that, but since multiple could be chosen, why not include him as well? Was it truly because this powerful being who left the inheritance favored female cultivators more? How utterly unfair this was to the male cultivators who entered the inheritance alongside them. Though Zhou Shitong felt a deep resentment within, he maintained a facade of composure, revealing no hint of his emotions. Zhou Yulan, however, could not manage such restraint. She had not even passed the second trial. And when she was expelled from the secret realm, she had still been toiling away at planting trees. After investing over 100 years into nurturing those trees, others had received the inheritance while she had not even glimpsed the third trial. Rendering her efforts utterly fruitless, it was preposterous for her to feel any happiness. Luo Yao glanced at Zhou Yulan, whose facade was less convincing than Zhou Shitong's, and gently caressed her illusory dance whip with a smirk, a hint of pride gracing her expression. Alas, Ali is simply too kind-hearted. This inheritance consists of nothing more than this illusory dance whip and a set of techniques, and Ali, knowing I wield the whip, has generously gifted me such a fine spiritual artifact that I am truly, truly, truly grateful. Luo Yao, deliberately emphasizing her words, showcased her illusory dance whip before Zhou Yulan. She understood that Zhou Yulan was also a whip wielder, and in her previous life, it had been Zhou Yulan who had attempted to take the illusory dance whip from her while she was unguarded. Zhou Shitong had intended to win her favor, much like he did with Zhou Yulan, hoping to extract more benefits from her. Yet neither of them were virtuous individuals. Luo Yao's display successfully provoked Zhou Yulan's jealousy, or perhaps it could be said that she had always harbored jealousy, merely concealing it within her heart without revealing it on her face. That Fu Li observed Zhou Yulan's resentful expression and furrowed her brow. With such a disposition, no matter how great her talent, she would likely only reach the golden core stage. The demonic tribulation during the formation of her infant would surely prove insurmountable for one so envious. Sua Qingqiu, arriving late and unaware of the situation, presumed there had been some conflict among the individuals before his arrival and hastily shifted the topic. Friends, since all things bear the mark of fate, and since the inheritance has been determined and the secret realm sealed, it is time for us to part ways, until we meet again. Though he was curious, he never meddled in others' affairs. This fellow Taoist speaks wisely. The secret realm has indeed concluded, and we should take our leave. Congratulations to the two of you on your newfound opportunities. Zhou Shitong feigned agreement, nodding while shielding the somewhat agitated Zhou Yulan with his hand, casting a helpless smile at Luo Yao, as though accommodating a child who did not know better, which made Luo Yao feel quite nauseous. That Fu Li, noticing Luo Yao's excessive concern for Zhou Shitong and Zhou Yulan, could not help but send a mental message. However, in your case, your talent surpasses theirs by a considerable margin. If there are grievances, in the future, once you form your golden core and solidify your infant, you may personally resolve these matters. Do not take it too much to heart, and do not let others influence your resolve. Receiving Fu Li's message, Luo Yao recognized that her emotions had indeed been somewhat heightened. Fu Li was right. With her talent, as long as she cultivated diligently, she would undoubtedly surpass these two in the future. The grievances of her past life had already been settled, and she would have opportunities to redress any slights in this life as well. With this thought, Luo Yao felt significantly lighter and summoned her golden feather spirit kite. Let us depart, Ali. I shall treat you to the delicious fare of this mortal realm. After bidding farewell to Suqiu, Fu Li did not engage in excessive pleasantries with Zhou Shitong and immediately released her red-feathered spirit beast to follow Luo Yao in departure, unaware of Zhou Shitong trailing behind them. Upon seeing the trio with their rare flying spirit beasts, a myriad of expressions crossed his face. The two arrived at a tavern in this mortal town, where Fu Li produced a bottle of the celestial frost silver osmanthus spirit wine brewed by her senior sisters from Shangshu Peak. Pouring a cup for Luo Yao. Now, might you share with me the reason for your disdain towards them? Fu Li inquired. Luo Yao's peculiar behavior piqued her curiosity. As a cultivator with heightened senses, she could discern certain sentiments from Luo Yao's expressions. Given their future friendship, it seemed unwise to feign ignorance, hence her question. Fu Li was indifferent to the answer Luo Yao would provide. She would accept whatever explanation, as long as it did not disrupt her own affairs. After all, who among them was without secrets? Xian Er, catching a whiff of the spirit wine, leaped from Fu Li's shoulder, requesting a cup of the unfamiliar beverage it had never tasted within the confines of the secret realm. It extended its tiny tongue to savor the drink, displaying a look of sheer satisfaction that made the red-feathered spirit beast in the water droplet space averse to watching. Luo Yao pondered the spirit wine before her for a moment, concocting a reasonable explanation, then turned to Fu Li to elucidate. Humans possess 5 senses, and cultivators, defying nature, may occasionally develop a 6th sense, albeit often in a vague manner to aid in risk avoidance. Only a select few are born with a keener 6th sense than others. I am one such individual. Fu Li nodded, finding the rationale plausible. I see now, she remarked. Luo Yao blinked, puzzled. You understand? I have yet to grasp it myself. The vague explanation had surprisingly sufficed for Fu Li, causing Luo Yao to swallow her planned elaboration. TSK, how can Ali be so devoid of curiosity? She thought. She had meticulously crafted the subsequent narrative. Yet Fu Li's lack of inquiry left her uncertain whether Fu Li believed her or not. As the two conversed, Fu Li suddenly sensed a disturbance from the sect token within her bracelet. Upon retrieving it, a communication talisman flickered into existence before her. She reached out to take it, and a message flooded her mind. In 10 days, the sect will open its gates to recruit disciples. Any disciples currently on external missions who encounter individuals with superior innate spiritual roots may consider bringing them into the sect. Each successful recruitment yields a contribution of 1,000 points. And this task does not require registration at the task hall. Completion is sufficient. What is it? Luo Yao inquired curiously, observing the sudden appearance of the communication talisman. Though it appeared before her, the content was directed solely to Fu Li, akin to a private conversation rather than a public announcement. Nevertheless, seeing Fu Li had produced the sect token, Luo Yao deduced it pertained to Taishian sect. It's nothing significant, merely a sect task. Fu Li explained. The disciple recruitment ceremony is about to commence. The sect wishes to admit those with superior innate spiritual roots and exceptional talent, both to gather promising disciples and to provide opportunities for our existing members to earn contribution points. However, finding individuals with superior talents was no simple task, as most belonged to families of cultivation, possessing their own channels to enter the sect for the recruitment ceremony, rendering their efforts somewhat redundant. The likes of them, as junior disciples, could only seek out loose cultivators or test their luck in mortal towns. I see now. Luo Yao recalled that the 3 sects and 2 palaces were known for their inclusive recruitment, particularly Taishian sect, which welcomed diverse talents and offered varied teachings. Unlike sects with specific requirements, Taishian sect embraced a wide array of paths, as long as one adhered to the laws of the 3 realms. With this realization, Luo Yao's eyes sparkled as she seemingly concocted a plan. Ali, since we have nothing pressing, why not search for potential recruits in the nearby mortal towns? Fu Li nodded in agreement, understanding that seeking out candidates for 1,000 contribution points was worthwhile. However, Fu Li overlooked one crucial detail. Her companion, the sweet little girl, possessed an extraordinary advantage, rendering luck unnecessary. Together, they journeyed towards a nearby mortal town. And with their spirit beast's prowess, they arrived by day's end. Fu Li quickly discerned their purposeful direction, suspecting that Luo Yao believed her vague explanation regarding the 6th sense afforded her the liberty to be lackadaisical. Indeed, Luo Yao was somewhat lethargic, for many of her intentions could not be concealed. Yet, She was unperturbed. If Fu Li guessed, then so be it. She had faith in her at this moment. Luo Yao was reminded of Zhou Shitong's younger brother, Zhou Yichu, who also possessed a spiritual root of decent quality. Although Zhou Shitong was a loose cultivator, he was not born from mere stones. He hailed from a mortal family. Zhou Shitong embarked on the path of cultivation but deceived his family, claiming his brother lacked a spiritual root. This deception stemmed from the fact that Zhou Yichu was born of a concubine, a child of Zhou Shitong's father's first love. The name Yichu, meaning if only life were as it was at first sight, was given by his father. In her previous life, Xing Lang, her senior brother, had tracked down the Zhou family for revenge, only to discover that Zhou Shitong had deliberately left clues to divert the Zhou family from his trail. However, their sect, the Star Gathering Pavilion, was not the sort to annihilate an entire family on a whim. Since the Zhou family did not conspire with Zhou Shitong, they were spared. Later, Zhou Yichu found his own fortune and successfully entered the realm of cultivation, severing ties with Zhou Shitong. After Xing Lang avenged her, Zhou Yichu had even assisted her in locating the Ziyuan Ji within a secret realm, albeit in a minor capacity. Yet it was a gesture that far surpassed that of his petty brother. Zhou Yichu's delay in entering the path of cultivation was merely due to his belief in Zhou Shitong's words regarding his lack of spiritual roots. However, given the treasures he later discovered, his progress in cultivation was certainly on pace. With Tai Xian sect recruiting disciples, it would be prudent to visit this brother, regardless of whether he could enter the sect, at the very least. He should be made aware of his spiritual roots and the deception perpetuated by Zhou Shitong in this lifetime. She bore no direct grievances with Zhou Shitong, but she intended to unveil the truth to Zhou Yichu beforehand. After all, once Zhou Yichu embarked on his cultivation journey, he would inevitably seek revenge on Zhou Shitong for severing their spiritual ties, making the enemy of her enemy her ally. In a city shrouded in mist and rain, on a cobblestone street of a mortal town, a young man clad in a duck-egg blue long robe stood under an umbrella, bowing to place 2 copper coins into the bowl of a beggar sheltered beneath the wall. "It is cold. Should you fall ill, use these coins to procure some medicine." Fu Li watched as the young man turned to leave, catching sight of a visage that bore a 7-part resemblance to Zhou Shitong, yet appeared more youthful, prompting her to raise an eyebrow at Luo Yao. Luo Yao chuckled awkwardly. "Hee, Ali, I feel he seems to possess spiritual roots. What do you think? There's only one way to find out." Fu Li replied. The two followed the young man to a tea house, where he ordered only a cup of coarse tea, gazing out at the misty rain while the sounds of clinking stones filled the air. This young gentleman certainly knew how to savor life. Fu Li and Luo Yao's sudden appearance startled the refined young man. "That I am Zhou Yichu. May I inquire if the 2 fairies are merely passing by or seeking me?" After a brief moment of composure, Zhou Yichu, upon observing the unparalleled beauty of the 2 young women before him, deduced they were cultivators. "We are both passing by and seeking you," Fu Li replied. Taking a seat without hesitation, she appraised the respectful young man from head to toe. To her surprise, this young man's demeanor indeed surpassed that of Zhou Shitong, particularly his scholarly aura, which made him appear far more genuine. With a smile, Fu Li gestured for him to extend his hand. Although Zhou Yichu was unaware of her intentions, he recognized that, as cultivators, resistance would be futile, and it was better to comply. Fu Li placed her fingertip on his arm, channeling her spiritual energy to traverse his meridians before withdrawing her hand. This method could only ascertain whether he possessed a spiritual root but not its quality. Determining the quality of spiritual roots required a specialized testing artifact, which junior disciples could not carry. Thus, the likelihood of completing such tasks was rather low, explaining the high reward of 1,000 contribution points per successful recruitment. "Earlier, while passing by, I noticed your spiritual energy was more abundant than that of others, leading me to believe you might possess spiritual roots. Our sect is currently recruiting disciples, hence our visit to assess your potential," Fu Li explained. Zhou Yichu chuckled ruefully. "I see. I must apologize for disappointing the fairies, but I do not possess spiritual roots." This time, Fu Li was taken aback. "How can you believe that? I just confirmed that you indeed have spiritual roots." Zhou Yichu was taken aback, rising to her feet, her tone laced with disbelief. "How is this possible? My elder brother showed me and claimed that I possess no spiritual roots." "Your brother? Is he a cultivator?" Zhou Yichu numbly nodded. "My elder brother stumbled upon an opportunity and embarked on the path of immortality. My father was exceedingly delighted, believing that perhaps I too might have the potential. He even had my brother examine me. Yet my brother declared that I lacked spiritual roots and that I am destined to be estranged from the immortal path in this lifetime. TSK, Fu Li gently shook her head. Your brother is not a good person. Suddenly, Fu Li turned her head to see Luo Yao, who bore an expression devoid of surprise that a spark of realization flashed in her mind. Wait a moment. You bear the surname Zhou? Who is your brother? My brother's name is Zhou Shitong. Do you know him? Zhou Yichu, still grappling with the revelation that her brother had deceived her, responded somewhat dazedly. It was not that she believed her brother wholeheartedly. Rather, the overwhelming sensation of hope surfacing amidst despair had left her somewhat unmoored. Observing this, Fu Li narrowed her eyes slightly, concluding that Luo Yao indeed harbored some grievances with Zhou Shitong, for otherwise she would not possess such intimate knowledge. However, both Zhou Shitong and his ill-tempered sister had appeared as if they were meeting Luo Yao for the first time, which was quite peculiar. Furthermore, despite Luo Yao's apparent animosity towards them, they seemed clueless as to the reasons behind it. That it felt as though Luo Yao alone was acutely aware of this grudge. How could a young lady from the Starry sect, who had never ventured outside her sect, have any grievances with two minor loose cultivators? Luo Yao's actions evoked a notion in Fu Li's mind. Karmic wisdom. She had fortuitously traversed worlds, defying fate, and perhaps others could do the same. Luo Yao resembled the tales of reincarnation she had read in her past life. Fu Li cast a glance at Luo Yao and, upon meeting her trusting gaze, withdrew her thoughts, choosing not to ponder further on Luo Yao's circumstances. Young Master Zhou, I can now unequivocally inform you that you possess spiritual roots. That I am a direct disciple of the Nine Peaks Elder of the Taishan sect, and the sect is currently accepting new disciples. If you accompany me back, I can guarantee your admission into the Taishan sect. However, the quality of your spiritual roots can only be assessed once you enter the sect. At that time, the sect will determine your status as an inner disciple, outer disciple, or servant disciple based on your aptitude. You may consider whether or not to go. Hearing that he could cultivate immortality brought immense joy to Zhou Yichu. Regardless of the disciple's status, it represented a world he had yet to experience, far superior to the mundane existence of an ordinary person. Immortal Master, I am willing to go. Fu Li produced a talisman, a nourishing pill, and a piece of dog-headed gold she had casually unearthed while searching for heavenly materials, placing them into a storage bag before handing it to him. You may use this after acknowledging it with your blood. Cultivators enjoy long lifespans. A moment of enlightenment or a period of seclusion could equate to an ordinary person's entire lifetime. Once you leave, opportunities to reunite with your family will dwindle. The nourishing pill and dog-headed gold I am giving you are intended for your family as a token of gratitude for their years of nurturing. Since your parents are ordinary people, they cannot consume too many medicinal pills, as they may not benefit from them. This nourishing pill can be divided in two for them. As for the talisman, you currently lack spiritual energy and cannot use the communication talisman, so I am providing you with a sound transmission talisman I previously sketched for fun. Keep this talisman on your person. As long as you remain within a 100-mile radius, I will receive any sounds from your end. Of course, if you prefer, you may keep it in the storage bag and take it out when you need to contact me. Zhou Yichu respectfully accepted the storage bag Fu Li offered, drew his dagger, and pricked his fingertip to let his blood fall upon it. Upon feeling the extraordinary connection between the storage bag and his consciousness, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Fu Li shook her head at the sight. A cultivator has emerged from this family, yet they have never seen a talisman or medicinal pill in sects such as theirs. It was customary to provide something for the families of the disciples taken in, as there were familial ties involved, to prevent future grievances. This sound transmission talisman will remain effective until tomorrow at the third watch. You would do well to bid farewell to your family during this time. Yes, I understand. With a wave of her hand, Zhou Yichu excitedly took the storage bag and departed the tea house. Meanwhile, Luo Yao, who had remained silent all along, sat quietly sipping tea, making an effort to diminish her presence as if fearing Fu Li might question her. Fu Li found herself at a loss for words upon witnessing her demeanor. With only the two of them present, how much lower could her presence possibly sink? She might as well have gone beneath the table to drink. Sighing, Fu Li decided against confronting the foolish girl. Granting Zhou Yichu a day and night to contemplate was perhaps lengthy for an ordinary person, but for a cultivator, it was merely a fleeting moment of meditation. Time for cultivators was indeed peculiar. In the heat of battle, one might lose their life in an instant. Yet during cultivation, a mere closing of the eyes could span a century or more. On the second day, at dawn, the sound transmission talisman she had given Zoichi suddenly stirred. However, it was not Zoichi communicating with her, but rather he seemed to be conversing with someone else. Mother, the immortal master said I possess spiritual roots, and now there is a sect recruiting disciples. The immortal master can guide me into the sect. What do you know? Your brother said you have no spiritual roots, so you have none. Do not listen to others' nonsense and be deceived. But how could the immortal master deceive me? A mere mortal? The immortal master instructed me to seek her before the third watch today. If I do not go, our family may suffer for it. I told you, you are being deceived. Stay put and do not move. The sound of a door slamming echoed, and the voice of the seemingly older woman gradually receded. Fu Li listened in bewilderment to the sounds emanating from the talisman. What was happening? Did that woman truly sound like his mother? Was she excessively trusting of his brother, or did she simply wish for him to abandon the path of cultivation? Immortal Master, I am hindered from leaving home by my mother. I beg for your assistance. Before he could finish his sentence, Zoichi's voice abruptly ceased. The talisman's duration had not expired, so why had it cut off? These mortals must possess some means of obstructing her talisman, likely left by Zhou Shirtong. Fu Li cast an intrigued smile at Luo Yao. Come, let us find a different place to watch the show. Chapter 64. A bit of cunning. As Fu Li departed, she left a gold ingot on the table. She had previously set up a barrier in the room. Thus, the two of them had been automatically overlooked. This was also a gesture to compensate for the delay in the proprietor's business. Once the barrier was lifted, the attendant in the shop immediately noticed the previously overlooked private room, entering with a puzzled expression. He was utterly baffled as to why he had not thought of this room when it had been filled with patrons until he spotted the gold left by Fu Li. Good heavens, who reserved this room? Just for tea and a performance, yet left such a generous tip. Could it be ill-gotten gains? Should I report this? Before the shop attendant could dwell further on his musings, Fu Li and Luo Yao had already left the tea house, oblivious to the shock their gold ingot had caused him. However, it could not be helped. She possessed little in the way of mundane wealth, and the gold was merely a portion she had cut from the dog-headed gold given to Zoichi. Having traversed to this world, she was quite cautious about karmic ties, even for a mere bowl of tea. What should be given must still be given. The Zhou family residence was quite close, and given their speed, they required no spirit beasts, arriving shortly at the entrance of the Zhou residence. After knocking, a butler-like figure opened the door, momentarily stunned by the sight of Fu Li and Luo Yao. You too. I have an appointment with Zoichi to come and escort him before the third watch. Please let him out to leave with me. The butler suddenly recalled the second young master who had been confined by his mother and hastily attempted to close the door. Fu Li paid him no mind, instead following the last pulse of the sound transmission talisman to the location where Zoichi was being held. Knocking was a matter of courtesy. She disliked having her abode invaded by strangers, and extending the same courtesy to others, even mere mortals, was important. However, once pleasantries were observed, she would not concern herself with whether these mortals wished to allow her to proceed. Luo Yao, filled with curiosity, followed Fu Li to witness the unfolding events. Since she had suggested Zoichi be taken in, she wanted to see the matter through to its conclusion. Fu Li followed the direction activated by the sound transmission talisman. Locating a small courtyard shielded by a formation, in a wonder Zoichi's voice had ceased after the departure of the woman and the talisman. It appeared a shielding formation had been set up here. However, it was merely a third-tier formation, lacking any operator. It was a dead formation centered around spirit stones. With a mere flick of her finger, Fu Li dismantled the formation. Seeing that the immortal master had truly come to rescue him, Zoichi was overwhelmed with excitement and performed a respectful bow. Thank you, immortal master, for your rescue. Luo Yao looked puzzled. Isn't your father supposed to be here? I recall he dotes on you greatly. Why would he confine you and prevent you from cultivating? My father is currently away and has yet to return home. He should be back tomorrow. However, I sent a message to him yesterday, and he will certainly return today. Fu Li cast a glance at him with a hint of admiration. Indeed, the young man had taken precautions with a double layer of insurance. The thought of the person he referred to as his mother crossed her mind. And who is that mother of yours? Zoichu managed to suppress the hatred evident on his face and steadied his emotions. My mother is the lady of the Zhou family, the legitimate wife of my father, while I am but a son born of a concubine. Fu Li nodded in understanding. She grasped the intricacies of familial rivalries. However, this individual piqued her interest. Fu Li regarded Zoichu with curiosity. Since you have found a way to conceal matters from your mother and inform your father, it seems you had some forewarning. You ought not to have been so easily confined. Thus, was this performance intended for my observation? Or was it meant for your father? Or perhaps you wish for me to intervene on your behalf regarding this lady, or for your father to deal with her? Is it merely a matter of achieving your goal? Regardless of who handles it, there is a certain cleverness about you. Zoichu, sensing Fu Li's realization, did not dare to conceal the truth and let out a bitter laugh. I do not presume to scheme against the immortal. But I indeed had my suspicions, merely seeking confirmation. Fu Li chuckled lightly. You have not spoken entirely in truth, but that is of little concern to me. As agreed. I came to fetch you upon your summons. I shall honor this promise, but I have no interest in the mess of your household. Fu Li's spiritual sense swept through the Zhou residence. The elderly steward had gone to inform the lady, and now the two were flitting about the house like ants on a hot stove. Since they dared not confront her directly, she saw no reason to intervene, given that Zoichu had prepared for contingencies. It was likely his father would soon return. I shall await you until the third watch, Fu Li announced, extracting her own table and chairs from her spirit wheel and sitting down with Luo Yao for tea. While Xianair also requested a piece of moon-white fish from Fu Li. Glancing at the little glutton, Fu Li mused that red ears, with its abundant water, was indeed easier to care for. Yet, it seemed she had somewhat forgotten the considerable spiritual stones spent on procuring the exquisite moonlight stone for red ears space for nurturing water droplets. After a while, a man who appeared to be over 50 entered, and upon sighting the two beautiful women seated with their table and chairs in the backyard, he bowed deeply, exclaiming, "So, you are the esteemed immortals." The aura surrounding the cultivator significantly distinguished him from ordinary folk. Had he not deliberately suppressed his spiritual energy, even the dullest would discern the difference. Fu Li took a cursory glance at the elder, noting his robust physique, suggesting that his elder brother, Zhou Shitong, had indeed provided the family with elixirs, though none had been given to this younger brother. That I pay my respects to the esteemed immortal. Can my son truly cultivate with spiritual roots? Fu Li regarded the elder bowing before her and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he possesses the potential, though I cannot guarantee the extent of his achievements. As long as he can cultivate, that is sufficient. The elder's eyes brimmed with tears as he looked at Zoichu, squeezing his arm tightly to go with the immortal, and do not return. He, being advanced in years, could not expect to live much longer and might never have another opportunity to see his son. Thus, he resolved not to burden him with wistful thoughts. Father! Zoichu felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of possibly never seeing his father again. Observing this poignant scene, Luo Yao interjected rather bluntly, "He indeed has spiritual roots, yet he told me his elder brother claimed he did not possess any. And this formation plate, it must have been left by his elder brother, used to imprison his own brother. How ironic, this." The elder's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that the eldest son he painstakingly raised would turn out to be such a person, bringing shame before the immortals. That he was unaware of the formation plate's existence, presuming it was intended for his mother. From the concealment of spiritual roots to the bequeathing of the formation plate, each incident revealed the eldest son's cunning intentions, which were more ruthless than he had imagined, seeking to sever his younger brother's path to cultivation. Luo Yao, indifferent to the elder's thoughts, scoffed and continued her critique. Your elder brother is named Zhou Shitong, is he not? By coincidence, we recently encountered a male cultivator named Zhou Shitong in a certain secret realm. He bore a striking resemblance to him. By the way, that secret realm is not far from here. At a cultivator's pace, it would take but a day to reach this place. Has he not returned home to pay a visit? Chapter 65. The mysterious stone. The elder could only sigh at Luo Yao's words, lamenting his ineptitude as a parent. Seeing that Luo Yao had said quite enough, Fu Li also wished to avoid further entanglements. That is enough. The matters here are settled, and it is time for us to take our leave. Your father has consumed the elixirs left by your brother. It seems his physical condition has improved. The nourishing pill is gentle, and taking a whole one poses no risk. Zoichu was taken aback by Fu Li's transmission. "Father, you have consumed the elixir?" The elder, puzzled, replied, "I have not taken any." Fu Li observed his sincere demeanor and chuckled softly. It seemed his mother truly cared for his father, secretly providing him with aid. Zoe Chu then comprehended that this family had indeed been wary of him alone. "Father, this is an elixir given by the immortal. You must take it." Zoe Chu seized the opportunity, directly placing the elixir into his father's mouth before he could protest. His father, oblivious, could not be blamed for the situation, and this golden dog's head, he added as for the storage bag. It was another matter, for he had bound it with his blood and could not relinquish it. Having bestowed everything upon his father and conveyed the necessary information, the course of action was now his father's responsibility. After all, she was his father's legitimate wife and, in name, still his mother. With his mortal form, he could do little. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. His elder brother had already embarked on the path of immortality, and there would surely be opportunities for their reunion in the future. He would eventually seek retribution for the grievances his mother and elder brother had inflicted upon his journey to cultivation. Once Fu Li saw that all matters were resolved, she exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Yao. The two summoned their spirit beasts and, under the tearful gaze of Zhou's elder father, who clutched the golden dog's head, they departed toward the nearby cultivator city. "Ali, I must return now. My father has always been uneasy about my ventures, and if I do not return soon, he will surely send someone to look for me." Luo Yao reluctantly bid farewell to Fu Li at the teleportation array. This location lay at the border between Zhongzhou and Sichuan, making her return to the Jiexing Pavilion more convenient from here. "Go on then. Your cultivation level does warrant concern. It is ill-advised for one at the late stage of foundation establishment to venture alone for too long." Luo Yao nodded earnestly. "Do not worry, Ali. I shall attain the golden core soon." Her innate talent was commendable, and she would likely reach the golden core stage swiftly. For cultivators, a few years or even decades merely constituted a brief separation. After bidding her farewell, Fu Li did not linger and directly returned with Zoe Chu to the sect, arriving at the entrance of Taishan sect. The normally tranquil sect entrance was now bustling with individuals queuing to measure their spiritual roots. Overseen by disciples from the task and law enforcement halls, Xue Xixiang, Fu Li spotted the familiar figure of Xue Qingshan and greeted him with a warm smile. Xue Qingshan, recognizing Fu Li, returned the smile amicably. "Ah, it is Fu Li Shimi. You have returned from your journey?" The duration of Fu Li's excursion had indeed been briefed. Fu Li stepped aside to reveal Zoe Chu beside her. "Xue Xixiang, this young man is someone I encountered in the mortal realm. Noticing he possesses spiritual roots, and given that the sect is currently accepting disciples, I brought him back for you to examine." Such individuals brought back by inter-sect disciples, assured of having spiritual roots, were allowed to skip the line and bypass the throng of uncertain candidates. Upon seeing Zoe Chu, Xue Qingshan understood why Fu Li had returned so promptly. He did not inquire further and gestured toward the spiritual root measuring plate. "Prick your fingertip and let a drop of blood fall upon it." Fu Li recalled how Elder Fu Ming had once instructed her to provide heart's blood, leading her to believe it was a matter of heart extraction. Indeed, such straightforward instructions are far better than convoluted explanations for a novice in cultivation. That if Xue Qingshan could hear Fu Li's internal grievances, he would likely explain that such were the lessons of experience. The number of individuals requiring spiritual root assessment during each recruitment at Taishan sect vastly outnumbered those from any single family. As such, a myriad of individuals existed, and many who heard about heart's blood imagined it involved extracting a heart, leading to confusion and needless complications. Zoe Chu, after pricking his finger and allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the measuring stone, observed the emergence of brilliant green and earthy hues on the measuring platform, both exceedingly bright and conspicuous. Xue Qingshan turned to Zoe Chu with a smile. "Congratulations, junior brother. You possess both earth and wood spiritual roots, both of superior quality. Should you pass the trials of the Tongtian ladder, you will undoubtedly gain admission to Taishan sect." Fu Li was pleasantly surprised to find she had indeed stumbled upon a person with superior spiritual roots. It seemed her 1,000 contribution points were all but assured, which would save her considerable effort in alchemy. Fu Li waved her hand, signaling Zoe Chu to proceed on his own. Zoe Chu pondered for a moment before stepping forward to present Fu Li with a golden-hued stone. "I am grateful to the immortal for bringing me to Taishan sect. I possess little of value to offer, but this stone, which I found near the mountain where my brother encountered his fortune. Does not appear to be an ordinary object. I thought it might be of interest to the immortal, and wished to present it as a gift. Fu Li cast a glance at the crimson golden stone in Zoe Chu's hand, which was adorned with some inexplicable patterns. This is the Jin Yin stone, although the significance of the engravings remains a mystery. You need not offer such compensation. My bringing you back is not without merit. You possess a superior spiritual root, and should you successfully ascend the Tongtian ladder, the sect will reward me with 1,000 contribution points. Zhou Yichu shook his head, his expression earnest. The immortal has altered my fate by bringing me back, which is a profound kindness. Regardless of what Taishan sect grants you, it does not diminish my sense of gratitude. Each individual has their own path, and since Zhou Yichu perceives this as a favor that warrants repayment, Fu Li chose not to insist further, lest it disturb his resolve. Very well, I shall accept it, but the patterns on this stone are rather peculiar. They are not characteristic of the Jin Yin stone itself. Where did you acquire it? My elder brother, in his youth, pursued martial arts, occasionally venturing into the mountains to hunt and play. Upon returning from one such excursion, he embarked on the path of immortality. I envied him greatly and, on several occasions, inquired about it, yet he always claimed I lacked a spiritual root and had no affinity for the celestial. Ultimately, unwilling to concede, I followed in his footsteps, searching for opportunities in the nearby deep mountains and forests. This. Zhou Yichu let out a cold laugh. Reflecting on it now, his actions must seem quite absurd in the eyes of Zhou Shitong. Nevertheless, despite my numerous attempts, aside from this stone, I found nothing else. Later, my brother, perhaps having sensed something, frequently asked if I had discovered anything that time. My mother, having seen my brother embark on the path of immortality, began to reveal her true feelings towards me, and I learned of matters previously unknown to me. Thus, I became more cautious and chose not to disclose the existence of this stone. Although Fu Li did not fully grasp the intricate relationships that Zhou Yichu spoke of, he discerned that this stone was far from an ordinary Jin Yin stone. Chapter 66. Which crab has transformed? How did Zhou Shitong embark on the path of immortality? Do you know what opportunities he encountered? My brother mentioned it was the inheritance of an immortal, but beyond that, I am unaware. Fu Li shook his head. Such inheritances typically vanish upon being passed to a successor. Even if the successor does not claim the items, they will disappear along with it and not be carelessly left behind. This Jin Yin stone should not belong to Zhou Shitong's inheritance. Observing Fu Li in contemplation, Zhou Yichu expressed regret, stating that had he thought of it earlier, he would have taken the immortal to that mountain for a closer inspection. Upon hearing Zhou Yichu's words, Fu Li returned to the present. No need for that. Opportunities are ethereal, and seeking them deliberately may not yield results that in time. You will understand that while luck and opportunity are significant on the path of cultivation, what matters more is one's own effort. Being overly fixated on so-called opportunities will hinder long-term progress. Zhou Yichu paused at this. Ever since Zhou Shitong obtained his opportunity and stepped onto the path of immortality, the notion that chance encounters can alter one's destiny had ingrained itself in his mind. Otherwise, he would not have squandered time repeatedly wandering through remote forests. Yet, upon deeper reflection, the pursuit of immortality is akin to rigorous study. Ultimately, it relies on one's own diligence. Enlightened by this realization, Zhou Yichu bowed to Fu Li. The immortal speaks wisely. Yichu has been enlightened. Fu Li nodded, imparting these thoughts only because he had brought Zhou Yichu back. Although his spiritual root is commendable, the rules of Taishan sect dictate that one must ascend the Tongtian ladder and traverse the asking heart path before gaining entry. Zhou Yichu's heart still harbored some impatience. Without recalibrating his mindset, he would face peril on the asking heart path. Very well, I shall accept this stone. I hope you succeed in entering the sect and devote yourself to cultivation. The last time I encountered Zhou Shitong, he was already at the mid-stage of the golden core. It is advisable not to provoke anyone until your strength is sufficient. Fu Li nodded at Zhou Yichu before departing the mountain gate. Having said all that was necessary, what remains is his own journey. Upon returning to Yunqi Peak, Fu Li spent a considerable time examining the stone but could not discern its nature. So he decided to seek out his master. This is not the original Jin Yin stone. It has been refined, merely reshaped to resemble the Jin Yin stone. Master Yuan Yun's perception greatly surpassed Fu Li's. He immediately recognized the differences. Fu Li suspected there was something amiss with his hearing. Refining a Jin Yin stone into another Jin Yin stone. What manner of operation is this? Indeed, it is refining a Jin Yin stone into a Jin Yin stone. Of course, only its exterior retains the natural form of a Jin Yin stone. Its interior is fundamentally different. Master Yuan Yin scrutinized the refined Jin Yin stone closely. There exists a trace of spatial power within. As you have yet to encounter spatial power and cannot even forge a storage bag, it is natural that you cannot perceive it. Furthermore, there is a ceiling formation inscribed upon it, one that is beyond the comprehension of a novice such as yourself. It would take someone of my caliber to unravel it. Fu Li. I am well aware of your prowess, but must you always belittle me with your words? What of being a novice? Can a novice not one day soar like a great rock? Humph. Fu Li's lips moved, yet she ultimately refrained from retorting. After examining the stone, Master Yuan Yin tossed it back to Fu Li. Keep it well. Since it does not originate from ordinary hands, it must be extraordinary. In your possession. It may very well become your opportunity. I have never encountered those patterns. Should you come across them one day, you may discern their purpose. Fu Li caught the stone, feeling somewhat speechless. So, you do not know what this thing truly is. Master Yuan Yin seemed to sense Fu Li's unspoken thoughts and cast her a sidelong glance. Fu Li immediately donned a compliant smile. The world is vast, and there will always be extraordinary individuals and events. It is not surprising at all, Master. I have made some progress during my recent endeavors and intend to retreat for a period of seclusion to consolidate my insights. You have become quite diligent of late. By the way, the Langhuan secret realm will commence soon, in a little over 2 years. If you wish to participate, do not enter seclusion for too long. The Langhuan secret realm is a grand secret domain, teeming with all manner of beings, rivaling the century-long competition. Although the 3 sects have set an entry limit of the transformation stage, even the transformation stage is not something you in the Golden Core stage can handle. Exercise caution. As he spoke, Master Yuan Yin produced a jade pendant imbued with spiritual sense. This was sent by Brother Fu Qing from the Sword Sect some time ago. Knowing you would participate in the Langhuan secret realm, he sent this spiritual sense jade pendant out of concern. Though you have never met him, he is your elder brother, sharing the same bloodline. Should you encounter danger in the secret realm, you may seek him out. Fu Li's eyes brightened at this revelation. Brother Fu Qing sent this. It seems that he was absent during the last century-long competition. As a natural sword body, his cultivation should be quite formidable. Quite formidable? Master Yuan Yin regarded her as if she were a fool. Brother Fu Qing is the purest of sword cultivators, a natural sword body. Had he not repeatedly suppressed his cultivation to refine his foundation, he would not merely be at the transformation stage now. The reason you did not notice him during the previous century-long competition is that he had already reached the transformation stage and thus could not participate. Moreover, he could ascend to the integration stage at any moment. He merely restrained his cultivation for the upcoming Langhuan secret realm. Fu Li's eyes grew even brighter. He can ascend at any time? Does that not mean he is at the pinnacle of the transformation stage? Wouldn't that make him a figure of unparalleled prowess in the Langhuan secret realm, with such an elder brother? I could navigate the secret realm with ease. Master Yuan Yin listened to Fu Li's words, feeling somewhat exasperated. What peculiar obsession do you have, always thinking about dominating? Your preferred spirit beasts are either aquatic creatures or those that feast upon aquatic life. I suspect you might very well be a crab that has transformed and made its way to my Yunqi Peak. Fu Li pouted. Her master's knack for teasing her remained as sharp as ever. However, Master Yuan Yin merely jested. He understood that his little disciple enjoyed banter, but was fundamentally independent. This elder brother, whom she had never met since birth, would likely not be someone she would rely on unless absolutely necessary. Enough of this chatter. Having said what needs to be said, take your gluttonous little black cat and amuse yourselves. Fu Li glanced sideways at Xianair, who was perched on her shoulder, sitting upright and appearing earnest while fixating on the spirit fruits on the table. Her eyes nearly popping out. Alas, poor child, having been confined in the secret realm for too long, she had yet to see anything of value, reduced to fixating on mere spirit fruits. Then I shall return to seclusion. Master Fu Li stood to bid farewell to Master Yuan Yin, casually pocketing the spirit fruits from the table as she left. Chapter 67. The little disciple of the book collection pavilion upon Qin Feng's arrival. He beheld the scene of the young girl and a small black cat sharing spirit fruits. "Brother Qinfeng, what brings you here?" Qinfeng produced his spiritual sense jade pendant, explaining that he had come to deliver it to his junior sister upon learning of her return. "Fearing she might enter seclusion, I will also be attending the Langhuan secret realm, so if you find yourself in danger, do not hesitate to seek me out." Fu Li promptly retrieved her own jade pendant and exchanged it with Qinfeng. "Very well, sister. Focus on your cultivation. I must attend to other junior brothers and sisters." Fu Li observed the hurried figure of Qinfeng, letting out a soft click of her tongue. How many spiritual consciousness jade pendants must senior brother Qinfeng have distributed on this expedition into the secret realm? Can his spirit withstand such a burden? His sense of responsibility is truly immense. It is no wonder he is the esteemed master brother of the sect, deserving of great admiration, standing in place. Fu Li offered a moment of reverence to this master brother, and just then recalled another relative who had gifted her a spiritual consciousness jade pendant. She took it out to send a message to Fu Qing, expressing her gratitude for receiving the pendant and silently anticipating a reply from her elder cousin. However, after waiting for quite some time, without receiving a response from Fu Qing, it suddenly dawned on her that Fu Qing did not possess her own spiritual consciousness jade pendant. How thoughtless of me! 2 days later, Zhou Yichu successfully ascended the celestial ladder and entered the inner sect. Fu Li, armed with the sect token, went to the task hall to claim 1,000 contribution points, and then eagerly made her way to the library. With her previous accumulation, she now possessed a total of 1,006 contribution points, which enabled her to access the 3rd floor of the library. She recalled her master mentioning that she would not be able to concoct storage bags, and thus, this visit to the 3rd floor was opportune for her to seek methods for cultivating spatial power. Previously, she had assumed that spatial power was an exalted concept, requiring a high level of cultivation to even begin learning. However, after perusing numerous introductions to spatial power in the library, she realized that the cultivation of spatial power is not contingent upon one's cultivation level, but rather on one's comprehension. Its requirements for practitioners are both stringent and lenient. Regardless of cultivation level, as long as one can grasp the concept, they can cultivate it. This is a form of innate talent. If one lacks this talent and cannot comprehend spatial power, possessing the cultivation methods would be of no use throughout their lifetime. Many practitioners spend their lives unable to grasp spatial power, only encountering a flicker of spatial laws during ascension, which allows them to perceive a hint of spatial power. Furthermore, the deeper one delves into spatial power, the greater the required talent. Fu Li suddenly began to understand why storage bags are so prevalent. She mused about which influential figure might have the leisure to create them, realizing that anyone with sufficient comprehension could concoct them. If one lacks sufficient cultivation yet can comprehend spatial power, could they not also achieve wealth through the crafting of storage bags? Fu Li wandered the 3rd floor of the library, first finishing the jade slips detailing the introduction to spatial power, and then locating a jade slip containing methods for cultivating spatial power, probing her consciousness into it. Every flower and thought transcends immeasurable tribulations. All of the vast worlds reside within a single mote. I encompass Mount Sumeru within a mustard seed, comprehending the 4 noble truths and attaining nirvana. After imprinting the cultivation method of spatial power into her sea of consciousness, Fu Li received this profound insight. It is said that this particular method of cultivating spatial power was discovered in the legacy of a formidable Buddhist practitioner. Originally, the concept of spatial power could only be grasped by those in the tribulation phase. But as predecessors gradually recorded their insights into spatial laws, gifted descendants gleaned understanding from their forebears and learned to cultivate spatial power. Eventually, a remarkable Buddhist practitioner comprehended the concept of the mustard seed in Mount Sumeru, materializing it through spatial power and creating the first spatial storage artifact. As Fu Li contemplated the recorded cultivation method within the jade slip, her sea of consciousness surged, and she suddenly entered a state of profound enlightenment. The guardian of the Tao, who had long overseen the library, sensed the unusual surge of spiritual energy and appeared instantaneously. Upon discovering that a disciple was experiencing enlightenment within the library, he promptly sealed off the 3rd floor to prevent disturbances from outsiders. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Within the Taishan sect, there were many prodigies. Numerous disciples, upon finding a scroll of techniques that suited them perfectly in the library, often entered a state of enlightenment without the chance to leave. The guardian of the Tao gazed at the entranced Fu Li with a sense of gratification, pleased to witness more disciples of exceptional talent within the sect. Scanning the recently disturbed jade slips, he sought to discern what technique the young disciple had comprehended and what aspect of talent she possessed, so he could later report to the sect leader and advocate for her cultivation. Oh, this young girl is studying the cultivation method of spatial power. Could it be that she comprehended the cultivation method so swiftly? In all his years guarding the library, this was a first. This young girl possesses such innate talent in the realm of spatial power. Which peak does she belong to? At this moment, Fu Li found herself in a state that was both familiar and elusive. Sensing a certain affinity with the spatial laws of this world, she could not articulate why, but she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the mischievous Destiny 3 life stone that had brought her to this world. Because her soul had traversed through space, she had developed a familiarity with spatial power. Regardless of the specifics, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development, and Fu Li quickly seized the rare opportunity to practice according to the methods that had been imprinted in her sea of consciousness. The explanations of spatial power within the jade slip were not difficult for her to grasp, as in her past life within a world of waning magic, humanity, though lacking in literary prowess compared to the mortal realm of the floating world, had achieved remarkable heights in technological research. The inhabitants of that world firmly believed in the boundlessness of the universe, that beyond this world lay others, and they had scientifically validated the existence of multiple layers of space. Although she had not directly participated in such research, she had been educated in this mindset, allowing her to swiftly comprehend spatial power. Before long, as Fu Li remained in her state of enlightenment, she found herself thriving in her cultivation, inadvertently influencing the spatial fluctuations around her. The library's spatial stability began to waver, causing the jade slips to leap about erratically and destabilizing the numerous protective formations surrounding the library. The guardian of the Tao, who had initially been pleased, gradually lost his smile as he observed the chaos unfolding. Could it be that this young disciple was intent on dismantling the library? Chapter 68. The convergence of spirit stones to redeem lives. The library was built atop the Zikan Peak, and soon the peak's master, Yujian Jinren, also sensed the anomaly within the library and rushed over. Guardian of the Tao, what has transpired here? The guardian of the Tao cast a glance toward Fu Li, gesturing for him to take a look. Why? Yujian Jinren frowned. This is Yuan Yun Jinren's disciple from Yunqi Peak? The one with the 5 elements heavenly spirit root. You know her? That simplifies matters. Grievances have their sources. Let me calculate the cost of restoring the protective formations within the library, and you must remember to inform her master to bring spirit stones to redeem her. As he spoke, the guardian of the Tao began surveying the surroundings, inspecting the formations and the shelves that housed the jade slips. This shelf has seen better days. It wouldn't hurt to replace it with a new one. Yujian Jinren, usually composed, felt a rush of excitement at the realization that the spatial fluctuations were indeed caused by this young disciple. The guardian of the Tao rolled his eyes at Yujian Jinren's comment. Can't you see for yourself? She's nearly dismantled my library. If it's not her, then who could it be? I'll tell you this. If Yuan Yun doesn't provide the spirit stones, he won't be able to take her away. Yujian Jinren paid little heed to the guardian's words, nor did he concern himself with the state of the library. He was simply ecstatic about Fu Li's talent in spatial matters. Indeed, what a remarkable talent. What's a library compared to such potential? After all, he won't be the one footing the bill. Though the guardian of the Tao and Yujian Jinren held slightly different perspectives, both remained vigilant regarding the library's condition. The library was not a place for cultivation. While it was generally stable, Fu Li's focus on spatial power was causing significant disturbances to the formations. The library was safeguarded by an array of various formations, offensive, defensive, illusory, and confusing. Now, with the upheaval in space, should any issues arise with the formations, they would need to act promptly to ensure the disciple in a state of enlightenment was not disturbed. For such interference could impact their path to immortality. Unaware that her cultivation of spatial power had drawn the attention of 2 formidable guardians, Fu Li was completely absorbed in her practice. Dismissing thoughts of the library, only the guardian of the Tao remained, torn between joy and concern as he watched Fu Li maintain her state of enlightenment for an extended period. He hoped she could sustain this state even longer, while simultaneously worrying about the integrity of his library. Unfortunately, Fu Li's spatial fluctuations were substantial, and he could not approach her too closely for fear of disrupting her focus, leaving him to watch as the chaos unfolded. Fu Li remained in her state of enlightenment for 3 days and nights. Upon finally opening her eyes, she found her master and an unfamiliar elder observing her from a distance. The elder glanced at Fu Li and spoke to Yuan Yunzhanren. "She has awakened. You may take her, master." Fu Li intended to speak, but was taken aback by the chaotic state of the library, which resembled a scene ravaged by a tempest. "Wow, master, has our sect's library been ransacked?" The guardian of the Tao, upon hearing her exclamation, could not help but chuckle in exasperation. Yuan Yunzhanren sighed in resignation. "Come, the library has not been looted. It is your master who has been robbed." Fu Li's gaze flitted back and forth between her master and the elder, observing her master's expression, which resembled that of someone who had just been unfairly treated. Slowly, she began to recall vague feelings from her own cultivation experiences. Could it be that she was the cause of this? Realizing that she might have inadvertently caused some disruption, Fu Li hesitated to speak and silently followed her master back to Yunqi Peak. Yuan Yunzhanren did not utter another word. He merely instructed her that now that she had mastered spatial powers, she should practice applying them diligently. Furthermore, he advised her to find a more open space for her future training sessions in spatial powers. Fu Li thought to herself, she wasn't doing it on purpose. Regardless, as her master dealt with the mess, Fu Li decided not to dwell on it any longer. Upon returning to her residence, she prepared to practice how to apply her newfound abilities. In the floating world continent, the most common application of spatial powers is in the creation of storage spaces. The process of crafting a storage space does not adhere to a specific form. One simply needs to find a medium for the spatial power. The storage bag is merely a product of habitual thinking from the past, derived from using pouches and bags. Typically, storage bags are novice practitioners' initial attempts at creating smaller storage spaces, as they are made from simple materials and can be activated with a drop of blood. For more advanced practitioners or disciples from prominent families, larger storage spaces similar to the danwheel in her possession are utilized. Female cultivators often prefer storage bracelets, hairpins, or rings, while male cultivators tend to use thumb rings or belts as their storage mediums. For the time that followed, Fu Li tirelessly practiced the crafting of storage spaces. Initially, the storage spaces she created were quite small, and like everyone else, she began with the cheapest materials to make storage bags. Gradually, as her skills improved, she was able to create slightly larger storage spaces, opting for items like earrings and studs. When Fu Li took her crafted storage bags to the task hall to exchange for contribution points, the other disciples cast curious glances her way. A disciple capable of crafting storage spaces, what a fortunate occurrence. Although storage bags are inexpensive, there are times when they are in short supply within the sect and must be purchased externally. Only someone like Fu Li, who hails from a prominent family and is a direct disciple of the Peak Master, would have an abundance of such resources. The ordinary inner disciples, however, lack this luxury. Yet, due to Fu Li's infrequent appearances at Yunqi Peak, she had not formed close ties with her peers. Aside from her fellow disciples from Yunqi Peak, few could engage with her, much to the chagrin of many who wished to befriend her due to her lucrative side ventures. Some astute individuals thought to congratulate Fu Li on her recent foundation establishment, hoping that perhaps a gift might facilitate a connection. Thus, Su Youhuai, known for his amicable nature and popularity among peers, found himself besieged by many. With a discerning heart, he recognized that these disciples did not harbor complex motives. They merely sought familiarity for future favors. However, he gently declined all requests to act as an intermediary for delivering congratulatory gifts to his junior sister. He would not accept gifts on behalf of others, not even for his own junior sister. Fu Li, oblivious to these happenings, retreated into seclusion upon returning from the task hall. The Longhuan secret realm was nearing its opening, and she did not wish to rely on others. Moreover, according to Suo Qingqiu's information, the Five Elements Spirit might appear within the Longhuan secret realm. The Five Elements Spirit is a celestial treasure. While it is said that those destined may acquire it, one must first possess the strength to mingle among those who are fated. What kind of fortune could possibly allow one to encounter such divine materials without effort? Chapter 69. The opening of the Longhuan secret realm in Shifan Valley. Amidst the misty forest, the verdant peaks rose dramatically, cloaked in mist. The flying vessel of Tai Xian's sect glided through the lush foliage and descended upon a platform atop a mountain peak. Fu Li gazed down at the valley below, where the hills were adorned with soft, ethereal spirit grass, and a narrow mountain path lay beside her. She pondered where the entrance to this secret realm might be. Just as she was about to inquire, she felt a gust of wind from afar, and an increasing number of flying treasures descended from the mountaintops nearby. During the past century's grand competition, Fuli had not seen the flying treasures of other sects and had assumed they were all similar to the flying vessels of the three sects. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that only the three sects appeared somewhat conventional. The flying treasures from other sects took various forms. Some resembled carriages, others palanquins, and even some were shaped like palaces. There was even one that looked like a massive tree trunk with windows. That enormous tree trunk flying treasure must belong to the Shinnong Valley. After all, they have a penchant for preserving the natural state of plants. Additionally, some loose cultivators, using their treasures individually, had simpler designs due to the lack of spatial formations, resulting in an array of eclectic shapes. Fuli raised her eyes and was astonished to spot someone arriving on a flying carpet. How outrageous! As the lone cultivator on the flying carpet arrived, a spatial ripple resembling water ripples gradually manifested at the highest point of the narrow mountain path. Within moments, it enveloped the entire path, snugly adhering to the cliffs on either side, as if a mirror had been perfectly embedded at the center of the mountain trail. Fuli gazed at this undulating mirror, pondering whether this mountain path was indeed the entrance to the secret realm. The entrance has opened. The disciples of Tai Xian's sect were reminded that they had 1 year to leave once the time was up. Otherwise, they would be trapped within the secret realm, right? The disciples were aware. Ming Rinjinren nodded in satisfaction as he observed his spirited disciples, encouraging them to proceed. Fuli exchanged glances with her 2 senior brothers and released Hong Yi. Entering the secret realm together with her fellow disciples, as they stepped into the secret realm, their surroundings transformed from rugged peaks into expansive plains. Fuli glanced around, realizing her senior brothers were gone. A quick look behind revealed that the entrance had vanished as well. Well, she had anticipated some unforeseen twist. It seemed they had all been transported independently. Fuli chose a direction at random and began to walk, stopping occasionally to encounter a few ordinary spirit beasts and collect some spirit plants. No wonder the Longhuan secret realm was so bustling. It was a place where one could easily acquire spirit plants and herbs, and certainly not to be missed. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the secret realm was far denser than outside, likely contributing to the abundance of spirit plants here. Meow. As she was in the midst of digging up a jiu grass, a small ear of Xian air perked up, alerting Fuli to the presence of someone approaching. It quickly snatched up a spirit fruit and hopped over to Fuli, its 4 ears standing erect. Fuli, hearing Xian air's warning, scanned the area with her spiritual sense and detected only one approaching figure, a fellow cultivator from Tai Xian's sect. Fuli rose to her feet, spotting a male cultivator in a deep blue robe coming from the southeast direction. Upon catching sight of the newcomer, Fuli raised her brows in surprise. The male cultivator also appeared taken aback upon seeing her. Oh, it is the esteemed Fuli Xianzi. The young master of the sect knows me? How could the young master not recognize you? You became renowned during the Foundation establishment competition. Among those who participated in the century-long competition, how many would not recognize Fuli Xianzi? Zishu Ci smiled slightly. But how does Fuli Xianzi know of my humble self? Fuli recalled how Zishu Ci had once wielded talismans as weapons and couldn't help but chuckle. The young master's demeanor on the stage was quite unforgettable. Zishu Ci too reminisced about his actions during the competition and laughed heartily before shifting the topic. I discovered a valley in the southeast that houses a mid-stage nascent soul thunder spirit tiger. It is likely to possess accompanying thunder crystals, which are exceedingly rare materials for refining for those with mutated thunder spiritual roots. Fuli listened to Zishu Ci's words with a puzzled expression, and she was aware that this young master possessed mutated thunder spiritual roots. But what was the purpose of sharing this with her? Did he expect her to assist him? A mid-stage nascent soul thunder spirit tiger? Did he truly expect a mid-stage golden core cultivator like herself to lend a hand? Zishu Ci understood Fuli's hesitation. Xianzi, you are merely the first person I encountered. I had not intended to ask for your assistance. I merely noticed your Tai Xian sect attire and thought perhaps I could get in touch with a transformation stage cultivator from the sect who might help me with this small matter. The allure of the thunder crystals is indeed significant to me. Observing Fuli's unyielding demeanor, Zishu Ci smiled gently. Of course, I comprehend the rules among cultivators. Assistance should come with reciprocity. I would not expect a free favor. Regardless of success or failure, I will prepare a token of gratitude. Fu Li Xianzi. Please let me know what you require, and I shall provide something of equal value to the thunder crystals from my Linglong pavilion. Fu Li nodded. That is feasible, but the combat prowess of the thunder spirit tiger is quite formidable among spirit beasts, especially as a mid-stage nascent soul creature. Are you certain you wish for my assistance? This was indeed a significant leap in cultivation levels. Even if she could engage in battles beyond her level, she lacked confidence against a mid-stage nascent soul thunder spirit tiger. However, Zishu Ci appeared to have unwavering faith in Fu Li. Not long ago, Fu Li Xianzi established her foundation, and the phenomena in the Tianyu mountain range were recorded by those present using viewing stones. I had the fortune to witness it at that time. You had just completed your foundation establishment. Now, only 3 years have passed, and you have already reached mid-stage golden core. With such a rate of advancement, it is hard to believe that you cannot engage in battles beyond your level. Fu Li furrowed her brow and remarked, even in the realm of advanced battles, this seems excessively ambitious. With one of us at the initial stage of golden core and the other at the mid-stage. To confront a mid-stage nascent soul thunder spirit tiger and emerge unscathed would be quite a feat. That Tio think we would attempt to seize its accompanying thunder crystal seems rather optimistic. Does it not? Upon hearing this, Zishu Ci's laughter grew more exuberant. Not only the two of us, but also our spirit beasts. As she spoke, a colossal spirit beast resembling a monkey suddenly appeared before Fu Li. This creature towered over 3 zhang, its physique robust and entirely white, with 3 eyes adorning its forehead. My, what a massive monkey! Fu Li gazed upwards, her expression impassive as she regarded Zishu Ci. The 3-eyed vermilion ape possesses impressive vigor, yet it remains at the initial stage of golden core. Even if it excels in combat, it cannot match the mid-stage nascent soul thunder spirit tiger. My own spirit beasts are merely at the initial stage of golden core as well. Do you truly expect us 5 mere craftsmen to yield any synergistic effect? If sheer numbers guaranteed victory. Low-tier cultivators would not regard high-tier cultivators with such reverence. While we may not be able to win, we can certainly delay it. Do you know, fair maiden, that the accompanying thunder crystal of the thunder spirit tiger typically resides within its lair? The tiger cultivates using the thunder crystal. Moreover, this crystal is quite large, rendering it impossible for the tiger to carry during battle if we can devise a means to delay it, with the speed of the golden core heavy-eared shadow cat. Pilfering something should be feasible. Fu Li cast a glance at Xianair, who was still nibbling on a spirit fruit. Meow. Chapter 70. The thunder spirit tiger Fu Li felt somewhat speechless. It seemed this fellow had made up his mind the moment he laid eyes on Xianair. Let us give it a try. If it fails, we can always retreat and call for assistance. I now have someone I can rely on. I fear not. Fu Li followed Zishu Ci as they ventured southeast for a while until they reached a prominent rocky cliff amidst the verdant hills. Beneath the cliff, resembling a knife's edge, was a vast rocky cave. A closer inspection revealed scorch marks along the cave's inner walls that Fu Li could already sense the magnetic field in this area altered by the thunder spirit tiger's prolonged presence, causing Xianair's fur to stand on end. Had they been clad in mundane garments, they would likely be crackling with static electricity at this moment. Shu Ci exchanged a knowing glance with Fu Li, then hurled his breaking army spear with a whistle, sending it straight into the cave. A resounding roar erupted, laden with fury, and moments later, the breaking army spear was flung back from the cave. Hurtling towards Zishu Ci, a spirit weapon that recognized its master would not harm him, yet the thunderous energy it carried was beyond the capacity of ordinary cultivators to endure. It was the wrath of the thunder spirit tiger that had attached itself to the spear. Anyone else daring to intercept it would surely be injured. However, Zishu Ci remained unfazed, effortlessly grasping the spear's shaft, channeling the thunderous energy through his body and into the ground. The ground crackled with the unleashed energy, even singeing the lone resilient spirit herb nearby, causing Fu Li to glance down in alarm. Fortunately, she found herself unharmed, as this young master had been mindful not to inadvertently harm his allies. Holding the spear in one hand, Zishu Ci advanced toward the thunder spirit tiger's cave, the spear's tip trailing a luminous line of lightning across the ground. His confidence stemmed from his mutated thunder spirit root and thunder spirit body, granting him the audacity to provoke the thunder spirit tiger at the initial stage of golden core. while the Thunder Spirit Tiger ranked high among spirit beasts in terms of offensive capability. This was primarily due to its ability to wield thunderous energy. It was akin to how cultivators with thunder spirit roots possess greater offensive power than their peers at the same tier. However, the Thunder Spirit Tiger's thunderous energy proved ineffective against him, significantly diminishing its combat prowess. Seeing its thunderous energy effortlessly neutralized, the Thunder Spirit Tiger could no longer contain its rage, bursting forth from its lair. Its body crackling with electric light. With a deafening roar, it unleashed a barrage of smaller lightning bolts directed at Zishu Ci. Swiftly, Zishu Ci swept his spear, redirecting the incoming lightning toward a distant cliff, creating several charred craters upon impact. In the instant the Thunder Spirit Tiger lunged forward, Zishu Ci deftly twisted his wrist, aiming the spear's tip at the creature's throat, its most vulnerable point. Startled, the Thunder Spirit Tiger halted its advance, wary of risking injury to its throat, a critical weakness. Anticipating this reaction, Zishu Ci stepped forward, seizing the opportunity to charge, thrusting the breaking army spear toward the beast. Enraged, the Thunder Spirit Tiger leaped into the air, generating a flurry of lightning and aiming its gaping maw at Zishu Ci's throat, convinced that its own vulnerability might also be the human cultivators. As the battle escalated between man and beast, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. A silver spear crackled with thunder and lightning, twisting like a dragon amidst the clouds, accompanied by the roar of the tiger and the crashing of thunderbolts, creating a truly spectacular scene. Fu Li glanced at Xian'er before swiftly positioning herself on the opposite side of the Thunder Spirit Tiger. Drawing her moon-embracing bow, she unleashed 5 arrows imbued with elemental energy toward the beast. The Thunder Spirit Tiger reacted with remarkable agility, evading all but the last arrow, which merely grazed its fur. Thus, the creature found itself assailed from both sides by Zishu Ci and Fu Li. Although it looked down upon the 2 golden core cultivators, its attention was effectively diverted, leaving no opportunity to focus on a small, shadowy cat. Seizing the moment, Xian'er, leveraging its small size and swift agility, deftly maneuvered behind the Thunder Spirit Tiger, swiftly darting into its lair, leaving behind only a faint shadow of its departure. Meow, meow, meow. Within the Thunder Spirit Tiger's cave, where the creature had long resided and cultivated, the walls were lined with tiny bolts of lightning. Thus, upon entering the cave, Xian'er's speed diminished significantly. Gritting its teeth, it endured the sting of electricity coursing through its fur, daring not to make a sound, only emitting a soft whimper when jolted. Outside the cave, Zishu Ci bore the brunt of the Thunder Spirit Tiger's lightning, while Fu Li remained poised, ready to unleash her arrows at a moment's notice to disrupt the tiger's rhythm. Thanks to Zishu Ci's Thunder Spirit body, they were remarkably able to hold their ground against the mid-stage nascent Soul Thunder Spirit Tiger, a feat that would seem boastful if recounted to others. In truth, releasing their respective spirit beasts would facilitate matters considerably. However, they were unaware of the potential connection between the accompanying Thunder Crystal and the Thunder Spirit Tiger. After all, as an innate treasure, should it be removed, the Thunder Spirit Tiger might sense its absence, leading to a furious response. In such a state, even the 2 of them would find it challenging to delay the tiger, and the sudden appearance of their spirit beasts might offer a fleeting chance to catch their breath. At last, we have it. Indeed, a voice resonating through the depths of the sea of consciousness arrived via the power of the contract, causing Fu Li to feel a fleeting joy. However, before she could fully relish the moment, she observed the Thunder Spirit Tiger becoming increasingly agitated, its fur bristling with electricity, and the very atmosphere around them thickening with ominous dark clouds. Suddenly, the Thunder Spirit Tiger, poised for action, abandoned its confrontation with Zishu Ci and charged towards Fu Li from behind, moving with the swiftness of lightning and baring its fearsome fangs to unleash a powerful lightning sphere. Instinctively, Zishu Ci darted in front of Fu Li, using one hand to deflect the lightning sphere. Half of the electric energy was absorbed by his Thunder Spirit body, while the other half was directed into the ground through the broken army spear. It was only when the flickering lightning sphere dissipated that Zishu Ci realized he had fallen into the Thunder Spirit Tiger's trap. Its intention was to divert him while it returned to the cave to capture the little thief that had stolen its accompanying Thunder Crystal. However, with the bond of the contract between Xian'er and Fu Li, She had a premonition of the impending discovery after faintly hearing a tiger's roar following Xian Er's claim of having stolen something. Thus, she released Hong Yi to obstruct the Thunder Spirit Tiger's path. Seeing this, Zishu Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Fu Li had reacted swiftly. Otherwise, that little cat would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape from the cave. Realizing he had unwittingly fallen for the Thunder Spirit Tiger's ruse, Zishu Xi's mood soured as he gripped the broken army spear and charged once more into battle with the creature. Chapter 71. The Cat Who Can Shop Online. The trio, a human, a fish, and another human, engaged in combat with the Thunder Spirit Tiger outside the cave, while inside, a singed kitten was stealthily attempting to smuggle out the Thunder Crystal. As Xian Er navigated through the layers of electricity and neared the cave entrance, Fu Li communicated telepathically with Hong Yi, who promptly transformed the dense clouds into droplets of water, infusing them with the ethereal energy of the water droplet space to create a curtain of water that enveloped the Thunder Spirit Tiger, which was fixated on the cave entrance. The electric energy of the Thunder Spirit Tiger flowed through the water curtain without escaping a trace. Seizing the opportunity, Xian Er swiftly bolted out into the open, dashing away into the distance. The Thunder Spirit Tiger, spotting a shadow emerging from its cave, disregarded the chilling aura of the water curtain that could harm it, determined to pursue the little cat at all costs. In response, Zishu Ci summoned the three-eyed Crimson Ape to intercept the Thunder Spirit Tiger's charge. Unfortunately, the three-eyed Crimson Ape could not withstand the electrical force and relied solely on its innate strength to lift massive boulders nearby as a shield. One after another, the enraged Thunder Spirit Tiger shattered the rocks with its lightning strikes. Although this was merely a desperate resistance, it nonetheless bought Xian Er some precious time, worried for the safety of the Crimson Ape. Zishu Ci stepped forward again, relaying a telepathic message to Fu Li. "You go ahead. I am not susceptible to the lightning power. Follow the path I took to find you and leave. I can hold them off for at least half a tea's worth of time. So flee as far as you can." They had exchanged consciousness jade pendants earlier, and given Fu Li's renowned status as a talented disciple at Taishian sect, Zishu Ci had no fears about her taking flight with the items. Take care. The furious Thunder Spirit Tiger was beyond their capacity to confront. Lingering any longer would surely lead to their demise. Without uttering another word, Fu Li swiftly shot an arrow from her bowstring and turned to flee. She stored Hong Yi in her spirit beast space and disappeared in a flash, with Xian Er possessing speed and her own evasion techniques. She was able to pursue Xian Er faster than Hong Yi could fly, albeit with a bit more effort. However, when it came to survival, she was determined to exhaust herself in her haste. Roaring in fury upon realizing that both the little cat that had stolen from it and the human who had been battling it had escaped, the Thunder Spirit Tiger grew even larger, its height rivaling that of the three-eyed Crimson Ape when standing tall. Raising a massive paw, it unleashed a torrent of lightning, targeting both Zishu Ci and the Crimson Ape with tremendous force. The Thunder Spirit Tiger, possessing considerable intelligence, had learned through their prolonged combat that only Zishu Ci could withstand its lightning power, yet in a physical confrontation, it had the upper hand. The Crimson Ape, while strong in defense and endowed with innate power, could not resist the electrical onslaught. Thus, this strike, imbued with immense force and charged with countless bolts of lightning, would injure either the human or the Crimson Ape, regardless of who attempted to receive it. Having been pressed to such a degree by a few golden core cultivators, the Thunder Spirit Tiger was exceedingly enraged. This strike was not only fueled by its full strength, but also enhanced by its secret techniques. Evading it would be a considerable challenge. Indeed, as Zishu Ci and the three-eyed Crimson Ape attempted to dodge, they found their escape routes sealed by the gale and the electric energy. Zishu Ci returned the Crimson Ape to the spirit beast space, and with the broken army spear, he channeled the surrounding lightning energy to counter the Thunder Spirit Tiger's assault, with the spear's tip embedded in the ground. Zishu Ci knelt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his internal energy roiling, sustaining significant wounds. Yet, he remained composed, gazing unwaveringly at the irate Thunder Spirit Tiger across from him. The Thunder Spirit Tiger, aware that it could no longer catch the little thief who had pilfered its thunder crystal, fixated its wrath upon the human who had been a thorn in its side for so long. Its gaze toward Zishu Ci was akin to that of a predator sizing up its prey, and it charged once more, intent on extinguishing the human's life. However, just as the thunder spirit tiger launched. It was halted by a shimmering barrier, and with a healing elixir swallowed to stabilize his turbulent energy, Zishu Ci produced a teleportation talisman, vanishing from the thunder spirit tiger's sight. Unbeknownst to him, while Zishu Ci was still engaged, Fu Li had already sprinted far away. Only after confirming that the thunder spirit tiger would not pursue her did she pause and beckon Xian'er to return. TSK, how did I end up in this predicament? Fu Li furrowed her brow at the charred little cat. Did I not create a storage space for you? Surely there are healing elixirs within. Xian'er extended a tiny paw, revealing a small black orb concealed beneath its singed fur, a shape it adored. Meow, meow, meow. Too tense. Seeing Xian'er consume a healing potion, Fu Li performed a cleansing spell, restoring the kitten's charred fur to a much healthier appearance. Did you manage to acquire the accompanying thunder crystal? Show me. No sooner had she spoken than an irregular crystal, pulsating with purplish-red lightning, appeared in the palm of Fu Li's hand. This accompanying thunder crystal was indeed considerable, about the size of 3 of her heads, and Xian'er, noticing Fu Li's curiosity regarding the thunder crystal, presented her with a stone sprouting green shoots. Master has one too. Xian'er joyfully wagged its tail, having brought this special gem specifically for Fu Li had sensed the thunder spirit tiger's presence on that large stone, knowing it was the thunder crystal promised to Zishu Ci. Yet, having exerted such effort to retrieve it, it felt compelled to bring back something for its master. This stone was sprouting, indicating it must be a treasure. Fu Li gazed at the green sprout emerging from the stone with a hint of surprise. Did you bring this back from the thunder spirit tiger's lair? She pondered why Xian'er had taken so long to exit the cave, initially attributing it solely to the overwhelming electrical energy. It turned out it had been treasure hunting instead. Fu Li quickly stored the thunder crystal, retrieving a jade box to carefully place the stone inside, then embraced Xian'er with a beaming smile. She had not anticipated that her little cat possessed such an aptitude for treasure hunting. This was indeed a stone blossom. Typically, stone blossoms grow within thunder pools, constantly subjected to the baptism of lightning, resulting in thunder stones. The formation of thunder stones takes an extended period, and the emergence of stone blossoms is even more arduous, though named a blossom. The stone blossom only bears leaves and no flowers, emerging as tender shoots from the stone. Each leaf requires a century to grow, and the greater the number of leaves, the rarer the specimen. The leaves can be used to concoct elixirs, while the stone itself can be utilized in crafting. The stone blossom that Xian'er had brought out already boasted 3 leaves, sufficient for crafting a 3rd-tier protective elixir, which could mitigate the damage from heavenly lightning during tribulations and enhance the likelihood of success. Chapter 72. A little hamster approaches. Fu Li gently caressed Xian'er's head as she held it. Good kitty, once we return, I shall treat you to a feast of all kinds of fish. Upon hearing feast of all kinds of fish, Xian'er's eyes sparkled with delight, nuzzling against Fu Li's arm. Fu Li lifted her gaze to ascertain her bearings, only to realize she had lost track of her location. However, considering she had not explored other areas of this secret realm, the lack of direction was inconsequential. Zishu Ci had yet to send her a message. She firmly believed he would escape the clutches of the thunder spirit tiger. After all, the young master of Linglong Pavilion was not the type to self-sacrifice for the sake of others. Thus, he must have had contingencies in place. While escaping was one thing, sustaining injuries was inevitable. Even if he had managed to flee, he would need to find a place to recuperate. Therefore, Fu Li was not anxious to make contact. Meow. Fu Li sensed Xian'er's ears suddenly perk up in her arms, and it emitted an unusual call that Xian'er's sound echoed. A small mound of earth abruptly rose from the ground. Fu Li observed the little mound intently, watching as it shifted and a yellowish-brown head emerged, adorned with 2 round ears and a tuft of amber fur at its nose. Its tiny black eyes darted about, seemingly assessing whether Fu Li posed any threat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Fu Li instinctively glanced at Xian'er. While it couldn't comprehend the language, it seemed to possess an innate ability to analyze the language of such rodents. Meow, meowed. It seems to have come to beg. Begging? What does it seek? Ling me. Squeak, squeak, squeak. That little head appeared to disagree with Xian'er's words, its tiny paws pressing against the ground as it pulled itself out of the earth. Standing upright and beginning to chirp. This provided Fuli with the opportunity to see its entire form clearly. It was a spirit beast about the size of a palm, round and fluffy. Resembling a furry ball with its head tucked in, the little fluff ball had particularly large cheeks, making it look somewhat like a well-fed hamster. The little hamster produced a piece of gold flame stone from its mouth. Placing it on the ground and nudging it towards Fuli, for me, Fuli stared in confusion at the gold flame stone beneath her feet, then glanced at Shinner, who claimed it was a hamster come to beg. How could begging also involve offering something? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Master, it is for you. Well, this statement needed no translation, as she had already seen the hamster nodding. What do you want? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Everyone understands that. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little hamster extended its sparse furry paws, opening them wide, gesturing, and then pointed at Fu Li's Donluan bracelet. Fu Li squinted slightly. You can't possibly be eyeing the companion thunder crystal or the thunder spirit stone I just took out. Right? Hey, you bold little mouse. I haven't even warmed this treasure in my hands yet. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Fu Li unsurprisingly saw the little hamster nodding again. However, it seemed to realize that one piece of gold flame stone was insufficient, and pulled out another piece to place on the ground, nudging it closer to Fu Li's feet. Then it continued to squeak. Master, there are many gold flame stones in the desert ahead. It knows where they are. Fu Li furrowed her brows as she regarded the hamster, carefully recalling what she had heard from Master Gao Hong at Spirit Beast Peak about the spirit beasts that one should be cautious of in certain secret realms. Rodent spirit beasts are known for their exceptional escape abilities, thus they have a high survival rate, making them the most numerous spirit beasts in the floating world continent, even present in many secret realms. However, despite their numbers, they are extremely elusive and rarely encounter human cultivators. If they do, it is often because they seek something. In such cases, it is advisable not to recklessly harm or offend them, as their earth escape technique is one of the most formidable among spirit beasts. Once they flee, they will remember your enmity that on the routes behind the secret realm, one will encounter no valuable heavenly materials or treasures. They will have already moved them away. Those with greater grudges might even deliberately attract other spirit beasts to deal with you, not relenting until you exit the secret realm. Fu Li focused on the hamster before her. It bore a striking resemblance to a type of desert rodent spirit beast known as the sand weasel. The sand weasel's innate skill is the earth escape technique, and it excels among rodent spirit beasts. Unafraid of any terrain, capable of even penetrating rock, feeding on various natural ores, and often found in deserts due to its preference for fire-attributed minerals. This sand weasel lived in the Longhuan's secret realm. Thus familiar with the terrain and the locations of various heavenly materials and treasures, it now sought to exchange the knowledge of other heavenly materials and treasures for her offerings. You also consume thunder spirit stones and companion thunder crystals? Squeak, squeak, squeak. That won't do. I need to save them for refining. Squeak that it can't eat too much, just a bite, to store some thunder power in its body, making it easier to survive the heavenly tribulation. With Shinner's explanation, Fu Li understood the sand weasel's intentions. Thunder spirit stones and companion thunder crystals are difficult to find, and this sand weasel had already reached the perfected nascent soul stage. But due to its weak combat abilities, it could hardly compete with the mid-nascent soul thunder spirit tiger, now that it had finally caught the scent of companion thunder crystals and thunder spirit stones. It was quite normal for it to take the risk of coming out to bargain with her, especially since she appeared to be more amiable and easy to converse with than the thunder spirit tiger. However, it was clearly impossible for this little sand weasel to have arrived just after Shinner showed her that piece. Even with an acute sense of smell, it wouldn't be reasonable. It had likely been following her since it detected the thunder spirit tiger's lair. Squeak, squeak, the sand weasel, thinking Fu Li was still unwilling, kept gesturing with its little paws, one moment pointing at the gold flame stone, the next at itself, then indicating the direction of the desert, and finally spreading its arms wide and drawing circles. Fu Li could understand without translation. It was saying, "Gold flame stone, I will take you to find gold flame stones." Lots and lots of gold flame stones. That Fu Li raised an eyebrow at the sand weasel's actions. Their communication was so smooth. Its intelligence and talent were evidently not low. You've been watching me for quite a while, haven't you? It might not be impossible. While I cannot make decisions about the companion thunder crystal of the thunder spirit tiger, I can exchange a bit of thunder spirit stone with you. She wished to use the thunder spirit stone to refine a thunder arrow But in reality, she didn't need to use an entire piece of Thunder Spirit Stone for crafting treasures. Sharing a bite with this little creature would be sufficient. The sand weasel understood Fu Li's meaning, excitedly burrowing into the earth, and in the blink of an eye, it popped up from the ground 10 meters away, turning its little head to blink its dark eyes at Fu Li, signaling her to follow. Fu Li stored Shinner in her Donluan space, and also used the Earth Escape technique to keep up with the sand weasel as they headed towards the desert. Chapter 73. The active volcano in the desert. After a stick of incense's worth of time, a person and a mouse appeared deep within the desert. Fu Li gazed at the vast expanse of yellow sand and the sandy walls and mounds, feeling somewhat speechless. Along the way, she had followed the sand weasel to find numerous gold flame stones and various ores, even discovering several segments of desertwood roots, perhaps having become too comfortable with the collecting. She now felt a bit reluctant to venture into this evidently adventurous area. She could vaguely discern that the arrangement of these sandy walls and mounds was intended to form a formation. But this formation was too advanced. It was beyond her fourth-tier comprehension. Squeak, squeak. The sand weasel had no intention of allowing Fu Li to enter the formation. Instead, it led her around to collect stones. Yet, with so many gold flame stones nearby, and appearing in a specific range around the formation, it indicated that there must be even higher quality gold flame stones within the formation, perhaps quite a few. Since ancient times, it has been said that one must seek fortune in danger. If there truly were many high-quality gold flame stones inside, it could certainly be considered a treasure. Gold flame stones, while not the highest grade of heavenly materials, are still quite valuable, especially the higher-tier ones, as they are not commonly seen like spirit stones. Just as Fu Li was circling the formation, trying to understand its principles, the sand beneath her suddenly began to collapse, and in an instant, she was ensnared by quicksand, pulled into the formation. Upon feeling that familiar dizzy sensation of being drawn into the formation, Fu Li felt a bit resigned. Well, no need to study anymore. Squeak, 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 squeak. The sand weasel noticed Fu Li being pulled into the formation and began to jump around anxiously. Based on its cultivation speed, its tribulation for solidifying its form would arrive in a few years. Having guarded the Thunder Spirit Tiger for so long without finding an opportunity to steal the companion Thunder Crystal, now that it finally had a chance to obtain the companion Thunder Crystal or Thunder Spirit Stone, the human cultivator who could provide it with the Thunder Crystal was unexpectedly taken away by this inexplicable formation. This simply wouldn't do. The sand weasel gritted its teeth and swiftly dove into the sand, following Fu Li into the formation. Fu Li, in fact, did not wish to escape. At the moment the formation pulled her in, her sixth sense alerted her that there was no danger to her life, and the formation showed no signs of aggression towards her, so she intended to take a look inside. After all, she still had life-saving items on her. This fortune was worth pursuing. After a brief moment of dizziness, Fu Li quickly opened her eyes. Unlike the desolate desert outside, the site within the formation was filled with peculiar stones and scorched earth. Fu Li even spotted an active volcano. The formation was not an illusion. This place was not a mirage. Thus, finding an active volcano in the depths of the desert truly illustrated the unique geography of the cultivation realm. The volcanic crater emitted a rich aura of fire attribute spiritual energy, which explained why so many gold flame stones were found around the perimeter of the formation. Squeak. Fu Li turned at the sound to see that the little sand weasel had indeed followed her in. Why did you come in? You little rascal, your obsession with these Thunder Spirit Stones is quite profound. You dare to follow me into such a profound formation. Your escape talent won't be of much use inside the formation. If any danger arises, you might not even survive your heavenly tribulation and would turn into a wisp of mouse spirit. Squeak. Perhaps Fu Li's words were too complex. The little sand weasel tilted its head in contemplation for a moment, failing to understand, and thus it ceased to ponder. Instead, it pulled out the gold flame stone from its cheeks and placed it at Fu Li's feet. Is this what you picked up on the way? Squeak. Fu Li chuckled. This little sand weasel truly picked up a few stones wherever it passed, never leaving empty-handed. Seeing Fu Li accept the stone, the sand weasel resumed its exploration of the terrain with its twitching little nose. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After a brief moment, the little sand possum perched on the edge of the volcano crater, pawing at a small stone to peer inside. It twitched its nose to sniff the air within, then raised its head to point at the crater, leading the way into the depths. feeling the searing heat of the fire attribute's spiritual energy wash over her. Fu Li sighed. Well, since we are here, we might as well follow the treasure-hunting little sand possum into the crater. The further they ventured, the more Fu Li could distinctly feel the increasingly volatile fire attribute's spiritual energy, which seemed to surge violently into her meridians. As if intending to incinerate all matter that dared to intrude, Fu Li dared not let her guard down. The fire attribute's spiritual energy within the volcano was generated by the Earth's core fire, carrying a certain degree of fire poison. Lower-level cultivators would not easily venture into the volcano's mouth, for doing so would be akin to a mortal consuming slow-acting poison. Silently circulating the chaotic formula, Fu Li mobilized her chaotic physique to absorb and circulate the dense fire attribute's spiritual energy within her body, striving to prevent the accumulation of fire poison. Without this layer of protection, she would never have entered alongside the little sand possum. Material wealth is valuable, but life is far more precious. Perhaps due to its long-term consumption of golden flame stones, the little sand possum appeared unaffected. Maybe thinking Fu Li was lagging behind, it returned with a stone it had found. Squeak, squeak. Fu Li accepted the stone, which had a bite taken out of it, from the little sand possum. This is a core stone. Gazing at the stone, which appeared to have flowing magma within its crimson interior, Fu Li overlooked the gnawed portion, her eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, with an active volcano, the likelihood of finding core stones is significantly high. Core stones are far more valuable than golden flame stones. Only in places where the Earth's core fire exists can one forge these stones, making them excellent materials for crafting fire attribute treasures. As for the Earth's core fire, Fu Li swiftly made her way to the deepest part of the crater, where she spotted a minuscule opening at the center, revealing the swirling magma below and the occasional flicker of core fire rising. Ah, what a splendid place for refining treasures! Treasures forged using the Earth's core fire would yield doubled effectiveness and contain traces of fire poison. While this minuscule amount of fire poison would not significantly affect a cultivator's body, it could induce a slight dizziness in their consciousness during intense battles, in combat. Even the slightest change could be the key to victory. Coincidentally, she had recently sensed that her refining skills were on the verge of advancing to the 4th tier. And this was the perfect opportunity to test her capabilities. Fu Li found a sizable stone to sit upon, retrieved the coarse stone that had been nibbled on by the sand possum, and gestured towards the small opening of magma, invoking a flicker of core fire. Chapter 74. The uncommon earth core fire. Using a core stone to forge a 4th tier treasure may seem excessive. Yet Fu Li was not concerned about wasting materials. After all, refining treasures differs from alchemy. Once a pill is formed, its grade is fixed without further possibilities. In contrast, treasures can be remade. Many refiners choose to reforge their previously crafted treasures, incorporating more advanced materials to continuously upgrade them. Especially for those slightly financially strained loose cultivators, their initial life treasures are often ordinary artifacts, unlike those who wield spirit artifacts even at the foundation establishment stage. Hence, the life treasures of powerful loose cultivators are often upgraded gradually after discovering various precious materials. Fu Li skillfully manipulated the fire control technique with one hand, directing the Earth's core fire to continually smelt the core stone until it was completely liquefied. She then added copper essence and metal stone, both of which enhanced the durability of the treasure. Once these two minerals melted, she introduced a piece of golden flame stone and a segment of fire tin wood. Fire tin wood, sourced from the fire tin tree within the western Fan Valley, while of wood, embodies a fire attribute. It harnesses the power of wood to generate fire, significantly enhancing the resilience and self-repairing capabilities of fire attribute treasures. The golden flame stone contains a certain amount of yang fire energy, making it far more vibrant than the Earth's core fire contained within a simple core stone. When forged into fire attribute arrows, the fire poison and volatile fire attribute spiritual energy within could rapidly penetrate the meridians of the struck target, causing a notable impact. While Fu Li diligently forged her fire attribute arrows, the little sand possum busied itself digging for stones, returning with small amounts in its cheeks, stacking them at Fu Li's feet. Observing this, Fu Li distractedly tossed it a piece of the leftover storage sphere from when she had refined the black orb for Xian Air. Another unremarkable spherical storage space. The little sand possum gazed at the abandoned storage space Fu Li had thrown, overwhelmed with excitement. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Fu Li could discern the disbelief in its eyes. For me? You truly mean it? After confirming repeatedly with squeaks. The little sand possum cautiously pawed at the unremarkable sphere, pressing its little head against it. Moments later, as if successfully binding itself to the sphere, a glimmer of joy and surprise sparkled in its black bean-like eyes. Elated, it emptied its cheeks of the gathered items and tossed them into the gray sphere. As the most avid hoarder among spirit beasts, it yearned for a storage space like no other. Many of its kind had previously stumbled upon storage treasures dropped by deceased human cultivators, and it could not express how envious it felt, joyfully stuffing the gray sphere into its cheeks. The little sand possum scampered off again. This time, it took a considerable while to return, and upon its return, it had amassed a small pile of golden flame stones at Fu Li's feet. 3 times the size of the previous pile it had gathered to Fu Li. So, it turns out your cheeks delayed your stone collection. Thus, the little sand possum would gather for a while and return with a heap, while Fu Li would take a moment to collect them during her refining process. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, and by the time Fu Li completed the crafting of the fire attribute arrows, she had successfully gathered numerous piles of golden flame stones along with a small quantity of core stones. Fu Li called out to the little sand possum, which was about to dash off again. Retrieving a piece of the thunder spirit stone she had prepared earlier, slicing off a portion for it. Squeak, squeak. The sand possum tilted its head in confusion, as if asking, "Is this enough? You don't want more stones?" Fu Li gently touched the little creature's head, and it did not flinch away. "This is sufficient. In fact, the core stones within this pile could already equal your portion of thunder spirit stone. The value of core stones is comparable to that of thunder spirit stones. Yet it is undeniable that thunder pools are harder to find. Furthermore, just as only high-tier fire attribute cultivators can enter the volcano's mouth or any place where they can access the Earth's core fire. Similarly, only cultivators with mutated thunder attributes or special treasures can enter thunder pools. The number of cultivators with mutated thunder attributes is significantly lower than those with fire attributes, which explains why thunder spirit stones are scarcer than core stones. Illustrating the principle that rarity confers value. However, in the eyes of the little sand possum, golden flame stones are daily fare, worthless and abundant, while core stones are merely a slightly harder to find food source. In contrast, thunder spirit stones and storage spaces are entirely different. They are treasures beyond its reach, creating a disparity in their definitions of value. Consequently, feeling that it had struck a bargain, the little sand possum decided to continue following Fu Li. Eager to guide her in seeking out various delectable stones, ensuring that this loyal human cultivator would not come to any harm, Fu Li watched the little sand possum, which remained steadfastly by her side, earnestly scouting ahead for her, and could not help but chuckle. "Well, if you wish to accompany me, then so be it. It saves me some effort." With a free laborer by her side, Fu Li was more than pleased. She even reluctantly left this place, having harnessed the power of the Earth's core fire to craft thunder attribute arrows. This location was truly a paradise for refiners. Regrettably, she had yet to find suitable materials for earth and wood attributes. The few segments of sandwood roots she had previously discovered were still somewhat lacking for crafting earth attribute arrows, as sandwood roots possess a gentle nature, making them more suited for defensive treasures rather than sharp arrows. As for water attributes, she indeed had exquisite profound water stones, but alas, the spiritual energy of profound water is repelled by the earthy fire energy present here, leading to a high failure rate in crafting. Just as Fu Li was about to conclude her refining stance and disperse the core fire in her palm, she suddenly noticed that the flicker of core fire seemed to possess its own spirit, flickering a few times without dissipating. "What on earth is happening?" Fu Li murmured instinctively. Squeak, squeak. The little sand sugar glider was utterly perplexed by Fu Li's inquiries, unable to grasp the essence of her questions. Fu Li, however, did not expect a mere sand glider to provide her with answers. She was merely aware that the Earth's core fire lacked sentience. The essence of the Earth's core fire resided in the molten magma that enveloped the center of the Earth. Confined by the stringent laws of nature, while all things possess the potential for life, the larger and more powerful entities find it exceedingly difficult to transform. Thus, the Earth's core fire, in its essence, is incapable of attaining consciousness, forever bound to the magma of the Earth's core, dissipating if it strays too far. Yet, as Fu Li gazed at the flame of the Earth's core in her hand, she distinctly sensed a form of consciousness within it, Though not intelligence in the traditional sense, it indicated that this particular flame was unlike any other, existing as an independent entity apart from the others. Chapter 75. The Spirits of the Five Elements. This small cluster of Earth's core fire had been inadvertently summoned by Fu Li using her fire control technique, leading to its use in crafting fire and lightning attribute arrows, fostering a slight affinity towards her. Thus, when Fu Li attempted to disperse it as she would with ordinary Earth's core fire, it resisted leaving. Noticing that Fu Li was lost in thought and no longer urging it away, it began to shimmer, suddenly transforming into a dense essence of fire attribute spiritual energy, which gradually flowed into her body through the chaotic technique she was currently employing. Fu Li was taken aback, intending to expel it, only to be met with a peculiar sensation emanating from her sea of consciousness, one reminiscent of the bond formed when a magical artifact acknowledges its master. This cluster of Earth's core fire seemed, perhaps inexplicably, to have become her magical artifact. Fu Li extended her delicate hand, and the Earth's core fire dispersed within her fire spirit root manifested in response to her will, spreading from her palm to her fingertips. Is this truly how one establishes a bond? So effortlessly, she had witnessed the natural emergence of consciousness in extraordinary beings choosing their masters, yet she was well aware that the Earth's core fire was supposed to be devoid of sentience. After meticulously examining her internal meridians, she found no abnormalities, and the sensation of acknowledgement felt genuine, a contract bound by the laws of nature. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated a possibility: the spirits of the five elements. These spirits lack physical form and, upon their birth, instinctively select a suitable vessel that aligns with their attributes. Thus, this cluster of Earth's core fire in her palm, having separated and gained a form of consciousness, was likely the fire attribute spirit of the five elements. Yet, why had it so readily been drawn to her? Perhaps it was merely the innocence of newly born entities, having crafted two arrows together. It considered her a kindred spirit. Alas, how naive, lacking the experience to comprehend the perils of the outside world. Fu Li observed the flames rising from her palm, pondering whether fish cooked with the essence of the fire attribute spirit would possess a superior flavor. Ji. The little sand sugar glider, seeing Fu Li standing there lost in thought before the flames, called out to her, then pointed towards a small path it had unearthed in the northwest, eager to invite her to join in its stone mining endeavor. You carefree little sand glider, you have already excavated the most valuable treasures. What remains is of little consequence that it would be wise to seek an exit first. Ever since entering the formation, she had sensed that while the array posed no immediate danger, it ensnared all life forms within its confines. With her current cultivation and understanding of formations, she knew she could not break through this high-level array. Thus, she had to devise a way to find the fixed entry and exit routes established by its creator. With the bond of the Earth's core fire acknowledged, Fu Li discovered that when she released her spiritual sense, the previous burning sensation had vanished. She began to meticulously examine the inner walls of the volcanic crater. If this was indeed a confinement formation, it should logically imprison something. However, upon recognizing the Earth's core fire's acknowledgement, she sensed that this spirit of the five elements was newly birthed. This formation appeared to have existed for some time. It could not have been designed solely to capture the spirit of the five elements. Could it be merely to trap the cultivators who ventured here? Fu Li found it hard to believe that anyone could be so bored, yet after searching extensively, she found no other entrances. Meanwhile, the little sand sugar glider was joyfully engrossed in its stone mining, inviting Fu Li to join in. Ji. Very well, I shall accompany you in your endeavor. Fu Li decided to go along with it, and together, they began to dig for stones. After some time, Fu Li found herself contemplating the peculiar patterns etched into the golden flame stone she held. These patterns she retrieved the golden flame stone that Zoichu had previously given her from her pill wheel space and compared the two stones side by side. To her astonishment, the patterns on both began to shift, gradually forming an array diagram. Upon recognizing the array's design, Fu Li swiftly seized the little sand sugar glider, still joyfully digging away beside her. The two golden flame stones illuminated simultaneously, coalescing into a complete array pattern that emitted a soft glow. In an instant, Fu Li and the sand sugar glider vanished, leaving only a faint echo of Asia in the air. Imbued with confusion, the teleportation array's sudden activation instilled a sense of insecurity in Fu Li, prompting her, as she was transported, to clutch the sand sugar glider tightly, while simultaneously forming a fourth-tier defensive array disc in her hand. Sure enough, as they emerged from the teleportation array, the howling winds surrounding them and the cracks appearing on the defensive array disc indicated that their destination was anything but ordinary. Fuli glanced at the blinding white winds beyond her defensive shield, grateful for her foresight. Otherwise, she would have been injured by now. This formation, set by some formidable and eccentric predecessor, seemed excessively casual in its design. The two golden flame stones, inscribed with identical patterns, were combined to form the teleportation array. While one stone had been cast far away, left to be fortuitously discovered, and the other lay buried in a small mining vein of golden flame stones, still within the lower-tier pile, also destined to be unearthed by chance. Her pill wheel bracelet, perhaps not of a high enough grade to match this formation, had detected the patterned stone during her repeated excavations and had opened up to draw her in. Yet, the method of exiting was somewhat excessive. By conventional logic, one would naturally begin mining the highest quality stones, leaving the lower tiers for last, if they were eventually discarded, as Fuli had initially done. They would find themselves unable to leave. It was not that they looked down upon the lower-tier golden flame stones. Rather, mining itself was a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor. Were it not for her serendipitous acquaintance with a resourceful and loyal little mining expert, she would not have emerged so swiftly. As Fuli hesitated to act recklessly, pondering the true intentions of the formation's creator, the fourth-tier defensive array disc in her hand began to crack. Realizing the urgency, she ceased its use and summoned the Mayu brocade fan to shield herself from the fierce winds. The little sand sugar glider remained oblivious, staring wide-eyed at the howling gales outside. If you trust me, step into my spirit beast space. Even a defensive artifact may not withstand these winds for long, and you would certainly be harmed, even at the nascent soul stage. The sand sugar glider considered the valuable gifts Fuli had provided and nodded in agreement. Choosing to place its faith in her character, with the little sand sugar glider's consent secured, Fuli sent it into the pill wheel space to keep company with Xian Air. Chapter 76. The Domain of Gale Winds. The winds howled fiercely, imbued with a deadly aura, as if they could shatter everything in their path. After placing the sand sugar glider into her spirit beast space, Fuli gracefully withdrew the Mayu brocade fan, allowing the gale winds to ravage without resistance. Even if they tore her flesh, she refrained from employing any further defenses, for she had discovered that her chaotic body remained in a nascent state. And each time she absorbed even slightly turbulent energy, it would involuntarily trigger a response or necessitate the operation of her chaotic technique. While the gale winds were formidable, they were still composed of an exceptionally rich essence of the 5 elements and spatial power, allowing her to cultivate and gain double the benefits in this place. The cost of such a boon was the continual infliction of wounds upon her. Fortunately, she possessed the Bodhi pill bestowed by her master, ensuring that the gale winds could not harm her foundation. At most, she would endure the excruciating pain akin to slow torture. Yet, in the path of cultivating immortality, where is there ease? 3 days later, in the Longhuan's secret realm, within the domain of gale winds, a breathtakingly beautiful young woman stepped barefoot onto the gale, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints. Her silken robe, once a delicate hue, had been soaked in blood, and a once holy red dot upon her forehead, now marred by the winds, wept tiny droplets of blood, an embodiment of the karmic retribution for slaying beings, transforming her from a goddess into a hellish demoness. A mere frown could send others fleeing in terror. Outside the domain of gale winds, numerous cultivators vied for magical artifacts, perhaps blinded by greed, upon witnessing Fuli emerge, bloodied and formidable from within the gale. Some feared she would join the fray and, upon assessing her mere golden core cultivation, sought to seize the opportunity to strike her down while she appeared vulnerable. However, Fuli was undeterred by their aggression. She swiftly waved her hand, harnessing the gale's power to send the assailant flying. The surrounding cultivators, witnessing this display, instantly regained their composure. Indeed, a person who could emerge from the domain of gale winds without reliance on defenses and merely using their physical prowess could not be underestimated. Fuli paid no mind to the others, gazing at her blood-stained body. She performed a cleansing spell, and under the effects of the Bodhi elixir and her chaotic body, her wounds gradually healed, restoring her to her former self. Those few cultivators who had intended to attack Fu Li, upon noticing her wearing the inner sect disciple robe of the Taishan sect, were doused with a bucket of cold water. It turned out she was a body cultivator of the Taishan sect. No wonder she was so ruthless. Instead of seeking rare treasures in the secret realm, she chose to temper her body in the gale winds. It seemed that competition among the major sects was quite severe. Unbeknownst to Fu Li, she was mistaken for a body cultivator, and she was also unaware that rumors were spreading in the central continent after leaving the secret realm, claiming that Tai Xian sect's body cultivators were particularly monstrous, all training in the gale winds. At any rate, as long as she refrained from participating in the chaotic battle, no one would dare to provoke her. After all, just moments ago, she had sent a nascent soul cultivator flying with a single blow, despite her own cultivation being at the late golden core stage. However, they had yet to realize that the cultivator who had been struck was now embedded in a cliff, his meridians shattered by the gale's force, rendering his future cultivation hopeless. If no one came to his aid, he would be unable to leave the secret realm. This was the effect of the wind-black crystal she had obtained in the gale wind domain, which allowed her to harness the gale's power. Others remained oblivious to this, merely assuming he had been sent flying. Perhaps they would only realize something was amiss when the cultivator failed to return. However, in the realm of cultivation, it was entirely normal for individuals to vie for supremacy. As long as the actions were prompted by circumstance, even ruthless measures would not bear excessive karmic repercussions. The individual who had attacked earlier had employed lethal techniques under the guise of treasure hunting, showing no intention of sparing Fu Li. Severing his meridians and his path to immortality was thus a just consequence. Not worthy of sympathy, Fu Li cast a glance and saw a few golden core and nascent soul cultivators fighting over a purple yuan mushroom. She chose to ignore them. Though the purple yuan mushroom was indeed a fine treasure, it was used for concocting longevity pills and age-extending elixirs, and with her innate talent, she deemed it unnecessary to pursue such things. Taking a moment to catch her breath was far more important than squabbling with the crowd. After contemplating, Fu Li tossed a few pills into her mouth and sat cross-legged before the gale wind domain, prepared to handle anyone who approached. During her cultivation in the gale wind domain, she endured the relentless onslaught of the winds, feeling as though blades were slicing across her body for 3 days. The results she achieved were proportionate to her suffering. Previously, she had taken 3 years to progress from the early to mid-golden core stage. Yet now, in just 3 days within the secret realm, she had advanced from mid to late golden core stage. While her solid foundation prior to establishing her core contributed to this rapid ascent, it was still an astonishing speed unattainable by ordinary practitioners. Additionally, the wind-black crystal in her possession was of rare quality, comparable to the thunder spirit stone. This particular piece would suffice for crafting the moon-snatching bow, or for refining an arrow imbued with gale winds. Artifacts forged from the wind-black crystal would possess the speed and sharpness of the gale winds, though an arrow would not inflict as severe damage as the earlier cultivator whom she had sent flying with gale power. The injury would still be considerable. Fu Li tightened her grip on the wind-black crystal. She would not hold back if anyone dared to strike again. Amitbad, a resonant voice, imbued with a hint of karmic intent, drew everyone's attention. The cultivators contending for the purple yuan mushroom looked considerably dismayed upon seeing the newcomer. They had initially been a few scattered cultivators vying against one another, but the commotion had grown too large, attracting more and more sect disciples, diminishing their chances. One fairly skilled scattered cultivator managed a forced smile upon seeing Nianzhen's arrival. Did a being of Nianzhen's caliber truly need something like the purple yuan mushroom? With a benevolent expression, Nianzhen replied, "The poor monk does not require it is merely a request for an old acquaintance. I had no intention of contending with you all, but having encountered this single purple yuan mushroom in the secret realm, I must apologize. Celestial treasures are bestowed upon those fated to receive them. Seizing them aligns with the principles of heavenly law. Buddhist practitioners are not merely archaic or overly virtuous. They too will vie for what is due to them." The nirvana staff was released from Nianzhen's grasp, and as he chanted the Buddha's name, his solemn demeanor and the resolute energy of his spell subdued some of the originally handsome features, redirecting attention from his striking visage to his formidable strength. The cultivators who had been fighting amongst themselves exchanged glances and united against Nianzhen. After all, in their mutual contention, there remained a glimmer of hope for each of them. However, Nian Zhan's reputation for strength was widely known throughout the central continent. Should he join the fray, the purple yuan mushroom would likely slip beyond their grasp. Hence, it was wise to first eliminate the strongest contender. Nian Zhan was aware of their intentions. Among the crowd were numerous nascent soul cultivators. With his current mid-nascent soul cultivation, it would be challenging to simultaneously confront so many golden core and nascent soul opponents while also protecting himself, thus necessitating some ruthless measures. After fully recovering, Fu Li remained seated, resting her hand on her knee while observing the unfolding drama. Nian Zhan, your cultivation is truly profound, she mused, impressed that he could withstand the onslaught of so many golden core and nascent soul cultivators without faltering. Despite being at the mid-nascent soul stage. Chapter 77. Do you require assistance? Fu Li had been watching the commotion for quite some time when she finally noticed that Nian Zhan seemed to be nearing his limit. After all, there were too many opponents, and the disparity in cultivation levels was minimal. It was inevitable that he would struggle. Nonetheless, it was astonishing that Nian Zhan had managed to hold out for so long. Initially, Fu Li had no intention of wading into this chaotic affair, as she had no desire for the purple yuan mushroom. She merely aimed to stabilize her chaotic internal energies and catch her breath before departing. For the Gale Wind domain was relatively safe for her. However, after completing her meditation, she received a message from Zishu Ci, likely delayed due to the chaotic spatial energies within the Gale Wind domain. He informed her that he had discovered ghost-face chrysanthemums in a shadowy ravine rich in yin energy. Ghost-face chrysanthemums are materials for concocting high-tier enlightenment pills, while the pills could be made using the black snake fruit instead of ghost-face chrysanthemums. Adding the latter significantly enhances the spiritual aptitude of the spirit beasts. Zishu Ci's message was likely a gesture of gratitude towards Xian Air for diligently retrieving the accompanying thunder crystal. Everyone knew that the talent of the heavy-ear shadow cat was rather limited, and while its early growth was swift, the lack of enlightenment pills would result in increasing difficulties in its cultivation as time progressed. However, ghost-face chrysanthemums grow by harnessing the energies of yin, moonlight, and the essence of the departed, endowing them with the ability to enhance spiritual aptitude. Yet, during their growth, they emit an aura similar to that of ghost cultivators, known as ghostly energy. This ghostly energy can erode a cultivator's body and consciousness, causing irreversible damage, hence they should not be carelessly harvested. With Zishu Ci's thunder spirit energy, he could naturally resist the ghostly energy's harm. But harvesting the ghost-face chrysanthemums intact was no simple task. When harvested, the ghost-face chrysanthemums would release all their ghostly energy, and although lightning and fire attribute spiritual powers could offer some resistance, they could also easily destroy the chrysanthemums themselves. It would be best to have the assistance of a Buddhist practitioner's spells or merit light to suppress the ghostly energy, making it much easier to harvest the ghost-face chrysanthemums intact. Fu Li believed her chaotic body could also absorb ghostly energy, but since she had only recently met Zishu Ci, it would be better not to expose her chaotic body unless absolutely necessary, especially if there was a readily available Buddhist practitioner to assist. Thus, Fu Li glanced at Nian Zhan, who was still engaged in battle. This monk was truly meticulous, although she was not far from the battlefield. Nian Zhan had consistently avoided drawing the battle's aftermath towards her, instead striving to keep his distance. A faint smile tugged at her lips as she called out to Nian Zhan. Nian Zhan, do you require assistance? Her words stirred a hornet's nest. All the cultivators battling Nian Zhan intensified their attacks upon hearing her, attempting to eliminate him before she could intervene. In an instant, the pressure on Nian Zhan escalated, leaving him somewhat helpless. This female cultivator truly feared no repercussions. Despite his efforts to avoid her during the battle, she still chose to offer her assistance after recovering. However, as the direct disciple of the esteemed Yuan Yunzhenren from the Yunqi peak of the Taishan sect, she likely had no fear of offending these individuals. Thank you, benefactor, if you are willing to lend a hand. It would be greatly appreciated. In the future, Nian Zhan will be sure to repay your kindness. Fu Li nodded, satisfied with his promise to repay her. Remember your words. Fu Li rose to her feet before the realm of the violent winds, her palms summoning the wind obsidian to draw forth the raging gusts. Encircling her form, grasping the moon-catching bow, she aimed it towards the battlefield, with 2 fire attribute arrows, forged from the core flames, resting upon the bowstring. The flickering lightning and howling flames reflected upon the slightly lifted chin of the bow-wielding maiden. rendering her visage as radiant as the moon, her eyes sparkling like celestial stars amidst the tumult. Amongst the chaos, some cultivators attempted to dissuade Fu Li from joining the fray, yet she remained silent. Unleashing the two arrows simultaneously, striking down two early-stage nascent soul cultivators engaged with Nianzhan, rendering them unable to continue the battle. The release of these arrows instilled a sense of dread in many. Those who did not desperately require the purple origin herb saw Fu Li's stance and quietly withdrew from the battlefield. The combined might of such formidable individuals rendered them wholly inadequate as adversaries. Furthermore, the disciples of the major sects were often equipped with valuable resources. In a contest of strength and hidden cards, they were no match. The secret realm was vast, and while they remained unscathed, it was prudent to exit the conflict and seek other precious materials rather than squander time here. As the number of combatants dwindled with Fu Li and Nianzhan's alliance, Nianzhan finally found a moment to breathe, allowing Fu Li to release the Xian ear, instructing it to retrieve the purple origin herb, Miao. Upon securing the herb, Xian ear returned, leaping onto Fu Li's shoulder, who smiled lightly while raising her bow. My esteemed friends, do you wish to continue this contest? Your chances of victory are now significantly diminished. Perhaps only through our demise could you prevail. As Fu Li's words fell, the remaining reluctant cultivators were left with no choice but to concede. Had the herb been lying on the ground, it could have been deemed a matter of fate for those fortunate enough to claim it. However, now that it was in another's possession, acquiring it would necessitate the elimination of its current holder. While the purple origin herb was indeed valuable, it hardly warranted the forging of a deadly enmity with the disciples of Tai Xian sect and Zen sect. Furthermore, even if they banded together, it was uncertain whether they could even defeat these two. Your jest is amusing. Since it has found its way into your hands, it is, by all means, your skill that has secured it. This precious material naturally belongs to the one who possesses the prowess. With no hope of claiming the herb, the onlookers were now inclined to speak sweetly and amicably. Fu Li, well aware of their character, noted the brutality of their earlier actions. Had they not been from the three sects, they might not have been so easy to placate. In that case, I shall take my leave. Fu Li, disinterested in further discourse, cast a glance at Nianzhan before swiftly departing in a chosen direction. Nianzhan, holding the blood-stained nirvana staff, reattached the prayer beads that had been unwound from his hand back to his chest. His previously indifferent demeanor softened once more as he nodded gently to the crowd before stepping to follow Fu Li's lead. After distancing themselves from the battlefield, Fu Li continued along the route provided by Zishu Ci, guided by her spiritual sense, arriving at a secluded valley surrounded by mountains. Nianzhan maintained his good-natured demeanor, trailing quietly behind her, neither attempting to catch up nor inquiring through sound transmission, merely following her to a mountain gorge where they halted. Umitba, this place is thick with yin energy. Do you require assistance from this humble monk? Fu Li retrieved the communication jade pendant given by Zishu Ci, signaling Xian ear to produce the purple origin herb it had previously gathered, presenting it to Nianzhan. Nianzhan, the Buddha's son, said, I have aided you. You shall repay me, yes? Indeed. Excellent. I currently have a small task that requires your help. Upon accepting the purple origin herb, Nianzhan was pleasantly surprised by the promptness of her gratitude, but was glad for a swift resolution. Please, speak freely. Then let us proceed. Fu Li wasted no time, turning to lead the way to the location where Zishu Ci had been lying in wait for the ghost-faced chrysanthemum. Chapter 78. Ghost-faced chrysanthemum. Fu Li, you are quite capable. I just sent you a message requesting a Buddhist practitioner, and you have managed to bring forth one of the most formidable among them. Upon seeing Fu Li approach alongside Nianzhan, Zishu Ci spoke with a hint of admiration. It appears that Fu Li possesses a remarkable rapport with others. Just coincidence and luck, nothing more. Her good fortune was evident. She had merely taken a moment to catch her breath, and the Buddhist practitioner had appeared before her. Nianzhan, observing the ghost-faced chrysanthemum behind Zishu Ci, now understood the purpose of Fu Li's summons. Fu Li turned to Nianzhan. I shall aid you in securing the purple origin herb, and in return, you will assist me in obtaining the ghost-faced chrysanthemum. This transaction is quite reasonable, is it not? Nianzhan nodded, acknowledging the fairness of the arrangement. Without further ado, he secured the nirvana staff, re-wrapped the prayer beads around his hand, and strode towards the ghost-faced chrysanthemum. exuding an aura of spiritual energy that dispelled the ghostly and yin energies attempting to invade his form, clearing a path beneath his feet as if the ghostly energies feared him and deliberately receded. Upon reaching the ghost-faced chrysanthemum, Nianzhen crouched slightly, softly reciting an incantation as the prayer beads on his right hand glimmered with a faint golden light, revealing various runes, stretching forth his hand adorned with the beads towards the ghost-faced chrysanthemum. A dense ghostly aura enveloped him. Strangely, as this seemingly transparent gas surrounded him, Fu Li and Zi Shu Si could no longer discern Nianzhen's figure. The two could only step back to evade the swirling ghostly energy, crossing their arms and frowning in concern, unable to offer any assistance beyond their anxious expressions, providing moral support instead. After a brief moment, the ghostly energy dissipated, revealing Nianzhen surrounded by golden light. At that moment, he truly resembled a golden-bodied Dharma image, exuding an air of solemnity and dignity. Nianzhen gradually stood, releasing the now non-ghostly ghost-faced chrysanthemum, guiding it gently to float before Fu Li. The Buddha's sun radiated an extraordinary golden light. It was no wonder that Master Yuanji had designated a mere infant as the Buddha's son, causing a sensation throughout the floating world continent. The merit and golden light he emanated were likely the result of saving countless souls and having received countless offerings, imbued with an immeasurable power of faith. Past events faded into obscurity. The fruits of previous virtuous deeds bore fruit in this life. Nianzhen dissipated the golden light enveloping him and, uttering a Buddhist chant, performed a hand gesture that caused the nirvana staff to rotate and embed itself into the ground. As if scriptures and Buddhist seals were flying forth, directly dispersing the residual ghostly energy in the vicinity, Fu Li and Zi Shu Si exchanged awestruck glances. Wow! The Buddha's son is truly remarkable. Once again, they found themselves unable to contribute meaningfully, merely offering their admiration. Nianzhen observed the two, who seemed to be supporting him half-heartedly, and said nothing, perceiving their youthfulness and childlike innocence akin to the playful younger disciples he had known in the sect. Zi Shu Si exchanged a knowing glance with Fu Li, who instantly understood. The ghost-faced chrysanthemum expresses gratitude for the Buddha's assistance. We are now even in that case. Let us explore elsewhere. Until we meet again. After exchanging farewell gestures with Nianzhen, Zi Shu Si followed Fu Li as they departed. Nianzhen watched their retreating figures before turning to contemplate in another direction, setting off with purpose. This is the birth thunder crystal that my Xian ear has risked its fur to retrieve for you. The ghost-faced chrysanthemum just now serves as its reward. Your remuneration cannot be settled with the ghost-faced chrysanthemum. Once they reached a desolate area, Fu Li produced the birth thunder crystal and presented it to Zi Shu Si. Zi Shu Si examined it to confirm its authenticity before smiling and responding. Rest assured, Fu Li, the ghost-faced chrysanthemum is indeed for your spirit beast. Your reward will be calculated separately. What does the esteemed one desire?